In a previous life, Lin Tian's father, Lin Haotian, was one of the 5 great guardians of the 3,000 continents, known as the King of the North. His mother, Bai Linyue, was the Saintess of the Qingchi sacred land in central continent. However, he was born during a tumultuous period marked by the chaos of the dark races. They were compelled to quell the unrest and, in a moment of insensitivity, abandoned Lin Tian, claiming it was for his safety. They promised to retrieve him as soon as the turmoil subsided. Yet, the war had concluded over a decade ago, and his parents never returned for him. He continued to endure a life of humiliation and neglect. Unbeknownst to him, in the second year following his abandonment, his parents had adopted a boy on the battlefield as their son. In their pursuit of nurturing this adopted child, they nearly forgot Lin Tian's existence. Upon returning to the Lin family, he appeared utterly mediocre and insignificant compared to the boy raised with the finest resources from an early age. Consequently, he faced disdain from his father, neglect from his mother, and disrespect from his younger brother. Even the servants in the household never regarded him with a glance. Gradually, he became humble, suppressing his own talents, ultimately reduced to a mere tool to aid the cultivation of his adopted brother. Now reborn, he chose to sever all ties with his biased parents. As he ascended to greatness, those who once scorned him regretted their actions and sought to reclaim him. Yet Lin Tian coldly dismissed them with a single utterance: "Get lost." Chapter 1: Rebirth. A ridiculous fantasy of the past? When you open this book and read this line, the tugging has ended. Feel free to indulge. Scoundrel, kneel at once. Your talents were always lacking. Now you have the opportunity to serve as a tool for your brother, contributing to the family. What grievances do you still harbor? A middle-aged man bellowed from the high platform. In that moment, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, filled with disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings. Where was he? Hadn't he just been abandoned by his parents on the Black Mountain, ultimately torn apart by the dark races? Before he could fully comprehend his situation, another furious voice echoed from the platform. "Fool, I am speaking to you. Why are you looking elsewhere? You have no manners whatsoever. You, a worthless wretch, bear no resemblance to the son of the King of the North." Boom. As the words fell, Lin Tian's mind jolted. He incredulously beheld the stern countenance of the man standing above. Then, an astonishing thought struck him. He had been reborn. Memories began to resurface in his mind. Blue Star? Transmigration? As these long-buried recollections awakened, Lin Tian finally grasped his identity. He understood with clarity his current circumstances. He had undoubtedly been reborn, his true identity being that of a transmigrator from another world. It was merely that in his previous life, he had not awakened the memories of Blue Star. Only after his rebirth did these hidden memories resurface. In the next moment, Lin Tian's gaze was fixed upon the high platform, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that instant, memories of his past life flooded back. His father was Lin Haotian, the King of the North, one of the 5 great guardians of the 3,000 continents, and his mother was a Saintess of the sacred land. This should have been the beginning of a grand saga, with his life destined to be more radiant than any other. Regrettably, the reality was starkly different. He had endured a life of poverty and humiliation for the first 20 years, only to become a mere conduit for his adopted brother's cultivation in the latter half of his existence. Ultimately, his parents abandoned him to save that adopted son, leading to his demise at the hands of the dark races. His life was marred by endless oppression and degradation, first by others and later by his own parents and that adopted brother. The root of this tragic outcome was absurd. When he was merely 3 years old, the dark races instigated a rebellion as one of the 5 great guardians. His father was compelled to suppress the chaos, and his mother, concerned for her husband's safety, chose to accompany him. Consequently, the 3-year-old Lin Tian was callously abandoned at that place, left to fend for himself. They justified their actions by claiming it was to ensure his safety amidst the turmoil. They promised to return for him as soon as the unrest had settled. Indeed, they were the head of the Lin family and the daughter of the saint of the sacred land, yet they never considered bringing him along or allowing him to return to the sacred land. After uttering those words, they left him, a mere child, cast into the snow, and departed to the border for support. Had it not been for the benevolence of a farmer who took him in, he might have perished in the heavy snow that year. For over a decade, he awaited his parents' return, but after that fateful day, he never saw them again, let alone being brought home that he initially believed they were occupied with the conflict, and thus, unable to fetch him. He learned to understand their plight. However, he later discovered that it was all a mere figment of his imagination. The war had ended 8 years prior, and the reason for their failure to retrieve him was simple. They had forgotten him. Yes, forgotten. They had long since erased him, their son, from memory, for they had adopted another child, merely an orphan boy from the war. In the second year after they abandoned Lin Tian, they took in a boy who had lost his family in the conflict and raised him as their son, devoting years to nurturing this adopted child. They had completely overlooked Lin Tian. Eventually, perhaps out of guilt or for other reasons, they remembered they had another son. 3 months ago, they sought him out and brought him back to the Lin family. Upon his return, Lin Tian was initially filled with joy. The farmer who had taken him in had passed away 7 years ago due to old age, having left him all their savings to seek a path to cultivation, hoping for a glimpse of the immortal way. For individuals like them, this was the sole route to transcendence in this world. Regrettably, as a person without any connections or resources, his entry into the cultivation sect relegated him to the lowest tier of disciples, subjected to humiliation daily. Crucially, such disciples had no time for cultivation, and the spirit stones distributed each month were forcefully seized by the children of noble families. Rather than being mere servants, they were more akin to laborers. Those days were shrouded in darkness, devoid of hope. He believed his life would be spent in such obscurity until the day his parents came to find him, a ray of light amidst his darkest times. It could even be said that this was the happiest moment of his life, for he knew that from that instant onward, he could finally escape the abyss of despair and bask in the warmth of family. Alas, it was a mere figment of his imagination, as he had merely transitioned from one quagmire to another. Upon returning to this so-called home, he was met not with the warmth typically associated with family, but rather with disdain and rejection. Within this household resided a foster son, who had been indulged in luxury since childhood and was afforded the finest resources for his cultivation. Under the auspices of a sacred site and a prestigious lineage, this foster son had nearly become one of the most illustrious prodigies on the continent. In stark contrast to such an individual, he, who had struggled in the mire since his youth and possessed meager skills, found it unimaginable to garner the attention of those esteemed individuals. Compounded by a personality shaped by long-term oppression, he only served to disappoint his so-called parents further. The disparity between them rendered him increasingly insignificant. Once others form a prejudice or dissatisfaction towards you, and you are unable to dispel such sentiments in a timely manner, those feelings inevitably evolve into aversion. With the passage of time, they take root like tree roots, spreading and embedding themselves until they become deeply entrenched. His fate, therefore, followed suit without deviation. In this household, he faced his father's disdain and his mother's cold gaze. The foster brother showed him no semblance of familial respect, freely issuing insults, slanders, and even fabricating accusations against him. Enveloped by an oppressive existence and the constant taunts of being worthless, he descended into profound self-doubt, almost burying all his innate talents. The true cause of his plight, of course, lay in the machinations orchestrated by the foster son behind the scenes. In his previous life, Lin Tian was the son of Lin Haotian, one of the 5 great guardians of the 3,000 continents, known as the King of the North, and Bai Linyue, the holy maiden of the Qingchi, sacred ground in the central continent. However, he was born during a tumultuous period of chaos instigated by the dark races. His parents were compelled to suppress the turmoil, and they callously abandoned Lin Tian, claiming it was for his protection. They promised to return for him as soon as the chaos subsided. Yet, the war had concluded over a decade ago, and his parents never returned to reclaim him. He continued to endure a life of humiliation and torment. Unbeknownst to him, in the second year following his abandonment, his parents adopted a boy from the battlefield as their foster son, devoting their efforts to nurturing him and nearly forgetting Lin Tian's existence. Upon returning to the Lin family, he found himself overshadowed by the well-cultivated foster son, appearing mediocre and unremarkable in comparison. In this household, he faced disdain from his father, indifference from his mother, and disrespect from his younger brother. Even the household servants treated him with disdain. Gradually, he became increasingly submissive, burying his own talents, until he was ultimately manipulated into becoming a mere tool for imparting skills to his foster brother. Now, reborn, he confronted his biased parents, choosing to sever ties with them. He began his ascent, while his parents, who once looked down on him, regretted their actions and sought to bring him back. Yet, when faced with them, Lin Tian coldly uttered a single word: leave. Chapter 1. Rebirth. A ridiculous fantasy from the past? As you open this book and read this line, know that the struggle has concluded. Indulge with ease. Scoundrel. Kneel at once. Your talent was already lacking, and now you can serve as a conduit for your brother's cultivation and contribute to the family. What grievances could you possibly harbor? With a furious roar from a middle-aged man on the high platform, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, clarity washing over him. He incredulously surveyed his surroundings. Where was he? Had he not just been abandoned on that dark mountain, ultimately torn apart by the dark races? Before he could process this, another furious shout resonated from above. Scoundrel! I am speaking to you, and you dare to look away. You exhibit no semblance of upbringing. Such a worthless appearance. How could you possibly resemble the son of the king of the north? With the finality of that voice, Lin Tian's mind jolted. He stared in disbelief at the stern, resolute face on the platform. Then, an astonishing thought pierced through. He had been reborn. Memories began to flood back. Blue Star, Reincarnation, Traverser. As these long-buried recollections awakened, Lin Tian finally grasped his identity. He comprehended his current predicament. Undeniably reborn, his true self was that of a traverser born anew. In his previous life, he had not awakened the memories of Blue Star until now, when they surged forth in full clarity. At that moment, Lin Tian fixed his gaze upon the high platform. His eyes ablaze with anger. He recalled the memories of his past life. His father, Lin Haotian, was one of the 5 great guardians of the 3,000 continents, and his mother was a holy maiden. This was supposed to be a life of brilliance, yet he was condemned to a life of poverty and humiliation for his first 20 years, ultimately reduced to a mere tool for his foster brother's cultivation. In his past, his parents abandoned him during a dark race uprising when he was merely 3 years old. As one of the 5 great guardians, his father had to quell the chaos, and his mother, worried for his safety, accompanied him. Lin Tian was left to fend for himself, a mere child, with the assurance that they would return once the turmoil subsided. However, they never came back. He had believed they were occupied with the war, only to discover years later that the conflict had ended 8 years prior. The reason for their absence was simple. They had forgotten him. In the second year after his abandonment, they adopted a boy who had lost his family in the war, devoting themselves to his upbringing and forsaking Lin Tian. Years later, perhaps out of guilt or some other reason, they finally remembered him and brought him back to the Lin family. Initially, Lin Tian was overjoyed at his return. The kind farmers who had taken him in had passed away years ago, but they had left him their life savings to seek out a path in cultivation. However, as a person without background or resources, he found himself relegated to the status of a lowly servant disciple in the cultivation sect, enduring relentless humiliation. The lower-tier disciples had no time for cultivation, and the resources allocated to them were often seized by the sons of affluent families. His life was a true abyss, devoid of hope. He thought he would remain trapped in this darkness until the day his parents found him, which had become a beacon of light in his darkest hour. It could even be said that it was the most joyous moment of his life, for he realized that from that moment on, he could escape the abyss of despair and bask in the warmth of family. Alas, it is a pity that all of it was merely a figment of his imagination. He had merely transitioned from one quagmire to another. Upon returning to this so-called home, he felt not the warmth associated with familial bonds, but instead was met with disdain and rejection. This home also housed a foster son, who had been raised in luxury since childhood and had access to the finest resources for his cultivation. Under the auspices of a sacred place and a prominent family, this foster son had become one of the most dazzling prodigies on the entire continent. With such a figure as a point of comparison, how could he, a mere mud-stained boy struggling in the mire since childhood and possessing meager talents, ever catch the eye of these individuals? Furthermore, his character, shaped by years of oppression, only served to disappoint his so-called parents even more. In stark contrast, he appeared increasingly insignificant. When others develop a bias and dissatisfaction towards you, and you are unable to dispel such sentiments promptly, those feelings inevitably evolve into animosity. As time progresses, they take root like the tendrils of a tree, growing deeper until they are firmly entrenched. His fate, naturally, mirrored this progression without deviation. In this household, he faced his father's disdain, his mother's cold indifference, and the foster brother's utter lack of familial respect, who freely insulted and even framed him. Amidst this oppressive existence and the constant echoes of being deemed worthless, he sank into profound self-doubt, believing he had squandered all of his innate talents. That, of course, the true cause behind this turmoil was the machinations of the foster son lurking in the shadows. Chapter 2. I refuse to cultivate any absurd transmission techniques, although I lack the ability to make a true judgment. My past experiences suggest that I have indeed been subjected to certain manipulations by others, which ultimately resulted in my painfully sluggish progress in cultivation. By the time I realized this in my previous life, it was far too late. I'd already lost the capacity to alter my fate and had forfeited everything. However, the present is different. I have been reborn, and I now possess the power to change everything. I can alter the destiny that these people have imposed upon me. In this moment, I cast my gaze once more upon the figure of Lin Haotian on the high platform. I surveyed my surroundings and confirmed that this was indeed the commencement of their demand for me to learn the transmission technique. The catalyst for all this was merely that adopted son, who, on one of his birthdays, expressed a wish for Lin Tian to become his tool for transmission. This so-called transmission tool involves a special technique that perfectly conveys the cultivation achievements of one person to another. Yet, this transmission is far from a simple endeavor. It not only allows the transfer of cultivation levels, but can also contribute everything, including innate qualities and comprehension. Of course, this technique bears some resemblance to demonic practices, but it is fundamentally a righteous method. After all, the most essential requirement for practicing this technique is the willingness to do so. It is not merely a matter of verbal or physical consent. It demands a profound willingness that resonates deep within the soul. Any trace of emotional resistance renders the process utterly impossible. Upon hearing this suggestion, my nominal father, the Jinbei Wang, shockingly consented without a moment's hesitation. Even my mother, Bai Linyue, tacitly accepted this proposition. The rationale was simple. He had no innate talent for cultivation. Even after transmission, he would suffer no loss. It was merely an insignificant request. Naturally, they could not bear to let their prideful son down. At that time, I still had a semblance of sense, and thus refused. Alas, my defiance proved futile. After shedding a few tears in front of that adopted son as parents, they resorted to various methods to force my compliance. Ultimately, I succumbed to the relentless pressure from these so-called family members, akin to modern-day brainwashing tactics. During that period, I yearned desperately for their acknowledgement. In the end, I acquiesced to this utterly ludicrous demand. Thus, I became the transmission tool for that adopted son, Lin Hao, who, leveraging my talents and the transmitted cultivation, ascended rapidly. Witnessing this unfold, I initially believed I would finally gain the family's recognition. Yet, reality struck me harshly. Those so-called family members showed no signs of change, believing instead that all the credit belonged solely to Lin Hao. They dismissed any connection to my efforts, maintaining that it was merely the result of Lin Hao's own diligence. Even after I lost all my cultivation and innate talent, their disdain and dissatisfaction only grew. Ultimately, during the tumultuous upheaval instigated by the dark races, in a bid to save Lin Hao from peril due to his recklessness, those two so-called parents abandoned me just as they had cast me aside in the heavy snow of my childhood. Ridiculously, that day, the sky mirrored the snowfall of my youth. Once again, I was forsaken by them. Yet, at this moment, I felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. "I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Boom. As this voice echoed, an immense pressure erupted from Lin Haotian's body. In the face of this overwhelming force, Lin Tian, whose physique had always been frail, was instantaneously pinned to the ground. Lin Haotian's voice rang out once more. "I have said it. This is your only chance to repay the Lin family. Otherwise, do you think someone of your talent can achieve anything?" His tone was laced with fury. At this moment, Bai Linyue, who had been seated nearby, gently interjected. "Indeed, Lin Tian, this is the best way you can repay us. Only by helping Hauer grow stronger can the Lin family thrive, and only then can Hauer shoulder the responsibilities of the entire Jinbei Wang feud. You must be sensible." Next to us was a handsome youth adorned in luxurious robes. Upon hearing these words, his expression remained unchanged, yet a faint, cold smile crept onto his lips. However, in the next moment, tears welled in his eyes, and with a quivering voice, he said, "Never mind, father and mother. If my brother is unwilling, then so be it. After all, it was merely a passing remark. I would not want my brother to act against you over this matter, for I would then become the one disrupting the harmony of our family." Upon hearing this, Lin Haotian's face briefly illuminated with satisfaction, thinking that his nurturing had yielded a child capable of considering the greater good. Yet, in the next instant, he turned his attention back to Lin Tian, and his expression darkened ominously. He then thundered, "Fool! Do you not see what your entire family has become because of you? Why can you not be more understanding? Like your brother." Lin Tian opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Lin Hao interjected, "No, father, do not blame my brother. I understand that he must dislike me, believing I have taken everything that rightfully belonged to him. It is only natural that he would rebel against you in this moment. Please do not hold it against him. Tears streamed down his face, and his complexion turned pale as he continued. Moreover, my earlier mention of transmission was merely a jest. If it displeases my brother, then I shall take my leave. After all, my presence here would only sow discord between him and you. I have already received enough over the years. It is time for me to depart. As he spoke, his face turned ashen. Yet, despite his insistence on leaving, he showed no inclination to rise and move. Upon hearing these words, Bai Linyue appeared anxious and said, "Howard, do not act recklessly. This is your home. You need not go anywhere. Lin Tian simply needs time to accept this condition. Eventually, he will agree. After all, it poses no significant loss for him. Prior to this, I had a serious discussion with your father, and we both believe that this transmission is indeed necessary. After all, once the transmission occurs, you will possess the aura of the Lin family bloodline. This will affirm your status as our child when you venture out, while your innate talent is already exceptional. With the addition of your older brother's abilities, your future path will undoubtedly be smoother, and your achievements will soar even higher." Upon hearing these words, Lin Hao's eyes flickered with astonishment and gratitude. "Is it true, mother? Will I truly possess the essence of father and mother's bloodline?" At this, Bai Linyue's gaze softened as she looked at Lin Hao, knowing that this was the root of his deepest insecurities. The prospect of resolving this issue naturally brought her joy. At that very moment, Lin Hao inadvertently cast his gaze upon Lin Tian, who was kneeling on the ground. Lin Tian was clad in tattered garments, a stark contrast to the polished image Lin Hao presented. In the next instant, Lin Hao's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery, though this fleeting expression vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Upon noticing Lin Hao's sudden quietude, Bai Linyue nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on how this child, whom she had nurtured, exhibited an extraordinary temperament. He had swiftly emerged from his earlier joy. She then addressed Lin Tian once more, saying, "Child, if you agree to impart your skills to Howard, we shall ensure you are well compensated thereafter. Will you acquiesce to our request?" In that moment, Bai Linyue spoke with an exceptionally gentle tone. However, upon hearing his wife's almost pleading tone directed at Lin Tian, Lin Haotian, the king of the north, felt a growing dissatisfaction with this paternal bond. Overcome with anger, he exclaimed, "Humph. Contributing to the family is something he ought to do. How can he act on his whims? Lin Tian, the family raised you so that you could offer what you have now. Therefore, you must comply today, whether you wish to or not." With that, Lin Haotian flung a nameless technique towards Lin Tian. The technique landed with a thud before Lin Tian. Seeing Lin Tian unable to muster even the strength to lift his hand under his pressure, Lin Haotian's disappointment and disdain were palpable. After completing this act, he was prepared to leave without considering Lin Tian's perspective. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, having acquired the nameless technique, needed no further examination to discern that it was the secret method for skill transmission. Yet in the next moment, he cast the technique aside with a flick of his hand. The action drew the attention of Lin Haotian, who observed the technique being flung away. His expression turned icy in an instant. He then shouted at Lin Tian, "Scoundrel, what are you doing? Do you intend to express your discontent in this manner? Are you defying me or the family?" "The family has." Before Lin Haotian could finish his sentence, Lin Tian erupted into laughter, a sound reminiscent of madness. Observing this bizarre reaction, Lin Haotian furrowed his brow, preparing to rebuke him again. However, Lin Tian preemptively shouted, "Enough! What did you say?" Lin Haotian, taken aback and enraged, retorted, "What do you mean?" Lin Tian declared, "I have had enough of your insufferable hypocrisy. I refuse to practice any absurd secret techniques for skill transmission. Stop! What do you intend to do? Do you wish to kill him?" At that moment, Lin Tian's voice echoed forth, infused with rage, and for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of liberation. It was as though a colossal weight, long burdening him, had been shattered. It was a sentiment he had long wished to express. No, it was not merely a sentiment. It was a truth he had yearned to vocalize. In his previous life, he had wished to cry out as he was discarded by two individuals. No, it was even earlier than that. Was it when he witnessed Lin Hao ascend through talent? No, it was before that. Yes, it was at this very juncture in his past life that he wished to voice his discontent. Why should he, who had never reaped any benefits from these people, be expected to selflessly sacrifice everything for their precious adopted son? Was it merely because they had given him life? Was it simply because they claimed to be his parents? Had they forgotten that 20 years prior, they had abandoned him in the snow? Had it not been for his good fortune, he might have perished in that storm. How dare they show up now, demanding a sacrifice? In his previous existence, he had refrained from severing ties with these individuals, yearning instead for their approval. Reflecting now, he realized how foolish he had been to crave their acknowledgement. They had never regarded him as family. Thus, what recognition could he seek? Why should he suppress his feelings? Perhaps awakening memories had allowed Lin Tian to rediscover his true self. Yet at that moment, a tremendous pressure bore down upon Lin Tian. The force struck him, pinning him to the ground. "You insolent wretch! What are you saying?" Lin Haotian's furious roar reverberated throughout the grand hall. Under this overwhelming force, Lin Tian felt as though his body was being torn apart inch by inch. In the next moment, blood began to flow from his wounds, staining his clothes crimson. Witnessing this, Bai Linyue's expression changed dramatically. She rushed forward, exclaiming, "How good? What are you doing? Stop immediately." Then, turning to Lin Tian, she urged, "Child, quickly apologize to your father. Otherwise, your body will not withstand it." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a surge of indignation. It was Bai Linyue's repeated use of such ostensibly gentle tones that had brainwashed him into acquiescing to the absurd skill transmission technique in his past life. Her current intent was evidently to prevent his demise, fearing that without him, her cherished adopted son would lose a conduit for skill transmission. Yet, under the immense pressure exerted by Lin Haotian, he found himself devoid of any capacity to resist. Damn it! Was he fated to tread the same cowardly path as in his previous life? No, to hell with that cowardly path. In this life, he would rather die than follow the same route as before. In the next moment, bolstered by an indomitable will, Lin Tian miraculously managed to rise to his feet. Yet, that was the limit of his capability. He could do no more, for the disparity in strength between him and Lin Haotian was insurmountable. As he stood, the injuries on his body became increasingly grotesque, blood flowing freely onto the ground. The onlookers, including the Lin family guards present in the hall, were taken aback. Bai Linyue's eyes brimmed with tears as she frantically implored her husband, "Stop. Please stop. What do you wish to accomplish? Do you want to kill him?" At this moment, an expression of surprise crossed Lin Haotian's face. Yet he understood that if Lin Tian did not apologize, he could not retract his oppressive force. After all, this ungrateful child dared to retort in front of so many members of the Lin family. If word of this got out, what a shame it would be for the noble Wang of the North, to be deemed a man incapable of guiding even his own son. Moreover, how long has the other party returned to the Lin family? Now they dare to retort. If this encounter does not impart a profound lesson, will they not grow even more audacious in the future? Thus, at this moment, only by speaking first can Lin Tian reclaim his authority. He is confident that, based on his understanding of Lin Tian, the other party will surely plead for mercy in the next moment. After all, he perceives them as possessing a character fraught with cowardice and timidity. Yet, in this instant, he is mistaken. The Lin Tian of the present is no longer the same boy who grew amidst dust and humiliation, forced to endure and submit to survive. At this moment, despite his body being ravaged and bleeding, his gaze is resolutely steadfast. His form remains unwavering, a bastion against the tide of adversity. Nevertheless, Lin Tian's furious eyes still fixate upon the three figures on the high platform, though they're gradually clouding over. Even with an indomitable will, his frail body may not withstand much longer. Is he truly unable to endure? Just as his vision teeters on the brink of darkness, a cold, mechanical voice resonates. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the system. Ding! Detecting that the host is enduring a fatal blow. The system is about to initiate the optimal choice solution. Ding! In light of the host's current crisis, the system will automatically activate enhancements for all physical attributes. Ding! Supreme Bone detected within the host. The system will activate it and upgrade Supreme Bone to Transcendent Supreme Bone. Ding! Heavy Eye detected within the host. The system will activate it and upgrade Heavy Eye to Ancient Heavy Eye. Ding! The host body is currently too weak and energy deficient. Transcendent Supreme Bone activation progress. 10. Energy replenishment required for further activation. Ancient heavy eye activation progress. 10. Energy replenishment required for further activation. Buzz. As this series of mechanical sounds unfolds, Lin Tian feels a warm current surging through his body and eyes. Subsequently, the power within him begins to recover and strengthen. Though his unique physique has not fully awakened, the strength derived from this awakening is already sufficient for him to resist. In the next moment, as the power within him steadily grows, Lin Tian's body slowly rises. Despite the continuous tearing and bleeding, he persists in standing, unwavering and relentless. In the 4th chapter, the Wang Fei of the South chuckles, remarking that a person of his lowly status is unworthy of such precious elixirs. Supported by the 2 extraordinary attributes, Lin Tian struggles to elevate himself. However, under such immense pressure, his body is riddled with ghastly wounds, and in some places, the stark whiteness of bone is visible. At this moment, Lin Tian resembles a figure drenched in blood. Witnessing this scene, even the Lin family guards, who have survived the battlefield, are momentarily shaken. Lin Tian appears grotesquely fierce and tragically battered. Observing his state, they fear he might succumb to his injuries. After all, those horrific wounds are no jest. Even Lin Haotian feels a tremor in his heart, and the oppressive force he exerts diminishes significantly. He merely intended to teach Lin Tian a lesson, never to kill him, as he is, after all, his own child. He never anticipated Lin Tian would truly rise again. Why is he transformed from that timid boy into such a defiant figure? At that moment, Lin Tian raises his head once more to meet Lin Haotian's gaze. In that instant, his resolute and wrathful expression astonishes Lin Haotian. He realizes that this son, once despised, seems to possess an undeniable change. Lin Haotian stands dumbfounded. At this moment, Bai Linyue rushes toward Lin Tian. Seeing his current state, tears cascade from her eyes uncontrollably, particularly upon witnessing the gaping wounds that expose bone. Her heart feels as though it has been brutally stabbed, an overwhelming pain spreading through her. After all, this is the child she bore for 10 months, a piece of herself. In haste, she produces a precious elixir. Tian, quickly. Take it. It will heal you. She approaches Lin Tian, her eyes brimming with tears and her voice trembling. Yet, Lin Tian, upon observing the elixir presented before him, forcefully swats her hand away, scoffing. What are you pretending for? Or do you wish to perform for someone? Is this your attempt to don the guise of a loving mother? Upon hearing these words, Bai Linyue freezes, disbelief washing over her. Tian, what are you saying? I am your mother. Enough. Do not use such words to nauseate me any further. You act as if this facade does not tire you. What? Do you now consider me tainted? After all, everything I touch is filthy, unworthy of being regarded as anything but refuse. Do not come too close, lest you tarnish your own sight. Boom! This declaration renders Bai Linyue's face ashen. In this moment, she realizes that these words were once hers. But why does he know this? It was shortly after Lin Tian returned to the Lin family, and she had just come back from the front lines, overwhelmed by countless matters. That day, Lin Tian approached her once more. Thus, her expression now bears an unprecedented panic. No, that's not right. Tian, let me explain. That day was not as you think. Yet, as she utters these words, Lin Tian's impatience is palpable. In his previous life, he had heard countless excuses from her. He can even predict what she intends to say next, an apology for her mood, a justification for her words, and so forth. Had it been in his past life, he might have believed her, but now he merely scoffs. After all, some truths only emerge inadvertently. Furthermore, can a great cultivator truly let their emotions dictate their mindset? Who would believe such a claim? He has witnessed Bai Linyue maintain a smile in the presence of Lin Hao, regardless of her mood. Thus, her alleged poor disposition is selective, perhaps only directed at Lin Tian. How ironic that in his previous life, even when he recognized this, he still chose to believe her absurd lies. In the next moment, before Bai Linyue can finish her thought, Lin Tian erupts with anger. Enough. I have heard enough excuses. Surely, being this close must be unbearable for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue is inexplicably gripped by a profound sense of dread. Chapter 6. Xiaoyan, we're through hiss. After reading the introduction, Li Changqing sucked in a sharp breath, his heart swelling with uncontrollable ecstasy. God Palace Realm, peak perfection. He knew very well that in the entire city of Fengtian, including the 4 great families and the city lord's manor, the strongest powerhouses visible on the surface were merely at the peak perfection of the God Palace realm. Those were titans capable of suppressing a region and dominating a city, figures so rare you could count them on one hand. And he, with just a few thrusts, he had acquired an absolutely loyal, shape-shifting puppet bodyguard. It didn't even consume spirit stones. It recharged itself. System, extract the myriad shifting puppet. He mentally commanded, unable to contain his impatience. A flash of faint light passed, and a palm-sized puppet appeared in his hand. It was dark gold, antique and mysterious in design, seemingly composed of countless microscopic components. The touch was ice-cold, faintly radiating an energy fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate. Without hesitation, Li Changqing squeezed out a drop of essence blood onto the puppet. The blood was absorbed instantly, and a marvelous spiritual connection was established. He felt he could completely control this tiny puppet. A mere thought could shift its form and unleash the terrifying power of a God Palace realm expert at peak perfection. Good, excellent. Li Changqing couldn't help but burst into laughter, his heart surging with heroic ambition. With this myriad shifting puppet in hand, he could practically walk sideways across Fengtian City. Previously, he had planned to rely on his father's influence cautiously. Now, he possessed the absolute strength to flip the table himself. The Su family's petty troubles? The 3 great families? Against the strength of a God Palace realm expert, they were nothing but clay chickens and wooden dogs. However, after the initial ecstasy, Li Changqing quickly cooled down. Don't get cocky. If something goes wrong and I capsize in a gutter, it'll be tragic. He silently warned himself. This myriad shifting puppet was strong, but it only allowed him to dominate this small patch of land called Fengtian City. One must remember that Fengtian City was merely a remote corner of the vast, boundless Tianxian continent. Existence stronger than the God Palace realm were as common as ox hairs, and there were even legendary saints. For now, he had to keep a low profile. Secretly improving his own strength was the true king's way. External objects were just external objects. He carefully stored the myriad shifting puppet away, his gaze becoming deep and far-sighted once more. Night fell, deep within a remote bamboo forest at the foot of the Azure Cloud sect. A teenager in slightly tattered clothes sat on a cold boulder, attempting to circulate the sect's most basic chi guiding technique over and over again. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have completely abandoned him. Not a wisp could be introduced into his body. Instead, the weak spiritual power remaining in his meridians was slowly dissipating. No, still no good. Why is this happening? Why? The youth suddenly snapped his eyes open, bloodshot and filled with extreme unwillingness. He let out a low roar and slammed his fist violently into the hard boulder beside him. His knuckles instantly split open, bloody and messy, but he seemed to feel no pain, only endless despair and rage. His name was Xiaoyan. He was once a genius of some renown in the Azure Cloud sect and even Fengtian City, coming from a remote mountain village. He was brought back by an elder due to his extraordinary talent. Within just half a year of joining, he had broken through to the Qi condensation realm. His future limitless, even catching the eye of inner sect elders who wished to take him as a personal disciple. Back then, he thought a Tong Tian, immortal path lay before him. But just as he was full of pride, a sudden change occurred. His cultivation began to regress for no reason. His body was like a bag with a hole in it, unable to store a shred of spiritual energy. From a genius worshipped by thousands, he had fallen into a piece of trash, inferior even to outer sect disciples, struggling in the menial labor zone. The huge disparity, the cold eyes and mockery of others, it had nearly driven him mad. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Xiaoyan lifted his head, staring at the night sky fragmented by bamboo leaves, letting out a suppressed roar filled with unyielding defiance. Just then, faint footsteps came from outside the bamboo forest. Xiaoyan quickly concealed the unwillingness and ferocity on his face, recomposed himself, and forced a smile as he looked toward the newcomer. Since his cultivation regressed, and he suffered endless disdain, only this person had never left his side, encouraging him and even spending her own precious cultivation resources to try and help him recover. He, Xiaoyan, etched this friendship into his heart. He had secretly sworn that if he ever returned to his peak, he would repay her 100, 1,000 times over. And Lin Shui, previously, she had indeed thought the same, giving her all to help him, hoping he could stand up again. But now, Shui, why are you here so late? Xiao Yin asked with concern. But soon he sensed something was off. Lin Shui stood before him, expressionless, her eyes somewhat evasive, lacking the gentle smile of previous days. What's wrong, Shui? Xiao Yan's unease intensified. He looked closely and suddenly noticed her walking posture seemed a bit awkward. Frowning slightly, he asked, "Did you injure your leg?" Lin Shui's body stiffened slightly. She subconsciously pressed her legs together, lowered her head, and her voice sounded weak. Nothing. I just accidentally twisted it." The moment the words left her mouth, a strong sense of guilt surged into her heart, especially looking at Xiao Yan's genuine, concerned gaze. But this guilt was quickly suppressed by another emotion. She told herself she didn't owe Xiao Yan anything. She had already given enough for him. Twisted? Is it serious? Let me see, I happen to have some liniment left over from last time, Xiao Yan said, moving to approach her. No need. Lin Shui suddenly stepped back, interrupting him with a slightly sharp voice. Realizing her reaction was too intense, she softened her tone. It remained distant. I came to tell you something. Seeing her abnormal behavior and cold attitude, Xiao Yan's unease hit its peak. He asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Lin Shui took a deep breath, as if steeling her resolve. She finally lifted her head, her gaze no longer evasive but filled with a determination that felt strange to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, her voice was calm, yet it struck like an icy blade. "We're through. We aren't suitable for each other." Xiao Yan froze, as if he hadn't heard clearly. The concern on his face instantly solidified. "Xuan, W, what did you say?" His voice was dry, trembling with disbelief. "Did someone force you? Did someone in the sect bully you again? Tell me." He subconsciously moved to grab Lin Shui's shoulders, but she stepped back again, avoiding him coldly. "No one forced me, and no one bullied me." Lin Shui's tone was icy, without a shred of warmth, completely different from her usual gentle self. "This is my own decision. Xiao Yan, haven't you realized? We are people from two different worlds now." Her gaze swept over Xiao Yan's bloody fist and tattered clothes. A flicker of pity flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by deeper ruthlessness. "Look at you now. You can't even achieve the most basic Qi introduction. You're just a menial disciple forever. And I still have to cultivate. My future isn't in the outer sect, and certainly not tied to a piece of trash." The word trash was like a steel thorn, piercing fiercely into Xiao Yan's heart. His whole body shook violently, his face turning as pale as paper. He couldn't believe those two words had come from Lin Shui's mouth. Chapter 7. 2 days. Breakthrough to Qi condensation. "No, it's not like that, Shui. You didn't used to say that." Blood filled Xiao Yan's eyes, his voice hoarse with agony. "You said you would always be by my side. You said you believed I could cultivate again. Have you forgotten those vows?" "Vows?" Lin Shui scoffed, a sound filled with the coldness of reality. "That was just the foolish talk of ignorant youth. Reality is that you are destined to be immortal, while I am a cultivator. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. Do you understand? I don't want to be dragged down into this quagmire by you forever." It seemed as though he was about to collapse entirely in the next moment. At this juncture, Bai Linyue's eyes were filled with worry as she gazed at him. Instinctively, she wanted to rush forward and embrace him. However, upon seeing the chill in his eyes, her steps faltered in midair. She could discern that Lin Tian's emotions were far from stable. Otherwise, such a trivial matter would not have escalated to this extent. Moreover, his condition was dire. His cultivation was already weak, and now he had sustained such injuries. If he were to act impulsively, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. All right. Mother will not come closer, but Tenor, please take this pill," she implored gently, "otherwise your body will not endure." Subsequently, Bai Linyue delicately tossed the pill vial from her hand. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Tian's gaze turned icy once more, and he flung the vial away with a swift motion. With a crash, the vial shattered, and the precious pills scattered across the ground. Witnessing this, Bai Linyue's heart trembled. "Tianer, what are you doing? Your injuries, haha. Who knows if there's poison inside? I cannot trust the pills you offer." Lin Tian's words struck Bai Linyue like a thunderbolt, leaving her world spinning. A wave of inexplicable grievance surged within her heart, and the tears that had previously stalled now flowed freely. "That cannot be. I am your mother. How could I possibly harm you? Who knows?" With a thud, Bai Linyue collapsed to the ground upon hearing Lin Tian's words. For a mother, such a statement was akin to a dagger piercing her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Haotian, witnessing this scene from behind, was consumed by fury. Initially, he had been concerned for Lin Tian upon seeing his injuries, but he could hardly believe the audacity displayed now. How dare he speak to his own mother in such a manner? Did he not understand respect? This was a clear display of a lack of upbringing. He had thought the current situation was his fault, but it was evident that it stemmed from Lin Tian's deficient upbringing. It seemed imperative for him to discipline Lin Tian after this incident. In the next moment, he bellowed, "Scoundrel! She is your mother. Is this how you speak to her?" Chapter 6. Do you want to sever ties with us? Boom! As his voice echoed, an overwhelming power erupted from Lin Haotian. The entire hall trembled under the influence of this force, causing the guards of the Lin residence to instinctively shudder. Yet, Lin Tian fixed his unwavering gaze upon Lin Haotian on the dais, devoid of any hint of fear. He then erupted in a laughter. "Ha ha! Mother? Ha ha ha! Absurd! Utterly ridiculous!" In that moment, despite his battered body, Lin Tian could not suppress his laughter upon hearing the word mother. As his laughter grew louder, blood continued to flow from his numerous wounds. Lin Haotian, witnessing this, exclaimed in anger, "Fool! What's so funny? Is she not your mother?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian finally ceased his laughter and coldly regarded Lin Haotian. With a tone laced with disdain, he retorted, "Very well, since you insist she is my mother, allow me to pose a question. What kind of mother abandons her 3-year-old child in the desolate snow, then walks away without a second thought? What kind of mother indulges in luxury while her child suffers alone in the cold, enduring hunger and humiliation without a word for 20 years? Yes, indeed, she birthed me, granted me life, but that was only until she abandoned me. The moment she cast me into the snow, her child ceased to exist. I owe her nothing. The life I lead now is solely my own doing, and it has nothing to do with that woman. Now, I declare she is unworthy of being called my mother. What issue is there with that?" Although Lin Tian's voice was not loud, every word resonated clearly in the ears of all present. In particular, Bai Linyue, who had been sitting on the ground, heard every word distinctly. In the next moment, her body trembled uncontrollably. After absorbing his words, she felt utterly drained, and tears streamed down her face. She lifted her head, trembling, and gazed at Lin Tian, who appeared like a bloodied specter. At that moment, she could not even bear to meet his gaze. The words he had spoken cut through her like daggers, piercing her very being. Even as she longed to explain, she could only part her lips, unable to utter a single word. She understood that every word Lin Tian had spoken was true. On the dais, Lin Haotian listened to these undeniable truths, yet he found himself unable to refute them. However, instinctively, he felt the urge to lash out at Lin Tian, as it had become almost second nature. To him, even if they were at fault, they were still Lin Tian's parents. They had given him life. How could he have the audacity to speak to them in such a manner? Resolving issues with anger had become his habitual response. "Scoundrel! I see you as a scoundrel." Before Lin Haotian could finish his words, Lin Tian interjected, "Oh? What? You think because I did not speak of you earlier, you are somehow different from her? Do you believe you have the right to be my father? Tell me, what distinguishes you from her? Have you not committed similar acts? Do you truly think you are a qualified father? Do not forget, it was the two of you who abandoned me together." The barrage of words halted Lin Haotian in his tracks. In that moment, his face flushed crimson with unexpressed rage, yet he realized he had no right to speak. Meanwhile, Bai Linyue, who had been sitting on the ground, finally comprehended how absurd her past actions had been. In the next moment, with a voice choked with emotion, she addressed Lin Tian. "Tianer, I am sorry. It was your mother's fault. It is all my fault. Please do not be angry anymore, all right? I promise I will make it up to you. I will certainly compensate you." At that moment, tears continued to stream down by Lin Yu's pale face as she spoke, her voice almost pleading. Yet, upon witnessing this, Lin Tian could only respond with a dismissive scoff. Once again, this expression, these laughably empty promises. In my past life, I believed them twice. But what did it yield? Moreover, how had I not noticed before how fond you are of speaking such meaningless drivel? I have told you, Wang Fei, you do not deserve to be called my mother, so refrain from using that nauseating title when addressing me. Upon hearing those words, Bai Linyue was immediately frozen in place, her eyes filled with disbelief and terror. In that moment, Lin Haotian, who had just heard his words, was filled with rage once more, exclaiming, "What nonsense! What do you intend to do? Your mother has already promised to compensate you, yet you remain unsatisfied. What more do you desire? Ha, what do I intend to do? Even now, you dare to ask me that? Ha ha ha! I have already stated that you are unworthy of being my parents. Is it not obvious what I want to do?" Lin Tian replied calmly, but Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue's expressions changed drastically upon hearing his words. They could no longer deny what Lin Tian intended. "You wish to sever ties with us?" Lin Haotian gazed at Lin Tian in disbelief. "No, this cannot be allowed. I will not permit it." Bai Linyue exclaimed in a panicked tone. "You are my child, born after 10 months of carrying you. You are my child now and forever. Your mother will not allow you to do this." Chapter 7. Nonsense. Why are you not kneeling to apologize at once? Nonsense. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? To sever ties with the Lin family. What do you believe you can achieve? You will lose everything you gain from the Lin family. Do you understand what that entails? Immediately retract your statement, and I shall pretend I did not hear a thing. At that moment, Lin Haotian, despite wishing to salvage the situation, found himself speaking in a manner he did not intend. Yet, having said those words, could he possibly take them back in front of so many witnesses? That was out of the question. Who was he? The Wang of Zhennan, a man of his word, with so many people present. How could he retract his statement without losing face? In that instance, Bai Linyue hurriedly echoed, "Yes, yes, Tianer, as long as you take back what you just said and promise never to do it again, you will still be the eldest son of the Lin family. Our dear child." However, when Lin Tian heard their words, he merely scoffed. "Ha, does what I do require your consent? Who do you think you are? Even now, you still consider yourselves my parents? Very well, since you have yet to grasp reality, allow me to clarify. Listen well. My true parents are the farming couple who adopted me over a decade ago, not you. The so-called son of yours has long perished in the heavy snow on the day you abandoned him." Upon uttering these words, Lin Tian directed his gaze toward the heavens and shouted with all his might, "I, Lin Tian, hereby vow to the heavens. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with the Lin family, and we shall part ways. Should I violate this vow, I shall be bound by the heavenly laws, my cultivation stripped away, and I shall fall into hell, never to reincarnate." Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Tian's voice fell, thunder rumbled in the sky, as if responding to his declaration. The events unfolded so swiftly that the onlookers barely had time to react before Lin Tian had finished speaking. At that moment, as the tumultuous thunder echoed from the heavens, Bai Linyue's complexion drained of color, leaving her utterly pale, her eyes shimmering with confusion. Boom! At that instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning split the sky, and Bai Linyue finally regained her senses. The heavenly vow? Severing ties? Her child wished to sever ties with her? No, no, no. This cannot be real. This is all a nightmare. In the next moment, Bai Linyue looked at Lin Tian with utmost panic. Yes, yes. This cannot be true. Child, my child, Tiana, my Tianer. After Lin Tian's declaration, Bai Linyue appeared somewhat dazed. She began to mutter those words repeatedly, as if doing so could help her mask the reality of the situation. Almost instinctively, she rushed toward Lin Tian to embrace him. Yet, in the next moment, the coldness in Lin Tian's eyes halted her in her tracks. "Tianer, child, I am your mother. Princess of Zhennan, please conduct yourself. There is no tuner here. It seems there are no ties remaining. Please address me by my name." Boom. Her heart shattered at those words, leaving her frozen in place, her complexion as pale as paper, her gaze becoming hollow. "Nonsense. You lawless wretch. You are utterly insufferable. Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" At that moment, Lin Haotian snapped back to reality after hearing Lin Tian's vow. He was overtaken by rage, never imagining that this rebellious child would dare to make such a vow to the heavens. "Nonsense. Do you even realize what you are doing? How dare you sever ties with your family like this? Do you not honor the family's nurturing of you?" Yet, at that moment, he found himself silenced. For upon hearing Lin Tian's words, he realized the gravity of the situation. Observing this, Lin Tian scoffed, "Huh, why do you not continue? Have you finally realized something? Have you finally perceived that I have never received anything from your so-called family? Ha ha! Do you not see that expecting someone who has received nothing to selflessly give is the height of folly? Especially to someone with whom I share no blood ties, yet who enjoys all the benefits in my stead. Just a moment ago, I was curious how you could speak those words with a straight face. And you wish to impart your skills to him? You are concerned for your precious adopted son, yet why not impart your skills to him yourselves? Is it your own cultivation you wish to protect, or do you simply not wish to invest your efforts? It seems you do not care for your beloved adopted son after all. At that moment, Lin Haotian stood in stunned silence. For Lin Tian's voice pierced through him like a sword, deeply embedding itself within. Seeing Lin Haotian's complexion darken, Lin Hao could no longer contain his fury. Nonsense! Is this how you speak to your father? In that instant, Lin Hao, having thrown that punch, no longer concealed his emotions, his rage spilling forth. He had never anticipated that Lin Tian, after enduring his blow, would dare to speak so defiantly in front of him. Had he not sensed any anomaly within Lin Tian's soul, he might have suspected that the other had been possessed. After all, in the past, following such a blow, Lin Tian would have trembled in fear on the ground, only to be carried away by others. Yet now, not only did he remain standing, but he also dared to retort against Lin Haotian. Of course, Lin Hao interrupted Lin Tian not merely for the sake of reprimanding him. The words Lin Tian had spoken, while seemingly directed at Lin Haotian, subtly reminded him of the bias he had faced throughout the years. That was perilous. For Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue had indeed allowed him to languish for over 20 years. Certainly, there are indeed some operations he is involved in. If these individuals were to realize the truth, would it not spell danger for him? The crux of the matter lies in the possibility that these people might develop a sense of guilt. Would that not draw their attention towards him? After all, Lin Tian is their biological child, and it is only natural for them to care. This is evident from the current state of Bai Linyue, especially during Lin Haotian's silence, which caused Lin Tian's heart to skip a beat. Most importantly, if they were to discover that he had concealed Lin Tian's innate talents and sought to usurp them, then even if he were favored within the Lin residence, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Upon hearing Lin Hao's voice, Lin Tian turned his gaze towards this so-called adopted son, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. With the experiences of his past life, he was acutely aware of the character of the adopted son before him. Not only was he oblivious to his own foolishness, but he was also an irascible and irrational individual. Indeed, in Lin Tian's eyes, Lin Hao's foolishness was merely one aspect. The most significant reality was that he was completely inept. Had it not been for Lin Tian's previous life, where he had been brainwashed by Bai Linyue into imparting his teachings to this dullard, Lin Hao's achievements would have been negligible. As for his so-called pride as the most brilliant genius across the 3,000 states, it was merely a facade. After all, he was backed by the three most formidable powers, the Northern King's mansion, the Lin family, and the Qingchi sacred land. With such a background, resources were virtually unlimited. Even a pig could emerge as a genius. In summary, this individual was no different from a waste in Lin Tian's eyes. If not for the fact that he had yet to awaken his memories from his past life, he could have easily dealt with him. Oh, of course, he did possess a modicum of talent. At the very least, he was adept at performing before Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue, distorting the truth to suit his needs. At that moment, Lin Hao noticed the disdain in Lin Tian's gaze. Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Hao angrily exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Kneel and apologize at once." Indeed, a commoner was just that. He had yet to learn even the simplest etiquette of respect and hierarchy. In that moment, Lin Hao realized he must redirect everyone's attention, lest the situation spiral further out of control. Naturally, this outburst was born of his anger. Otherwise, such a derogatory term for a commoner would not have slipped from his lips in such a setting. This was, after all, in front of Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue. How could the son of the Northern King be a talentless waste? Yet, inexplicably, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue seemed to disregard his words, remaining in a state of stunned silence. Observing the scene, Lin Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thankfully, neither of them had noticed the implications of his earlier statement. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Tian's expression grew increasingly disdainful. Having severed ties with these individuals, he had no intention of lingering. Having accomplished what he set out to do, there was no need for him to remain in that place any longer. In the next instant, Lin Tian turned and walked away. As he observed Lin Tian's retreating figure, Lin Haotian finally snapped back to reality. With so many eyes upon them, allowing Lin Tian to leave unchallenged would tarnish his reputation. How could the Northern King fail to discipline his own son? In the next moment, he bellowed once more, "You scoundrel! Where do you think you're going?" Hearing this, Lin Tian turned his head, casting a cold glance at Lin Haotian, and replied, "Heh, Northern King, is it not obvious? I intend to leave this place. After all, a commoner like myself would surely tarnish the grandeur of your noble mansion." Upon hearing this, Lin Haotian felt as though Lin Tian was mocking him. He retorted angrily, "What do you mean by that? Are you blaming me for your lack of cultivation?" Lin Tian responded, "Heh, I am merely a commoner. How could I dare to blame the esteemed Northern King? I simply feel that a place as noble as yours is unfit for someone of my standing. Besides, you have long wished to expel me from the mansion, have you not? Now that I have severed ties with you, and the outside world is unaware of my lineage, is this not the outcome you have always desired?" Hearing these words, Lin Haotian seemed to grasp something. He shouted furiously, "Is this your objective? You did all this to force me to reveal your identity? Nonsense. I have previously stated that I would grant you your identity, but the timing was not right. Why can you not comprehend that?" In that moment, Lin Haotian seemed to see through everything, his eyes blazing with fury as he gazed at Lin Tian. After all, when he had first heard Lin Tian's words, he had wondered if he had been too harsh on his son, whom he had lost for 20 years. Now, he realized that Lin Tian was merely seeking to obtain recognition from him. How absurd, after going to such lengths, even severing ties, just to gain acknowledgement. Clearly, he lacked the upbringing that one should possess. He was utterly unrestrained. To threaten his own father with the severance of their relationship. Did he think that such tactics would sway him? He was the Northern King. Moreover, he was Lin Tian's father. He could dispose of him as he saw fit. When had a son ever been allowed to threaten his father? Furthermore, Lin Tian had been brought back to the Lin family, where he enjoyed all the privileges that came with it. Although Lin Haotian had never paid attention to Lin Tian's life, he was now within the Lin family, and his wife was there to care for him. How could he possibly be in such dire straits? Reflecting on this, Lin Haotian felt an inexplicable surge of anger towards Lin Tian. In his eyes, Lin Tian had returned to the Lin family and was enjoying a far superior life, which only fueled his greed. How could he not understand the virtue of contentment? Why must he be so avaricious? It was simply outrageous. He then turned his gaze to Lin Hao, whom he had nurtured since childhood, and nodded in satisfaction. Did Lin Tian not think to learn from his brother? If only he possessed half of Lin Hao's composure, would his father's attitude towards him not differ? Not only had he adopted various vices, but for some unknown reason, he also wore tattered clothing, behaving as if the Lin residents had been neglecting him. Lin Hao's earlier remark about being a commoner was, in fact, entirely accurate. How could the son of a Northern King be such a disheveled waste? Indeed, in that moment, the Northern King finally articulated his innermost thoughts. He had never entertained the notion of granting Lin Tian any recognition, nor would he acknowledge him as his son. After all, how could the son of the Northern King be a talentless waste? What would become of the Northern King's reputation? Furthermore, he was able to return Lin Tian to the Lin family and enjoy all the privileges that came with it. Was that not sufficient? Of course, he would never articulate these thoughts directly. In the next moment, he coldly admonished Lin Tian, stating, "Enough. Do not continue to act unruly. Come here and apologize. Let this matter end here. I will treat it as if it never happened. But remember, this is the first and the last time." Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue, who had been lying on the ground, turned her gaze toward Lin Tian. Gradually, the fear in her eyes dissipated, and she spoke gently, "Yes, yes, my child. Your mother knows you have suffered over the years. It was my fault before, but I will change. Quickly, apologize to your father, and we will provide you with a satisfactory answer regarding your identity later." Lin Tian could hardly contain his laughter and frustration. He was utterly baffled by the thoughts swirling in their minds. Having reached such an impasse, even swearing oaths, did they still believe this was a jest? Ignoring the words behind him, Lin Tian continued onward, unperturbed. He dismissed their previous statements as mere nonsense. After all, in his past life, he had witnessed the capriciousness of this couple far too often. He was certain that their current demeanor would last at most until tomorrow, or perhaps revert by evening. They would then demand he continue practicing that nonsensical secret technique. It was even possible that upon seeing his awakened dual pupils and supreme bone, they would insist he relinquish both to their cherished adopted son. To them, he was merely a useless being. And what qualifications did a useless person possess to squander such gifts on himself? Even if these treasures were rightfully his, they would remain indifferent. Moreover, this was not the same as passing on a technique, which required consent. As for those two treasures, if they desired them, they could easily use force to compel him. He was utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, witnessing Lin Tian's unwavering stride, Lin Haotian's suppressed fury flared once more. He had never anticipated that even after offering a way out, Lin Tian would dare to defy him so brazenly. It was utterly unacceptable. Was he attempting to force him into acknowledging his identity right now? Outrageous. I've already taken a step back. Do you wish to push boundaries even further? Unfortunately, Lin Tian paid no heed to his intentions, resolutely continuing forward. Chapter 9. I believe he has lived well after returning to the Lin family. Observing Lin Tian's persistent departure, Lin Haotian erupted in anger, bellowing, "You scoundrel! Did you not hear what I said? Halt immediately!" Yet at that moment, Lin Tian showed no sign of stopping. To him, engaging in further dialogue with these people was a mere waste of time. Having severed ties with them, why linger in this place? His steps remained steady as he continued toward the entrance. Seeing Lin Tian retreat further, Lin Haotian's fury reached new heights as he shouted, "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do? Do you truly believe you can threaten me?" Although Lin Tian stumbled slightly, he showed no inclination to pause. This scene ignited Lin Haotian's rage like a wildfire. He never imagined his son would rebel to such an extent, disregarding his authority completely. Boom! At that moment, a formidable force erupted around Lin Haotian, causing the entire Lin estate to tremble. He leaped before Lin Tian, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do? Is it because I asked you to practice the secret technique?" Lin Tian, with a cold smile, replied, "I am merely a commoner. Thus, I must heed whatever the prince commands." Upon hearing these words, Lin Haotian's forehead throbbed with anger. His emotions teetered on the brink of explosion. "You scoundrel! You possess no talent for cultivation. Even if I passed the technique to your brother, what loss would it be to you? What are you truly dissatisfied with?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged, as if he anticipated such a response. "I have already stated that I am merely a commoner. Thus, I must obey the prince. You scoundrel! Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you for your repeated defiance?" Hearing these words again, Lin Haotian could no longer contain his fury. Lin Tian continued forward, undeterred, even as a cold smile graced his lips. "Oh, I certainly believe you would, for you have done so before. Why would I not believe it? You are the esteemed prince of the northern town. Killing me would be trivial. You could accomplish it with a mere flick of your hand. I would have no means to resist. And is this not precisely what you desire? After all, in your eyes, I am nothing but a pile of worthless mud. If I were to perish, what would it matter to you? Furthermore, without a waste like me to tarnish your reputation, you, the prince of a northern town, would be truly flawless." After uttering these words, Lin Tian continued to advance without a hint of defense, for he knew that if his opponent truly wished to end his life, he would be utterly powerless to resist. Even in the face of death, he would not remain in this place. Remaining would only subject him to a torment worse than death. After hearing Lin Tian's declaration, Lin Haotian froze in place, his hands suspended mid-air, as he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Earlier, he had not closely observed Lin Tian's injuries, but now, as he drew nearer, he felt a surge of horror at the sight of the crimson wounds, where he could even glimpse white bone and internal organs. In that moment, Lin Tian appeared more like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yet, his prior cruel demeanor toward Lin Tian had become habitual, and it was utterly impossible for him to express concern for him now. As Lin Tian passed by the frozen Lin Haotian, blood dripped from his body, leaving a trail of crimson footprints across the Lin estate. Swiftly, Lin Tian reached the entrance, and without hesitation, he stepped beyond the threshold, leaving the Lin estate behind. Observing this, Lin Hao panicked, clearly unprepared for the situation to escalate in such a manner. No, his objectives had yet to be achieved. He could not allow Lin Tian to leave so easily. Indeed, at this moment, he originally desired Lin Tian to impart his skills, hoping to acquire the innate talents that resided within him. After all, he was renowned as one of the most dazzling geniuses across the 3,000 prefectures. He held a sense of pride. Even though he regarded Lin Tian's talent as formidable, it had not yet reached a level warranting his utmost attention. In his own estimation, his own abilities were not inferior to anyone else's. Throughout his life, he had never been weak. In fact, he believed that his talents could even rank among the very best. After all, could the title of one of the most illustrious geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures be a mere fabrication? However, the fundamental reason he wished for Lin Tian to transmit his skills was due to the bloodline aura that Bai Linyue had previously mentioned. That was the true treasure he yearned for. Yet, upon noticing Lin Haotian's gaze, he prudently chose to remain silent, fully aware that Lin Haotian was currently engulfed in a furious state. In such a condition, Lin Haotian was nearly impervious to any words spoken by others. Meanwhile, Bai Linyue, standing nearby, suddenly changed her expression, clearly intent on intervening. But in the next instant, Lin Haotian's voice rang out. "Lin, go. I shall see how he fares after leaving the Lin residence. I will see what a waste can become once he departs from the Lin family." At these words, Lin Tian emitted a disdainful snort, then turned without a backward glance and stepped out of the Lin residence. As Lin Tian departed, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped the entire Lin residence, for they could all see that after Lin Tian's exit, Lin Haotian, the renowned king of the north, wore an exceptionally grim and fearsome expression. Moments later, Lin Haotian unleashed a terrifying pressure. The sheer force caused all present to instinctively tremble. How outrageous! How outrageous! This rascal has truly gone too far. He actually dared to leave the Lin residence. Very well. Since he has left, do not let him return. Someone, throw this ungrateful wretch out of the Lin residence. Cease all resources allocated to him from now on. At this moment, Bai Linyue, who had been on the ground, turned pale upon hearing these words. She understood that if her husband truly acted upon this, there would be no room for negotiation. Moreover, if the resources meant for Lin Tian were truly withheld, given his already low cultivation and current severe injuries without any means of recovery, he would undoubtedly perish. No, Bai Linyue instinctively protested. Tian heir is currently gravely injured. If you stop his resources, how will he recover? Are you trying to force him to his death? Yet, in this moment of fury, Lin Haotian was deaf to his wife's words. He retorted, "Wasn't that ungrateful son quite bold just now? How dare he use such words to sever ties with me? I shall see how he fares upon returning to the Lin family. He has been led to believe that all these privileges are his due. If he is not taught a lesson this time, with his obstinate nature, who knows what trouble he will cause in the future?" Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue clearly wished to say more, yet she chose to remain silent. At this moment, she began to see the rationale in her husband's words. They had merely intended for Lin Tian to learn a secret technique, yet he reacted in such an extreme manner. If this behavior were tolerated, significant issues might indeed arise later. However, at this moment, Bai Linyue could not help but reflect. Had she truly been too indulgent towards Lin Tian, leading to today's events? Otherwise, how could one explain the transformation of a previously silent child into this defiant persona? Though she had not actively managed Lin Tian's upbringing, could it be that the sudden affluence of life had emboldened him to such an extent? Chapter 10. It is not that we do not wish to act, but rather that there is no room for the eldest son within the Lin residence. At this moment, seeing that his wife had ceased her objections, Lin Haotian felt a sense of relief. Although he believed his mental state had reached perfection, the one person who could truly influence his mindset was undoubtedly his wife. Her significance in his heart was paramount. Had she chosen to oppose him, he might have had to relent. In the next moment, he looked at her and said, "Do not worry. He is my child as well. I would never harm him. This is a test for him, and in time, he will understand my good intentions." Upon hearing her husband's words, Bai Linyue felt a slight calming of her previously anxious heart. Although a sense of unease still lingered, she chose to trust him, knowing that he spoke the truth. After all, Lin Tian was indeed their child. Would he truly cause him harm? Subsequently, Bai Linyue took a seat. Now that she had calmed down, she realized that Lin Tian's actions had indeed crossed a line. How could he threaten his parents with his own body? Was this behavior befitting a child? Merely enjoying the life of a young master in the Lin family had led him to this state. Did he not understand that, even as their son, not everything was his by right? As she pondered, she, too, took a seat. It was high time to temper his disposition. Observing that his wife had fallen silent, Lin Haotian immediately called out to his servant below. Did you not hear my words? Hurry and throw that ungrateful wretch out. The servant, the steward of the Lin residence, was filled with confusion at the command. Clearly, he did not comprehend why his lord would say such a thing. Did Lin Tian not reside within the Lin residence? What was there to throw out? However, seeing the stewards in action, Lin Haotian's previously simmering anger erupted as he shouted at the steward. What? Are my words meaningless now? Hurry and act. Feeling the fury emanating from Lin Haotian, the steward quickly knelt, trembling with fear, and stammered, Your Highness, it is not that we do not wish to comply, but there is no room for the eldest son within the Lin residence, nor are there any of his belongings to cast out. After uttering this, the steward trembled, clearly terrified. Upon hearing this, both Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue trembled slightly. Yet, Lin Haotian quickly regained his composure, responding with renewed ire. What nonsense are you spouting? He is the eldest son of the Lin family. How could there be no room for him after returning for 3 months? At this moment, Lin Haotian felt as though the steward was attempting to deceive him. After all, since bringing Lin Tian back to the Lin family, he had seen Lin Tian's figure almost every day over the past 3 months. How could he possibly be living outside in the quarters of a mere servant? The distance between that place and the Lin residence was considerable. Merely relying on foot travel, it is utterly implausible to arrive within a few hours. Moreover, it is winter, a time when snow and wind rage fiercely. Given Lin Tian's temperament, how could he possibly possess such determination? What a jest! At this moment, he is increasingly convinced that this steward has received some form of benefit from Lin Tian, hence the defense of that wayward child. His straightforward nature compels him to voice his suspicions without hesitation. Absurd. Are you truly accepting favors from that scoundrel? How can you so shamelessly advocate for him? Upon hearing these words, the steward trembled visibly, hastily rising to declare, No, I am the steward of the Lin family and would never engage in such conduct. However, it is true that the young master has no room within the Lin residence. This is known throughout the household. I implore you to see the truth. At this moment, an elder present below, upon hearing the statement, shuddered slightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This elder was tasked by Lin Haotian to covertly protect Lin Tian. Yet Lin Haotian had issued an unyielding order. He could only intervene if Lin Tian faced a life-threatening crisis. In all other circumstances, he was to refrain from interfering with Lin Tian's development. Thus, he alone comprehended the myriad tribulations Lin Tian had endured over the years, suffering unimaginable hardships. It could be said that he had watched Lin Tian grow. Initially, he had believed that upon returning to the Lin family, Lin Tian's life would improve. Yet, he was taken aback to discover the treatment Lin Tian was subjected to, and Lin Haotian and others had never inquired about Lin Tian's experiences during those years. As the steward spoke, Bai Linyue, who had been seated, immediately rose again, her complexion paling. A flicker of panic crossed her heart. This cannot be. Tian comes to pay his respects daily. If he does not reside in the Lin residence, where else could he possibly stay? Upon hearing her words, the steward trembled even more intensely, replying to the princess, I do not know. Hearing this response, Bai Linyue's heart sank deeper into despair. In the next moment, she disregarded him entirely and turned her gaze towards the elder, knowing that he was her husband's covert protector of Lin Tian. Thus he must possess knowledge of Lin Tian's whereabouts. Without hesitation, she inquired Huang Lao, Is what the steward said true? Did Tian truly not reside within the Lin residence? For reasons unbeknownst to her, her voice trembled slightly as she spoke, as if dreading the answer. Upon hearing this, Huang Lao's spirit jolted. With reddened eyes, he stepped forward, replying to the princess, Yes. Although the young master returned to the Lin family, he has never spent a single day residing there. In that moment, the elder seemed to recount Lin Tian's sufferings, his voice heavy and hoarse. Were it not for the formidable wolf forged on the battlefield, he might have shed tears at this moment. After all, he alone understood the grievances endured by the young master over the years. He had watched him grow up. Chapter 11 reveals that those around him had left him utterly disheartened. Humans are inherently emotional beings. Throughout these years of companionship, he had come to regard Lin Tian as a half-disciple. Thus, he was acutely aware of the injustices Lin Tian had faced and their origins. Yet, he could not speak of it, for this was a decree established by the northern town prince, Lin Haotian himself. He understood that the prince possessed a strong desire for control, not only in military matters but also in domestic affairs. He did not permit anyone to meddle in his household matters, a steadfast rule in both the Lin residence and southern town. No one could defy it. Therefore, he found himself utterly helpless in this matter. Yet things had changed. The anguish he harbored could finally be voiced. Upon hearing Huang Lao's answer, Bai Linyue trembled uncontrollably. The tears that had long since dried up welled in her eyes once more. Nevertheless, a final flicker of hope lingered in her heart. She forcibly suppressed her quaking voice and asked, "Then where exactly does Tiana reside?" Upon hearing this, Huang Lao promptly replying to the princess, "The young master has been staying in the quarters previously designated for servant disciples. As for your earlier mention of his daily visits to pay respects to you and the prince, it is true. The young master ventures out into the wind and snow before dawn and returns to that place after nightfall. This has been his routine for the past 3 months without fail." At this moment, Huang Lao recognized that this might be his only opportunity to reveal the truth. So he could not restrain himself from elaborating further. Upon hearing his words, Bai Linyue felt as though her spine had been severed, collapsing back into her chair. Tears streamed down her face anew, as she recalled how she had often exhibited impatience and disdain towards Lin Tian during his visits. Those recollections sliced through her heart like countless blades. In that moment, she could scarcely fathom the pain Lin Tian must have felt upon receiving her glances. It dawned upon her. She finally understood. Lin Tian's severance of ties with them was not due to a sudden transformation in character after experiencing the lavish life of the Lin family. He had never enjoyed any benefits from the Lin family. How could there have been a change in character? His drastic transformation stemmed entirely from their previous actions, which had become the final straw, leading to his utter disillusionment. They were the ones who had left him heartbroken. At this moment, Bai Linyue clutched her chest, where pain throbbed incessantly as tears flowed freely. She turned to her husband, her voice choked with sorrow. "Hoj, I have driven our child away with my own hands. He has lost all hope in us. What should I do? How can I face this? He has endured so much suffering in his youth, yet upon returning home, he has no room to call his own, and I treated him in such a manner. What should I do?" In that instant, Bai Linyue had lost all semblance of the dignified demeanor expected of a southern town princess. Instead, she was left with the despair of a mother who had lost her child. Meanwhile, Lin Haotian's countenance darkened upon hearing Huang Lao's response. He immediately erupted in fury at the steward below. "How dare you? What kind of service is this? A distinguished young master of the Lin family has not resided in the Lin residence for 3 months, and you failed to arrange a room for him? Is this how you conduct your duties?" With that exclamation, a tremendous force erupted once more. However, in the next moment, the steward hurriedly interjected, No, your highness. Have you forgotten? It was you who stated that upon the eldest young master's return to the Lin family, you wished to temper his character, which is why no room was prepared for him. You wanted him to refine himself before granting him his own quarters. The utterance struck a chord within him, awakening a memory that indeed seemed to echo his initial words. Yet, he had only considered that the young man had been living outside for so long, perhaps having acquired numerous undesirable habits. Thus, he believed it prudent to allow the young man some time for correction before he truly re-entered the Lin family. Regrettably, he had subsequently become too preoccupied and had forgotten all about it. In an instant, he turned to the steward with indignation, exclaiming, "How outrageous! Did you not think to remind me of this oversight?" Yet, the steward calmly responded, "Your Highness, you established a rule that we servants must not interfere with your family matters. Have you forgotten? Therefore, if you do not speak, we naturally remain silent." At that moment, the steward's words fell silent as he refrained from continuing. Upon hearing this, Lin Haotian's expression shifted between shades of green and red, as he realized the entirety of today's events stemmed from his own negligence. Nevertheless, he merely altered his expression and instinctively retorted, "Humph, that scoundrel. Does he not have the sense to inform me without being prompted? What purpose does he serve with that mouth of his?" Indeed, even at this juncture, Lin Haotian unconsciously shifted all blame onto Lin Tian, failing to consider whether the latter had already communicated the matter or if he had simply overlooked it. At that moment, Bai Linyue could no longer contain herself. She rose abruptly and directed her ire towards Lin Haotian, exclaiming, "Enough! Even now, you still seek to place blame on Tianer. Does this child not exist in your heart? The root of all these events lies squarely in your own failings. Why must you cast further blame upon Tian? Even if you wish to test him, why was there no room prepared for him? You are perpetually self-centered. Have you never considered Tian's plight? He has endured so much suffering. And now, you dare to find fault with him? After 3 months, can you not discern what kind of person Tian truly is? Is severing ties with us truly the outcome you desire? In this moment, faced with Lin Haotian's earlier words, Bai Linyue expressed her fury towards her husband. Chapter 12 reveals the truth. It is she and they who have gradually driven Lin Tian away. Upon hearing his wife's words, Lin Haotian finally recognized the flaw in his previous statement. Yet, in the next moment, Bai Linyue rose once more, shouting, "Then why did you not inform me? Am I also bound by such rules?" The steward, startled by Bai Linyue's outburst, trembled visibly. It was evidently the first time he had witnessed the usually gentle and amiable Wang Fei express such fury towards them. In that instant, it became clear that the Wang Fei had been genuinely provoked. However, the steward, shaken, hesitated to respond, having witnessed the preceding events. The weight of the pressure he felt made him reluctant to speak, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, "Your Highness, we did inform you of the eldest young master's situation previously, but you scolded us to be silent, asserting that you would handle it when you had time, and insisted we should not mention anything related to the eldest young master henceforth." Upon finishing his statement, the steward's face turned pale, as though the very act of uttering those words had drained him of all strength. There were unspoken words he dared not voice. Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue's countenance drained of color, her pupils dilating. Even without the steward articulating it, she vividly recalled her own words from that day, having uttered the phrase "too dirty." Most crucially, she realized she had genuinely forgotten about it. Though she had been busy at the time, she could not deceive herself. She introspected, pondering that if her own son were in such a predicament, she would undoubtedly address it, regardless of her busyness. Was it possible that she truly held bias against her own son, to the extent of remaining indifferent? In that moment, Bai Linyue appeared as though all vitality had been sapped from her, leaving her in a state of utter despondency, her gaze becoming increasingly vacant and hollow. Observing this, Lin Haotian's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Humph. It is all that wretched scoundrel's fault. If he suffered grievances, could he not have voiced them? Must it have escalated to this extent?" At this moment, upon hearing his words, Bai Linyue, who had previously seemed depleted, now bore an expression of profound disbelief. She had not anticipated that her husband would still lay blame on Lin Tian at this juncture. Her mind was flooded with memories of her past interactions with Lin Tian, where she had previously felt no sense of dissonance regarding her treatment of him, believing her attitudes entirely justified. Yet he was her child, the one she had carried for 10 months. Why had she treated him this way? By what right did she hold such disdain for him? Moreover, he had suffered for 20 years outside, yet he was still the young master of the Lin family, deserving of much more than he had received, enduring pain without fault. How could she disdain him simply for his perceived lack of talent? No, that was not the correct sentiment. Why had she ever viewed him with disdain? In that moment, Bai Linyue instinctively glanced at her adopted son, Lin Hao. Yes, she had continually compared her biological son to her adopted one. Witnessing Lin Hao's brilliance from a young age, she had inexplicably shifted her expectations onto Lin Tian, hoping her biological son would emulate Lin Hao's excellence upon deciding to reclaim him. Yet upon their first meeting, Lin Tian had shattered her illusions. Lin Tian had appeared disheveled and covered in filth, his clothing tattered, and his abilities woefully inadequate, akin to a beggar on the street. The contrast was staggering. Had it not been for her unwavering belief in blood ties, she might have doubted he was indeed her son. Yet in that moment, clarity dawned upon her. Indeed, their starting points were entirely different. Why had she ever deemed it fair to compare Lin Tian to Lin Hao? Lin Hao has always been endowed with an abundance of resources and skills since childhood. Even the most basic necessities of life have been of the finest quality. But what of Lin Tian? No matter how vehemently she may deny it, she is acutely aware that it was she who abandoned him in that snow-covered expanse. For him, even the simplest act of eating could pose a challenge. In the realm of cultivation, he possesses no background or resources at all. Why then should she compare the two? The stark reality is that they are incomparable. And why, after such a comparison, does she instinctively reject this child? Is it truly impossible for her to accept her own offspring? In this moment, Lin Haotian continues to speak disparagingly of Lin Tian, his tone laden with disdain, rejection, and even loathing. It is at this juncture that Bai Linyue realizes that the cause of their present predicament does not lie with any one individual or event, but rather the cumulative consequences of their collective actions over time. She casts her gaze upon the bloodstains on the ground, each crimson footprint glaring at her like an unrelenting reminder. In the next instant, the scene before her shifts dramatically. The once grand and imposing door transforms into a precipice. Lin Tian, her child, is now being relentlessly driven towards the edge by shadowy figures. Terror and pallor wash over her face, yet in the following moment, an almost boundless fury ignites within her eyes. She cannot fathom who would dare to thrust her child towards that abyss. Yet, as she discerns the shadowy figure, her pupils constrict in horror. It is none other than herself, gazing at her own cold, menacing visage fills Bai Linyue with an unprecedented dread that surges through her mind and envelopes her entire being. Instinctively, she attempts to rise, but in an instant, the cliff shatters before her eyes, leaving only the receding crimson footprints. After witnessing that harrowing vision, Bai Linyue's mind becomes a tumultuous whirlpool of chaos. In this moment of relief, believing everything before her to be a mere illusion, she looks up only to once again see the blood-red footprints lingering in the great hall. The image of Lin Tian's expression as he departed reemerges in her mind. Silent tears cascade down her cheeks as she realizes the truth. It was she, and they, who drove Lin Tian away step by step. An overwhelming regret erupts within her, tears streaming unceasingly. Chapter 13, Cursed. Is all that ungrateful child's fault? Yet, in this moment, Lin Haotian's scathing voice resounds in her ears. That ungrateful child has received far too much from us. He has lived too well, which is why he has become so shamelessly demanding. Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue's pupils dilate in disbelief. She cannot fathom why her husband would still seek to place blame on their child at this juncture. As she anticipates her husband's next words, she nearly shouts, "Enough! Stop speaking. Tian has never received anything from us. Why do you still speak of him in this way?" Feeling his wife's sudden wrath, Lin Haotian is filled with confusion, unable to comprehend her anger. Yet, in the next moment, he deduces that it must be due to Lin Tian's so-called rebelliousness. As long as that ungrateful child is in this household, peace cannot be attained. He turns to Bai Linyue and says, "My dear, calm yourself. All of this is that ungrateful child's fault. We need not become agitated over him." However, before he can finish his sentence, Bai Linyue delivers a resounding slap across his face. Naturally, Lin Haotian does not harbor anger at being struck. He has always held his wife in the highest regard. Yet, he is bewildered, not understanding why she has suddenly lashed out. He looks at her, perplexed. "My dear, what is this? Did you not hear me say enough? Lin Haotian, do you still not realize whose fault this truly is? Do you still believe this is all Tian's fault? I initially opposed leaving our 3-year-old Tian alone. Yet you insisted this was a trial for the sons of the Lin family. Very well, I acquiesced. But you promised that once the war concluded, we would bring him back. Why then, after the war, have you repeatedly obstructed my attempts to retrieve him? You even forbade me from so much as a glance at him. You told me he was still undergoing your trials, that everything was under your control. I believed you. But what is the outcome? Tell me why it has come to this. Why has my child become like this? Wasn't this supposed to be your trial? Now my child has suffered because of this so-called trial, and you still dare to blame him. Do you not possess a shred of conscience? Does Tian truly not appear as your child in your eyes?" In that moment, Bai Linyue's voice rises in a desperate cry. After absorbing her words, Lin Haotian appears momentarily dazed. Yet, in the next breath, he shifts blame onto Lin Tian. Cursed be that ungrateful child. If not for him, how would our family have come to this state? He is aware that his wife is in a state of fury, so he refrains from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he opts for a delay, hoping to help her regain her composure. "My dear, please calm down. There is no need to distress yourself over this." However, upon hearing these words, Bai Linyue's anger can no longer be contained. She instinctively raises her hand to strike Lin Haotian once more, but freezes mid-air. Indeed, is it solely Lin Haotian's fault? Is she without guilt? Had she not agreed to abandon Lin Tian, her husband could not have stopped her. Had she insisted on seeing Lin Tian after the war, would he have truly been able to prevent her? If only she had cared a little more for Tian. Would today, as events have unfolded differently? In this moment, regret surges through her like a tidal wave. It is only now that she must admit her bias. She has failed to maintain balance in her affections, and she acknowledges that after adopting Lin Hao, she poured all her remorse and longing for Lin Tian into Lin Hao, completely disregarding Lin Tian's feelings. Tears well in her eyes, an overwhelming sense of remorse threatening to engulf her. At this moment, surveying the Lin residence, she feels an inexplicable aversion. The sight of those blood-red footprints pierces her heart with agony. She wishes to remain here not even a moment longer. Almost instinctively, she retrieves a token. Upon seeing it, Lin Haotian is suddenly jolted to attention, because he knew that at this moment his wife was genuinely angry. He hurriedly said, "My lady," but before he could finish his words, Bai Linyue's eyes were red with fury as she immediately retorted, "Enough, Lin Haotian. Since all of this turmoil stems from your so-called trial that has caused my Tianer to become like this, then it is your responsibility to resolve it. I do not care what methods you employ. You must bring my Tianer back. If you fail to do so, do not ever come to see me again." After uttering these words, the talisman in Bai Linyue's hand radiated with brilliant light, and in the next moment, she vanished from sight. Chapter 14. He will return to plead with me within 3 days. With a flash of light, Bai Linyue's figure disappeared at that instant. Watching his wife vanish before him, Lin Haotian's gaze suddenly became dazed. However, at that moment, Lin Hao, standing beside him, voiced his concern, "Father, where has mother gone? Is she in danger?" Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Haotian finally emerged from his stupor. "It's all right. Your mother should be with your grandfather now. There is no need to worry excessively. What should we do now? Should we go retrieve mother?" I noticed that her state seemed rather off earlier. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Haotian's expression shifted. He, too, was contemplating the need to bring his wife back. After all, since their marriage, even minor disputes had never escalated to such a degree, let alone her leaving home. It was evident that his wife was truly upset. At that moment, Lin Haotian softly replied, "Never mind, your mother is simply furious now. After some time has passed and she calms down, I will go and bring her back." For some reason, Lin Haotian's mind became exceedingly chaotic. He could not comprehend why today had turned out this way. His actions were no different from those of previous times. Why had Lin Tian reacted so strongly? He merely intended to have him cultivate a secret technique, and the recipient of his teachings was his own younger brother. Why would he refuse? Moreover, given Lin Tian's lackluster talent, what difference would it make? Why was he behaving so uncharacteristically today, even severing ties? Then, he glanced at the blood-red footprints left on the ground, and at that moment, a wave of doubt surged in his mind. Had he truly erred? A torrent of conflicting emotions swirled within him. As a proud individual, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit his mistakes before his son. In his life, the only person capable of making him bow his head was his wife. Yet now, gazing at the crimson footprints below and recalling his wife's parting words that echoed in his ears, an intense contradiction flooded his thoughts. At that moment, Lin Hao spoke again. "Father, what is troubling you?" Upon seeing the furrowed brow on Lin Haotian's face, Lin Hao immediately inquired. This voice interrupted Lin Haotian's ruminations. He responded, "It's nothing. I was merely contemplating some matters." However, given the tone of his father's voice and the worry etched on his face, Lin Hao could hardly believe it was nothing. With a glance at his father's expression, he quickly deduced the cause. It was once again because of that scoundrel Lin Tian. He then recalled the words his mother had spoken before leaving. "Father, is it truly because of him? Are you really going to seek him out?" "Enough, Howard. You need not involve yourself in these matters. In half a year, the genius ranking of the 3,000 states will reopen, and this is of great significance to you. It is imperative that you return to the Holy Land and prepare diligently. After all, this will be your first appearance representing the Jinbei Wangfu before the public. Only by making a remarkable impression can you gain the recognition of the Lin family, the Qingchi Holy Land, and even your grandfather. Only then can you truly attain the support of these forces." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's face lit up with pride. Although he was hailed as one of the most dazzling geniuses of the 3,000 states, his actual combat experience was astonishingly scarce. In fact, he had never battled any contemporary prodigies. This was due to his lineage and status, being a non-direct descendant of the Jinbei Wang. He had been kept hidden by Lin Haotian. Consequently, the influential factions grew increasingly dissatisfied with Lin Hao. In a world driven by self-interest, only blood ties could truly earn their trust. Hence, it was implausible for a faction to wholeheartedly nurture someone like Lin Hao, who had no blood relation to them, except for the Jinbei Wangfu. Of course, Lin Haotian had long regarded Lin Hao as his own son, nurturing him with all his might. Moreover, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue both held significant titles. The former was the current head of the Lin family, while the latter was the younger sister of the Holy Master of the Qingchi Holy Land. Thus, they could mobilize resources from both factions. However, as time passed, dissenting voices began to emerge from the two factions, reaching a point where Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue struggled to quell the unrest. It was only natural. A genius who consumed resources without any notable achievements, even if adorned with the title of the most dazzling prodigy in the 3,000 states, would inevitably face skepticism. The reason for his concealment was quite simple. Only when the descent reached its peak could Lin Hao unleash astonishing results. This would not only establish his reputation in an instant, but also silence those who opposed him forever. Furthermore, it was crucial for those individuals to truly accept Lin Hao. Those individuals were none other than the direct bloodline of the Lin family and the family of his wife, Bai Linyue. Hearing these words, Lin Hao appeared invigorated. Clearly, he began to envision the scene of being embraced by those individuals. After all, despite receiving abundant resources for cultivation through the support of Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue, he had never truly accessed the core resources of those prominent factions. Those resources were the very essence of every major force. Thus, aside from the direct bloodline, no one else could access them. The fundamental reason for Lin Haotian's decision to conceal him over the years was to help him secure those resources. At that moment, Lin Hao earnestly assured Lin Haotian, "Rest assured, Father, I will not let you down." Upon witnessing Lin Hao's expression, Lin Haotian's face softened with relief. "Good. As long as you have confidence, that is enough. However, do not feel overly pressured. We only need to secure a place in the top 10 of the genius ranking." After hearing this, Lin Hao gently nodded. Yet, at that moment, a defiant glimmer shone in his eyes. "Top 10? Huh, that has never been my goal. My aim has always been to claim the first position on the genius ranking." After all, he possessed his own pride and confidence. If only Lin Tian could hear his unspoken thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. For he alone understood just how much substance lay behind Lin Hao's title as a genius. In a previous life, even after receiving his teachings and acquiring all the innate talents within him, he could merely secure a position within the top 50. Not to mention, in this current life, devoid of Lin Tian's extraordinary gifts, merely making it onto the rankings is a formidable challenge. After all, the rewards bestowed by the Tianjiao rankings in this era are unprecedentedly rich. The once silent prodigies are now emerging from obscurity. At this moment, Lin Hao's expression returned to its usual state. He then inquired, "Father, what should we do about Lin Tian? Mother mentioned before her departure that you were to bring him back." Indeed, at this moment, despite his reluctance to broach the subject, Lin Hao felt compelled to address it. After all, he believed that Lin Tian could no longer pass on his teachings to him, rendering the latter's existence seemingly redundant. Furthermore, with Lin Tian's absence, his own status and position would be solidified, eliminating any potential threats to his authority. However, upon hearing that statement, Lin Haotian's gaze sharpened once more. He retorted, "That scoundrel is not worth our attention. He wishes to sever ties? With his pathetic state, stripped of the resources of the Lin family and bearing such injuries, he will return to plead with me within 3 days." After uttering these words, his eyes brimmed with disdain and impatience. Indeed, at that very moment, he had come to realize that none of this was his fault. It was entirely the consequence of that ungrateful son's own inadequacies. After all, he had endured such trials growing up, and he merely succeeded in overcoming them. What does he have to show for it now? He is one of the 5 great guardians of the 3,000 prefectures, the king of the north. Yet, he never considered that his own trials were of an entirely different caliber compared to what Lin Tian is facing now. Even when he was cast aside by the family, he still possessed a certain background and resources. After all, even as the Lin family's discarded son, he was not someone whom others could easily offend. Thus, despite facing various adversities at that time, he ensured he had a proper training environment and a normal life. He was merely an 8-year-old boy back then. It is clear that Lin Tian's trials are not comparable to his own. Of course, he would never entertain such thoughts. As for why he should impose greater hardships upon Lin Tian, the reasoning was simple. He believed that since he had emerged from his own trials as such a formidable individual, adding a few more challenges for his son could only lead to even greater accomplishments for Lin Tian. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon Lin Tian for his lack of ambition. Naturally, if Lin Haotian's innermost thoughts were to reach the ears of the former patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Haotian's father, he would undoubtedly be met with a violent outburst. After all, the trials he faced were meticulously designed by the patriarch himself, utilizing the full might of the Lin family to ensure their success, rather than simply abandoning a 3-year-old child in the snow to fend for himself. Moreover, the most critical point is that he was provided with resources and support. How could he expect to reap rewards without offering any assistance? Was this not akin to daydreaming? Of course, at that moment, Lin Haotian had no intention of divulging any of these thoughts to anyone. After all, he perceived his inability to cultivate his son as a tarnish on his own reputation. At this moment, he even found himself harboring some resentment towards Lin Tian for not striving harder. If he had only put in some effort, would success not have been within his grasp? If I could conquer my trials, how could he fail to surpass them with just a slight increase in difficulty? Was he not a failure? As Lin Haotian contemplated this, a wave of disappointment washed over his face. Nevertheless, even with these thoughts swirling in his mind, he remained seated, showing no inclination to move. After all, as a father, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent to Lin Tian's actions. At that moment, seeing his father once again trapped in a state of inner turmoil, Lin Hao clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes flashing with resentment and ferocity. He glanced at his hands, recalling the punch he had previously thrown at Lin Tian. At this moment, he was filled with disbelief, for he had not anticipated that his strike would not incapacitate that scoundrel. He had expected that after enduring his attack, the useless Lin Tian would be left incapable of moving. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Tian had merely sustained some injuries. Chapter 15. Why does Lin Tian still harbor those unfounded fantasies? At this moment, Lin Hao turned to face Lin Haotian once more. To be frank, upon witnessing Lin Haotian's current state, he understood that his father was troubled by Lin Tian's circumstances. The only reason for such concern could be that Lin Haotian had begun to pay attention to Lin Tian. Otherwise, upon seeing Lin Tian depart, he would have been filled with rage rather than concern. At this moment, Lin Hao's expression turned shadowy, clearly indicating that this was not the outcome he desired. After all, Lin Haotian's concern for Lin Tian signified that his own status was still being influenced. The possessions that rightfully belonged to him could still potentially be seized by that worthless Lin Tian. However, he also recognized that he had no authority to speak at this moment. Moreover, Lin Haotian was correct. It was indeed time for him to leave and head towards the Holy Land to prepare for the Tianjiao rankings of the 3,000 prefectures half a year hence. After all, that was the stage upon which he could truly showcase his talents. Only by demonstrating his true abilities would he be able to attain everything he desired. After bidding farewell to Lin Haotian, Lin Hao departed without hesitation. However, as he approached the blood-stained footprints, a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. That wretched waste. If it weren't for him, how could I have reached this state? Those resources, the legacies, even the love from my father and mother, were all rightfully mine. Why did this muddy peasant have to come and snatch away everything that belonged to me? Has he not realized his place in the hearts of Lin Haotian and myself? Why does Lin Tian continue to cling to those unrealistic hopes? Why did he not refuse to return to the Lin family on the day Lin Haotian sought him out? At this moment, Lin Hao appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart seethed with rage, especially when he recalled Bai Linyue's tears and Lin Haotian's worried expression. A fierce fire ignited in his gaze. Father, mother, I shall prove to you that I am your most esteemed son. And to those in the Lin family and the Holy Land, take a good look. I am their best choice. As for bloodlines, they are merely laughable and useless shackles. After leaving the Lin residence, Lin Tian followed the memories in his mind, making his way directly to the quarters of the miscellaneous disciple. At this moment, he bore the Tao Transformation's supreme bone and the ancient heavy eyes, and he did not wish for the Lin family to discover this. As previously mentioned, if those individuals were to catch sight of his recently awakened abilities, he might truly lose them. After all, when it comes to the limitations of those so-called parents. He dared not to hold high expectations. As Lin Tian continued on his journey, his wounds gradually healed under the treatment of the Dao Hua Zhizan Gu. However, since the Dao Hua Zhizan Gu had not yet fully awakened, his recovery was merely superficial. The internal injuries he sustained remained intact. Perhaps it would only be after he fully awakened the Dao Hua Zhizan Gu that these injuries would completely heal. In the next moment, he suddenly recalled the system that had previously assisted in his awakening. As a traveler from Lanxing, he was naturally familiar with the existence of such systems. He had not had the time to summon and study the system before, but now, with no one around, it was the perfect opportunity. System, are you there? Without hesitation, Lin Tian shouted into the empty space before him. In the next instant, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ding, I am here." Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was the foundation of his comeback. "Tell me, what can you do?" Ding. With the emergence of this voice, a segment of information appeared in Lin Tian's mind. It was a manual regarding the system's functionalities. A negative value emotion system. It allowed one to induce negative emotions in others to gain negative values, which could be exchanged for anything. Moreover, anything did not merely refer to tangible goods. It encompassed learning skills, cultivation, alchemy, and even information. In Lin Tian's view, the notion of exchanging for any item seemed more akin to exchanging for any service. After perusing this information, he immediately accessed the system to explore its features. The system interface was quite straightforward, presenting a panel displaying relevant emotional points, followed by a variety of products. Of course, if he wished to acquire other items or services, he could directly inquire with the system. At that moment, Lin Tian noticed that there are already 389 emotional points displayed on the panel. System, where did these emotional points come from? As soon as he posed this question, the system's interface transformed, revealing the origin of these emotional points. Ding. Sense regret from Bai Linyue. Emotional points 100. Ding. Sense regret from Bai Linyue. Emotional points 200. Ding. Sense regret from Bai Linyue. Emotional points 749. Ding. Sensed anger from Lin Hao. Emotional points 999. Ding. Sensed anger from Lin Hao. Emotional points 888. Observing the series of information on the panel, Lin Tian realized that these emotional points stemmed from Bai Linyue and Lin Hao. He could understand Lin Hao's reaction after he left. Lin Hao's desire to pass on his skills had been shattered, so his anger was entirely justified. But that woman actually felt regret towards him? Regret? Could it be that she regretted not being able to keep him there, leading to Lin Hao having no successor? At this moment, Lin Tian's heart suddenly raced with this realization. Instantly, his expression grew solemn. It seemed he truly needed to consider leaving this place swiftly. Otherwise, if they were to capture him again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, he must leave this place without delay. Otherwise, instead of cultivating secret techniques, he would undoubtedly be subjected to the most gruesome treatment at the hands of these two. With this thought, Lin Tian quickened his pace. Though his injuries limited his speed considerably, he then directly inquired of the system. System, how many emotional points are required to heal the injuries in my body? Ding. Scanning the current condition of the host body. Ding. Scan complete. A total of 500 emotional points are required. What? Such a large sum? Upon hearing the system's estimation, Lin Tian instinctively questioned, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Ding. This is a prediction based on the host's current bodily data. Given the severity of the host's injuries, which are nearly fatal, were it not for the awakening of the Dao Hua Zhizan Gu within the host's body, the host would have perished long ago. Hearing the system's words, Lin Tian finally realized that his body truly felt as the system described. Every inch of his wounds sent waves of tearing pain throughout him. Even his bones felt as though they were being dismantled piece by piece. The pain radiating from his chest was particularly excruciating. He looked down to see a fist imprint on his chest. Just a glance revealed the nature of this injury. Lin Hao, Chapter 16. I told you to kneel in the disciple square and apologize, yet you dared not to come. At that moment, a clear imprint of a fist was visible on his chest, where a terrifying dent had formed. In that instant, he felt a sense of relief. After all, such an injury was undoubtedly fatal for someone of his cultivation level. In truth, he was indeed in the dire state the system described. He would have perished were it not for the awakening of the Dao Hua Zhizan Gu. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, or the adrenaline rushing through him. But before noticing the wound, he had felt his body was relatively unharmed. Now, however, upon seeing the injury, he felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Even breathing became a struggle. Cough, cough. A mouthful of blood was immediately expelled. Watching the blood, Lin Tian's expression darkened as he noticed fragments of his internal organs within it. It appeared that his injuries were more severe than he had initially believed. System, is there any other way to resolve my current predicament? Ding. Analyzing this issue requires 10 emotional points. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, Lin Tian clicked yes on the option, realizing that his body was beginning to tremble slightly due to the severity of his injuries. His vision blurred in that moment. Ding. Analyzing for you. Ding. Analysis complete. Huh. It didn't even take a second? So quick? Ding. Given the host's current condition, the system offers the solution of opening a novice gift package. Lin Tian? A novice gift package? How was he unaware of such a thing? But at that moment, he finally understood. Ah, so that is why your analysis required only 10 emotional points and was completed so swiftly. You were deceiving me for my emotional points. Yet, in that moment, Lin Tian also sensed that he was not in the best condition, so he did not dwell on it. Quick, open the novice gift package. Ding. Opening the novice gift package for you. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the technique Wan Jiebu Miet Ti. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the technique Tun Tian Mo Gong. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the artifact, the Xian Blade, which will automatically upgrade to a celestial artifact. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a healing elixir, a Da Huan Dan. At that moment, upon seeing the Da Huan Dan, Lin Tian immediately overlooked the other rewards. He directly took out the pill. After all, the excruciating pain coursing through his body had become increasingly terrifying. He retrieved the pill and promptly placed it into his mouth. As the medicinal properties of the pill began to dissolve, the intense agony within Lin Tian's body suddenly ceased at that moment. The previously suffocating sensation gradually alleviated, akin to ice melting under the warmth of spring. Waves of warmth flowed through him, and his injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. However, this sensation lasted only a fleeting moment, as if a dam had abruptly shut off the flow of water. System, what is happening? What about the efficacy of the pill? Lin Tian inquired, his confusion palpable. Although he had never consumed a Da Huan Dan, he felt certain that its effects were far more potent than what he was currently experiencing. Ding, the system is conducting a diagnostic. Ding, diagnostic complete. Due to the fact that the Dao Transformation Supreme Bone within the host body has yet to fully awaken, the energy is being absorbed by the Dao Transformation Supreme Bone and the ancient heavy pupil. What? Are you saying that the Da Huan Dan I took to heal my injuries was absorbed by my own physique? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that his own constitution would be so domineering, actively absorbing the power within his body without his consent. Nevertheless, he brushed off the thought, as he had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, leaving this place. After all, who knew if Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue would attempt to capture him again for the sake of their precious adopted son? Although he had not fully recovered, he at least regained the ability to move freely. As for the remaining internal injuries, that was simple. Once he fully awakened the Dao Transformation Supreme Bone, all those injuries would naturally heal. With that, he summoned the wind beneath his feet, and his figure flickered as he swiftly departed. Each time he flashed, it was accompanied by crackles of thunder, a result of the movement technique Sanxian Lei Dong he had acquired from his novice gift pack. As he continued to flicker, Lin Tian soon arrived at the quarters he once occupied as a lowly disciple. Originally, his intention had been to leave Tiannan City entirely, but he recalled that he had something significant still left behind, prompting him to return. Upon entering his room, Lin Tian quickly retrieved the item he sought, a fragment of a shattered jade pendant. He had originally purchased it as a trinket from Small Stall. With the experience from his previous life, he recognized that this fragment was linked to a substantial opportunity. However, in his past life, this opportunity had nothing to do with him. Indeed, it had been Lin Hao who had seized that fortune, reliant on this very jade pendant to do so. At that time, he was merely a tool for passing down teachings, imprisoned within the Lin family, completely unaware of and unqualified to know what that opportunity entailed. However, in this life, even if he could not obtain it, he would ensure that Lin Hao could not either. Since he could not possess it, he would destroy it. Such an act posed no burden for Lin Tian at this moment. With the experiences of his past life weighing upon him, he had come to a profound realization. Being a good person was a fool's endeavor, for it would only lead to suffering. Conversely, embracing the role of a villain allowed one to reap various benefits and live with remarkable ease. As for suffering, what did it matter to him if others endured it? After grasping the jade pendant, Lin Tian turned to leave. Yet at that very moment, a sudden and thunderous knock reverberated through the door. Lin Tian, scoundrel, I told you yesterday to kneel at the disciple square and confess your wrongs. How dare you not show up? Scoundrel, I know you're inside. Open the door quickly. With each word, the sound of pounding continued from outside. Upon hearing this, memories of the voice's owner suddenly surfaced in Lin Tian's mind. Zhang Tianbei, a direct descendant of the Zhang family in Tiannan. It was said that he had connections to an elder from the outer sect of the Bu Lao Mountain Sanctuary, and he wielded his status to act with impunity, particularly in oppressing the lowly disciples. Zhang Tianbei was the foremost among them. Of course, this was not the sole reason Lin Tian could still recall him after all these years. After all, there had been no shortage of over 50 individuals who had bullied the lowly disciples. He could hardly be expected to remember each one. The true reason he remembered Zhang Tianbei was tied to another matter, specifically involving a female disciple within the sect. It was a tale of youthful infatuation, an unrequited devotion to the white moonlight. Zhang Tianbei had only joined the sect 3 years after Lin Tian. By chance, Lin Tian had saved him from a group of lowly disciples, leading to their acquaintance. They supported one another amidst the trials of being lowly disciples, both having just joined the sect, filled with youthful pride, defiantly resisting the absurd rules. They refused to submit to the monthly spirit stone tribute or bow before their oppressors. Naturally, such rebellion invited retaliation and beatings, which Lin Tian bore alone, sacrificing his resources for Zhang Tianbei. They had made a pact. One would ascend to the outer sect first, then assist the other in rising together. During that time, Lin Tian had been engulfed in sorrow over being abandoned by his parents, and Zhang Tianbei's presence was like a ray of light in his otherwise dark existence. In his most desperate need for care, it was Zhang Tianbei who offered warmth. He had believed that even in the darkest of times, having Zhang Tianbei by his side made the shadows less daunting. Alas, everything changed when Zhang Tianbei's talent was discovered by an inner sect elder, who took him into the inner sect. After that, they never saw each other again, and Zhang Tianbei did not reply to his letters, as if he had vanished. Nevertheless, news of him never ceased, for under the elder's tutelage, he rapidly ascended through the ranks, from the inner sect to core disciple, ultimately becoming the holy maiden of the entire sanctuary. Their reunion occurred 2 years after his departure when Zhang Tianbei appeared in the disciple square, riding in the most luxurious holy maiden carriage, accompanied by a handsome young man with striking features. It was said that this young man had caught Zhang Tianbei's eye even while still an inner disciple, and under her patronage. He had also risen to the status of a core disciple. Lin Tian would never forget the moment they crossed paths again. The moment the other party laid eyes upon him. It was a gaze devoid of pretense, utterly frigid. He still vividly recalls those few crude words, echoing in his mind. Yet, he remains perplexed as to why, before departing, the individual bestowed upon him some resources, claiming it was a gesture of gratitude for the years he had cared for her. At that time, he had no desire for such offerings. After all, when a last flicker of light in his life extinguished, his very backbone was shattered. Once again plunged into darkness, he had long since lost the direction for his cultivation. That day, he could scarcely remember how he departed from the disciple square and returned to his humble quarters as a servant. However, upon encountering his modest abode, a smile broke forth on his once dulled visage. In that moment, he laughed, an unabashed, unrestrained laugh. Indeed, the other party was not mistaken. He was merely floundering in the mire of despair, despite clearly perceiving the disparity between their statuses. How audacious it was to yearn for a hope that was never his to claim. Such arrogance was utterly unfounded. At that time, the despair inflicted upon him by the other party shattered the last vestige of hope he had barely managed to reclaim. It utterly obliterated the remnants of his pride. Strangely, thereafter, Those who oppressed the servant disciples intensified their cruelty towards him, as if he were their sole target. It was also after this that he learned to relinquish illusions that were never meant for him, accepting the harshness of reality. After all, by letting go of certain desires, he could live with less suffering. Why not embrace that? Ultimately, consumed by despair, he chose to submit and join the dust. Perhaps this was one of the roots of his lowly cultivation, leading to derision from the Lin family. Had he been able to withstand the pressure and continued his training, perhaps his abilities would not have been so feeble, and his life might have taken a different turn. He might not have been despised by that couple, nor would he have had to kneel, leaving behind remnants for his peasant parents, when Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue returned to fetch him. Of course, had he persisted in his cultivation, he might have faced lethal repercussions from those individuals who were almost frenzied in their pursuit of him. In that scenario, he could hardly fathom any possible escape. What? You suggest that the enigmatic Huang Lao was secretly protecting him, ensuring his survival? Huh. At that time, he was blissfully unaware of such a presence. Even if death was not imminent, living in constant trepidation under such despair would inevitably drive him to madness. This is no jest. Indeed, according to the memories of his past life, there was a period when his sanity faltered. Even if he could cultivate, it would only give rise to inner demons that would rob him of his wits. And outside, Zhang Tianbao, one of the few who sought to forcefully claim the woman who had become a saint, harbored a grudge against him ever since he had thwarted his plans. Although he could not pose a lethal threat, his demands were nothing short of humiliating. For instance, at this moment, he demanded that Lin Tian kneel and apologize publicly in the disciple square. However, in his past life, he had already been deceived by Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue into pursuing secret cultivation techniques. Thus, he had never set foot in that square. Little did he expect that upon his return in this life, he would coincidentally encounter them. A cold smile crept upon Lin Tian's lips. Very well. If he could resolve these matters, even though he had awakened his memories and was no longer swayed by their influence, it would be prudent to remain vigilant. After all, adhering to the principle of erring on the side of caution, it was crucial to avoid any lingering traces these individuals might leave behind that could affect his state of mind. With this thought, Lin Tian donned a smile he considered to be exceptionally radiant and optimistic. Thus, for the sake of his safety, he resolved that it would be best for these individuals to meet their demise. Outside, Zhang Tianbao glared venomously at the door before him. Previously, he had summoned all his subordinates to ensure everyone witnessed Lin Tian's humiliation. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Lin Tian dared to refuse to appear. This was a slap in the face. As he observed Lin Tian making no move to open the door, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced at his feet. In the next instant, he raised his foot, ready to kick the door down. Just then, the door creaked open, and Lin Tian emerged. Initially taken aback, Zhang Tianbao's surprise quickly morphed into a shadowy glare. The foot poised in midair showed no inclination to halt. With the full force of his mid-8th grade cultivation, he was certain that a single strike would either kill or severely injure Lin Tian. However, upon witnessing the impending kick, Lin Tian's smile remained unchanged, still as radiant as ever. In the next moment, he even extended his hand forward. With a swift motion, Lin Tian grasped Zhang Tianbao's foot. Chapter 18. Swallowing Heaven's demonic art, devouring flesh and blood? In that instant, Zhang Tianbao's initial surprise transformed into a sneer of disdain. Fool! You are merely a 9th grade worthless wretch, daring to directly withstand my full force 8th grade attack. Yet, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. After all, you chose to grasp it, and if you perish, it will merely be deemed an unfortunate accident for this lowly creature. Boom! At that moment, he unleashed an even greater surge of power, determined to teach this audacious fool a bloody lesson. Zhang Tianbao's eyes gleamed with ruthless intent. Yet in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Lin Tian's hand, which had grasped his foot, suddenly surged with a wave of purple-black energy. At that instant, he felt as though everything within him was vanishing. No, not vanishing, but being drawn away. In that moment, an instinctive fear of danger compelled him to retreat rapidly. He glanced down at his calf. Despite the obstruction of his clothing, he could clearly sense that the flesh on his calf had shrunk by nearly half. What kind of bizarre phenomenon is this? Panic flooded his gaze as he looked at Lin Tian, now tinged with fear. In that moment, Lin Tian, who stood before him, regarded his own hand, which had intercepted Zhang Tinbeo's attack, with disbelief. Indeed, just moments ago he had employed the Swallowing Heaven's demonic art. Initially, he had only intended to observe this technique, for ever since awakening the Tao Transformation Supreme Bone, his body had been undergoing a transformation. At this moment, despite enduring a full-force strike from his opponent, he remained utterly unscathed. However, he was taken aback by the overwhelming strength of this technique. Upon making contact, it absorbed all the spiritual energy within him, even converting the opponent's flesh and blood into the most refined essence of power, which was subsequently assimilated into himself. Ultimately, this energy nourished his supreme bone. In that single instant, the awakening level of his supreme bone soared to 11. No, it seemed that there was more than just that. It appeared as though the opponent's innate qualities, talents, and cultivation were also absorbed in that moment. Realizing this, Lin Tian's expression transformed into one of radiant joy, and he radiated an exuberance akin to that of a child. He had previously been troubled by the two dormant talents within his body, knowing that their formidable nature would preemptively siphon his power before their awakening. Thus, to enhance his strength, he needed to fully awaken these two talents. Yet, his own innate abilities had been sealed and suppressed by Lin Hao through some means. If he were to rely solely on himself, lacking any resources for cultivation, he could only imagine how long it would take. But now everything had changed. With the Tongtian Mo Gong at his disposal, he could absorb the cultivation of others to nurture these two talents. After all, whose cultivation isn't valuable? He chuckled, albeit with a hint of mischief, for he was a righteous character and could not indulge in such laughter. As he spoke, Lin Tian glanced at Zhang Tinbeo in the distance, his smile welcoming. However, at that moment, sensing something eerie from Lin Tian, Zhang Tinbeo trembled involuntarily upon seeing his expression, which transformed into one of sheer horror. Before he could react, Lin Tian had already charged toward him. Acting on instinct, Zhang Tinbeo threw a punch, unleashing a powerful force once more. Yet in the next moment, a purple-black energy manifested in Lin Tian's hand. The two forces collided instantaneously. Contrary to expectations, there was no violent clash. Instead, Lin Tian, a 9th-grade cultivator, suppressed Zhang Tinbeo. An 8th-grade cultivator? Witnessing this, the onlookers who had accompanied Zhang Tinbeo were taken aback with disbelief. After all, these individuals were no strangers to oppressing Lin Tian. They were well aware of his capabilities. Yet now, how could he overpower their strongest member, Zhang Tinbeo? Before anyone could react, Lin Tian launched another assault on Zhang Tinbeo. In that instant, the previously terrified Zhang Tinbeo regained his composure. How could a dignified 8th-grade cultivator fear a 9th-grade waste? The next moment, a surge of power erupted from his body, transforming his fist into countless phantoms that struck toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly discerned that his opponent was employing a martial technique. Having tested the power of the Tongtian Mo Gong, he found himself losing interest in this fool before him. His sole desire now was to awaken his two dormant talents swiftly. In the next instant, electric arcs danced around him. Martial technique, Sanqian Lidong. With a resonant hum, Lin Tian's figure vanished in a flash of lightning. The onlookers were momentarily blinded, and when the light dissipated, their expressions morphed into sheer terror. Before them, Lin Tian held Zhang Tinbeo's head, while Zhang Tinbeo was half collapsed on the ground, reduced to a pitiful state. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd instinctively scattered in all directions. Lin Tian, observing their retreat, felt no inclination to pursue them. After all, he had only 2 legs and could not catch up to everyone. Moreover, he had no intention of remaining in that location, rendering it unnecessary to concern himself with them. However, at that moment, Zhang Tinbeo, in Lin Tian's grasp, gradually succumbed to despair upon seeing his subordinates flee. Yet, he continued to struggle. Bastard! Lin Tian, what have you done to me? I can't feel my legs. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian paid him no mind, dragging him into his servant disciple quarters. He was aware that what he intended to do next might tarnish his righteous image, so it was best not to be too ostentatious. Upon witnessing the smile on Lin Tian's face, a chill swept through Zhang Tinbeo. Recalling the earlier strange purple-black technique, his struggles intensified. You scoundrel, do you know what you're doing? I am from the Zhang family of Tianese City. My uncle is an elder of the outer sect at Wulao Mountain, and my brother is among the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect. I advise you to release me. Otherwise, once the news reaches them, I will ensure your dismemberment. Chapter 19. Outer Sect Elder, 5th grade? Zhang Tianbao yelled incessantly. But unfortunately, Lin Tian, with a hand gripping his head, paid no heed to his threats. Soon, Lin Tian hurled Zhang Tianbao into the servant disciple quarters. Zhang Tianbao collapsed to the ground, and the words he had intended to utter were abruptly silenced. As he instinctively reached to cover his painful areas, he was horrified to realize that he could no longer feel his hands. Fear, a profound and paralyzing dread of the unknown engulfed him. Just as he was about to say something, he looked up and was met with Lin Tian's warm and radiant smile. Yet in Zhang Tianbao's eyes, this smile was utterly terrifying. For every time his opponent had prepared to strike, that same smile had graced his face. In that moment, a thunderous surge erupted. Lin Tian summoned forth a surge of purple-black energy. With this manifestation, his smile took on an increasingly sinister quality. Witnessing this, Zhang Tianbao's eyes filled with escalating terror. What do you intend to do? I warn you, those people must have gone to inform my brother. My brother is a 7th grade cultivator. Even in this moment, trembling uncontrollably, Zhang Tianbao did not forget to threaten Lin Tian. I warn you, you had better flee right now, or before he could finish his sentence. Lin Tian's hand pressed firmly against Zhang Tianbao's head, with a resonating hum, as Lin Tian unleashed the swirling black-purple light. Zhang Tianbao felt the power within him being voraciously absorbed. Even his flesh was rapidly dissipating. As he sensed this transformation, his face turned ashen, his body trembled and writhed in sheer terror. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Demon technique. This Lin Tian, he dares to cultivate the demon technique. Has he gone mad? As Zhang Tianbao felt his cultivation level continuously plummet within his body, he succumbed to madness once more. Let go of me, Lin Tian. You scoundrel. How dare you practice demonic arts? You are truly insane. If others find out, you will undoubtedly be jointly exterminated. Scoundrel, release me at once. Unfortunately, at this moment, Lin Tian paid no heed to his pleas. Before him, a panel displayed a series of changing texts. Your Dao Hua Ji Zun Gu current awakening level is 13. Your Dao Hua Ji Zun Gu current awakening level is 14. Your Dao Hua Ji Zun Gu current awakening level is 15. Your Shang Gu Chong Tong current awakening level is 13. Your Shang Gu Chong Tong current awakening level is 14. Your Shang Gu Chong Tong current awakening level is 15. As the words transformed, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the progress. However, just as he reveled in this advancement, the progress bar abruptly ceased its fluctuations. Glancing down at his hands, he noticed that Zhang Tianbao, who had been struggling moments ago, had vanished entirely. Indeed, he had physically disappeared, leaving behind only a tattered garment. Observing this scene, Lin Tian could only sigh. Alas, it seems he was too weak, disappearing after just 2 attempts. However, this technique proves quite convenient, sparing me the trouble of disposing of a corpse. This method is truly the ideal choice for eliminating witnesses and covering one's tracks. With that, he ignited the discarded clothing beneath his feet before stepping outside. After all, he remembered Zhang Tianbao's earlier words. 7th rank? Not bad. With the transformation of Dao Hua Ji Zun Gu, I can likely endure up to that level. Of course, even though I am not afraid of Zhang Tianbao's so-called elder brother, if I were to cause the death of disciples within the sect, I might find myself in serious trouble. Thus, I should leave this place for now. Buzz. With a flash of electricity surrounding him, Lin Tian's figure vanished from sight. However, just as he disappeared, an angry voice rang out from behind him. You scoundrel! How dare you lay hands on my outer sect disciple? Following this, a powerful attack hurtled towards him. Upon sensing this force, Lin Tian's expression changed dramatically. The attack behind him was actually of the 5th rank. The formidable force struck the ground before him, unleashing a terrifying explosion. Lin Tian's escape was abruptly halted. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared beside him in quick succession. One was a youth clad in the same outer sect disciple attire as Zhang Tianbao, presumably the so-called elder brother of the top 10 disciples. The most significant presence, however, was the middle-aged man before him, dressed in a white robe with a stern countenance. Elder, this must be the Zhang family support within the sacred grounds. Damn it, why has this elder also come here? Before Lin Tian could gather his thoughts, the youth behind him spoke up. Kid, are you the one, they say, dared to bully my brother? Do you know he is a member of the Zhang family? How dare you, a mere servant, lay hands on one of us? Who gave you the audacity? You're just a nobody. When my brother strikes you, you should simply stand there and take it. How dare you resist? You must be tired of living. At this moment, as Lin Tian listened to the youth's tirade, he ignored him, instead contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament. After all, standing before him was an outer sect elder of at least the 6th rank. Direct confrontation? Impossible. Not only was he no match for a 5th rank opponent, but he was also severely injured. If he were to be harmed again, his fate would be dire. Moreover, having already killed Zhang Tianbao, if they captured him afterward, his outcome was all too predictable. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. As Lin Tian casually glanced at the youth behind him, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. However, at that moment, the youth, noticing Lin Tian's silence, was filled with cold fury. Scoundrel, I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf? Where's my brother? Hearing this, Lin Tian turned slightly, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. Heh, who do you think you are? Why should I answer your questions? Boom. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the youth's forehead bulged with veins. In that instant, a surge of power erupted from his body. He had not expected that a mere servant disciple would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Scoundrel, you are courting death. In the next moment, bang, the youth vanished from sight, charging directly at Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the youth stood before Lin Tian. Yet, instead of fear, Lin Tian wore a smug smile upon his face. Chapter 20. I forced him away, it was my doing. In a tranquil villa within the Qingchi sacred ground of Zhongzhou, an elderly man with gray hair sat alongside a stern-looking middle-aged man, both enjoying tea. The middle-aged man respectfully poured tea for the elder. However, in their every gesture, countless powerful laws rippled with energy. The fluctuations of their laws clashed and intertwined, creating a profound dialogue between two formidable beings. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man found himself completely suppressed by the elder's law power. The fluctuations of the middle-aged man's formation vanished in that instant. With a serious expression, the elder spoke. Lin, what transpired just now? Why is your mind so unsettled? Do you not realize you are now the Holy Lord? How can you manage the entire sacred ground with such a mindset? In that moment, the elder's tone was exceedingly grave. Faced with the elder's stern admonition, the middle-aged man showed no signs of resistance, even lowering his head, accepting the reprimand. Were outsiders to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. They would never have imagined that the esteemed Holy Lord of the Qingchi sacred ground, the legendary killer of Zhongzhou who had once suppressed all the younger generation, Bai Linyue, would behave like a child, obediently accepting criticism. Yet at that moment, Bai Linyue finally spoke. Yes, father, I will reflect upon it. However, there were indeed some unusual circumstances regarding my younger sister, which affected me. Upon hearing this, the elder's stern expression seemed to melt like ice, instantly transforming into one of joy and excitement. Oh, is there news of you, heir? Quickly, tell me what has happened. Observing the excited expression on his father's face, Bai Linyue could only let out a silent sigh. Yet, the next moment he found himself speaking up, for he had long grown accustomed to his father's double standards regarding himself and his sister. It was like this during the marriage of Yuer. Did I not bestow upon her a teleportation talisman? I instructed her that if she ever felt wronged in front of that scoundrel Lin Haotian, she should use the talisman to return. Just now, I sensed that Yuer had indeed activated that talisman, and she must have returned to the Holy Land by now. Upon hearing this, the old Holy Master, who had previously been overjoyed at receiving news of his daughter, immediately darkened. He gleaned from those words that his daughter had been wronged. In the next instant, the old Holy Master's aura surged forth, a terrifying power tearing the surrounding space asunder. Who dares to bully my daughter? With a roar from the old Holy Master, a streak of light suddenly descended from afar. Spotting this beam of white light, he rushed forward. As the light landed, Bai Linyue's figure emerged from it, but her eyes were red-rimmed, clearly indicating she had been crying. Witnessing this, The old holy master felt a pang of heartache, and even his imposing presence began to wane. Moments later, both the old holy master and Bai Linyue stood before Bai Linyue. Bai Linyue, filled with concern for his sister, began to speak. However, before he could finish, the old holy master kicked him aside, exclaiming, "Get away! What are you stammering about?" In that moment, seeing his daughter with red eyes felt like 1,000 needles piercing his heart. After all, this was the daughter he had doted on since childhood. Even the slightest downturn of her lips would cause him great distress, let alone tears. Suppressing all his emotions, he gently stroked his daughter's head and softly inquired, "What happened? Tell father. Did someone bully you? Who was it? Lin Haotian or the Lin family? Just tell me, and I shall seek justice for you." At this moment, upon hearing her father's words, Bai Linyue, who had managed to stop her tears, found all her emotions erupting once again. "Father, I am sorry. It was my fault. I drove him away. I was the one who forced him to leave. It is my mistake. All my fault." With tears and a choked voice, Bai Linyue spoke in fragmented sentences, leaving both the old holy master and Bai Linyue bewildered. After a moment, Bai Linyue finally ceased her tears and sobs. Learning that it was not his daughter who had been wronged, the old holy master's anger subsided slightly. However, once Bai Linyue's emotions stabilized, Bai Linyue leaned in once more, asking since it was not you who was wronged, what did you mean by saying it was your fault? At the sound of this question, Bai Linyue's body trembled once again, but she managed to steady her emotions and proceeded to explain the situation regarding Lin Tian. "Father, brother, actually, Haotian and I already have a child." With this revelation, the previously expressionless faces of the old holy master and Bai Linyue instantly transformed into shock. But in the next moment, that astonishment morphed into delight. Bai Linyue suddenly exclaimed, "A child? What child? Is it your biological child?" His excitement was palpable, for he was aware of his sister adopting a foster son and even using resources from the Holy Land to nurture him as a prodigy. Typically, he would never agree to such an arrangement, as a foster son was ultimately an outsider. Granting him the status and resources of a core disciple was already generous enough, let alone making him a prodigy, an idea utterly preposterous. However, Bai Linyue had a father and brother who adored her, leading them to reluctantly compromise. Although they verbally agreed, deep down, they harbored reservations, for in their eyes, an outsider would always remain an outsider, unreliable. Moreover, the most crucial point was that this foster son did not meet their standards. While he might possess some talent, he was far from the true geniuses they revered. To put it bluntly, a talent like him could be found within their Qingchi Holy Land with ease. Thus, they genuinely looked down upon such a prospect. Yet, with Bai Linyue supporting him, they dared not voice their discontent, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Upon hearing this news, their emotions shifted dramatically. When Bai Linyue confirmed her brother's inquiry with a solemn nod, saying, "Yes, Tian is my biological child," the joy on the faces of the old holy master and Bai Linyue became even more apparent, especially for the old holy master, who was undoubtedly the happiest. In his life, he had only two descendants, Bai Linyue and Bai Linyue. While Bai Linyue was solely focused on his cultivation and had yet to marry, his daughter Bai Linyue had wed. Therefore, Lin Tian represented the first grandchild in his lineage. Overcome with excitement, he exclaimed to Bai Linyue, "Ha ha, wonderful! Quickly, take me to see my grandson." However, upon hearing this, Bai Linyue's complexion paled, and tears began to fall once more. The old holy master, noticing his daughter's unusual state, chose not to speak further and allowed her to continue expressing herself. Fortunately, Bai Linyue's emotions were not too fragile at that moment, and she proceeded to recount all that had transpired. As she spoke, the expressions of Bai Linyue and the old holy master began to shift, particularly when they learned of the 3-year-old child being abandoned in the snow. Their faces darkened. Furthermore, when they discovered that Lin Tian was to impart his knowledge to the foster son, their expressions turned grim, especially when they heard that the other party intended to pass on teachings to their biological nephew. Bai Linyue could no longer contain himself. "How dare you? Do you even know what you are doing? For your illegitimate child, you would have your own child teach him? How can you do such a thing and still have the audacity to cry before me?" In that moment, Bai Linyue shouted angrily at Bai Linyue. Though he adored his sister, he had not reached the point of losing all sense of right and wrong, especially in the face of such a situation. His rationality firmly took precedence. The reason he spoke out first was not only due to his outrage for his nephew, but also because, at that moment, he discreetly observed his father's reaction from the corner of his eye. Name: Xiaoyan. Age: 19. Realm: Body Tempering Layer 7. Comprehensive Aptitude: Golden. Unique in 10,000 ages. Recent events: 2 days ago, betrayed by his Dao partner and broken up with. Under extreme rage and despair, he accidentally awakened the mysterious venerable soul hidden within his ring. Under the venerable's guidance, he has begun his path of cultivation once more. He intends to fight with all his might for the championship of the upcoming Outer Sect Grand Competition to obtain rewards that will aid his cultivation. After reading the information on the system panel, Li Chongqing fell silent. It was confirmed. The old grandpa in the ring, regressing cultivation, betrayal by a partner, golden aptitude, goal, Outer Sect Grand Competition champion. With this setup, this experience, this template, if this isn't the destined protagonist, then who is? Li Chongqing's eyes turned playful, a subtle arc curving at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. I didn't expect that besides myself, a cheater, this world actually possesses a child of fate with a built-in protagonist template. I just wonder whose power is stronger, your protagonist halo or my system. He suddenly felt that this Outer Sect Grand Competition might be far more interesting than he had imagined. Wait, Li Chongqing froze, suddenly recalling a crucial piece of information. Xiaoyan, ring old grandpa, isn't this the classic protagonist configuration from the Great God Potato-esque novel In My Past Life? Even the name is this similar. Immediately, another piece of information flashed through his mind. Menial laborer? Partner? Xiaoyan? Lin Shui? Holy crap, what a coincidence. It's actually him. Li Chongqing suddenly felt the world was incredibly small and fate was truly magical. He had serendipitously provided timely help to Lin Shui, indirectly causing her breakup with Xiaoyan. And now he had unexpectedly encountered the main character himself. Tisk, tisk, tisk. So, this kid activated the old grandpa in the ring due to Lin Shui breaking up with him, fueled by extreme rage and despair, thus stepping onto the path of counterattack. Truly a child of fate. To think he could turn this this setback, into an opportunity. Awesome. Chapter 25. The Demon King awakens amidst his amazement. A trace of wariness surged in his heart. A venerable soul, according to the realm divisions of this world, that was the strongest existence below the sages. Even if it was just a remnant soul, its methods and knowledge were definitely not ordinary. What if one day the Xiaoyan finds out I'm the one who broke up with his partner? In a fit of rage, he lets that venerable soul possess his body, kills me, and then runs away. That would be a huge disaster. Thinking of this, Li Chongqing felt a chill run down his spine. No, I absolutely cannot underestimate any guy who looks like a protagonist. This sense of crisis made his desire to become stronger quickly become even more urgent and intense. It seems I need to speed up the plan. I must target more prey, obtain more system rewards and trump cards to ensure everything goes smoothly. Only when my own strength is sufficiently powerful can I fear no challenges or retaliation. Thinking of this, he lost all interest in the alchemy competition before him. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Inevitably, Xiaoyan would stun the audience and successfully slap faces. Thus, he did not linger, turning around and quietly leaving the noisy alchemy pavilion hall. He would leave the drama here for the protagonist to perform. He had to go plan his own strategy for becoming stronger. As soon as he returned to the steward hall, Chu Ling immediately pounced over, hugging his arm and shouting sweetly, "Husband, you're back." Li Chongqing smiled and nodded, habitually ruffling her hair. Immediately, he flipped his palm, and several exquisite jade bottles with fine textures and emitting a lustrous glow appeared in his palm. "Here, take these pills back and cultivate properly." He handed over the jade bottles. With the aid of these pills, you should be able to break through to the Qi condensation realm within 3 days. Chu Ling carefully took the jade bottles. As soon as she held them, a pure and rich pill fragrance seeped out through the stopperfish sheet cracks, making her spirit lift. She lowered her head to look closely, and when she saw the small line of text marked on the jade bottle, she was so shocked she covered her little mouth. Qi condensation pill. A second-grade pill. She acted as if she had been burned, hurriedly trying to push the jade bottle back, her small face written with panic and refusal. "Husband, no. This is too precious. Hurry and take it back to cultivate yourself." It's too wasteful to use on Ling. In her cognition, second-grade pills were simply luxury items among luxury items. What ordinary outer sect disciples could access were basically first-grade pills. Pills like the Qi condensation pill, which could assist in breaking through bottlenecks, could only be obtained by outer sect elders or disciples from wealthy backgrounds. To exchange for a single Qi condensation pill, she would have to work herself to the bone doing missions for several months to accumulate enough contribution points. And right now, husband had actually taken out several bottles. He must have spent a lot of spirit stones, right? Besides, husband, you have just reached the Qi condensation realm. You need a large amount of pills to consolidate and improve right now. These pills should be kept for yourself, she added urgently, genuinely considering Li Changqing's well-being. Li Changqing couldn't help but laugh, instantly seeing through her little thoughts. It's nothing. His tone was relaxed, carrying an undeniable heroism. With these few pills, I have plenty of them. Enough for both of us to use. You focus on cultivation. Breaking through early is the important thing. Saying this, as if to prove he wasn't short on money, he casually pulled out several more bottles of identical Qi condensation pills from his storage ring and waved them in front of her. Chu Ling looked at the additional bottles of Qi condensation pills and was completely stunned, her little mouth round in an A shape. After the shock came immense emotion and joy. She stopped refusing, carefully hugging those few bottles of Qi condensation pills tightly to her chest, as if holding the most precious treasure. Looking up, her eyes slightly red, she said with utmost seriousness, "Thank you, husband. Ling will definitely not disappoint husband's expectations." Before the words were even finished, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and, with lightning speed, planted a kiss on Li Changqing's cheek with a smack. Then, without looking back, she turned and ran, leaving only a voice filled with shyness and joy lingering in the air. "Husband, I'm going back to cultivate now." Li Changqing touched his cheek, where a trace of soft warmth and moisture remained. Looking at that petite back view, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This silly girl. At this moment, it was high noon. The steward hall was quiet with few affairs, and basically no one came to disturb. Li Changqing quietly came to a secluded bedroom behind the steward hall that belonged exclusively to him, closing the door behind him. With a thought, he moved the two unconscious little beasts out from the system space. One white, one black, they lay quietly on the ground, their breath faint. It was fortunate that the system space could accommodate living things. Otherwise, bringing these two great gods back to the sect would have caused a sensation long ago. "System, is there any way to wake them up?" Li Changqing asked mentally. He couldn't let them stay unconscious forever. Otherwise, it would delay his upcoming plans. Ding. The host can try infusing them with dragon origin true Qi cultivated from the dragon drawing true scripture. This true Qi is extremely young and pure, containing a trace of true dragon life force. It has miraculous effects in healing soul damage and awakening consciousness. Hearing this, Li Changqing paused. He hadn't expected the dragon origin true Qi brought by the dragon drawing true scripture to have such a wonderful use. As expected, there are no useless functions in an emperor-grade cultivation technique. He did not hesitate. Squatting down, he gently placed his left and right hands on the foreheads of the white fox and the black flood dragon respectively. He carefully mobilized the strand of domineering golden dragon origin true Qi within his danshin and gently transferred it into the two beasts. The golden true Qi slowly seeped into their cold bodies and damaged soul seas. Gradually, the white fox's body trembled slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered. A moment later, the white fox let out a faint moan and slowly opened her eyes. Those were a pair of sapphire blue eyes, as pure as glazed glass, yet carrying a hint of natural charm. However, right now, they were filled with weakness and confusion. She shook her head, which was still a bit groggy. Instinctively, she looked around at this strange place. Where is this? Am I still alive? At this moment, she was utterly convinced of the truth behind her father's words, forbidding her from seeing Lin Tian again. This conviction stemmed from the chilling indifference she had detected in her father's tone just moments ago. His utter disappointment in her was palpable, and his words felt more like a notification than a mere reminder. She understood her father's character well. No matter how much he had doted on her in the past, once he had made up his mind to do something, no one could sway him. Therefore, faced with Bai Linyue's pleas, the old saint remained unmoved, his gaze unwavering. In the next instant, his form transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind a chilling message. There is no need for you to repay the debts owed to me. As a grandfather, I shall take care of them all for my grandson. Thud. Upon hearing that icy voice, Bai Linyue collapsed to the ground. Observing the scene, Bai Linyue could only shake his head before disappearing in the same direction as the old saint. Chapter 23. Life and Death Crisis. Zone of Forbidden Life? In the sacred land of Bulao Mountain, within the area designated for miscellaneous disciples, Lin Tian gazed at the approaching youth without a trace of shock, instead sporting a seemingly gentle yet enigmatic smile. The sight of Lin Tian's smile inexplicably sent a chill through the young man. Meanwhile, an outer sect elder nearby failed to notice this smile, or rather, he was completely oblivious to the battle unfolding before him. In his eyes, his nephew was a 7th grade cultivator, while the miscellaneous disciple was merely at the 9th grade. It was an utterly one-sided confrontation, unworthy of his attention. Not far away, as the youth drew closer, Lin Tian's body crackled with electricity, and a purplish-black energy manifested in his hands. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's form vanished from their sight. Upon witnessing Lin Tian's speed, the outer sect elder's expression froze, and he seemed to realize something. Instinctively, he shouted, "Be careful!" But alas, it was too late. Lin Tian had already surged forth, and the terrified youth, in his moment of dread, barely caught a glimpse of a hand slicing through the air, imbued with a dark purple power, grazing his neck. In an instant, the youth felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Thud! The next moment, a grievous gash appeared on his neck, blood gushing forth in torrents. Instinctively, the youth clutched at his wound, screaming in terror. The outer sect elder, upon witnessing this, was struck with horror and instantly appeared before the youth, commencing treatment for the horrific injury. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, surrounded by crackling electricity, bolted away into the distance. The outer sect elder, though aware of Lin Tian's retreating figure, was far more concerned about the safety of his talented nephew from the Zhang family, and thus remained in place, refraining from pursuit. However, at that moment, Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had moved swiftly and managed to inflict a wound on the youth, he too had been struck. The proximity between them had been too close, and attempting to bridge two major realms in such a manner had proven to be a daunting task. Lin Tian sighed, yet his speed surged to unprecedented heights. He alone understood that he had miscalculated his previous attack. His intention had been to severely injure the youth without killing him, distracting the outer sect elder in the process for his own escape. Thus, the wound needed to be neither too deep nor too shallow. Alas, the earlier attack had triggered his own internal injuries, leading to an unfortunate deviation. It was clear that the youth could not survive. Lin Tian had to escape swiftly before the outer sect elder regained his composure. Otherwise, should he be captured, the consequences would be dire. His speed continued to escalate, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed the threshold of the sacred land. Yet, even with his accelerated pace, he felt the weight of his injuries. If it weren't for his severe wounds, he would have pushed himself to the limit. Just then, a tremendous force erupted from behind him, accompanied by a roar. Lin Tian realized that his pursuer had reacted. Damn it! Cursing quietly, the electricity surrounding him surged once more. Boom! His speed escalated to a new level. But the price was a fresh wave of searing pain coursing through his body. Unfortunately, despite his newfound velocity, a figure emerged behind him, the outer sect elder. The elder, clad in white robes, had veins bulging on his forehead, and his face was twisted with rage. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian felt a surge of shock. He had not anticipated the elder's speed would be so formidable. The distance between them had closed alarmingly fast, and it seemed to shrink further. No, he must be using some secret technique. How deep must his hatred run? That technique consumes one's essence. Could it be that the one who perished was his son? Wasn't he, it said within the sect, that this elder and Zhang Tianbao were not related by blood? Damn it, you'll pay for my son's life. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed in the air, followed by a barrage of powerful strikes descending upon Lin Tian. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of explosions reverberated, and Lin Tian could only weave through the onslaught of attacks. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Even when those attacks missed him, the residual force inflicted terrifying damage upon the already injured Lin Tian. He spat out blood repeatedly. The elder, sensing Lin Tian's precarious state, intensified his barrage of attacks. Under such relentless pressure, even with Lin Tian's speed, an accident was inevitable. Just then, a strike landed squarely on his back. Boom! The powerful impact tore through Lin Tian's clothing, staining him anew with blood. Nevertheless, his speed continued to escalate. He alone understood that under such relentless pursuit, relying solely on his speed would not grant him salvation. Although his pursuer was currently bolstered by a secret technique, allowing him to close the gap, once that technique faded, the Elder's speed would diminish. However, by then, how much spiritual energy could Lin Tian muster as a ninth-grade cultivator? Thus, he saw no choice but to take a desperate gamble. He lifted his gaze toward the looming black cliff ahead, determination gleaming in his eyes. This was his sole chance for survival. At this moment, the elder behind him visibly changed his expression upon seeing the ominous black cliff. Previously blinded by the vendetta for his slain son, he had failed to notice that he had unwittingly arrived at the very edge of the forbidden zone of life. Chapter 24. Could it be that the opponent possesses a hidden identity unknown to him? Cursed be it. This young man intends to flee by entering the forbidden zone of life. Upon witnessing the forbidden zone before him, the elder immediately deduced Lin Tian's intentions. Yet in the next instant, a glint of malice flickered in the elder's gaze as he resolved to hasten his speed. Unfortunately, his secret technique had reached its limit. Thus, rather than accelerating, his speed diminished in the following moment. Lin Tian, who had been closely observing him, naturally noticed this change, yet his countenance betrayed little joy. The truth was that the immense power within him was nearly expended. Had he not seen the forbidden zone looming not far ahead, he might have halted to confront the elder who pursued him. Fortunately, the remnants of his strength were still sufficient to propel him into the forbidden zone. The elder, deprived of his secret technique, would undoubtedly be unable to catch up to him. However, just as Lin Tian contemplated his next move, he suddenly felt a formidable force gathering behind him. Turning around, he was met with a look of shock. Cursed be it! An exclamation escaped his lips. The elder, realizing he could not catch Lin Tian, had begun to channel a potent attack to intercept him. Without hesitation, Lin Tian's body crackled with electric energy as he surged forth with unprecedented speed, for that was a full-force strike of the 5th rank. Should that attack land upon him, there would be no doubt he would meet his demise. In that moment, a primal instinct for survival ignited within him, unleashing his latent potential, and his speed surged once more. The elder, astonished by Lin Tian's sudden burst of velocity, could scarcely believe that this mere 9th-rank servant disciple could muster such swiftness. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Without a moment's pause, he hurled the incomplete attack in his hand, fearing that Lin Tian might indeed enter the forbidden zone. Once inside, the elder would dare not attack him there. With a thunderous boom, a tremendous force, akin to a blazing sun, hurtled towards Lin Tian. Sensing the imminent threat, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and he ceased his escape, understanding that he could not possibly evade such an onslaught. Only by bracing himself to withstand the attack could he hope to survive. In the next heartbeat, a radiant aura flickered at his brow, manifesting a formidable power that surged forth. The flying blade of celestial severance, a reward bestowed upon him by the system, erupted from his forehead when the flying blade appeared. The elder's expression shifted. The essence of a celestial artifact. How could this be? How could he possess a celestial artifact? Was it not said that he was an inconsequential servant disciple? Why then did he wield such a treasure? Such items were scarcely found even among the Zhang family of Tiannan City. How could a mere servant possess one? Could it be that he harbored a hidden identity unknown to the elder? Perhaps he was a disciple of a prominent family, sent out to hone his skills. No, that cannot be. The elder dismissed the thought, convinced that Lin Tian was undoubtedly an ordinary servant disciple. He had previously investigated Lin Tian, discovering that he had been within the sacred grounds for 8 years, remaining a mere servant disciple, enduring oppression without retaliation. Such a predicament was not one a scion of a great family would tolerate, nor would a wealthy family compel their child to begin as a servant disciple, offering no resources whatsoever. This was not training, it was sheer torment. Thus, it was clear that the individual before him was certainly an ordinary servant disciple. As for the celestial artifact in his possession, it was evident that this servant had encountered some fortuitous opportunity and inherited a legacy. Recalling Lin Tian's terrifying speed, The elder became increasingly convinced of his conclusion. With this revelation, his gaze upon Lin Tian grew fervently intense. Despite their blood feud, the prospect of such an opportunity compelled him to cast aside his hatred, allowing his emotions to shift from rage to elation. After all, a lost son could be replaced. But should such an opportunity slip away, it would be irretrievable. In a cataclysmic clash, the two attacks collided, unleashing a terrifying force. A powerful shockwave engulfed both individuals present. Yet, in that moment, the elder, being of the 5th rank, remained largely unaffected, while Lin Tian was sent hurtling backward, his injuries exacerbated anew. Witnessing this, a glimmer of delight graced the elder's features. Only by incapacitating Lin Tian could he hope to capture him and uncover the secrets and opportunities he possessed, particularly that celestial artifact. Such a powerful item was typically nurtured within the mind. Should the wielder perish, extracting the artifact would require at least a 1st-rank expert. Thus, ensuring Lin Tian's survival was of paramount importance. Yet, in the next moment, the elder's smile vanished abruptly as he witnessed Lin Tian, leveraging the explosive shockwave, surge toward the forbidden zone, moving even faster than before. Cursed be it, he could no longer afford to hesitate, launching himself toward Lin Tian. But in the next instant, regret washed over him. In his eagerness, he had forgotten the rules of the forbidden zone. The stronger one was, the greater the pressure they would endure within. With a resounding boom, as he approached the forbidden zone, a terrifying force bore down upon him, pinning him to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, though he had entered the boundaries of the forbidden zone first, was not faring much better. Despite his advance, he too was forced to crawl along the ground under the weight of the pressure, with his only means of offense already expended. Thus, he could only strive to distance himself from the elder. His realm surged directly from the 5th layer of chi condensation, soaring all the way up until it stabilized at the 8th layer. What a pity! He clicked his tongue in his heart, unable to suppress a trace of regret. If he had waited for her to recover to the God Palace realm before doing this, the boost she brought would probably have allowed him to break through directly to the Yuan Dan core realm, wouldn't it? That would have been true maximization of benefits. However, to break through 3 layers in one breath, reaching the 8th layer of chi condensation, such speed was already defying the heavens, far surpassing the achievements of ordinary people cultivating bitterly for years. He should be content. Immediately, his mind moved. He brought up MOU's system panel again. Name, MOU, Realm, Chi Condensation Layer 5, Bloodline, Flood Dragon Bloodline, 30, Note. When bloodline purity reaches 100, it will trigger a qualitative change, promoting to true dragon bloodline. Comprehensive aptitude, red, peerless talent, can be upgraded to golden. Status, weak, submissive, contracted. When he saw the note behind the bloodline column, Li Changqing's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, Flood Dragon Bloodline, Purity 30? Reaching 100 allows promotion to true dragon bloodline. A bold thought immediately surged in his heart. If he could really raise a true dragon. Just imagining the scene was thrilling. However, he quickly thought of another issue. If it upgrades from red to golden later, will there be another reward? No, but the system's cold answer shattered his fantasy. As expected, it won't work. Li Changqing shook his head helplessly. Although he had anticipated it, he still felt it was a pity. This system really didn't give any loopholes to exploit. System. Then what about my reward? Ding. Aptitude rating. Red. Peerless talent. Reward issued. Emperor grade cultivation technique demon. God. 9 transformations. Hiss. Emperor grade. A reward for a red aptitude was actually an emperor grade technique. Li Changqing involuntarily gasped in his heart, unable to suppress his shock. He had originally estimated that a red aptitude reward would be a heaven grade technique, which would be pushing the limit. After all, heaven grade techniques were already legendary existences throughout the entire Azure Cloud sect and even Fengtian City. But he never expected the system to be so generous, directly rewarding an emperor grade technique. Emperor grade. That was a legendary tier, as far as he knew, throughout the vast and boundless Tianxian continent. Kunpa, probably, only those reclusive ancient imperial clans, or the few aloof powers standing at the peak of the continent, might possess the inheritance of emperor-grade techniques. But thinking about it, it made sense. Even a heaven-defying existence like the system existed. Rewarding an emperor-grade technique was actually quite normal. He quickly suppressed the shock in his heart and calmed down. Immediately focusing his mind, he checked the detailed information of the demon god, 9 transformations, in his now mind. Chapter 29. Heading to the sect market, demon god, 9 transformations. Emperor grade body, refining amplification secret technique. Not a traditional cultivation technique, but an ultimate combat secret art. Divided into 9 transformations. Core essence. For every transformation cultivated within the corresponding major realm, one can unleash terrifying combat power far exceeding their current realm for a short period. It places an immense load on the physical body, requiring a strong physique or special constitution to support it. Brief introduction. First transformation, corresponding to body tempering realm upon activation, provides a 5-fold combat power amplification. Second transformation, corresponding to chi condensation realm upon activation, provides a 10-fold combat power amplification. Third transformation, corresponding to Chi Si realm upon activation, provides a 20-fold combat power amplification. Subsequent transformations increase with realm amplification multiples become increasingly terrifying. Ninth transformation, corresponding to Emperor realm once activated, transform into an ancient demon god. Combat power connecting heaven and earth. Specific amplification immeasurable. Restrictions. Each transformation can only be used once per day. Duration depends on physical strength and cultivation. There will be a brief period of weakness after use. After reading the introduction, a terrifying glint burst forth in Li Changqing's eyes. This demon god, 9 transformations, was simply a super trump card tailor-made for him. Combined with his desolate ancient saint body, it was a perfect match. 10-fold combat power. What concept was a 10-fold combat power explosion at the chi condensation realm? He dared not even imagine it. Truly an emperor-grade technique. Simple, crude, powerful. It seems in the future, he must pay more attention to body refinement, constantly strengthening his physical foundation. That way, the duration of the demon god, 9 transformations, would be longer. When the time comes, regardless of what genius or sect ancestor, he would suppress them all. He let out a long breath, suppressing his excitement. Li Changqing spoke aloud. You two shall stay here for now. Without my orders, you're not to go anywhere. He paused, then continued. I'm going to the sect market to see if I can find some pills or heavenly treasures to repair the soul and nourish the origin. They immediately responded respectfully. Yes. Thank you, master, for your concern. Li Changqing nodded, saying no more, and turned to leave the bedroom. Only after his figure completely disappeared did Bai Li truly let out a sigh of relief, her tense body relaxing. Just then, Mou on the couch let out a low moan, slowly waking up. She struggled to sit up, but pulled at an injury somewhere, causing her to hiss in pain. Unable to suppress a curse in her heart. Damn bastard. He actually dared to. She bared her teeth, her face a mix of anger and grievance. After cursing a few times, she suddenly let out a light, as if sensing something abnormal. Looking inward at herself, a confused look appeared on her face. Wait, what I feel like my bloodline is slightly different. She couldn't explain exactly what was different. It was just an abstruse feeling, as if something dormant deep within her bloodline had been slightly stirred. She lifted her head, looking around, not seeing Li Changqing's figure. Where is he? He said he went to the sect market to find things to repair our souls and origins, Bai Li answered. At least he has some conscience. Mou pursed her lips, her tone still dissatisfied. But that grievance seemed to have diminished quite a bit. Bai Li walked over, rolling her eyes at her. You too. Why did you have to provoke him with that sharp tongue? See? You brought this suffering upon yourself. None of your business. Mou glared back. The grudge between you and me hasn't been settled yet. Wait until I recover. I'll settle accounts with you first. Idiot. Bai Li snorted coldly, turning her head away, too lazy to pay attention to her anymore. The room temporarily fell into silence. On the other side, the sect market was located in an open valley not far outside the foot of the Azure Cloud sect. The place was bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder, with all sorts of weird shouting rising and falling, incredibly lively. Take a look, take a look. The bluestone slab an ancient expert sat on when he was constipated. Comprehend the profound patterns on it. It might help clear your path of cultivation. Don't miss it if you pass by. 100-year spirit turtle just fished out of the back mountain pond. Buy back to make soup prolong life. The effect is solid. Blood-spitting clearance sale. Soap seemingly used by a certain fairy for bathing, although only a corner is left. The lingering fragrance remains, a must-have for comprehending the Tao. Li Changqing walked through the bustling crowd, listening to these ridiculous hawking calls, the corners of his mouth twitching a few times. Truly talented people everywhere. He shook his head helplessly. These peripheral stalls in the market mostly sold gimmicky, deceptive trinkets. He naturally looked down on them. His goal was clear, heading straight for the most central area of the market. There stood a magnificent 7-story pavilion, with flying eaves and upturned corners, faintly emitting treasure light. The plaque above the door wrote 3 large characters in a sweeping style, 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. This was the truly large-scale trading venue around the Azure Cloud sect. It was rumored that sect elders held shares in it, and its reputation was impeccable. Inside, there was everything: heavenly treasures, divine weapons, technique manuals, spirit pills. As long as you had enough spirit stones, you could buy almost anything needed for cultivation. Li Changqing was about to step into the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from an inconspicuous corner stall nearby. "Boss, I'll take this thunderstruck wood. 300 low-grade spirit stones." "What? 300 low-grade spirit stones?" The elder inexplicably felt a chill run through his body. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Lin Tian, even as he was on the verge of plummeting into an endless abyss, still wearing a faint smile. That smile struck him with a stark contrast, for within what appeared to be a gentle expression, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. As Lin Tian's figure rapidly descended, it vanished from the elder's sight. Soon he snapped out of his daze, cursing under his breath as he gazed towards the direction Lin Tian had leaped. In that moment, he felt a pang of anguish. How could a mere servant-disciple dare to leap in a void? Such foolishness was maddening. At this instant, the elder was nearly driven to the brink of rage. After all, Lin Tian's jump signified not only the loss of his son, but also the risk of becoming tainted by the atmosphere of the life-threatening zone, ultimately resulting in nothing to show for it. Undeterred, he approached the site where Lin Tian had fallen, only to be met by an expanse of impenetrable darkness. His heart sank in despair. In the next moment, he reluctantly exited the confines of the life-threatening zone, but not before casting a final, reluctant glance towards the direction Lin Tian had descended. Perhaps it was the greed within him, or some other unknown reason, that led him to believe that the young man might still be alive after falling into the life-threatening zone. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind: the life token. That very object could ascertain whether Lin Tian was alive or dead. With this thought, the elder's eyes gleamed with excitement. He promptly returned to the sacred ground. After some inquiries among the servant disciples, he learned Lin Tian's name. He then made his way to the repository dedicated to the life tokens of servant disciples. Indeed, even these unofficial disciples possessed their own life tokens. This was not surprising. Most larger sects took such measures. However, it was not merely a display of wealth. After all, no matter how affluent they were, they would not squander excessive resources on servant disciples. The reason behind this practice was clear. The dark races had become more active than ever before, signaling a potential invasion at any moment. To ensure their forces were not overwhelmed during such an incursion, they needed expendable pawns to buy time. Yes, these servant disciples were the pawns. Yet, to prevent these pawns from fleeing the sect or escaping during a dark race invasion, life tokens were crafted to keep them in check. Upon entering the warehouse housing the life tokens, the elder in white quickly located Lin Tian's token. Upon seeing it, he paused, sensing that this token was somehow different from those of other servant disciples, though he could not pinpoint why. An eerie feeling washed over him, but he brushed it aside, for he had obtained what he sought. With a swift motion, he retrieved the token, his eyes sparkling with triumph. It remains intact. Lin Tian is still alive. In that moment, much of his inner turmoil dissipated. If Lin Tian had perished within the life-threatening zone, he would have gained nothing regarding the opportunities that lay within and would have had to pay a price far beyond what his clan could afford to extract even a single artifact from a corpse. But now everything had changed. As long as that young man was alive, there remained a chance. The elder's heart swelled with joy, yet he maintained an outward calm, fully aware that even if the young man was alive, he had already descended into the life-threatening zone. This was no longer a problem he could solve alone, and time was of the essence. After all, the life-threatening zone was fraught with peril. That young man could perish at any moment. His pace quickened. In the next moment, clutching Lin Tian's life token, he made his way towards the Zhang family in Tiannan City. Shortly after his arrival, Several powerful figures from a Zhang family soared forth alongside the elder in white, heading towards the life-threatening zone. However, upon landing, they merely glanced at the life token before departing. Once they returned to Tiannan City, after considerable discussion, the Zhang family issued a bounty for Lin Tian, declaring that he had slain 2 of their direct bloodline descendants, but had escaped into the life-threatening zone. Anyone who could locate him or provide any information would be generously rewarded. The rationale behind this decision stemmed from careful deliberation. Though they sought to claim the treasures Lin Tian possessed, entering the life-threatening zone was beyond their capabilities. Their current strength would be suppressed within the zone, risking contamination by its atmosphere. Thus, they could only dispatch lower-ranking cultivators for this task. Naturally, they could not send their own members into such danger, opting instead to recruit others. Urgency was paramount. They needed to act before Lin Tian met his demise, given the lucrative terms offered by the Zhang family. Even the slightest lead would yield a handsome reward, including 10 spirit stones for anyone who participated. Consequently, a wave of excitement swept through the lower-tier cultivators and servant disciples in Tiannan City. For those with connections or power, such a bounty was beneath their notice. However, for those lacking resources or status, this was an extraordinary opportunity. The term life-threatening zone, though intimidating, was relative. Its dangers were more pronounced for the powerful. For the weaker cultivators, it was merely a perilous locale. Typically, few would risk venturing inside. Yet, when the risk was coupled with reward, the dynamics shifted dramatically, especially in the ruthless world of cultivation. For the weak, the prospect of remaining stagnant was far more terrifying than death itself. Thus, the issuance of this bounty ignited fervor among the low-tier cultivators and servant disciples of the sacred ground, who flocked towards the life-threatening zone. Chapter 27. The Extreme Yang Blessed Land. Duan Hungling's Regret? Within the life-threatening zone, Lin Tian emerged from a lake, his body racked with excruciating pain. Every inch of his flesh felt as though it were being torn apart, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with agony. The intensity of his suffering nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Once fainting, one would undoubtedly perish in this place. Yet at this moment, Lin Tian urgently called out to the system, quickly, heal my injuries as much as you can. Ding. Commencing treatment of your injuries. At that instant, a warm current surged within Lin Tian's body, alleviating the excruciating pain that had tormented him. Once the agony throughout his body subsided, Lin Tian began to breathe heavily. Simultaneously, a panel appeared before him, displaying a rapidly dwindling number in the emotional points section. His emotional points had reached 4890, nearly 1,000 more than before. The source of these emotional points was clearly indicated at the bottom of the panel, revealing 2 phrases: since the anger of Zhang Tianci and since the anger of Zhang Zhangyuan. These were likely the names of the young man and the elder in white robes. However, Lin Tian paid little heed to this, as he was entirely focused on his own precarious condition. If he weren't immobilized, he would have been oblivious to such matters. Yet, in a moment of distraction, Lin Tian noticed that his emotional points, originally close to 5,000, had plummeted to less than 2,000. Observing this, he immediately called out, "Stop. System, that's enough. You can cease the treatment now." At this moment, a chill coursed through Lin Tian. After all, he was in a veritable death zone, and his cultivation was woefully inadequate. The system was his only lifeline, and without emotional points, he risked losing his last support. Ding! With the sound of the system, the healing within Lin Tian's body came to an abrupt halt. The next moment, he forced himself to sit up. Instinctively, he began to survey his surroundings. Of course, he harbored no concern about potential dangers, for during his leap from the cliff, he had consulted the system, which had assured him that from that height, his chances of survival were as high as 90%. Trusting the system and recognizing that he had no other options, he had chosen to believe in it. Fortunately, the system had not disappointed him. Yet, as he gazed at the vibrant scenery surrounding him, Lin Tian found himself bewildered. The environment appeared to be anything but the legendary death zone that extinguished all life. Rather, it resembled a hidden paradise. This sight reminded him of the shimmering light he had seen while plummeting from the cliff. But what was that? Without hesitation, Lin Tian addressed the system. "System, perform a divination for me. Let me know what kind of place this is. Indeed, this was the latest application of the system he had conceived, calculating destiny. This was also the reason he had dared to leap from the cliff. He had previously asked the system to calculate potential outcomes. Naturally, this calculation was not infallible. For instance, it had determined whether his survival rate was higher by jumping or by being captured. Ultimately, it revealed that he had a 90% chance of survival after the leap. This was not the system altering fate. Rather, it was due to the inherent vitality of this location. Had the cliff been an absolute dead end, even with the system's assistance, survival would have been impossible. Ding. Consuming 10 emotional points to compute the result. Ding. Calculation successful. This is the land of extreme yang. Lin Tian, the land of extreme yang? What manner of place is this? Ding. All things in the world adhere to the balance of heavenly principles. Nothing can contravene the fundamental laws. The death zone is a place of exile for endless life, representing the realm of extreme yin. However, as the world balances yin and yang, where there is extreme yin, there is also extreme yang. Listening to the system's explanation, Lin Tian began to grasp the meaning. In essence, this place was the antithesis of the death zone. No wonder it appeared so brimming with life. If the outer realm, representing extreme yin, was a complete wasteland, then this place, embodying extreme yang, was undoubtedly a veritable paradise. Upon realizing this, Lin Tian felt a surge of curiosity for exploration. After all, such a blessed land must harbor treasures. Just beneath his feet, a mere glance revealed several millennium-grade medicinal herbs. Not far away, he even spotted a rare herb. This sight left Lin Tian entranced. Though not an alchemist, he understood the value of these herbs. The few he observed around him, if brought to the outside world, would be fiercely contested by the great clans. And here, they were abundant. Most crucially, given his grievous injuries and future cultivation needs, he would require vast resources. Without hesitation, Lin Tian began to sweep through the area like a locust, harvesting the medicinal herbs. As for storage, he utilized the perfect space he had purchased from the system for 1,000 points. Within this space, he had no need to worry about the herbs. He merely needed to stuff them in. At that moment, it was unfathomable how a gravely injured person could possess such drive to work tirelessly for 2 consecutive days without rest. In just those brief 2 days, he had stripped away 1/10 of the vegetation in the land of extreme yang. This was inevitable, as Lin Tian was unfamiliar with these herbs and could only harvest whatever he encountered. Over these days, the system frequently broadcast notifications. Sensed by Lin Yu's remorse towards you. Emotional points 100. Sensed by Lin Yu's remorse towards you. Emotional points 100. Sensed by Lin Yu's remorse towards you. Emotional points 100. Sensed Duan Hongling's remorse towards you. Emotional points 200. Sensed Duan Hongling's remorse towards you. Emotional points 200. When Lin Tian saw these messages, he felt puzzled. Why was Bai Linyue still lamenting her inability to pass on her treasures to her beloved disciple? Was this woman not well? How long had it been since that incident? And she was still regretting not leaving behind her legacy. And who was this Duan Hongling? Of course, such matters were of no concern to him at this moment. He was currently in the midst of gathering riches. However, just as he plucked another herb, an urgent alert from the system interrupted him. Ding! Warning! The land of extreme yang is exiting the spatial realm. Please evacuate promptly. Chapter 28. May the princess grant mercy and rescue the young master. What? Upon hearing this warning, Lin Tian froze momentarily. Exiting the spatial realm? What on earth does that mean? At this moment, Lin Tian stood up bewildered. Though he did not comprehend the implications of exiting the spatial realm, he did heed the system's warning to leave this place. Thus, he ceased gathering herbs and turned his gaze toward a formation platform he had previously discovered, which was a magical array he had analyzed using the system. This platform is essentially a teleportation array capable of transporting one away from this extreme yang secret realm. Thus, it is evident that this location is not the first entry point for anyone. This mechanism must be the remnant left behind by the previous individual who departed from this place. Furthermore, this teleportation array remains operational. At that moment, Lin Tian observed that the once flourishing expanse of precious medicinal herbs in the distance had inexplicably begun to fade into nothingness. Witnessing the scene, he finally comprehended the system's reference to escaping the space. In the next instant, Lin Tian positioned himself atop the array. As he infused his spiritual energy into the platform, the formation radiated light, and Lin Tian's figure vanished from the entire realm. However, immediately after his disappearance, a crack appeared on the platform. This fissure spread like the roots of a tree, ultimately causing the entire array to shatter into fragments. At that moment within the space channel, Lin Tian beheld the passageway adorned with tear-like webbing. Upon witnessing this sight, his complexion turned pale. Yet before he could react, a thunderous cracking sound erupted from the space before him. Suddenly, a massive rift in the fabric of space materialized, with countless forces swirling within. Meanwhile, Bai Linyue stood at the entrance of Tiannan City, her face ashen, after witnessing her father and brother depart from Qingchi Sacred Land. She seemed to have lost her soul, returning to this place in a daze. Initially, she planned to remain in Qingchi Sacred Land, waiting for her father to bring back Lin Tian so she could meet her child. Yet, she recalled her father's earlier admonition against seeing her child again. She understood that her father was not jesting. Thus, if she stayed in Qingchi Sacred Land, her father would never allow her child to return to the Sacred Land, which meant she might never see her child one last time. Consequently, she chose to return directly to Tiannan City, determined to see her child here. Indeed, she had resolved to defy her father's wishes, for this was her child. She would not permit anyone, even her father, to take him away. Moreover, she possessed a teleportation token given by her brother Bai Linyue, which would expedite her return to Tiannan City. As long as she found her child beforehand and obtained his forgiveness, she would have the utmost confidence in persuading her father to retract his earlier statement. At that moment, she vowed that no one would take her child away. The debts she owed to Lin Tian, she would repay manifold to her child, though tears welled in her eyes. Her resolve remained steadfast. Prior to returning to the Sacred Land, she had instructed her husband to spare no effort in retrieving their child. She was aware that this request posed a significant challenge for him, considering his proud nature. Her words essentially compelled him to humble himself. Therefore, she understood that he might not comply, but he would at least ensure the safety of their child. Just as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed before her. Upon appearing, the figure immediately knelt before Bai Linyue, tears brimming in his eyes, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please save the young master." At the sound of these words, Bai Linyue's body involuntarily trembled. The person before her was none other than Elder Huang, the one whom Lin Haotian had dispatched to secretly watch over Lin Tian. Why was he here at this moment? A wave of dread surged through her heart. What had transpired? "Elder Huang, why are you here?" Bai Linyue struggled to suppress the tremor in her voice as she inquired. The moment Elder Huang spoke, tears spilled from his eyes as he lamented. The young master was forced to leap from the cliff of the life forbidden zone. "I implore you, Your Highness, to show mercy and rescue him. Although the young master has made mistakes, he does not deserve death. He has suffered enough. I beseech you." With a thud, Elder Huang knelt, his voice hoarse with despair. At that moment, upon hearing his words, Bai Linyue's already pale visage drained of all color. The terror in her heart crystallized into something palpable. Especially upon hearing that Lin Tian had been compelled to jump into the life forbidden zone, her mind went blank. It was as if a cacophony of buzzing filled her ears. Yet, she instinctively retorted, "What happened? Why do you say my Tianer jumped off the cliff and into the life forbidden zone? What nonsense are you spouting?" In that moment of confusion, she reflexively began to counter Elder Huang's words. Of course, her rebuttal wasn't entirely unfounded. At that instant, she still subconsciously believed in her husband, Lin Haotian. After all, with him present, who could possibly force the son of the Lord of Nan to leap off a cliff? However, Elder Huang wasted no time, promptly producing a bounty notice from his cloak. "It is true, Your Highness, every word I speak is genuine. The young master has been gone for 2 days already. I implore you to save him. It may soon be too late." As Bai Linyue gazed upon the bounty notice, she stood frozen in place. The image of Lin Tian and the identical bounty details rendered her speechless. Her pupils constricted sharply. The flicker of fear within her transformed into sheer terror. At that moment, she felt as though her very being had been rooted to the spot. She even hesitated to grasp the bounty notice. Yet at that instant, a vivid image resurfaced in her mind. It was the vision of her having pushed Lin Tian step by step off the cliff. An unprecedented panic enveloped her heart. Her pupils widened, snapping her out of her stupor. Anger surged within her. A profound fury ignited. With a rush, Bai Linyue transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Lin residence. Elder Huang, witnessing this scene, could only sigh and follow, thinking he could assist the young master no further. Now, he could only hope that the young master, whom he had watched grow since childhood, could endure until their arrival. Chapter 29. Did you not promise that you would not let Tian come harm? Inside the Lin residence, Lin Haotian was currently instructing Lin Hao in his cultivation. Indeed, the originally intended return to the sacred land had been postponed, as Lin Hao had inadvertently spotted the bounty notice regarding Lin Tian just before leaving Tiannan City. Subsequently, a thought emerged in his mind. He immediately returned to Lin Mansion. Upon seeing Lin Haotian, who had not yet received news of the bounty order, he comprehended everything. Indeed, as he had surmised, Lin Haotian was entirely oblivious to Lin Tian's every move. Otherwise, he would not remain seated on that throne, indifferent, even after Lin Tian had jumped into the life-forbidden zone and issued the bounty order. Naturally, this was precisely what he desired. After all, only in this manner could Lin Tian, this useless being, truly vanish from this world. Furthermore, everything he possessed would no longer be contested by anyone. Thus, upon returning to Lin Mansion, his purpose was simple: to delay the other party and eliminate any possibility of them learning about Lin Tian's leap into the life-forbidden zone. At this moment, Bai Linyue had departed from Tianyi City, making it impossible for Lin Haotian to acquire this information. Lin Tian would undoubtedly have no place to be buried. Of course, he could not appear overly deliberate. Moreover, 2 days had already passed since Lin Tian's jump into the life-forbidden zone. He was merely a 9th-grade waste, and he must have long since perished without a trace. Therefore, it was time to let Lin Haotian in on the news. The next moment, he wore a worried expression as he addressed Lin Haotian. "Thank you, Father, for your guidance. Over the past 2 days, I have made some progress. I wish to process this information on my own. Additionally, Father, I can sense you seem troubled, so I kindly ask you to rest well." Upon hearing these words, Lin Haotian was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon realized that his current state of mind seemed rather unstable. Even his brow was tightly furrowed. Had Lin Hao not spoken those words, he might not have noticed. He instinctively rubbed his brow and replied to Lin Hao, "Very well. Then you may process what you have learned." After speaking, Lin Haotian exited the cultivation chamber. He returned to the grand hall of Lin Mansion, where he sat upon the throne. At that moment, as he gazed at the entire empty hall, he inexplicably felt a profound sense of emptiness and sadness. His wife had departed, and even his child was not by his side. He then glanced at the ground not far from him, and his gaze momentarily froze. Not long ago, there had been several blood-red footprints in that very spot. Although those footprints had been cleared away for some reason when he looked at that location, it seemed as if the footprints still lingered in his mind. After experiencing a profound sense of loneliness, he recalled the words his wife had spoken before her departure. Had he truly been in the wrong? But at that very moment, bang, the door to Lin Mansion was suddenly flung open, and a white figure appeared before him. Upon seeing this figure, a long-lost smile spread across Lin Haotian's face, and his tightly furrowed brow completely relaxed. "Madam," he exclaimed instinctively. However, in the next moment, he realized something was amiss, for he seemed to detect tears and anger on his wife's face. But before he could process this, Bai Linyue rushed up to Lin Haotian and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Slap! The crisp sound echoed, and Lin Haotian remained dazed as he stared at his wife, who was filled with grievance and fury, tears streaming down her face. "Madam, what has happened to you?" After receiving Bai Linyue's slap, his first instinct was not anger, but rather a heart-wrenching concern for his wife. "Lin Haotian, you are nothing but a scoundrel. You have disappointed me greatly. Did you not promise that you would not let Tian come to harm?" At that moment, Bai Linyue shouted in a voice choked with tears. Before Lin Haotian could respond to her words, Bai Linyue hurled the bounty order in front of him. "Is this what you call protection? Look at what you have done." As Lin Haotian picked up the bounty order, his expression shifted from shock to fury in an instant. "Damn it! Who on earth dares to do such a thing to my son?" At that moment, regardless of his disdain for Lin Tian, he could not ignore the fact that Lin Tian was his own flesh and blood. How could anyone have the audacity to act so brazenly within his jurisdiction? "Lin Haotian, is this how you fulfill your role as a father? Did you not say you would not harm him? Do you truly despise Tian or so?" Bai Linyue's voice was filled with rage and despair. Hearing her words, Lin Haotian gazed at his wife with a heart full of guilt. Yet, he also knew what he ought to do at that moment. He turned to the crowd outside the Grand Hall and shouted, "All Lin Mansion guards, assemble!" With that command, a multitude of powerful auras erupted throughout Lin Mansion, converging at the entrance. Just then, a man clad in black armor entered the Grand Hall. Upon entering, he knelt on one knee and reported, "My lord, all guards have been assembled. Please give your orders." After hearing this, Lin Haotian waved his hand decisively. "All of you, set off for the Life Forbidden Zone immediately." Boom! On the Lin family's warship, the black-armored soldiers were fully armed, their expressions solemn. On the ship, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue stood at the bow, with Lin Hao positioned behind them. Given the earlier commotion at Lin Mansion, he could not have remained unaware. Upon learning that Lin Haotian intended to venture into the Life Forbidden Zone to search for Lin Tian, he naturally wanted to accompany them. After all, in his view, Lin Tian, this waste, had undoubtedly perished within the Forbidden Grounds. Even if they found him, it would likely only be his corpse. However, unless he saw it with his own eyes, he would not find peace. The warship set sail. At that moment, Bai Linyue's eyes were still slightly red, and the mist of tears had yet to dissipate. Behind her, Lin Hao tightly clenched his fists, his gaze filled with resentment. He understood all too well what this represented. Only he was fully aware of the reason behind Bai Linyue's transformation. Guilt. It was the guilt she felt towards Lin Tian. Indeed, he had known that Bai Linyue's favoritism towards him stemmed largely from her guilt over Lin Tian. Previously, she had channeled that guilt into her affection for him, which explained why he had received such favor in her presence. "If anything were to happen to my Tianer, you shall never receive my forgiveness for the rest of your life." However, no one had previously pointed this out to her, and she remained oblivious. She even believed that everything was a matter of course. But once someone or some event shattered that illusion, the other party would revert to their true self. The guilt she had once enjoyed, which did not belong to her, would gradually fade away. Instead, she would be compelled to compensate Lin Tian doubly for her previous mistakes. At this thought, Lin Hao was suddenly seized by a sense of dangerous panic. He understood that although Lin Haotian appeared to be the head of the family on the surface, the underlying dynamics were far more complex. However, only he knew that the true master of this household was Bai Linyue. Whatever Bai Linyue insisted upon, Lin Haotian would never refuse. This was the reason he had previously been able to propose such a ludicrous notion as passing down his skills within the Lin family and still have accepted. Yet, the circumstances had changed. If Lin Tian were truly to return to the Lin family, with Bai Linyue's protection, the matter of his prior suppression of Lin Tian's innate abilities would undoubtedly come to light. At this very moment, Bai Linyue's concern for Lin Tian was palpable. Being expelled from the Lin residence would be the lightest of punishments for him. Lin Haotian sensed his wife's unusual emotional state, even perceiving her dissatisfaction towards him. He understood that he needed to divert this discontent. He turned angrily to the soldiers behind him, exclaiming, "You rascals, why are you not coming forward?" Upon hearing Lin Haotian's voice, the soldiers hastily approached. These men had been chosen by Lin Haotian from the Zhonbei, Wang Fu, to assist him in gathering intelligence. Yet, they had failed to inform him of significant events, such as Lin Tian falling into the Life Forbidden Zone. This was an egregious dereliction of duty. To scouts on the battlefield, withholding information equated to betrayal. Throwing down the bounty notice in his hand, Lin Haotian coldly demanded, "Can any of you explain how this occurred? Why have I received no information?" Bai Linyue discerned the implication of his words. Withdrawing her tear-stained gaze from Lin Haotian, she scrutinized the scouts below, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. If these individuals truly intended harm upon her child, she would ensure they regretted their actions. At that moment, sensing Bai Linyue's wrath, the scouts knelt in fear. "My lord, we are wronged," one of them proclaimed, picking up the bounty notice. "On the very day this incident occurred, we dispatched someone to inform you. Do you not remember?" Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue turned her gaze back to her husband. Lin Haotian instinctively prepared to refute. Yet before he could utter a word, a fleeting memory surfaced in his mind. 2 days prior, someone had indeed delivered him a message. However, he seemed to have forgotten. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, with a pale complexion, stepped forward, tears brimming in his eyes, guilt and grievance etched upon his face. "Mother, I am sorry, it is all my fault. Do not blame father. At that time, while I was in the training room, my meridians suddenly reversed. Father delayed go to save brother to save me. Had I known that the message was about brother jumping into the life-forbidden zone, I would have insisted Father go directly to rescue him. It is all my fault. In the next moment, Lin Hao fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing these words, Bai Linyue's expression turned pale. What? Meridians reversed. Perhaps others were unaware of the implications of reverse meridians, but for powerful cultivators like them, it was all too clear what it signified. Should this situation be mishandled, the mildest consequence would be severed meridians, ending one's path of cultivation. The most severe outcome could result in a catastrophic explosion of the body. In an instant, Bai Linyue rushed to Lin Hao's side, gently grasping his hand and performing a thorough examination. Once she confirmed that everything was normal, her heart finally settled. She then embraced Lin Hao, who was still weeping and filled with regret, comforting him. It's all right, dear child, this is not your fault. You are also my child, and your well-being is equally important. Upon hearing this, a fleeting smirk crossed Lin Hao's lips. Indeed, the so-called reverse meridians had been a deliberate act on his part. Otherwise, while he was training without any interference, how could he claim that his meridians had reversed? After expressing these thoughts, Bai Linyue's gaze shifted back to Lin Haotian, clearly seeking an explanation. Despite her husband attending to their son's reverse meridians, could he not speak? Was he the only one left in the Lin residence? It was evident he cared little for Lin Tian. Perhaps when he first heard the news regarding Lin Tian, he had simply disregarded it. Otherwise, no matter the circumstances, he would have ensured this matter was addressed. Just then, the usually silent Huang Lao stepped forward, evidently wanting to contribute something. However, before he could speak, Lin Haotian turned on him in anger. After all, he had entrusted the task of protecting Lin Tian to him. Now that such an incident had occurred, Huang Lao would undoubtedly face consequences. But upon witnessing this, Bai Linyue erupted angrily at her husband, exclaiming, Lin Haotian, that is enough. In that moment, Bai Linyue was genuinely furious. Her anger stemmed not only from her husband's attempts to evade responsibility, but also from her rage towards Lin Tian's incompetent father. She vividly recalled that on the day Lin Tian was brought back to the Lin family, she had already revoked Huang Lao's covert mission to protect him. Now he sought to use this excuse to absolve himself of responsibility. Upon hearing this realization, Lin Haotian's mind jolted. Miraculously, he recalled having dismissed Huang Lao's protective task. He withdrew his gaze. At this moment, tears fell from Bai Linyue's eyes once more. She finally understood the significance of Lin Tian in her husband's heart. In that instant, she felt foolish for leaving the Lin residence alone after Lin Tian had sustained such injuries, trusting a negligent father to search for their child. It was utterly naive. He clearly cared little for the child's well-being. How could he possibly search for him? The most absurd part was that she had left so easily. In that moment, regret transformed into an endless stream of tears. Her mind conjured the image of Lin Tian, filled with despair, forced to leap into the abyss of the life-forbidden zone. These visions were like rusted knives, relentlessly cutting into her heart. In her overwhelming fury, she gazed at Lin Haotian, her voice colder than ever. Lin Haotian, remember this. If anything happens to my Tianer, you shall never earn my forgiveness. Upon hearing these words, Lin Haotian's body trembled involuntarily. He understood that his wife was not jesting at that moment. Rest assured, I will ensure nothing happens to him. Lin Haotian promptly vowed, though internally he harbored doubts. After all, it was the life-forbidden zone. Allow a mere 9th-rank cultivator to remain alone within for 2 days, especially after sustaining such grievous injuries. The probability of survival is, one might say, nearly non-existent. Yet, he finds himself powerless. At this moment, he has already sensed an unsettling shift in his wife's emotions. Thus, he resolves to first stabilize her feelings before addressing anything else. Regrettably, upon uttering this sentiment, the expression on Bai Linyue's face shows no sign of softening. Witnessing this, Lin Haotian can only sigh inwardly. However, in the next moment, he instinctively directs the blame for their predicament towards Lin Tian. In his heart, he believes the root cause of all this turmoil lies in Lin Tian's refusal to accept the transmission of skills that day. If only the other party had heeded the suggestion, how could such a calamity have unfolded? Why have he and his wife been reduced to their current state? If he had agreed, it would have benefited everyone, and he would still possess a warm and harmonious family. Cursed be that wretched scoundrel. At this moment, Lin Haotian's heart swells with agitation. Yet at this juncture, Huang Lao, who had previously stepped forward to speak, interjects, "Your Highness and Your Highness, I believe we should redirect our course toward the Tian Nanzhang family rather than the Life Forbidden Zone." Upon hearing his words, Lin Haotian, Bai Linyue, and the others turn their gazes towards Huang Lao. Without waiting for questions, Huang Lao elucidates, "Your Highness, my suggestion is not born from a lack of desire to rescue the young master, but rather to ensure a more effective rescue." He picks up the bounty notice and continues, "Your Highness and Your Highness, please observe. Since this bounty notice was issued by the Zhang family, it indicates that they must have some means of knowing that their young master survived after leaping into the Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for them to disseminate a bounty knowing he had entered the Life Forbidden Zone. If they truly wished to locate him, they could simply send someone down without offering such a lavish reward. Their actions imply that the young master is still alive and is constantly changing locations, necessitating a large number of personnel for the search. Moreover, the crux of the matter is that all of us here possess cultivation levels exceeding the 5th rank, rendering us ineffective in the Life Forbidden Zone." After hearing these words, Lin Haotian nods in agreement. Truth be told, he finds Huang Lao's reasoning sound, especially that final point. He had previously acted impulsively, neglecting to consider the cultivation levels of his soldiers and the dangers of the Life Forbidden Zone. In hindsight, Huang Lao's assertions ring true. Even if they were to venture into the Life Forbidden Zone, their efforts would likely yield little and could result in significant losses. Therefore, caution is paramount when approaching that location. At this moment, Bai Linyue regains her composure from her earlier fury. Lin Haotian then softly states, "My lady, you see, although she desperately wishes to charge into the Life Forbidden Zone to search for her child, she understands that such an endeavor is unrealistic. She cannot let her personal desires lead everyone to their doom. Ultimately, she can only nod in reluctant agreement." With her consent, Lin Haotian promptly issues orders to turn back. However, it is not the case that all must return to the Zhang family. He instructs a team to continue towards the Life Forbidden Zone to investigate and report back at any moment. Chapter 30. This is tantamount to indirectly, no, directly seeking the death of one's own child. In the Zhang family of Tiannan City, within the Grand Hall, a stern-faced man occupies the main seat, surrounded by several elders of the Zhang family. The man speaks with palpable anger and dissatisfaction. "Have we not yet located that wretched servant disciple within the Forbidden Zone?" His words are laced with frustration, for the Zhang family has expended countless resources on this matter, yet has reaped no rewards. Additionally, his fury is fueled by another reason: the death of Zhang Tianxi and Zhang Tianbei, the only two remaining heirs under his authority. Due to certain circumstances, he can no longer sire offspring. The demise of these two bloodlines at the hands of Lin Tian has effectively condemned him to extinction. Thus, he yearns not only for the opportunities Lin Tian possesses, but also seeks vengeance for the death of his sons. At this moment, a captivating and graceful mature woman beside him gently clasps his hand and softly reassures him, "Husband, do not fret. After all, we are dealing with the Life Forbidden Zone. This matter cannot be rushed." "Indeed, brother," another elder clad in white interjects, holding a command plate. "Once we acquire what that young man possesses, particularly that artifact, it will suffice to elevate the Zhang family to the most formidable clan in Tiannan City." As he speaks, his gaze inadvertently drifts to the alluring mature woman beside him. She, in turn, momentarily returns a flirtatious glance before quickly regaining her composure. Hearing the comfort from his closest kin, the Zhang family head feels somewhat calmed. Yet, at this moment, he appears to ponder a pressing question and subsequently inquires, "Second brother, are you certain that the child who leaped into the Forbidden Zone is merely an insignificant servant disciple without any background?" At this moment, he seems to grasp the gravity of the issue. Earlier, consumed by the grief of losing a child, he lost his rationality. Now, with a cool head, he realizes something feels amiss. How could a mere servant disciple possess an artifact? This is unequivocally improbable. If they're not careful, the boy might be a disciple from one of the major factions, and the Zhang family could not withstand the wrath of such powers. Upon hearing this, the elder in white responds with a nonchalant smile, "Rest assured, brother, I have thoroughly investigated the boy's identity, and there are absolutely no issues. He was abandoned by his family at the age of 3 and grew up in a farming household. Approximately 10 years ago, he joined the Bulao Mountain Sanctuary as a servant disciple. After all these years, he remains a mere servant disciple. He cannot possibly be a child of any major faction unless that faction took him out to train when he was merely 3 years old. With not a single resource provided, how could that even be possible? Who would be foolish enough to act in such a manner? After all, this is not training. It is outright suffering. Upon hearing these words, the Zhang family head can only nod uncertainly. Indeed, there are no such foolish individuals. Thus, the boy's identity should pose no problem. At this moment, the Zhang elders present also nod in agreement, affirming that such foolishness is practically non-existent. Meanwhile, aboard the Lin family's warship en route to the Zhang family, Lin Haotian, Bai Linyue, and the others witnessed the unfolding events within the Zhang family through a mirror. This imagery was transmitted by scouts Lin Haotian had dispatched earlier. At this moment, even Lin Haotian cannot help but feel a flush of shame and anger. Beside him, Bai Linyue's eyes well up with crystalline tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. In this instant, she finally comprehends the reason behind her father's drastic change in attitude upon hearing her words. It turns out that she had abandoned the 3-year-old Lin Tian to a stranger in the snow. In the eyes of these ordinary individuals, her actions appeared utterly ridiculous, foolish, and even cruel. It was as if she was directly seeking to end the life of her own child. At that moment, the regret swelling within her reached a fever pitch. Tears streamed down her flawless cheeks, plummeting to the ground. She understood why her father had chosen at that instant to prevent her from ever seeing her child again. In her father's eyes, the one who had abandoned her child was no longer worthy of the title of mother. Tears continued to cascade down her face, yet Bai Linyue's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Indeed, she had erred in certain decisions. However, that child remained hers, the fruit of her 10 months of labor, flesh of her flesh. She would atone for her mistakes and seek her child's forgiveness. He is my child. No one shall take him from me, not even my father. With a deafening roar, the warship approached the Zhang family's domain. Meanwhile, the already agitated Lin Haotian leaped from the vessel. In the next moment, an overwhelming force descended upon the Zhang family estate. Upon sensing this formidable power, the faces of those within the Zhang family turned ashen in an instant. Danger! A powerful adversary is attacking the Zhang family. Moments later, the elders of the Zhang family stormed out of the main hall. Yet as they stepped outside, Lin Haotian unleashed an even greater force, pinning the entire Zhang clan to the ground. Bodies crashed down from the sky. Some of the elders' faces reduced to a bloody pulp. This was merely Lin Haotian venting his anger. He had no intention of killing anyone. Observing the Zhang family below, Lin Haotian snorted disdainfully. His gaze then fixed upon the elder in white robes, locking onto the life token in the elder's grasp. According to the scouts' reports, this was the item the Zhang family used to ascertain Lin Tian's existence. Securing this token, Lin Haotian returned to the warship. In the next moment, a legion of black-armored soldiers leapt down. The Zhang family recognized these soldiers as part of the Northern King's army from the 5 Great Commanderies. As the head of the Zhang family, he immediately stood to pay his respects and inquire about the unfolding events. However, before he could utter a word, a black-armored lieutenant shouted, "Bold Zhang family, how dare you attempt to assassinate the legitimate son of the Southern King's household? You possess great audacity." The members of the Zhang family were left in stunned silence. What? The legitimate son of the Southern King? Who? Them? While the Zhang family members were still reeling, the lieutenant had already signaled the black-armored troops to attack. In the next instant, chaos erupted in the Zhang family estate, the air filled with anguished cries. Yet, Lin Haotian on the warship paid no heed to the turmoil below. Upon boarding the warship, Lin Haotian presented the life token of Lin Tian to his wife, assuring her, "Rest easy, my dear. This is Lin Tian's life token. Its intact state signifies that he is at least still alive." Hearing this, Bai Linyue's intense worry dissipated significantly. She promptly took the life token from Lin Haotian's hands, gripping it tightly. Tears shimmered in her eyes, but her expression bore no trace of sorrow. At that moment, she had finally received the only piece of good news that mattered to her. Her child was not dead. However, Lin Hao, standing behind her, looked at the life token with a flash of resentment and frustration. He could not comprehend how Lin Tian, with his 9th rank cultivation, could still be alive after 2 days in the Forbidden Zone. Yet, soon after panic and fear flickered in his eyes, especially upon noticing the faint traces of red on the token. His heart trembled violently at that instant. Indeed, that was the means he had employed to seal Lin Tian's cultivation, or rather, the medium, goo magic. This was a special cultivation method that had long since vanished from the 3,000 states. He had only come to know of it through a fortuitous encounter with certain individuals. With their assistance, he had secretly cast goo magic on Lin Tian to suppress his talents. Known for its insidious and mysterious nature, goo magic posed no risk of exposure as long as the medium and the mother goo remained undiscovered. The mother goo resided within his body, so he felt no concern. However, the medium used for casting goo magic was a different matter. Observing the life token in Bai Linyue's hand made his heart race. Yes, this was the medium he had originally chosen to employ against Lin Tian. To avoid drawing suspicion, he had not concealed it, but had left it in its original position. He had thought no one would notice it. Yet, unexpectedly, it was now clutched in Bai Linyue's hand. As he gazed at the token, sweat beads formed on Lin Hao's forehead. If Bai Linyue were to uncover anything amiss, he would have no chance to explain himself and would be apprehended on the spot. After all, not to mention the warnings from those who had provided him with the goo insects that this method had become a taboo in the 3,000 states, revealing it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Thus, it was imperative to keep this secret, given that Lin Tian's use of goo magic would undoubtedly provoke Bai Linyue's wrath. Lin Hao's mind began to race with possibilities. If these people truly failed to notice the goo insects within the life token, he could simply take the token for himself, eliminating all potential risks. Without waiting, he addressed Bai Linyue, "Mother, may I hold on to this life token? After all, my brother is in grave danger." It was my suggestion to impose this condition for passing down the cultivation method. Otherwise, my brother would not have reacted so angrily or severed ties with our parents. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his expression a portrait of grievance. Witnessing this, Bai Linyue quickly replied, "No, my dear child, this is not your fault. Your brother's predicament is due to us. You bear no responsibility. If only I had heeded his words more carefully back then, things would not have reached this point. This is not your fault, and you need not blame yourself." Lin Haotian interjected, "Indeed, Hauer, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is all Lin Tian's fault for being so willful. If it weren't for him, we would not find ourselves in this situation." Just as Lin Haotian was about to continue, he swallowed his words, because he had already witnessed the gradually furious gaze of his wife. Upon seeing that her husband had ceased to speak, Bai Linyue chose to disregard him further. Instead, she continued to clutch the life token in her hand, as if cherishing some precious object. However, upon witnessing this, a fleeting moment of anger flashed across Lin Hao's eyes. He then spoke to Bai Linyue again. "No, it is not like that. It must be me. My brother must believe that I have taken away the life that rightfully belongs to him, which is why he is so angry. Yet I desire to get along with him, but every time I approach, he expresses deep loathing, even going so far as to call me nothing more than a wild child, unworthy of being in his company. I merely wish to find an opportunity to resolve our conflicts." What? Upon hearing those words, Lin Haotian immediately erupted in fury, exclaiming, "That scoundrel dares to speak to you in such a manner. He is utterly lawless. Indeed, this ungrateful child has been out too long and lacks discipline." At this moment, even Bai Linyue furrowed her brows upon hearing this. Lin Hao noticed that the emotions were nearing a boiling point and continued, "So, when I next encounter my brother, if he sees that I am using the life token to show my concern for him, perhaps he will change his opinion of me." Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue began to ponder how she would manage the relationship between Lin Tian and Lin Hao if she were to bring Lin Tian back. Perhaps it would be best to ease the relationship between her Tian and Hao. Yet, at this moment, gazing at the life token in her hand, she found herself hesitating. She had an inexplicable feeling that this object would be the last connection she had to Lin Tian, remaining by her side. In the next moment, she said to Lin Hao, "However, do not worry. Once we rescue your brother, I will explain to Tian Air that this item was brought by you." Saying so, Bai Linyue tucked the life token away. The previously determined expression on Lin Hao's face immediately changed, especially upon seeing Bai Linyue treat the token like a treasure. His countenance darkened. However, he could not simply give up, as this was intrinsically tied to his fate, even his very life. How could he allow this potential threat to remain in the hands of others, especially those from the Lin family? Of course, it was not a feasible option at this moment, considering Bai Linyue's emotional turmoil regarding Lin Tian was at its peak. But how long could such turmoil last? Wouldn't it be easy enough to shed a few tears later to obtain what he desired? Chapter 32. Even raising a dog will eventually foster affection. In the sacred grounds of Bu Lao Shan, within a mystical cave radiating celestial charm, a woman of exquisite beauty opened her eyes at that moment. In the next instant, a tremendous force erupted from her body, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy for hundreds of miles. Feeling the 5 orbs of light coalescing within her, the woman's expression transformed into one of immense excitement and joy. I did it. I have finally succeeded. I can return to find Tiange now. The beauty was overwhelmed with exhilaration, for she understood that she could finally explain everything to him. She could finally be with him. However, just as she was at her happiest, the door to her cave swung open. A handsome man with striking features entered, holding a plate of exquisite fruits. Upon seeing the woman, his gaze froze in awe. She was stunning, beyond compare. Although he had seen her many times, he was always struck by her beauty. In the next moment, the handsome man casually closed the cave door. "Hong Ling, you." But before he could finish his words, 4 flying swords shot toward his limbs. The swords pierced through him and pinned him violently against the wall. Bang! The 4 swords emitted a thunderous sound almost simultaneously. Feeling the agony radiating from his arms, the man let out a cry of pain. A look of torment twisted his handsome face. "Hong Ling, why slap?" Before he could finish, Hong Ling delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving him bewildered. He gazed at the beautiful woman before him, utterly confused as to why he was facing such treatment. Everything was supposed to be perfect. He should have been embracing the beauty he adored. But why was this happening? The next moment, Hong Ling's exquisite face loomed before him, her expression cold and filled with murderous intent. Instinctively, he shuddered, a wave of fear surging from the depths of his heart. Yet, he managed to suppress his emotions and spoke softly. "Hong Ling, you slap?" The next moment, he received another harsh slap across the face. "Silence. Lin Tian, when did I ever say you could enter my cave without permission? When did I say you could call me by my name? What do you think you are? Who do you think you are to utter my name? Remember this. Aside from my deceased parents, only one person has the right to call me by name, and that is my Tiange, not you. You're nothing but a dog I raised. Merely a dog meant to shield Tiange from harm. You're nothing else. Do you understand?" As she uttered these words, Hong Ling's aura surged, her tone chillingly cold. An overwhelming killing intent engulfed Lin Tian. In the face of such a murderous intent, his survival instinct compelled him to nod frantically. Seeing his foolishness, Hong Ling effortlessly cast him out of her cave. He crashed to the ground, the wounds in his hands and feet bleeding profusely. However, for someone of his 5th-tier cultivation, this would merely restrict his movements temporarily. He staggered to his feet. Observing his predicament, Hong Ling threw a bottle of medicine at him. Struggling to pick it up from the ground, he consumed it. Moments later, his injuries healed completely. After completing these actions, he stood up, but before he could make any further moves, Hong Ling emerged from the cave, adorned in a flowing red dress. Upon seeing her, Lin Tian was once again captivated, for in that instant, he felt as though this cold celestial maiden had come alive before him. He discovered an allure in her he had never perceived before. It was as if she had transformed from an unattainable existence to one that was suddenly within reach. This does not imply a decline in her innate charm. It merely suggests that she was once a figure to be admired from afar, untouchable in her nobility. Such an air of elegance may elevate her above the mundane, yet it also inadvertently creates a sense of distance or even repulsion. After all, one cannot help but feel dwarfed in her presence. However, the present situation is different, despite her unchanging grace. This celestial being from the heavens has descended to the mortal realm. Astonishingly, she has become attainable. It is this very sense of accessibility that enthralls those around her. Ultimately, it is only that which can be possessed that ignites desire. At this moment, Hong Ling exudes this captivating aura. But what has changed within her? As he regained a semblance of clarity, he suddenly realized that Hong Ling was smiling. Although that breathtaking smile lasted but a fleeting instant, it seemed to imprint itself indelibly upon his mind. His heart raced in that moment, and even the pain from his wounds appeared to dissipate. He approached Hong Ling and asked, "Holy Maiden, where are we headed next?" After years of interaction, Lin Tian was acutely aware of his boundaries. Even though he recognized that his previous plans had not failed, it mattered little. After all, he was the only man permitted to stand beside Duan Hongling at this moment. He could not fathom why he could not win her over. Moreover, the earlier scenes served as the finest testament to his hope. In the past, had he dared to enter her abode, he would have met with swift annihilation. The notion of keeping a pet, even if one were to raise a dog. It would eventually develop affection. Thus, there was no need for haste. As for that so-called Tiangu, he dismissed the idea entirely. After all, he was merely a wretched servant disciple, unworthy of comparison to him. Crushing him would require no more than a flick of his finger. Furthermore, what right did a mere servant disciple have to compete with a prodigy like himself? Eventually, Duan Hongling would surely recognize the disparity between them and make the most prudent choice. Moreover, the essence of her being dictated that she would require a man to aid her in her cultivation. As her power grew, so too would her desires. Even if this woman could not accept him at present, what of the future? As her cultivation continued to ascend, he could hardly believe she would remain unyielding. Most crucially, her so-called Tiangu. He chuckled at the thought. At this moment, it was uncertain whether that individual even lived, let alone compete with him. As he contemplated this, his gaze turned once more to Duan Hongling. When she is at her most vulnerable, a gentle word of comfort may allow him to seize the opportunity. With this thought, a smile crept upon his lips, though it was quickly concealed. He then inquired of Duan Hongling, "Holy maiden, do you wish to go out? If so, where to?" Upon hearing this question, a frown of displeasure crossed Duan Hongling's face as she coldly retorted, "What? Do I need to explain my destination to you?" Realizing his misstep, Lin Tian immediately lowered his head. No, holy maiden, you misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire if you require my company." Reflecting on his words, Duan Hongling retrieved her sacred flying vessel. Upon its emergence, the artifact expanded until it transformed into a medium-sized flying boat. While it was a vessel, it was adorned with an exquisite and lavish bed, surrounded by countless sheer curtains that obscured the view. Duan Hongling stepped onto the flying boat and lazily reclined upon the grand bed. Below, Lin Tian gazed at the magnificent vessel before him, his eyes shimmering with fervor. After all, he had previously boarded this flying boat, albeit merely standing beside Duan Hongling, unable to act. Yet, to stand alongside the most beautiful woman of Bizhu, and within her flying vessel no less, was a dream that many young prodigies could only fantasize about. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap onto the boat. However, before his feet could touch the ground, a tremendous force unexpectedly hurled him away. "Get out! When did I grant you permission to board my flying vessel? From this moment on, when I go out, you may only follow behind. Without my consent, you are not to approach within 10 paces or face the consequences." Duan Hongling's icy voice echoed in Lin Tian's ears, causing his face to drain of color. He understood all too well the implications of her words. Distance. She was deliberately distancing herself from him. The only reason for this was that she intended to return to that servant disciple. Damn it! In that moment, fury and jealousy consumed Lin Tian, his eyes reddening with rage. How could this woman be so willing to go to such lengths for that wretched individual? Enraged, he yearned to demand an explanation. Why was she treating him this way? Had his efforts over the years meant nothing? But upon meeting Duan Hongling's cold gaze, he could only bow his head in silence and submit. Fortunately, he refrained from voicing such a foolish question. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly deem him an idiot and cast him aside. An idiot was unworthy of being a shield for her Tiangu. How could one who ascended through their own merit and resources dare to speak of sacrifices made over the years? What sacrifices? Was it the porridge discarded by her maid each morning, or the hollow words of concern exchanged beneath the soundproofing formations in her abode? What significance did those words hold? Hadn't she made it clear enough in the past within her cave? He was but a dog kept to serve as a shield for the one she cherished. Nothing more. As for the time she allowed him to stand on her flying vessel, that was merely for show, to prevent certain individuals from interfering with her plans for her Tiangu. To that end, she had even uttered hurtful words to him. Now, as she recalled the hurtful words spoken to Lin Tian and the despair etched on his face that day, Duan Hongling felt as though her heart had been pierced by a long sword. The images of that moment flooded her mind, compelling her to clutch her chest, as if that simple gesture could alleviate the excruciating pain. Gazing into the distance, Duan Hongling softly murmured, "Fear not, Tian Ge. I will repay you tenfold, no, 100-fold for the pain I caused you. This time, I shall never leave you." The flying vessel activated. At this moment, Duan Hongling set her sights on a peak of the sacred land. In a brief span, she ascended to the summit of Tingzin Peak. The atmosphere atop the peak was thick with spiritual energy, shrouded in a mist-like presence. This peak was reserved for a select few powerful elders of the Bulao Mountain. And residing on this mountain was not merely an elder, but the supreme elder of Bulao Mountain. Yet, as she gazed upon this peak, Duan Hongling bowed respectfully. However, her expression was devoid of emotion, even though this was the very master who had once taken her from the outer disciples and aided her ascent to become a saintess. She felt no reverence at this moment. There was merely a hint of respect dictated by etiquette. After all, had it not been for this master, she would not have been separated from her beloved Tianji. While she was grateful for the support she received, if given another chance, she would have forsaken the opportunity to enter the inner sect that day. What she truly desired was the protection of her Tianji, especially in her time of need, rather than the title of saintess or the formidable cultivation that came with it. In the next moment, Duan Hongling produced a note from her hand and, with a polite gesture, presented it with both hands. Upon witnessing this, a cool sigh emanated from the peak of Tingzin. The note then gracefully floated upwards before vanishing from sight. Having completed this act, Duan Hongling turned and departed. On Tingzin Peak, as she left, a woman of striking proportions, clad in a mere garment, seated upon a frost lotus, sighed once more. She understood that her disciple harbored resentment towards her for the actions taken in the past. Otherwise, she would not have had to bring along a male disciple, thereby tarnishing her reputation. At this moment, she gazed at the distant figure of Duan Hongling, lost in thought until her cheeks flushed. Ultimately, she closed her eyes again and resumed her meditation. After leaving Tingzin Peak, Duan Hongling swiftly piloted her flying vessel toward a certain destination, her face radiant with joy. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, who had been trailing her closely, felt a growing resentment in his gaze, his expression darkening further. Damn it, she must be going to find that commoner. No wonder she had laughed so earlier. She had evidently planned to seek him out. At this moment, Lin Tian felt as if his heart were bleeding. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Duan Hongling smile, a smile that was 100 times more stunning than before. He was momentarily entranced, to the point of forgetting to follow her closely. What truly pained him was the knowledge that her smile was meant for someone else. Damn it, everything should have belonged to him. He was merely a commoner, unworthy of such enjoyment. And that wretched girl, he had sacrificed so much for her, waking early each morning to prepare porridge and showing her warmth and care. At this moment, Lin Tian believed he had given his most valuable asset to Duan Hongling, his time. For those like him, time was the most precious commodity, especially in their pursuit of cultivation. As for the resources Duan Hongling had provided him, they were merely what he was entitled to. He would not concern himself with them. Nothing could compare to the time he had invested. Yet this wretched girl had completely forgotten him, consumed by thoughts of that commoner. At this moment, his jealousy and anger towards Lin Tian reached a boiling point, twisting his features in rage. However, the next moment, realization dawned upon him, causing those negative emotions to dissipate, replaced by a sense of triumph. After all, there was no need for him to care about such matters. That commoner was likely dead by now. What if that commoner was still alive and returned to the sacred land? With this thought clarified, Lin Tian's expression improved noticeably. As he gazed in the direction Duan Hongling had departed, a renewed bitterness flickered in his eyes. How could she harbor feelings for another man? This was an utter betrayal. After all, they had spent so many years together. He had long regarded Duan Hongling as his own, even if they had met only a handful of times. The closest of moments had been her allowing him to stand beside her on that flying vessel. But what did that matter? In his heart, he had deemed those moments as the blossoming of their love, a testament to their bond. Had he not invested so much time in her? Was that not a sign of deepening emotions? What? You claim all of this is merely his delusion? Impossible. You do not understand her. Duan Hongling had been smitten with him from the very start. Otherwise, why would she have chosen him so quickly when he was merely an outer disciple and taken him under her wing, providing him with resources for his growth. This was the best proof of love at first sight. Recalling the past, when Duan Hongling had entered the outer sect, she had called out, "Who is named Lin Tian?" This was clearly a quest to find him. What else could explain such urgency, if not love at first sight? Yet, the next moment, Lin Tian's expression darkened once more. He had not anticipated that their beautiful love story would be disturbed by a commoner. That commoner deserved to die. It seemed he had been too lenient in his attempts to deal with him. He should have ignored everything and eliminated him outright. Even if Duan Hongling were to blame him later, what of it? Given his perceived position in her heart, would she truly have the heart to harm him? However, it was better this way. That commoner had entered the life-threatening zone and was likely a corpse by now. With this thought, all of his negative emotions vanished, and he quickly followed in the direction Duan Hongling had taken. Meanwhile, Duan Hongling's flying vessel darted through the air. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented thrill and excitement, for she knew she would finally reunite with Lin Tian. She could finally explain everything that had transpired. Yet the image of her saying that word, commoner, flashed through her mind, and tears welled up in her eyes, especially at the memory of him leaving in despair. Her heart felt as if it were shattering, but she had no choice. To protect the one she cherished, she had to sever all ties with Lin Tian. However, that was no longer necessary. With her current cultivation level, she stood on par with the greatest prodigies of the world. She had proven her potential and worth to the sacred land. She no longer worried that the Holy Land might demand her sacrifice due to that person's threats, nor did she fear that it would harm Lin Tian to compel her into certain actions. In this moment, she had acquired the capability to protect her elder brother Tian. Gazing into the distance, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, then resolutely declared, "Wait for me, elder brother Tian. I shall return to explain everything to you. This time, Linger will not leave." Of course, Linger recognized that she had erred, and with error comes the necessity of accepting punishment. "You may strike me, scold me. No matter what you do, I will not resist," she declared, her cheeks gradually acquiring a captivating flush. This blush only added to the already stunning beauty of Duan Hongling, rendering her almost irresistibly enchanting to men. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Tian did not follow closely behind. Otherwise, had he witnessed this captivating sight, he would undoubtedly have lost his composure. Yet the blush quickly faded. For certain aspects of a woman, particularly a beautiful one, are only meant to be seen by her chosen man. No one else is permitted to even contemplate it. As the flying vessel advanced, Duan Hongling swiftly arrived at the area designated for the servant disciples. In that moment, she immediately stowed away her flying vessel, for she did not wish to encounter her elder brother Tian before the gaze of a multitude. At this moment, not only did she conceal her flying vessel, but her appearance and figure also transformed into something exceedingly ordinary. Even the iridescent gown, which he favored, was replaced with the most mundane attire of a servant disciple. Indeed, she intended to present herself to Lin Tian in this manner, for it mirrored her appearance during their initial encounters. Even the outfit she wore was the very one from that time. Moreover, she was acutely aware that appearing in the Holy Maiden's attire would impose undue pressure on her elder brother Tian. Men are sensitive to their pride, and she did not wish her elder brother to feel any pressure or embarrassment. Furthermore, she preferred her current appearance to the Holy Maiden's garb. Naturally, it also depended on her elder brother's preferences. She would become whatever he favored. Just as she contemplated this, Lin Tian caught up from behind. Upon seeing Duan Hongling's attire, jealousy surged within him anew. How could he not understand that her current appearance was intended for that muddy-legged fellow? Curse it! Why? Why could Duan Hongling go to such lengths for that commoner? Yes, during the journey here, a plan had formed in his mind. He realized he could no longer prevent her from meeting Lin Tian. Though he knew that muddy-legged fellow was likely dead, what if he were not? What if that muddy-legged fellow had returned to the Holy Land? What if Duan Hongling encountered him again? Thus, he had to prepare for all possibilities. His earlier plan was crafted to address that very contingency. In his strategy, even if Lin Tian, that muddy-legged fellow, were alive, and even if Duan Hongling met him, what of it? At that moment, clad in the Holy Maiden's attire, she would exude such an aura that even he would instinctively feel unworthy of her. Moreover, that fellow was merely a servant disciple. Perhaps he would not even dare to speak. And when he appeared in his splendid attire, anyone could see that he and Duan Hongling were a match made in heaven, that fellow would be reduced to the lowest of states. And in such a state of inferiority, the muddy-legged fellow would inevitably choose to depart. Chapter 35, Ha ha ha, Lin Tian, you wretched muddy-legged fellow, you have finally returned. He even went so far as to embellish his own appearance, solely to stand out even more as a nobleman at that moment. But now, when he beheld Duan Hongling willingly relinquishing her splendid holy maiden garb for the attire of servant disciple, and even smearing dirt upon herself, Lin Tian realized his meticulously crafted plan had already crumbled into nothingness. Yet, rage surged within him once more. Damn it, that wretched muddy-legged fellow. Why? Why could Duan Hongling go to such lengths for him? At this moment, jealousy threatened to consume Lin Tian, yet he maintained a mask of indifference. He forcibly restrained the impulse to confront her and demand answers, keeping the agreed distance of 10 zhang. Meanwhile, Duan Hongling paid no heed to the resplendent Lin Tian beside her, focusing instead on adjusting her own garments. Once satisfied, she descended slowly from the air, heading towards the dwelling of the servant disciple where Lin Tian resided. Guided by her memories, she quickly recognized that seemingly shabby abode filled with all her cherished memories. Gazing at that small house from afar, Duan Hongling felt as though she had found her true home, even though the peak where she previously resided was 1,000 or even 10,000 times grander. In her eyes, that place was merely a temporary shelter, devoid of any sense of attachment. However, this small house was different. In her heart, it was her home, filled with her family. Only here could she feel a sense of belonging. Observing this scene from behind, Lin Tian felt a sharp pain in his heart, followed by an overwhelming sense of grievance. At that moment, even a dog could discern the depth of her gaze, which radiated an unutterable sense of belonging. Such belonging could only be felt upon returning to one's village, to one's family. That look was reserved for those closest to her. In this moment, Lin Tian's anger towards Lin Tian intensified. Yet, he refrained from taking any drastic action. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips, for he sensed that no one occupied the small house before him. This implied that Lin Tian, that muddy-legged fellow, was not there at all. Ha. This further suggested another possibility. That is to say, the muddy-legged fellow was dead. Ha, good riddance. In that instant, the resentment Lin Tian had harbored seemed to dissolve entirely, leaving him feeling inexplicably light. As he drew closer, his focus remained solely on that small house and the figure of Duan Hongling, who suddenly sensed something amiss. Why were there signs of a struggle in this place? Moreover, these signs appeared to have been left only a day or two prior. A sense of unease washed over her. The next moment, she instinctively swept her divine sense over the small house and immediately revealed a look of fear. Without hesitation, she rushed inside, and upon seeing the disarray within, her anxiety intensified, only because she understood that Lin Tian was a person who cherished cleanliness. He would never allow his small abode to descend into such a state of disarray. Moreover, upon observing the dust on the bed and the window, she could discern at a glance that this place had been neglected for quite some time. This was inconceivable. The residence of a Zei disciple had never changed since the moment they entered the sect. Furthermore, Zei disciples were solely responsible for menial tasks within the sect and could not undertake prolonged missions like the disciples of the outer and inner sections. With the command plate in place, Zei disciples could not leave the holy grounds. Yet, why had no one visited this place, and why was there dust accumulating? In that moment, Duan Hongling's mind raced through various possibilities, only to dismiss each one in turn. Eventually, one conclusion remained. One she found utterly unacceptable. Lin Tian was no longer. No, it was impossible. How could this be? I refused to believe it. In an instant, Duan Hongling's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and a mist of tears clouded her eyes. In that moment, she felt as though she might collapse. Just then, bang! The door behind her was violently kicked open. Ha, Lin Tian, you wretched mud-legged fool, you've finally returned. You scoundrel, you made me wait so long. I knew you would come back to this place as long as you were alive. Ha. 3 towering Zei disciples burst in, their raucous laughter filling the air. However, upon seeing Duan Hongling inside, they momentarily paused, their faces falling in disappointment at not finding the person they sought. Yet, as realization dawned upon them, Their expressions shifted from disappointment to one of unrestrained greed. Although Duan Hongling merely faced away from them, her aura, even in simple attire, radiated an undeniable saintly charm and allure. Even her silhouette provoked their imaginations. At that moment, the trio exchanged knowing glances, their faces breaking into a meaningful smirk. The leader stepped forward, his gaze brimming with unabashed avarice. Hee, junior sister, I assume you are new to the Bulao Shan Holy Land? Hee, I've been a member for some years now, allow me to. Before he could finish, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, bearing down on the three. The terrifying force pinned them to the ground, leaving them utterly panicked as they realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Before they could react, Duan Hongling's icy voice rang out. What did you mean by your earlier words? Chapter 36. They truly hesitate to act. Boom. As Duan Hongling uttered those words, the three felt as if the air around them had turned frigid, as they sensed the weight of the force pressing down upon them, accompanied by an intensifying murderous intent. They instinctively cried out, wait, spare us. Please spare us. Do not strike. In their struggle, blood trickled from their mouths as they lay pinned to the ground. Witnessing this, Duan Hongling's cold demeanor softened slightly as she eased the pressure. Now tell me, what did you mean by your earlier remarks? What do you mean by saying he would return as long as he was alive? Who are you referring to? Despite her calm tone, a deep-seated fear seeped through, for she was desperately suppressing her own trembling. In that moment, it felt as though she already harbored an answer, one she had been fervently denying. The three men on the ground exchanged bewildered glances, realizing their objective for being there was painfully evident. Everyone in Tianese city, and indeed all Zei disciples within the Holy Land, were well aware of the bounty on Lin Tian. Why then did she still seek clarification? Did she have some ulterior motive? As Duan Hongling's expression darkened at their hesitance, the power within her erupted anew. A chilling wave of murderous intent surged forth, palpable and suffocating. In that instant, the three once again pleaded for mercy. Yet Duan Hongling's frigid voice cut through the air once more. Speak. Why did you say that if he was alive, he would return? Who is this he? The moment those words left her lips, the three men's faces shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, one of them exclaimed, Lin Tian. It's Lin Tian. We're talking about that mud-legged fool. That's who we meant. The leader's face was painted with panic. Buzz. Upon hearing those words, Duan Hongling stood frozen in place. The flicker of dread in her heart surged to its peak, as if some dreadful reality was on the verge of manifesting. Her last shred of rationality compelled her to ask, then why did you say he would return here as long as he was alive? As she spoke, her expression and demeanor became increasingly erratic. The three men, already terrified, immediately produced the bounty notice. When Duan Hongling laid eyes on the notice, her heart raced, especially upon seeing the familiar image and the bounty details. She felt as though the very fabric of reality was shifting beneath her. Her body seemed ready to collapse. At that moment, Lin Tian, who had been observing the scene from outside, rushed in to catch her fragile form as she swayed. However, before he could reach her, Duan Hongling's cold gaze turned toward him. Feeling the chill in her eyes, Lin Tian found himself rooted to the spot. In that instant, a flicker of resentment crossed his features, but he quickly assumed a pitiful demeanor. No, holy maiden, I was merely concerned for your well-being. Please forgive me. Duan Hongling fixed him with a sharp gaze. Do you know something about this matter? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Then why didn't you tell me at the first opportunity? At that moment, Lin Tian's face paled. I thought the holy maiden might not care about that Zei disciple, considering how you treated him back then, especially during your critical seclusion. I feared this matter might affect you. After uttering those words, Lin Tian lowered his head, adopting a posture of accepting punishment. Yet, internally, he smirked, thinking, how clever of me to feign concern. Do you truly believe you could act against me? Upon hearing his words, Duan Hongling was momentarily taken aback. But then anger flashed across her face. Almost immediately, she prepared to unleash an attack upon him. But in that moment, she recalled the bounty notice. Without further hesitation, she summoned her flying vessel and departed from that place. As Lin Tian remained silent and composed, he observed the absence of any imminent threat. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, exuding an air of confidence, as if he had everything under control. At that moment, his heart soared with excitement. for it seemed that his assumptions were indeed accurate. The opponent was reluctant to engage. How hypocritical of her! Yet, he understood the importance of discretion. He recognized her intentions and knew he must not provoke her anger. It was imperative that he provided her with an opportunity to retreat gracefully. However, within his mind, he pondered a crucial question. After all, she was waiting for him to extend an olive branch. If he were to request her name at this juncture, would she acquiesce? Truth be told, he felt a stirring in his heart. Not only was he stirred, but he also took action in the next moment, uttering Hong Ling Ai. The ability to call her by name held immense significance for him. This plan was pivotal for advancing their relationship. But as he raised his gaze, he was rendered speechless. The figure of Duan Hongling had vanished, leaving behind only the fleeting silhouette of a flying vessel against the horizon. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. At that moment, aboard the vessel, Duan Hongling's face had turned pale with urgency. Time was of the essence. I cannot afford to miss this chance. Her visage was etched with anguish and despair as she repeated her thoughts, but soon a veil of mist obscured her vision. Outside Tianan City, on the precipice of a life-threatening zone, the area known as Juming Cliff was typically desolate. However, unlike its usual sparsity, the cliff was now teeming with people, those drawn by the allure of the Zhang family's bounties, eager to fulfill the tasks outlined in the wanted posters. Yet, only a handful dared to descend. Most merely peered over the edge. Suddenly, a colossal warship appeared, casting a shadow that seemed to envelop the entire sky, hovering above the crowd. Instinctively, the onlookers craned their necks to gaze upward. Upon recognizing the warship's distinctive insignia, a voice in the crowd exclaimed, "That is the warship of the Zhenbei Wang." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and expressions of awe replaced the earlier curiosity. This was the Zhenbei Wang, one of the 5 great guardians of the 3,000 states, a true bastion against the encroaching darkness, a formidable force that fought for the peace of all humanity. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the warship. In the next instant, numerous soldiers clad in black armor, radiating an overwhelming aura, descended from the ship. As they touched the ground, an intense aura of slaughter enveloped the area, palpable and suffocating. Those witnessing this spectacle felt as if their throats were constricted, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over them. This was the unique offensive nature of a military formation, born from specialized techniques and years of battle. It was not until a commanding officer's fierce shout pierced the air that the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, allowing the crowd to breathe freely once more. As the tension lifted, their gazes towards the black armored troops grew increasingly reverent. With the emergence of this fearsome presence, all eyes turned in that direction. Moments later, 3 figures descended from the warship, igniting a renewed stir among the previously hushed crowd. They had witnessed none other than the legendary Zhenbei Wang, Lin Haotian. Some individuals were visibly exhilarated, for in a world where strength reigns supreme, it is these heroes who command admiration, especially those willing to sacrifice their own safety for the sake of others. Among these revered figures, undoubtedly, stood the 5 great guardians, known as the protectors of the 3,000 states, particularly for the youthful and impassioned individuals of the North. The Zhenbei Wang represented the pinnacle of their aspirations. The Zhenbei Wang, I can hardly believe I am witnessing him in person, and at such close proximity. At this moment, the crowd also took note of the 2 figures accompanying Lin Haotian. They recognized Bai Linyue, the Zhenbei Wang's consort, who frequently appeared alongside him. But who was the young man by their side? Why had he never been seen before? A voice in the crowd broke the silence, prompting others to turn their attention from Lin Haotian to Lin Hao. In the next heartbeat, another voice chimed in. Are you foolish? Anyone who stands beside the Zhenbei Wang and his consort, especially a young man, must be their son, the Zhenbei Wang's heir. Is it any wonder they are so close? What? The Zhenbei Wang has a son? And he has grown so much? The murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Ah, you simply lack knowledge. He is the Zhenbei Wang's son, a figure of immense significance. His birth symbolizes a shared heir among the Lin family. The Zhenbei Wang's residence, and the Central State's Qingchi Sacred Land. This is a person of extraordinary importance, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. And such a vital figure would never be paraded before the masses. Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in understanding. After all, This concerned the continuation of the heirs of three superpowers. Any misstep could potentially disrupt the balance across the 3,000 states. As the discussion continued, the crowd's attention gravitated increasingly toward Lin Hao, who, feeling the weight of their gazes, proudly lifted his chin. He was acutely aware of the whispers surrounding his identity as the Jinbei Wang's heir, and a sense of pride surged within him. In that moment, he couldn't help but recall Lin Tian, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you see this, Lin Tian? This is the world that only I am entitled to possess. You, a forsaken soul with no parental affection or any value, are destined to merely envy from the shadows. Did you truly believe you could return to the Lin family and seize what rightfully belongs to me? How laughable. Your final purpose was to pass on the essence of the Lin family bloodline to me, but now you have lost even that value. It would be wise for you to perish in this forbidden zone or to flee far from here, never to return, should you dare to set foot in the Lin family again. At that moment, a fleeting glint of malice flickered in Lin Hao's eyes as he continued to bask in the adoration of the crowd, and those discussions regarding him being the son of the Jinbei Wang. Yet, at this moment, a remark emerged from an unknown source. Have you ever felt that this youth does not resemble the offspring of the Jinbei Wang and his consort? With the utterance of this statement, Lin Hao's body trembled imperceptibly. As those around him heard the words, they commenced a fervent discourse. Alas, I thought I was the only one with such an opinion. It appears you two believe this individual bears little resemblance to the Jinbei Wang. And not only that, he even lacks likeness to the Wang Fei. This statement instantly shifted the dynamics of the ongoing conversation. After all, it is not unusual for a child to resemble neither parent. However, if he bears no resemblance to his mother either, that would be rather unreasonable. Chapter 38. Were they not here to rescue Lin Tian? As the crowd's discourse shifted, Lin Hao's expression transformed from pride to a pallid hue. This matter could be regarded as his sole vulnerability at this moment. Despite his self-proclaimed exceptional talent and extraordinary demeanor, he was acutely aware of the disadvantage he faced regarding lineage. It could be said that his only flaw in becoming the Jinbei Wang's heir was the absence of Lin Haotian's bloodline. In every other aspect, he seemed to meet all the stringent requirements of a Jinbei Wang's heir. As for why he did not mention his handsome appearance? In a world where strength reigns supreme, does looks hold such significance? He truly did not care. At this juncture, Lin Hao expressed profound disdain. Of course, this was also due to the undeniable truth. No matter how he explained, he had to concede that his appearance bore no resemblance to either Lin Haotian or Bai Linyue. His looks were merely pleasing, far from reaching the level of handsome. This was under the circumstances of receiving the finest education from a young age at the Jinbei Wang's residence, supported by an air of dignity and adorned in splendid attire. Without these factors, he would merely be an individual who could elevate his presence among the crowd. In contrast, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue, they were both individuals of extraordinary lineage, not to mention their appearances, which were beyond comparison. Lin Haotian had sharp brows and bright eyes, his features well-defined and striking. Bai Linyue possessed exquisite features, skin as fair as snow, beautifully picturesque, along with an inexplicable aura. Even when seated, their extraordinary status was unmistakable. Strangely, at this moment, Lin Hao's mind was once again flooded with Lin Tian's visage. Subsequently, he ground his teeth in frustration. Yes, even he had to admit that Lin Tian had flawlessly inherited all the advantages of both Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue in terms of appearance. It could be said that aside from their blood relationship, this was the only tangible proof to present. Alas, one could only lament, for it was your lack of talent that led to this predicament. Otherwise, you would not have been forsaken by Lin Haotian. Indeed, even though he was aware that he had placed a curse on the other, preventing the true talent from being revealed, what difference did that make? Before encountering him, had Lin Tian's talent been sealed? Any individual capable of cultivating normally would not possess such meager abilities at this stage. What? You say he has had no resources or time for cultivation over these years. Unthinkable. Although he had never experienced the life of a servant disciple. How could such disciples have it so miserable? Even the lowest servants in the Jinbei Wang's residence would be afforded time for rest by Bai Linyue. He was merely a servant disciple. How could he lack time for cultivation? This was an assumption shared by Bai Linyue and Lin Haotian, who believed that Lin Tian's poor cultivation was not due to a lack of time and resources. Thus, they instinctively concluded that Lin Tian possessed extremely poor talent. As for why they would resort to using a curse afterward, naturally, it was to diminish the opponent's cultivation talent to its utmost limits. This way, Lin Haotian and others would abandon him entirely, relinquishing any lingering hopes. At this moment, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue also overheard the surrounding discussions about their adopted son. Lin Haotian's expression darkened as he realized that these words were a direct affront to Lin Hao. He understood that the subject of Lin Tian was a thorn in Lin Hao's heart, and he would naturally not allow his child to be harmed. Of course, it was precisely because the focus of the crowd's discourse was Lin Hao that he reacted so strongly. Had it been Lin Tian, he would likely have exhibited only anger and disdain, rather than the desire to defend his son. The next moment, a powerful aura erupted around him. The overwhelming force caused the onlookers to shudder, silencing all voices. At this juncture, Bai Linyue cast a worried glance at Lin Hao beside her and softly reassured him, "It is all right, Hao, even if you are not the biological child of your mother. What does that matter? I have long regarded you as my own." As she spoke, Bai Linyue's eyes reflected a hint of inner conflict. She was torn over whether, upon bringing Lin Tian back, she would compensate him, but would this cause Lin Hao to feel wronged? At this moment, she had yet to truly ascertain Lin Tian's fate. She had not brought him back to the Lin family, nor had she even laid eyes on him, yet she was already contemplating whether her adopted son would feel aggrieved. Indeed, Hao, you need not concern yourself with these rumors. True strength withstands the test of time. Even if you do not receive recognition now, what does it matter? Your mother and I believe in you. Sooner or later, you will shine with your own brilliance. Lin Haotian comforted him as well. Upon hearing these words, Lin Hao merely nodded, his previously unfocused gaze sharpening. I understand, father. I will not disappoint you. I will prove myself on the Tianjiao list. Hearing his words, Lin Haotian nodded in satisfaction. It is best that you think this way. Afterward, upon noticing the lingering worry etched on Lin Hao's face, Bai Linyue began another round of comforting. For quite some time, the three did not cease their exchange. Observing this warm scene, Elder Huang's expression shifted continuously. He found himself perplexed by their behavior. What is going on? Were they not here to rescue Lin Tian? What were they doing? Lin Tian was currently in a life-threatening situation. A mere second of delay could increase the peril. Even if they wished to engage in this familial harmony, should they not first command the Black Armored Army to search for him? How could they be so indifferent to Lin Tian's life and death? Prioritizing the emotional state of their adopted son instead, Elder Huang was momentarily dumbfounded, particularly when he looked at Bai Linyue. He could not comprehend why she had been so anxious earlier, yet now appeared so composed. Could it be that she felt reassured upon seeing the life talisman? Knowing Lin Tian was still alive? However, that object merely serves as evidence that Lin Tian is still alive at this moment. It does not guarantee that he will not perish in the next second. Was she truly thinking? Previously, she seemed genuinely concerned about Lin Tian's well-being. Why does the other party now appear completely unfazed? It is only at this moment that Lin Hao's mother Gu seems to sense something. A barely perceptible cold smile graces his lips. Although he wishes to stall Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue further, upon sensing the reaction of the mother Gu, he formulates a superior plan. He then states directly, "Father, mother, I understand. I will not allow external influences to interfere any longer, but we must first locate my brother. After all, he is currently in a perilous life and death zone." Upon hearing these words, Bai Linyue's body trembles. Chapter 39 Lin Tian? Ha! I indeed require you to pass on my skills. At this moment, it seems he has recalled something. He hastily turns to Lin Haotian and exclaims, "Yes. Hurry. Descend to rescue Tianer. He is in a forbidden zone." Upon hearing this, Lin Haotian does not hesitate for a moment. He immediately instructs the black armored troops below, "Everyone, disperse and head towards the designated safe exits in the forbidden zone to signal." He organizes those of lower cultivation to venture back into the forbidden zone, promising a reward tenfold that of the Zhang family. As commands are issued, the black armored troops spring into action. Meanwhile, Bai Linyue watches this scene, engulfed in self-reproach. She cannot comprehend why she did not immediately order someone to search for Lin Tian upon arriving here. Why did she waste precious time? What if her child was in danger while she was talking? If her delay were to cause Lin Tian's demise, what would she do? At this moment, An overwhelming sense of guilt threatens to engulf her. She can hardly bear to imagine what would happen if the life talisman she holds were to shatter right now. Fear and guilt intertwine, manifesting as thorny vines that constrict her heart. Beside her, Elder Huang is perplexed by the princess's emotions, questioning their authenticity. Yet at this moment, it matters little, for he understands that these individuals have finally remembered their purpose for being here. He can also proceed to rescue Lin Tian, whom he has watched grow. Just as he prepares to act, he suddenly finds himself frozen in place, hearing peculiar sounds. Gradually, Elder Huang's expression darkens. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's gaze sharpens, and he turns to Bai Linyue, saying, "Mother, I wish to assist as well. If brother sees that I am helping, perhaps it will alter his perception of me." Bai Linyue initially contemplates refusal, for this is the life and death zone, and danger is no jest. However, upon hearing Lin Hao's reasoning, she falls silent. She recalls Lin Hao's earlier words, realizing that Lin Tian harbors misunderstandings and even aversion towards Lin Hao. She recognizes that this rift stems from her as their mother. After much inner turmoil, Bai Linyue ultimately consents, wishing for Lin Tian and Lin Hao to relinquish their biases. Only through this can they return to their former lives. She resolves that, regardless of Lin Tian's perceived shortcomings, she will treat him equally upon their return. Whatever Lin Hao possesses, she will not withhold from Lin Tian, provided he casts aside his prejudice against Lin Hao. Once Bai Linyue agrees, Lin Hao promptly departs towards a specific direction, accompanied by 2 black-armored soldiers she arranged. Following his departure, Lin Hao, guided by the mother Gu within him, heads towards a particular destination. A cold smile appears on his lips as he realizes that this direction leads to Lin Tian. What is his intention? Naturally, to utterly incapacitate him. Although he plans to bring Lin Tian back to inherit his skills, he has come to understand the significance of bloodlines throughout the discussions among the crowd. While he may not care for it, the foolish masses, especially those from the Lin family and the Qingchi sacred land, place great importance on it. Thus, bloodlines are imperative for him at this moment. They are a necessity. Lin Tian, how fortunate you are. I initially intended for you to vanish from this world, but your luck has preserved you for a while longer, as I require your bloodline. With that thought, Lin Hao accelerates his speed. At the edge of the life and death zone, a rift in space appears amidst a collapse, and Lin Tian's body is ejected from it, albeit marred by numerous cracks. Blood flows incessantly from his wounds. Cough, cough, cough. Upon emerging, Lin Tian immediately gazes at the closing rift behind him. Though he has exited the spatial passage, he clutches his chest, still shaken, for it is evident that his survival hinged entirely on luck. Had the spatial passage been more chaotic, he would have undoubtedly perished. In that fleeting moment, he truly experienced life and death. Exhausted, Lin Tian collapses to the ground, motionless. After a considerable time, the agonizing pain coursing through him finally awakens him to his dire state. It appears he has sustained even graver injuries this time, to the extent that he feels utterly devoid of strength to move even a finger. This could also be attributed to the residual effects of the spatial turbulence. He realizes that recovery will require a significant amount of time. At this moment, he has the opportunity to ponder matters that have plagued him throughout his past life, particularly his talent. This issue has been a source of confusion since his previous existence. He knows his potential is far from the uselessness claimed by Lin Haotian. In fact, it is quite formidable. Otherwise, that foolish Lin Hao would not have achieved such heights after receiving his teachings. Now, with time and the system at his disposal, it is time to unravel this mystery. System, begin analyzing whether any external forces are affecting my talent. Ding. Analyzing. Ding. Analysis complete. The results indicate that external influences indeed affect the host talent. As I suspected, something is impeding me. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Tian's gaze sharpens. Ding. According to the analysis, a unique Gu technique exists within the host body, known as the Duanmei Gu. Duanmei Gu. Those afflicted will find their entire body's meridians gradually withering, their cultivation stagnating, until their channels are completely exhausted and severed, thus ending their path to immortality. Chapter 40, Awakening the Tao Transformation Supreme Bone. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Tian felt his countenance darken. It was only at this moment that the enigma that had plagued him for nearly 2 lifetimes unraveled. Indeed, his cultivation talent had been influenced by certain forces. As for the identity of this force, he needed not ponder. It was undoubtedly that accursed foster son. After all, he alone possessed the motive to perpetrate such a deed. Once his talent was sealed and suppressed, only he emerged as the sole beneficiary. A chilling, emotionless laughter resonated, and with it, Lin Tian's murderous intent intensified. Yet, in the next moment, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing all negative emotions within him. He understood that at this juncture, seeking revenge was beyond his capabilities. Anger was futile. His priority must be to enhance his strength. After regaining his composure, Lin Tian addressed the system once more. System, can you resolve this Duanmeigu? Ding. Formulating a solution for the host. Ding. Formulation complete. Based on the host's current state and resources, the system presented two options. Option 1. Directly pay the system 360 emotional points for the bliss of one-click eradication. Upon seeing the system's quote, Lin Tian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. 100,000 emotional points? How absurd. Was that vile foster son's creation truly this formidable? Without hesitation, Lin Tian dismissed option 1. Now, system, present option 2. Ding. Option 2. The host can utilize power to shatter the Duanmei goo, annihilate the goo within the body. Hearing this, Lin Tian thought the system had lost its mind. He was merely a 9th-tier cultivator, unable to advance an inch. Where was he to find the strength to crush it? But just as he lingered in doubt, the system provided an answer. Ding! The Tao Transformation Supreme Bone within the host contains an immense reservoir of formidable power. The host need only activate it to achieve the goal of crushing the goo. Instinctively, Lin Tian touched his chest where the Tao Transformation Supreme Bone lay. Ding! Activating the Tao Transformation Supreme Bone requires 361 emotional points. Lin Tian? At this moment, he suspected the system was deliberately trying to provoke him, though he lacked evidence. Nevertheless, he disregarded the system, for he knew that to seek vengeance, he must first rid himself of the Duanmei goo. Awakening his Supreme Bone was evidently the best course of action. Of course, he currently lacked 100,000 emotional points, but that did not signify an absence of alternatives. After all, he had previously harnessed the Tunchimagong to enhance his awakening level. System, I desire the plan to awaken the Tao Transformation Supreme Bone. Ding. Customizing for the host. Ding. Customization complete. Option 1. Rely on Tunchimagong to absorb others' cultivation to elevate the awakening level. Option 2. Undergo a special spiritual baptism from the heavens to enhance the awakening level. Ding! Special spiritual energies include Hongming Ziki, Daipei Lonqi, and Tiandi Kaiki. Upon reviewing the two options presented by the system, Lin Tian immediately gravitated towards option 2. In his view, option 1 was not only slow but also fraught with risk given his current condition as a heavily injured 9th-tier cultivator. To absorb another cultivation at this juncture would be sheer folly. As for option 2, he scrutinized the 3 special spiritual energies listed. After a moment, he frowned, not due to unfamiliarity with these energies, but rather because acquiring them appeared exceedingly arduous. First was Hongming Ziki, which was born only at the dawn of creation. Finding it now was utterly impossible. Then there was Daipei Lonqi, the very essence of a dynasty's imperial capital, not something a mere 9th-tier cultivator could access. This left only Tiandi Kaiki. This energy was typically possessed by Confucian and Dao scholars. It was also the most attainable for him at this moment, since its acquisition posed no barriers. Even a mortal without any cultivation could obtain it. However, the conditions for acquiring this energy were exceptionally stringent, akin to an insurmountable challenge. One must make significant contributions in the realm of Confucianism and Taoism, or create works that resonate with Tiandi Kaiki. Such works include poetry, calligraphy, and prose. Yet, this was no simple task, as it involved millennia of tradition. The path of Confucianism does not discriminate based on talent or resources. It relies solely on the character of understanding. A Confucian scholar may progress slowly, yet once enlightenment is achieved, it can lead to a transformative leap in cultivation. A mere 9th-tier ant today could very well become a 1st-tier elder by tomorrow. Such is the nature of Confucianism. Indeed, it is a daunting task. Throughout history, few have accomplished such feats, while countless have pursued the path of Confucianism. Striving for new heights in this realm is undeniably challenging. Wait a moment. This doesn't seem too difficult for me. I am, after all, a transmigrator. Writing and composing poetry is hardly excessive, right? Ha ha ha. This is indeed the path to my salvation. In that instant, Lin Tian became exhilarated. In Linjiang City, within the Bai Linyue Academy, two elderly gentlemen were engaged in a game of chess, the board emanating an aura of righteous spirit. The pieces in their hands radiated the essence of heaven and earth. If any Confucian scholar were present, they would undoubtedly recognize these pieces as manifestations of Tiandi Kaiki. At that moment, the two players were acknowledged as the foremost achievers in Confucianism and Taoism in the contemporary world. One was the illustrious Confucian scholar Kong Mingru, while the other was the esteemed scholar Fang Chuanru, who paved the way for countless scholars. With a decisive move, the final piece was placed, resulting in a draw. Kong Mingru chuckled. "Ah, old Fang, your mind seems elsewhere in this game. What troubles you?" As he spoke, Kong Mingru swept the entire chessboard clear, then brewed a pot of his cherished tea. Hearing this, Fang Chuanru merely sighed softly. "Alas, I find my path increasingly arduous. My students seem unable to keep pace. I once believed this road should be accessible to all, yielding significant achievements. Yet, regrettably, that was merely my assumption." Upon hearing this, Kong Mingru maintained a smile. "Isn't that quite normal? Talents akin to yours are exceedingly rare. It is only natural that not everyone can achieve your heights. Moreover, your path primarily emphasizes literature, which requires extensive effort. Even comprehending a single article demands considerable time, let alone the spontaneous insights that come from writing. Patience is essential." Chapter 41. The Awakening of the Supreme Bone of Tao Transformation. Lin Hao was taken aback. However, Fang Chuanru's brow remained furrowed. "Alas, I am well aware of this principle. Yet, you understand the current world just as well as I do. The activities of those dark races have far surpassed any era before. Others may not comprehend the implications, but both of us do." Upon hearing these words, the perpetually unchanged smile on Kong Mingru's face shifted. The freshly brewed tea in his hand paused momentarily. His brow then knitted in concern. "What do you propose we do? At this moment, you have indeed carved a path for the Ru Dao, a phenomenon unseen for thousands of years. What more do you wish to achieve?" In response, Fang Chuanru declared, "I wish to forge another path." "What?" Kong Mingru was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. "Old Fang, are you jesting? You intend to open yet another path?" At that moment, Kong Mingru's emotion surged. This was not due to any disdain for Fang Chuanru, but rather sheer astonishment. The desire to create another path implied a relinquishment of everything currently held, including one's cultivation. After all, a towering building must first rise from the ground. While he could indeed use his current elevated realm to deduce a new path, it would not be the same. Different heights yield different perspectives. Without personal experience, such notions remain merely theoretical shells. Moreover, the practice of Ru Dao diverges from other sects. It demands a belief in the heart to attain cultivation. Simply put, someone must lead the way at the forefront, and this individual must be visible and genuinely exist to instill faith. Only then can the followers resolutely pursue the path. Otherwise, if they perceive the journey as nothing more than a theoretical illusion, where would their confidence lie to continue onward? Furthermore, the implications of this matter are monumental. It is important to note that Fang Chuanru has already paved a path, with others following in his wake. If this pioneer were to suddenly change course, what would become of those trailing behind? If the originator abandons this path, does it not imply a lack of faith in it? Undoubtedly, this would bring catastrophic upheaval to those who follow. No, at this moment, Kong Mingru vehemently opposed. After all, this concerned the very foundation of Ru Dao, and he could not allow Fang Chuanru to act so whimsically. Yet upon hearing this, Fang Chuanru raised his hand to signal him to remain calm. "Do not be agitated. I have not indicated what I intend to do, for I am also aware of what I represent at this moment." "Then why speak of forging a path?" Kong Mingru inquired, puzzled. "While I mentioned the desire to carve a path, I did not specify that I must be the one to do so." "What do you mean? You will not forge the path? Then who will?" Kong Mingru's gaze turned quizzical. "Are you suggesting that someone else should take on this task? Such a notion is implausible." Kong Mingru remarked, astonished. "You are being overly simplistic. I previously stated that your ability to carve a path is wholly contingent upon the convergence of timing, location, and harmony, which is irreplicable. However, Feng Chuanru did not seem particularly surprised by this response. How can we know without attempting? Moreover, do you possess a superior alternative? Not waiting for Kong Mingru's response, he continued, Old Kong, a great cleansing is imminent. I merely wish for more people to survive. Even if it means preserving a few more lives, I must act. His voice bore a resolute tone. Kong Mingru remained silent, deep in thought. Yet, after a brief contemplation, he spoke up. What do you intend to do? I knew you would agree. Rest assured, my plan is simple and requires no insignificant tasks from you. Insignificant tasks? What do you mean? To actively disperse the essence of the heavens and earth that resides within you. Disperse the essence of the heavens and earth. Are you attempting to emulate the Rusheng? Upon hearing Feng Chuanru's words, Kong Mingru immediately grasped his intentions. It is said that in the beginning, Ru Dao was merely an obscure path without any delineation of realms, relying solely on the density of the righteous qi within one's body to measure strength. All power was utterly devoid of structure, resulting in practitioners weaker than those of other sections. It was not until a prodigious talent emerged among the Ru scholars, whose righteous qi was said to rival the boundless oceans, that the situation changed. When released, it could even obscure the heavens and the earth. This prodigy later gained the recognition of the heavens and gathered all the essence of the world, establishing a connection with the cosmos. Ultimately, they achieved a monumental feat, imprinting the Ru Dao's legacy upon the celestial path, thus creating all subsequent realms and systems of Ru Dao. This revered scholar became known as the Rusheng, the creation of a system. Indeed, the Rusheng single-handedly established a cultivation system. It later circulated that upon gathering all the essence of the heavens and earth, one could possess the ability to forge a system. Of course, such claims sound absurd to these two elders. For anyone who has ever experienced the essence of the heavens and earth understands that it does not hold such terrifying power. The Ru scholars' accomplishments were entirely attributable to their unparalleled talent and genius. The essence of the heavens and earth played a role, but only to a limited extent. Nevertheless, the essence of the heavens and earth is not entirely ineffectual. It is not impossible for someone to carve a new path for Ru Dao, provided that individual possesses absolute talent. Otherwise, it would be unfeasible to gather the essence of the world within oneself. Thus, Feng Chuanru's plan is theoretically viable. How can you be certain your plan will succeed? It requires gathering the essence of the world in its entirety, over the course of thousands of years. Who has achieved such a feat aside from the Rusheng? To speak of it, you and I have each only managed to gather half of the world's essence, never attaining its entirety. Upon hearing this, Feng Chuanru could only smile ruefully. Am I not aware of the challenges involved? However, one must always attempt. With so many talented individuals in this world, and with the impending Great Reckoning, Ru Dao shall surely witness a new breed of geniuses. And what is your plan? At this moment, Kong Mingru cut straight to the chase. To voluntarily disperse the essence within us and allow it to seek out its own. What? Kong Mingru was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such a casual approach to the plan. Furthermore, he had already dispersed 2 layers of essence from himself. What? Why did you not discuss such matters with me first? Clearly, Feng Chuanru's unilateral decision had shocked Kong Mingru. After all, this was the essence of the heavens and earth. Although they had yet to find a method to unify these 2 portions, it was still something they held in their grasp. Even if nothing is accomplished in the future, at least it does not stem from a lack of confidence. How could it be said that the matter was released without even a word of discussion? Could there not have been a consultation? The crux of the issue lies in the fact that the 2 layers of talent that were just released would require a significant amount of time to coalesce again. In this moment of overwhelming anger, Kong Mingru's beard was ruffled by his own breath as he stood atop the table, seizing Feng Chuanru by the collar. At this instant, all traces of his scholarly demeanor vanished. Yet, just as he intended to assert his eloquence, Feng Chuanru, seized by the collar and frozen in place, suddenly changed color. Kong Mingru beside him mirrored his reaction. In an instant, the 2 found themselves soaring into the sky. The next moment, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in their eyes, for they realized that the 2 layers of talent that had just been released were beginning to coalesce. No, it was not merely coalescing. It was rapidly converging toward a certain point. The speed was astonishing, leaving both men in a state of shock. They exchanged glances and immediately set off towards a specific direction. As they raced onward, the more they observed the speed of the talents' convergence, the more their hearts raced. It was astonishingly swift. Such a rate of convergence was unheard of. Soon, however, their expressions shifted to one of delight. They were acutely aware that only those extraordinary works of art could stir such tumult in the world. To witness such a masterpiece was certainly a cause for celebration among great scholars like themselves. As for whether they felt any sorrow for the talent of the heavens? While heavenly talent is splendid, it is also contingent upon one's realm. For individuals of their current standing, such talent was merely an accomplishment, and thus there was no sense of regret. The most pivotal aspect was that the absorption of this talent signified that Feng Chuanru's plan might indeed succeed. At this moment, Feng Chuanru's heart was filled with immense joy and even excitement, for from the degree of coalescence of this talent, it seemed that he was on the verge of producing a sage of unparalleled virtue. Indeed, the sage of Confucianism was hailed as the supreme teacher. Thus, the individual capable of gathering such heavenly talent certainly deserved the title of supreme teacher. Moreover, they had a premonition that this person gathering talent was likely quite young, possibly even a youthful prodigy. If that were the case, it would surely herald a flourishing era for their Confucian path. Boom! At this moment, the two accelerated their flight once more. Meanwhile, at the edge of the life-forbidden zone, Lin Hao, after considerable effort, finally managed to shake off the black-armored troops trailing him. However, just as he was about to stealthily incapacitate Lin Tian, he suddenly sensed a change in the very essence of the world around him, as if something was converging towards this place. Regrettably, his cultivation was too low to discern what it was. The speed of that energy's convergence was too rapid and too unusual, leaving him momentarily frozen, unable to advance. At this moment, with the final stroke of his pen, Lin Tian completed a poem. Yet, observing his surroundings and his own body, he felt no change. Lin Tian found it peculiar. Why was there no response? This was unexpected. Was there a mistake? But before he could finish his thought, an invisible force began to surge wildly into his body. This force was imperceptible, even undetectable, but he sensed its purity and overwhelming strength. Talent. At this moment, he recognized that this was the talent of heaven and earth. As this energy converged, a warm sensation radiated from his chest, and a panel appeared before him. Ding! Noticing the gathering of heavenly talent within the host's body, Tao Transformation Supreme Bone Awakening level increased by 16. Ding! The awakening level increased by 17. Ding! The awakening level increased by 18. Ding! The awakening level increased by 19. Ding! The awakening level increased by 20. Ding! The awakening level increased by 21. With a series of notifications sounding, a slight smile crept onto Lin Tian's lips. As for why there was no awakening prompt for ancient heavy eyes, the answer was simple. Although Lin Tian lacked the ability to control the powers within his body from being absorbed by these two major physiques, he could dictate who would consume the power first. His chosen target was, of course, the Supreme Bone. This was to prevent the embarrassing situation of not having enough talent to awaken anything at all. At this moment, severely injured, awakening the Tao Transformation Supreme Bone, which possessed the ability to modify his body and self-heal, was undoubtedly the optimal choice. As the heavenly talent surged into him, the awakening level of the Tao Transformation Supreme Bone reached 80. In the blink of an eye, the awakening level leaped again. The next moment, it shot straight to 90. It was fast. Watching the rapidly ascending numbers, the awakening level climbed swiftly. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the talent, Tao Transformation Supreme Bone. Boom! With this notification, a golden beam of light erupted from Lin Tian's body. The golden pillar shot skyward, and a violent power surged through Lin Tian's limbs and bones. At that moment, all of his injuries were completely healed. Subsequently, a series of anguished screams emanated from his body. The next moment, a wisp of black smoke rose. As the golden pillar soared, everyone in the life-forbidden zone witnessed this extraordinary phenomenon. Yet, at this moment, Lin Hao, not far from Lin Tian, wore a grim expression. For at the instant the golden pillar appeared, the mother worm within him emitted a cry of anguish, a reaction that occurred only when the child worm perished. At this moment, he realized that the severed pulse worm within Lin Tian had died. Chapter 42. You were clearly abandoned by them. You should obediently perish outside. Gazing at the trembling mother worm in his hand, Lin Hao's gaze darkened further. At this moment, he lifted his head once more to behold the towering golden pillar. An unsettling feeling churned within his heart. He sensed an inexplicable connection between this phenomenon and the so-called waste known as Lin Tian. Just then, the sensation of converging power vanished. Without hesitation, Lin Hao immediately sped off in that direction. Boom! In an instant, Lin Hao's speed reached its zenith. As he drew closer, the unease in his heart became increasingly palpable, until at last he arrived at Lin Tian's location. But with just a glance, he found himself rooted in place. For he beheld the dazzling Tao rhythm emanating from Lin Tian below, as well as the shimmering bone at his chest. That was the supreme bone. This waste had actually awakened a supreme bone. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyes widened in shock. He immediately recognized the origin of the bone on Lin Tian's body with just one glance. How could this be possible? He was clearly just a waste. What right did he have to awaken such a divine bone? He was undeniably just a worthless being. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of jealousy surged within him, nearly drowning him. Even his eyes turned red from the intensity of his emotions. Yet, in the next instant, an idea seemed to dawn upon him. The jealousy in his gaze was swiftly replaced by an insatiable greed. Ha ha ha! What does it matter that he has awakened the supreme bone? All I need to do is tell Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue to transfer that bone to me, and it will be done. After all, Lin Tian is merely a worthless individual. What right does he have to possess such a divine bone? Instead of letting this waste squander it, it would be far better to transplant it to myself, allowing me to grow stronger. At this moment, Lin Hao felt an immense surge of confidence. He could not fathom any reason why Bai Linyue and Lin Haotian would refuse his request. The more he pondered, the more twisted and fervent his greed became. In the next moment, Lin Hao's expression darkened. After all, he was acutely aware that the only way he could obtain that supreme bone was if Lin Tian remained a worthless being, although he had always viewed the other as a waste. The absence of the Duanmei Gu meant there was a slight possibility that Lin Tian could surprise him with an unexpected outcome. Thus, to ensure absolute certainty, he had to take action, and what he needed to do was straightforward. He must incapacitate Lin Tian right here and now. Moreover, he needed to act swiftly. The aura he had just released had already caught Bai Linyue's attention. If he delayed, he might genuinely encounter trouble. Rustling sounds came from nearby. Lin Tian instinctively turned his head. He saw Lin Hao stepping out. The moment their eyes met, Lin Hao shed 2 tears and exclaimed, "Great! Brother, I finally found you. Hurry, come back with me. Father and mother are very worried about you." With that, Lin Hao hurriedly approached Lin Tian. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tian merely sneered with disdain and took a step back, maintaining his distance. Observing this scene, a fleeting darkness flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. In the next moment, he feigned grievance, saying, "Brother, what are you doing? How disgusting. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Your expression is utterly revolting. You don't think I'm like Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue, those 2 fools, do you?" Hearing these words, Lin Hao's expression froze and his footsteps halted. In that instant, the grievance and tears on his face vanished, replaced by a surge of fury. He had never anticipated that this worthless person before him would dare to mock him in such a manner. This was simply a death wish. Who did he think he was? A mere ant destined to be trampled underfoot. How dare he ridicule him? Did he believe that just because he had left the Lin Manor, he could escape his grasp? Previously, he had refrained from taking lethal action due to Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue's presence. Did he really think he would hesitate now? The resentment and anger in his eyes were laid bare for all to see. Watching this unfold, Lin Tian's mocking gaze remained unchanged. The animosity emanating from Lin Hao only served to further incite his ire. In the next moment, boom, Lin Hao unleashed a formidable surge of power. Originally, he had intended to sneak attack and severely injure Lin Tian. After all, that would be the safest and most discreet approach. However, he now realized that this was no longer possible. Lin Tian was overly vigilant. Getting close was practically impossible. Moreover, Bai Linyue would likely arrive soon. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, even if he obtained the supreme bone, the risks would be entirely different. Since you, this worthless being, have been outside for too long, have you forgotten the vast chasm between us? What? Do you truly consider yourself the young master of the Lin family? You are merely a wretched mud-dweller, a bastard, who acknowledged your status. Do you not realize that in the eyes of Bai Linyue and Lin Haotian, you are simply an expendable waste? What gives you the right to adopt such a superior demeanor? You have already been cast aside by them. You should obediently perish outside. How dare you return with the intention of seizing what rightfully belongs to me? At this moment, Lin Hao seemed intent on venting the wrath that had built up over the past few days, continuously cursing Lin Tian. Then, his gaze turned venomous. In the next instant, bang! Lin Hao's body vanished from his original position, reappearing directly in front of Lin Tian. Witnessing this, Lin Tian's heart sank. He had not anticipated Lin Hao's speed would be so astonishing. But in the next moment, as the runes of the Tao transformation Supreme Bone flickered upon his chest, the innate divine abilities of the Supreme Bone erupted forth. The talent within him surged with fervor. In the next moment, Lin Tian's entire being was enveloped in countless divine lights, rendering him ethereal and mysterious. Even his appearance and demeanor transformed into something extraordinarily perfect. At that moment, he resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, ethereal and transcendent. This was the innate divine ability of the Tao transformation Supreme Bone, Tao transformation. As he activated the divine ability Tao transformation, his strength multiplied exponentially. In a mere instant, Lin Tian's power soared, nearly transcending 3 major realms, reaching a level comparable to the 6th rank. This was the effect brought forth by the innate divine ability of the Tao transformation Supreme Bone. Upon activation of Tao transformation, his strength theoretically could continue to double. Of course, this was contingent upon his body being strong enough to withstand such power. Otherwise, he risked the possibility of exploding from within. At this moment, the power he was utilizing had clearly exceeded his physical limits. However, if this limit only needed to be maintained for 2 or 3 seconds, then he would only sustain severe injuries and would not explode. In the next moment, upon feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Tian immediately threw a punch. In an instant, their fists collided. Boom! A terrifying force erupted at that moment. A powerful shockwave swept through the surrounding rocks. In the next moment, Lin Tian was sent reeling backward, his body once again covered in wounds. Blood gushed forth from his injuries, which were a result of both excessive use of Tao transformation and being struck by Lin Hao. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Tian regarded Lin Hao with a grave expression. 5th rank, perhaps even the latter stages of the 5th rank. It seems that this truly is a talent birthed from resources poured in by the 3 major superpowers. This level is indeed worthy of such investment. Meanwhile, Lin Hao stared in shock at Lin Tian before him. He was astonished that his opponent could unleash power comparable to that of the late 5th rank. However, in the next moment, his gaze shifted to one of increasing greed. He understood that all of this was a result of the Supreme Bone's influence. His excitement swelled as he began to envision the terrifying heights his own power would reach if he were to obtain that divine bone. This divine bone is something I must acquire. In the next moment, he stepped forward once more, preparing to launch another attack. However, Lin Tian, observing this scene from a distance, felt a tightening in his heart. After all, his body was currently incapable of utilizing the Supreme Bone again, leaving him with virtually no means of resistance. Damn it! It seems I must relinquish the celestial talents I had only just acquired. Indeed, according to Lin Tian's original plan, both of them should have been gravely injured from that previous strike, allowing him to recover through the formidable powers of the Tao transformation Supreme Bone and escape this place safely. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Lin Hao's strength, cultivated under the auspices of 3 major superpowers. Of course, Lin Hao had not displayed such a stance without other hidden cards. However, using that card would cost him all of his celestial talents. Yet now, in order to preserve his life, he could not afford to consider anything else. After all, if he were truly captured by Lin Hao or by Linyue and taken back to that so-called Lin family, it would be a fate worse than death. In the next moment, boom, a powerful surge of celestial energy erupted from Lin Tian's body. Upon sensing this unfamiliar yet potent force, Lin Hao, who had been charging forward, halted in his tracks. His eyes narrowed with vigilance as he regarded Lin Tian, clearly wary of the mysterious power emanating from him. Yet, before Lin Hao could react, Lin Tian had already coalesced the celestial energy. In an instant, this mass of celestial energy seemed to directly communicate with the heavens and earth, drawing forth countless strands of spiritual energy. Subsequently, a myriad of phenomena, including thunderstorms, began to manifest. Without hesitation, Lin Tian unleashed the entirety of the two portions of celestial energy towards Lin Hao's direction. Shocked by this sudden surge of power and the overwhelming momentum, Lin Hao instinctively sought refuge from the impending onslaught. However, in that very instant, a cold smile crept across Lin Tian's lips. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the celestial energy shifted direction and hurtled towards the rift from which he had emerged. This celestial energy, inherently imbued with the power to manipulate the heavens, caused the already unstable space created by the rupture to tear open another rift as it passed. After traversing that spatial tier, the celestial energy appeared to lose all momentum, dissipating into the void. The previous manifestations vanished completely in that moment. Upon witnessing the newly formed spatial rift, Lin Tian immediately dashed toward it, his body flickering with arcs of electricity. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, still fleeing, sensed the terrifying presence behind him fade away. He turned to look, only to find Lin Tian plunging into the rift. Realizing the implications of this sight, rage surged within him. Damn it! Boom! In the next instant, a formidable force surged towards Lin Tian's location. Unfortunately, at that moment, Lin Tian was merely a step away from the rift, and before the attack could land, he had already vanished into the spatial tier. As he watched Lin Tian's figure disappear, Lin Hao was about to unleash a torrent of curses when, in the next moment, a voice resonated through the air. Tianer, had Bai Linyue and the others arrived? Upon hearing that voice, a flash of anger and resentment crossed Lin Hao's eyes. Yet, glancing at his injuries and the remnants of battle surrounding him, he realized he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, Bai Linyue would undoubtedly grow suspicious upon her arrival. Without delay, Lin Hao struck his palm against his chest. Spurt, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips, and tears welled in his eyes as he knelt on the ground, gazing sorrowfully in a particular direction. In the next moment, Bai Linyue rushed forward, her face illuminated with joy and relief. The moment the radiant beam of light had appeared, she had sensed Lin Tian's essence, and it was outside the realms of danger. This meant that her child was not only alive, but had also emerged from the perilous zone. With that thought, she sprinted toward this location. In that moment, she had countless things to convey to Lin Tian, expressing that it was her fault for abandoning him all those years ago and for her treatment of him upon his return home, even denying him a room. Her eyes reddened anew as she resolutely declared, Tianer, as long as you return, your mother will make amends. Yet, the moment she beheld the scene below, her expression shifted dramatically. How? Chapter 45. A loving mother can spoil her child. Your actions will only embolden that Lin Tian. Upon arriving at this place, Bai Linyue's gaze fell upon Lin Hao, who knelt on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth. In an instant, she forgot her initial purpose for coming here, focusing solely on her injured son. Without hesitation, she rushed to Lin Hao, enveloping him in her embrace. As she looked at his pale visage and the blood at the corner of his mouth, tears brimmed in her eyes, filled with deep concern as she asked, what has happened to you? Were these injuries? At her words, tears streamed down Lin Hao's cheeks, and with an air of profound grievance, he replied, Mother, I do not blame brother. This is all my own doing. As long as brother is not angry, that is enough. Hearing this, Bai Linyue trembled. What? You were hurt by Tianer? What on earth transpired? Why would Tianer strike you? In that moment, Bai Linyue's mind went blank, and it was only now that she recalled her purpose for arriving here. That's right. Tianer. Where's Tianer? I distinctly sensed his essence here just moments ago. Why can I no longer feel it? Just then, a resounding boom echoed from afar as Lin Haotian and the Zhenbei Heijia army arrived at the scene, accompanied by a throng of onlookers. Upon witnessing his adopted son injured, Lin Haotian immediately commanded the Heijia army to encircle the area. This was not only to protect Lin Hao, but also to conceal Lin Tian's existence from others. After all, he too had sensed Lin Tian's essence earlier. Although revealing Lin Tian to the public was not a significant issue, given his strength could suppress all, the fear of public gossip loomed large. Even the most powerful could not silence the tongues of the masses. The mere sight of the Zhenbei Wang mobilizing the Heijia army for Lin Tian would undoubtedly spark unnecessary speculation. The topics at hand are likely centered around the identity of Lin Tian. At that moment, the risk of exposing Lin Hao's status as an adopted son would arise, a situation he wishes to avoid. After all, Lin Tian, the waste, is no longer valued by him. In a century, it is inconceivable that the Lin family and the Zhenbei Wang feud would be inherited by a worthless individual. Thus, the choice naturally falls upon Lin Hao. However, should Lin Hao's identity as an adopted son be revealed, the succession could very well face complications. Blood ties hold immense significance in aristocratic families and among superpowers. Any unfavorable whispers could tarnish the reputation of both the family and the Zhenbei Wang feud. Nevertheless, these are trivial matters. After all, in 6 months' time, should Lin Hao secure a position within the top 10 of the Tianjiao list, his talent would silence all doubts. Yet, he is acutely aware that the fact he is not the biological son of his parents remains a persistent thorn in the heart of the adopted son. He does not wish for such trivial issues to inflict harm upon him. With a thunderous roar, a legion of armored soldiers surrounded the area, blocking everyone from entering. At that moment, Lin Haotian hurried to Lin Hao's side. Upon witnessing Lin Hao's injuries, shock and fury flashed in his eyes. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to lay hands on his son. It was utterly reckless. Indeed, at that moment, he was genuinely enraged, more so than when he learned of Lin Tian being hunted or even jumping into a life-threatening zone. At that time, Lin Haotian merely felt that someone daring to pursue Lin Tian was a slap to his face, provoking his ire due to the damage to his dignity. But now, it was instinctual rage, a father's rightful fury upon seeing his son harmed. In that moment, he embodied the archetype of a father fiercely protective of his child. The next instant, Lin Haotian exclaimed, "Howard, what happened to these injuries? Who dares to harm you?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Hao slowly lowered his head, appearing reluctant to speak. Yet, as he did so, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Observing Lin Hao's demeanor, Lin Haotian furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Bai Linyue interjected, "It's all right. Howard's injuries are not severe. The moment those words were spoken, it seemed as though something was being concealed. Lin Haotian instinctively thought of something and immediately uttered, "Is this related to that rebellious son?" At that moment, Lin Haotian recalled his wife's expression and the aura of Lin Tian he had sensed earlier. He quickly deduced the connection and voiced his suspicion. Upon hearing his words, both Bai Linyue and Lin Hao fell silent. Witnessing this scene, Lin Haotian erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is that despicable scoundrel." Upon hearing this and observing Lin Haotian's reaction, Lin Hao sneered internally. Indeed, everything was as he had anticipated. Lin Tian, even if he made Bai Linyue aware of her guilt towards him, what of it? They would never truly care for a waste. Just like now, even if he merely stated that he was injured while trying to bring Lin Tian home to vent his frustrations, Bai Linyue genuinely believed him. She even sought to conceal this matter to protect Lin Tian's image in Lin Haotian's eyes. How amusing! After sharing those words with Bai Linyue, he had worried she might scrutinize his injuries. There is a difference between being harmed by someone else and inflicting harm upon oneself. Yet, there was no suspicion from Bai Linyue. She accepted his words without question. However, at this moment, seeing his wife remain tight-lipped about the matter, Lin Haotian could only express his anger with a remark about how a doting mother spoils her child. You will only enable that Lin Tian to become arrogant. Meanwhile, in a certain space above the sky, 3 figures stood observing the scene below. These 3 were the old sovereign, Bai Linyue, and the previously vanished Huang Lao. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Haotian's remark about a doting mother spoiling her child, veins bulged on Bai Linyue's forehead. He was ready to leap down and impart a profound and unforgettable lesson to Lin Haotian, that foolish scoundrel. But in the next instant, the old sovereign gestured for him to halt. Bai Linyue, perplexed, gazed at his father, unable to comprehend why he would intervene at such a moment. He was not one to mask his emotions, especially in front of his father. Thus, he directly asked, "Father, did you not hear that scoundrel's words? A doting mother spoils her child? This will only lead to arrogance. This fool is truly spewing nonsense. They have neglected Tianer since childhood, and now he dares to utter such words?" Does he not realize how much suffering Tian'er has endured in that wretched Lin family? No, that is not accurate. Tian'er has not enjoyed a single ounce of fortune in that family. And now he has the audacity to say such things? I have always looked down upon that waste. Had it not been for my sister kneeling before me, and your excessive indulgence towards her, I would have ensured that this boy never walked again. Such a worthless being. And he dares to act as if he is someone of importance? How dare he speak to my nephew in such a manner? And what of that adopted son? Has he not been showered with enough favoritism since childhood? Why then does he speak of a doting mother spoiling her child? He even dares to refer my nephew as a despicable scoundrel. He seems to have forgotten the time I frightened him into a state of utter fear. As he spoke, Bai Linyue reached for the long sword at his waist, intent on delivering an unforgettable experience to Lin Haotian. Yet, the old sovereigness hand remained firmly in place. At that moment, Bai Linyue was left dumbfounded. He could not comprehend the situation. His temperament was inherited from his father, and he had inherited a mere 70% of his father's power. Logically, after witnessing the earlier scene, his father should have been even more enraged. Perhaps he would have intervened to prevent his sister from being left alone. But what was happening now? Had his father changed? Impossible. That was utterly inconceivable. His father had always possessed this temperament. It was unchangeable. The only thing that could soften his resolve might be his mother, who would never awaken again. Or perhaps his sister, though she too might no longer be able to do so. But why? As Bai Linyue pondered, he directed his gaze towards his father's outstretched hand. He could see the veins bulging upon it, resembling a constricted serpent, fierce and menacing. At that moment, Bai Linyue instinctively took a few steps back, for he understood this was a manifestation of his father's extreme fury. Such a transformation he had only witnessed once, when his father established the Qingchi sacred ground. Back then, in that state, his father had slain 3 elders and the sovereign of the sacred grounds, shocking the entire 3,000 states. The current Qingchi sacred ground was built upon the ruins of those 3 sacred grounds. In that moment, to Bai Linyue's eyes, the old sovereign resembled an impending volcanic eruption. Should anyone trigger that final switch, what shall be revealed next is the wrath that obliterates all. Yet, inexplicably in the following moment, the hands of the old holy master slowly descended. Even the palpable murderous intent emanating from him gradually dissipated at that moment. Bai Linyue was utterly bewildered. He had initially planned to forcibly retrieve his foolish sister, for she was his own flesh and blood, and he could not bear to witness her demise. However, he did not anticipate that the impending eruption of this volcano could be quelled. Could it be that the tides have turned? At this moment, he could not help but voice his thoughts. "Father, how can you endure this?" The old holy master replied with an even tone, "That is naturally for my grandson." For Tian'er, shouldn't you be? Bai Linyue was further perplexed. Observing the foolishness of his eldest son, the holy master nearly buried his face in his hands. Were it not for the presence of the outsider Huang Lao, he would have likely acted out in frustration. How could one be so foolish? Were it not for the resemblance to himself, he would doubt the legitimacy of this offspring. Yet in the next moment, he continued to explain, Tian'er's resentment towards these people has reached an unimaginable level, especially towards that accursed adopted son. While we might seek to avenge Tian'er now, if we cannot allow him to take action himself, even if his anger subsides, it will never be as satisfying as acting on his own. If we let Tian'er develop a mental demon over such trifles, it will be a loss beyond measure. Upon hearing these words, Bai Linyue nodded, realizing there was some merit in his father's reasoning. However, he then pressed on, "Father, should we bring Tian'er back to the Holy Land to nurture him? Or should we provide some resources for him? After all, he has awakened the Supreme Bone, a rare gift that could designate him as the holy son of our sect." As he spoke, Bai Linyue's gaze shifted towards Lin Haotian, who had descended. At that moment, his eyes flared with renewed anger. Previously, upon hearing his sister speak of her nephew's poor talent, he had approached with a degree of skepticism. After all, both his sister and that scoundrel Lin Haotian were not lacking in aptitude, especially his sister Bai Linyue, despite her current second-grade cultivation. This was merely due to her lack of focus on her training. Otherwise, her cultivation would surely surpass that of the foolish Lin Haotian. Although he deemed Lin Haotian an absolute waste, this was merely his perspective. In the eyes of others, Lin Haotian had the potential to become a governor of the 3,000 prefectures, having even achieved first-grade cultivation. Such talent could not be dismissed lightly. Hence, how could the offspring of these two be so deficient as to align with what his sister had claimed? 20 years and only achieving ninth grade? This was utterly implausible. Only moments ago, he had summoned the guard who had secretly protected Lin Tian since childhood, and it was then that he learned the entire truth. Upon discovering this truth, he was overwhelmed with an impulse to leap down and slap the foolish Lin Haotian's head off, to abandon a 3-year-old child in the snow, without resources or any backing, leaving him to struggle at the bottom and to expect great rewards in return. Did they truly believe they were living in a dream? Chapter 47. If such poetry were to be utilized by him to bolster Lin Haotian's reputation, the foolish Lin Haotian had indeed reshaped his worldview. The most astonishing part was that his sister had also participated in this affair. Even now, he could hardly believe that his astute sister would agree to such absurdities perpetrated by Lin Haotian. Ultimately, these two even dared to blame the child for lacking talent, for failing to meet their expectations, and even developed disdain and rejection towards him. Had they all lost their minds? In the end, they intended to use this child as a tool for passing on their teachings to an adopted son. Each of their actions seemed to traverse a realm beyond Bai Linyue's comprehension. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes today, he would never have believed such occurrences could transpire. Logically speaking, even if they had previously engaged in dubious actions, they could be somewhat understood under the guise of wanting a child to succeed. Yet Lin Haotian, this fool, simply lacked the intellect and was lost in daydreams, ultimately forcing the child to bear the consequences. However, the subsequent act of passing teachings from a biological son to an adopted one was something he could not fathom, no matter how he racked his brains. Normally, wouldn't it be the adopted son passing teachings to the biological one at such a time? Furthermore, if Lin Tian were truly devoid of any cultivation aptitude, it might be acceptable, but he was clearly not. In fact, he was exceptionally gifted, for he possessed the supreme bone. How many individuals throughout history have awakened such a gifted physique? Those who awaken this divine bone are undoubtedly top-tier prodigies. Lin Haotian, this fool, was not only dim-wit, but also blind. How could he fail to comprehend the potential of a child? If he could not understand, he should at least be able to see. Why did his gaze only fixate on that waste of an adopted son, treating him like precious treasure? At this moment, the more Bai Linyue contemplated, the more fervent his anger became. If not for his father's presence to restrain him, he might have already descended to deliver a few strikes upon that wretched fellow's head. As for the accursed adopted son, he would undoubtedly smash that fool's head to pieces. Alas, he could only endure for now. In the next moment, he turned his gaze back to his father. Father, what shall we do next? Tianer has just entered that spatial rift. He wouldn't be in danger, would he? Hearing this, the old holy master finally directed his gaze towards him, saying, "Do not worry. That spatial rift is merely a teleportation passage to a certain array platform. The passage is currently stable, and I believe Tianer has already exited the spatial channel. As for our next course of action, we need not do anything at all. We merely need to remain nearby and protect Tianer from any insidious interference. I can see that my grandson possesses a unique momentum that I greatly admire. We should not interfere with his growth. This way, he can venture further, and even if he were to fail later on, it would not be too late to bring him back to the Holy Land for nurturing. With my support, Tianer can roam freely, pursuing his desires without restraint." As the old holy master spoke, satisfaction was evident in his gaze as he continued to observe the verses etched upon the precipice below. At this moment, Bai Linyue, standing beside him, was momentarily taken aback, for he had gleaned much from his father's previous statement. Others may not comprehend what sort of man the old holy master was. Perhaps in the eyes of the world, his father was a free-spirited individual, willing to break all societal norms according to his whims. In simple terms, he acted as he pleased, and if displeased, he would simply cleave down with a sword. Rules? What nonsense is that? My principles are my principles. However, as his son, he is acutely aware of his father's stringent expectations regarding his relationship with Bai Linyue. In truth, his father is nothing short of a stern patriarch. Should he err, the consequences would be dire. Yet, just moments ago, he discerned a hint of indulgence in his father's gaze. Otherwise, his father would not have uttered those particular words. Of course, he understands that this may stem from his father's guilt towards Lin Tian, but more so, it is rooted in affection. The old master truly cherishes this grandson. He then cast his gaze upon the verses inscribed on the cliff below. It is these very lines of poetry that have stirred the immense energies of heaven and earth. Indeed, given that their family is predominantly comprised of individuals who are brutish and know only how to kill, it is rare to find a cultured person capable of invoking such celestial energies. Subsequently, Bai Linyue nodded in agreement, feeling pleased. This nephew of mine is indeed remarkable. With him around, I am eager to see who would dare to label our family of men as mere butchers. If he accompanies us, it seems my stature has been elevated beyond measure. In that moment, as Bai Linyue gazed at the cliff below, satisfaction illuminated his eyes. Just then, both he and the old master raised their heads towards a certain direction, sensing two formidable presences drawing near. Simultaneously, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue felt the approach of these two powerful energies. The instant these presences manifested, Lin Haotian recognized their identities. After all, who else in this realm could possess such a profound aura save for the two towering figures of the Confucian Tao? At that moment, Lin Haotian also became aware of the abundance of heavenly energies present in this place. His gaze then caught sight of several more lines of poetry upon the cliff, particularly the signature. What? Upon seeing the signature, Lin Haotian's body trembled. There, beneath the verses, the two characters Lin Tian stood out conspicuously. Connecting this revelation with the surrounding celestial energies, Lin Haotian immediately grasped the situation. Could it be that this was the doing of that rebellious son? He was capable of invoking the energies of heaven and earth? At this moment, Lin Haotian was struck with astonishment. In his eyes, Lin Tian was merely a complete wastrel. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? Yet at this instant, the shimmering verses on the cliff presented a reality he could scarcely believe. Moreover, only his adopted son and Lin Tian had been present here moments prior. He was well aware of his adopted son's capabilities and knew he could not have composed such poetry. Thus, it follows that the verses on the cliff must have been penned by that rebellious son. Once again, dissatisfaction towards Lin Tian surged within him. If he could write such poetry, why had he not presented it sooner? Such lines could have been utilized to bolster Lin Hao's standing. Wouldn't that have been advantageous? Thus, it remains imperative to excavate that divine bone to ensure his safety, does it not? At this moment, Lin Haotian felt an overwhelming frustration with Lin Tian's lack of sensibility. Why could he not act with more decorum? Why must he consistently engage in such foolish behavior? Why could he not consider the well-being of the entire Lin family? Had he only revealed this sooner? Would he now need to prepare for the arrival of his adopted son? Yet in the next instant, Lin Haotian seemed to have an epiphany. A glimmer of inspiration shone in his eyes, especially as he envisioned the radiant characters upon the cliff. A faint smile graced his lips. Who says this isn't Lin Hao's work? With that thought, Lin Haotian promptly endeavored to erase Lin Tian's name from the cliff. Witnessing this, Bai Linyue turned to her husband. What are you doing? Why are you erasing Tian's name? Her voice was tinged with urgency, for she understood who was approaching them. Those two were formidable powers of the Confucian Tao. If they were to witness these verses capable of stirring the energies of heaven and earth, it would undoubtedly benefit Lin Tian. Yet now it was being obliterated, which clearly displeased her. However, Lin Haotian articulated his thoughts to Bai Linyue. What? You wish to use Tian's work to elevate Hao? Lin Haotian nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with interest at the prospect of garnering the favor of these two eminent figures. No, I cannot agree to this. These belong to Tian. We have no right to make such decisions, and it is unjust to Tian. I have yet to compensate him. And now you wish to take what is rightfully his? At that moment, Bai Linyue withheld the word shameless from her lips. Yet, Lin Haotian continued in a gentle tone. But this is a debt that rebellious son owes to Hao. Were it not for him, how could Hao have been injured? You heard it yourself. It was Hao who wanted him to return to the Lin family. Yet that rebellious son left immediately after taking action. Is this fair to Hao? Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue was momentarily speechless, clearly moved by his words. Observing his wife's reaction, Lin Haotian sensed her wavering resolve. He continued, furthermore, if Hao can establish himself in the public eye, it would facilitate recognition from the Lin family and even your esteemed father. Moreover, Hao's current injuries were incurred in pursuit of that rebellious son's return. Do you believe my actions are solely for Hao's benefit? In truth, they also serve to protect that rebellious son. Bai Linyue looked at Lin Haotian with newfound understanding. For Tianer, indeed, my dear, you must realize that fame is advantageous for a talent like Hao. Yet for someone like Lin Tian, devoid of any cultivation talent, it would be a calamity, even a threat to his life. After hearing this, a flicker of alarm crossed Bai Linyue's eyes. Therefore, dear, by transferring this opportunity for fame to Hao, I am, in fact, safeguarding that rebellious son. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, overhearing this exchange, felt increasingly exhilarated. He could tell that Bai Linyue was on the verge of agreement. He understood her well. Her hesitation nearly signified consent. As she listened to the final words, she was almost ready to nod in acquiescence. Moments later, the outcome unfolded as Lin Hao had anticipated. Bai Linyue ultimately offered a silent nod of agreement. Observing this, Lin Haotian smiled and reassured her. Rest assured, my dear, our actions are also intended to protect that rebellious son. Even if he learns of this later, he will understand our intentions. As these words left his lips, Bai Linyue found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of her emotions. Once again, she found herself entangled in a web of indecision, struggling with a flicker of regret. Ultimately, she could only utter the phrase, "This is a one-time occurrence. It shall not happen again." After speaking those words, Bai Linyue immediately lowered her head, her gaze wandering aimlessly. However, Lin Haotian, upon hearing her statement, paid little heed to it. After all, in his eyes, he was the father of Lin Tian, the very being whose life they had bestowed. What difference did it make if he utilized his belongings? Meanwhile, Lin Hao, who overheard this exchange, merely scoffed internally, choosing to remain silent. He understood all too well that Bai Linyue's words were nothing more than self-deception, a feeble attempt to soothe her conscience. On the surface, it seemed she had consented to protect Lin Tian, but the underlying truth was that she had never truly held him in regard. Otherwise, how could she agree to such a despicable act, fully aware of its nature? One time only? How could that possibly be? Where there is one, there is bound to be another. This was not the first instance. It was already the second, as her initial consent to impart her skills had marked the first. Alas, Lin Tian, if only you were here to witness this. I would relish the opportunity to see if you could finally grasp your true identity and status, dispelling the absurd fantasies that linger in your heart. At this moment, Lin Hao was reminded of the supreme bone that resided within Lin Tian. It appeared that locating him and acquiring that divine bone might not pose much difficulty. After all, as long as he continued using this approach, Bai Linyue would surely acquiesce. A waste of a person possessing such a divine bone was undoubtedly more perilous. Thus, it was imperative to extract that bone to ensure his safety, was it not? In that instant, Lin Hao silently chuckled within himself, envisioning the immense power he would wield upon obtaining that sacred bone. Suddenly, the tranquility of the sky was shattered as Bai Lin broke through the fabric of space with a resounding clap. Nonsense! Utter nonsense! How dare Lin Haotian? She fumed. To steal, and yet present it so audaciously. And Bai Linyue, how could she agree to such demands? Is Lin Tian truly no longer her son? To acquiesce to such a thing over a mere exchange of words. In that moment, Bai Lin's grip on her sword tightened, her eyes gleaming with a menacing coldness. Her anger was a tempest that could no longer be contained. Chapter 49, a masterpiece. This poem is worthy of being immortalized. Who composed this verse? Even the elder sage's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. He felt an overwhelming urge to descend and deal with these rascals, particularly Lin Haotian. Bai Lin had already expressed her disdain for this fool, and he shared her contempt. Not only was his talent mediocre, but his character was also inflated and insufferably obstinate. Yet, he could not deny that his daughter held a certain affection for him, even to the extent of eloping. But now, witnessing the recent events, he found himself looking down upon this worthless individual even more, clearly embodying the adage about a useless person who cannot be uplifted. In the next moment, he turned his gaze toward his daughter, feeling a sense of confusion. He had once believed his daughter surpassed him in intellect by leaps and bounds. Yet now he questioned whether he had misjudged her or if Lin Haotian's foolishness had somehow infected her. How could she have transformed into this version of herself after spending so much time with that imbecile? He was acutely aware of the root cause, the so-called adopted son. But should he descend and eliminate that adopted son? No, that would not do. This was a matter that must be resolved by Tian himself. Interfering might very well affect his grandson's state of mind. Indeed, at that moment, he recognized that these individuals, especially that adopted son, would undoubtedly impact his grandson's psyche. From the earlier incident, he could glean just how Lin Tian was faring within this so-called Lin family. Thus, it was essential for his grandson to take matters into his own hands. Moreover, given his grandson's extraordinary talent, achieving this was merely a matter of time. His own intervention would only complicate matters. At that moment, an unusual wave of power surged from below. The elder sage looked down to see the once scattered energies of heaven and earth converging toward Lin Haotian's hand. Was that not the sealing spirit technique? One of the Lin family's core inheritances? This secret art could gather and seal any form of earthly power, whether tangible or intangible, within the body. As time passed, the sealed energies would be refined, ultimately becoming a part of one's very being. The strength of this technique lay in its versatility, regardless of one's physical condition. It could be executed. Its simplest application pertained to cultivation, particularly when confronted with a bottleneck. By continuously sealing spiritual energy within oneself, one could eventually break through that barrier. Therefore, possessing this technique theoretically allowed for limitless advancement. This method could even be employed to seize others' treasures or to refine toxins from one's body. Of course, mastering the sealing spirit technique to its pinnacle would enable one to seal an opponent's spiritual power, rendering them incapable of mobilizing any energy related to the spirit. In summary, this was one of the most tyrannical secret arts in existence. At this moment, as Lin Haotian invoked the sealing spirit technique, the previously released energies of heaven and earth were wholly grasped by him. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hao's eyes gleamed with desire. So, this is the sealing spirit technique of the Lin family's core inheritance? Truly formidable. After noticing the glint in Lin Hao's eyes, Lin Haotian chuckled. No need to rush. However, once you ascend the heroic rankings, I shall guide you to the Lin family's core inheritance grounds for your studies. For now, let us seal this mass of earthly energy within your body. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao nodded eagerly, his excitement palpable. I understand, father. I will not disappoint you. Lin Haotian nodded in approval, then directed the energy into Lin Hao's body. In the next instant, the violent force flowed into Lin Hao as smoothly as a drop of water merging with a lake. After completing this, Lin Haotian finally relaxed. Yet, the very next moment, Lin Hao, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed to Lin Haotian, Father, now that this earthly energy resides within me, can I not refine it for my own use? Hearing this, Lin Haotian shook his head. Not yet, however. You must understand that it is I who is currently employing the sealing spirit technique, not you. Therefore, you are not yet able to refine that power. Rest assured, as long as you secure a place within the top 10 of the Tianjiao ranking, you shall be granted the opportunity to learn the secrets of Fengling. At that moment, you will be able to refine the essence of heaven and earth for your own use. Upon hearing these words, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Lin Hao's face, yet it vanished almost instantaneously. The next moment, he resolutely declared, Yes, father, I shall not let you down. Lin Haotian felt immense satisfaction at Lin Hao's ability to adjust his emotions so swiftly. His composure and humility were truly a testament to his upbringing. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. Two figures suddenly appeared above the crowd, revealing themselves to be Kong Mingru and Feng Chuanru. Upon sensing their presence, Lin Haotian immediately soared to meet them. Both Feng Chuanru and Kong Mingru were taken aback upon seeing each other. The King of the North? What brings him here? However, they refrained from voicing their queries immediately, as their eyes were drawn to the 4 lines of poetry inscribed upon the cliff. In the next instant, they made their way to the cliff's edge. Upon reading the verses, their spirits ignited, and their bodies trembled with exhilaration. The poem resonated profoundly with their experiences. Merely contemplating it could ensnare others in a whirlwind of emotions. Especially the final couplet. Do not worry about the road ahead without friends. Who in the world does not recognize you? This line seemed to encapsulate their lives entirely. Despite their differing backgrounds, ever since they embarked upon the path of Confucianism, they had faced relentless derision and scorn. Yet, they persevered, guided by their unwavering convictions, ultimately finding one another as kindred spirits. Supporting each other, they had now truly arrived at the moment where they could proclaim, "Who in the world does not recognize you?" Excellent. At that moment, they spoke in unison. What a marvelous poem. This work deserves to be immortalized. Who is the author of such a masterpiece? Feng Chuanru exclaimed with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Haotian, observing the scene, subtly gestured to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, prepared for this moment, stepped forward and said, "Esteemed seniors, I am the author." Upon hearing this, Feng Chuanru turned his gaze to the exquisitely attired Lin Hao, instinctively furrowing his brow in skepticism. "You composed this? You must be the adopted son of the King of the North, right?" In that moment, upon realizing Lin Hao's authorship of the poem, Feng Chuanru instinctively began to doubt him. After all, the essence of the poem suggested it was penned by someone who had faced adversity and strife, not a privileged young master like him. Feng Chuanru's eyes brimmed with incredulity. Not only him, but Kong Mingru, too, regarded Lin Hao with similar skepticism. Coming from a prestigious family, he understood the carefree life of a young master and found it hard to believe that someone like Lin Hao could have produced such a work. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of these two eminent scholars, Lin Hao felt a rush of anxiety. These gentlemen were not only masters of Confucianism, but also formidable figures akin to Lin Haotian. Most crucially, they were not easily swayed by mere tears. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "You could not possibly have written such verses," Feng Chuanru asserted almost instinctively. "Someone of your status has never experienced the injustices that could inspire such poignant expressions of yearning and perseverance. You, who live a life of luxury, have likely never encountered true hardship." He continued, "Let the true author of this poem reveal themselves. Only one who has endured unimaginable trials and harbors profound aspirations could articulate such sentiments." As these words sank in, Bai Linyue trembled slightly, her eyes misting over with emotion. In that moment, regret flickered within her gaze. She realized she had erred gravely. It was only now that she truly examined the 4 lines inscribed upon the cliff. 1,000 miles of yellow clouds, the sun obscured, the north wind blows, wild geese scatter in the snow. Suddenly, her mind recalled Lin Tian's arduous journey through wind and snow for 3 consecutive months from the disciple quarters to the Lin residence. The tears in her eyes became more pronounced. At that moment, Bai Linyue felt as though her heart was being pierced by 1,000 needles. What have I done? How could I have agreed to relinquish a poem that rightfully belonged to my child? Have I even the right to strip him of the acknowledgement of his suffering? Why have I never considered Tianer? I have given him nothing, yet have demanded so much from him. The earlier transmission of power, and now this poem. What has become of me? Countless questions surged within her, and her complexion turned ashen. Observing his wife's distress, Lin Haotian felt a pang of panic. He understood that she was now filled with regret. Yet, the words had already been spoken in the presence of these 2 esteemed scholars. Retracting them was nearly impossible, especially since Lin Hao had boldly asserted his authorship. To claim now that Lin Hao was an impostor would bear consequences that he could not endure. After all, scholars held their honor and reputation in higher regard than life itself. If it were to come to light that Lin Hao had falsely claimed authorship, the ramifications would undoubtedly spread across the entire 3,000 prefectures. Such words could be lethal, particularly in front of these 2 great scholars. Nevertheless, Lin Haotian also knew that his wife would not act rashly at this moment, for she too understood the significance of Lin Hao's reputation. The next instant, as he had anticipated, the mist in Bai Linyue's eyes dissipated almost as quickly as it had appeared, her countenance returning to normal, though her gaze remained hollow. In that moment, Lin Hao boldly declared, "Esteemed seniors, this poem is indeed my humble creation." Feng Chuanru and Kong Mingru, taken aback once more, turned their attention to Lin Hao. "Young man, do you understand the grave consequences of fabricating claims before us?" At this, Lin Hao's body trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He continued, "Do you know my true identity? Allow me to remind you, my name is Lin Hao." Upon hearing this, Feng Chuanru's eyes narrowed. Identity? Another with the surname Lin? He glanced back at the King of the North, who also bore the same surname. A realization dawned upon him. Could he be the adopted son of the king of the north? No, that cannot be. He bears no resemblance to the royal couple. A servant? No, that cannot be either. A servant would not possess such attire and demeanor. Moreover, their interactions suggest a familial bond. You are the adopted son of the king of the north, aren't you? Feng Chuanru concluded. Upon hearing this, the narrative continued to unfold. Lin Hao immediately nodded and spoke with a certain tone. Indeed, I am the adopted son of the Jinbei Wang. At that moment, as he uttered these words, a flicker of anger surged within him. The admission of this fact was like a thorn in his heart, a truth he most wished to avoid. Yet at this moment, for his own sake, he had to wield this thorn. What does it matter that you are his adopted son? How does that relate to your ability to compose this poem? Feng Chuanru inquired once more. Haha, do you truly understand the status of an adopted son like me among these noble families? Upon hearing these words, Feng Chuanru finally comprehended the significance. Those noble families held bloodline above all else, rendering the status of an adopted son, a person without blood ties, self-evident. In that instant, Feng Chuanru pondered many things. Unrecognized by his family? Feeling stifled? It all made sense. Are you truly the author of this poem? Upon hearing this question, Lin Hao did not immediately refute. Instead, he unleashed the aura of the celestial talent sealed within him by the sealing technique. As Feng Chuanru perceived this aura, a glint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. It is truly you, he exclaimed in shock. Ha ha ha, splendid. Indeed, it is you, a remarkable young prodigy. The Confucian path is truly flourishing. In the distance, Feng Chuanru and Kong Mingru were on their way back to the Bailu Academy, until they could no longer see Lin Haotian and the others behind them. At this moment, Kong Mingru could no longer restrain himself and asked Feng Chuanru, Old Feng, why did you act that way just now? Are you truly going to elevate that deceitful boy and then endow him with the remaining 8/10 of celestial talent? I cannot believe you did not see that there is something amiss with the celestial talent within him. With a smile on his face, Feng Chuanru replied, Haha, I naturally discerned that the boy is problematic. After all, who could rival us in understanding celestial talent? Then why assist that boy in organizing a poetry event to elevate him? Why even agree to grant him celestial talent? Feng Chuanru chuckled and explained, If I do not take this approach, how can we discover the true author of that poem? Kong Mingru's expression reflected his confusion, clearly not grasping the meaning behind Feng Chuanru's words. The true author of that poem? Feng Chuanru, not one to mince words, clarified, indeed, the true author of that poem. After all, our purpose in coming here was to find someone who could pave a new path for the Confucian way. Thus, it is imperative to identify this individual. At that moment, you must have noticed that there was no trace of this person in that place. Anyone infused with celestial talent would leave behind some residue of their aura. Yet there was none in that location. Therefore, I employed this method to compel the individual to reveal themselves. Kong Mingru was once again taken aback, as this explanation exceeded his understanding. This was not due to his inability to comprehend, but rather because his focus had been entirely on that poem at the cliff, which resonated too closely with his own lifelong pursuit of the Tao. Consequently, he had not considered further implications. Feng Chuanru continued, Moreover, according to my observations, there were fluctuations indicating a spatial rift in that place. It seems the composer of that poem must have departed through that passage, which is why we could not sense their presence. But how does this relate to you coaxing that person to emerge? You cannot simply assume that hosting a poetry event will entice others to participate, can you? What if the individual has no interest in attending? Feng Chuanru chuckled, Rest assured, they will come. After all, someone capable of crafting such verses undoubtedly possesses the ambition to compete against the world. Moreover, I mentioned granting Lin Hao celestial talent. This alone will attract them back. What? Did you not observe the environment at that moment? The Jinbei Wang's black armored army had mobilized, surrounding the entire area. In addition, both the Jinbei Wang and his spouse were present. Therefore, I am confident that the individual who composed that poem and departed through the spatial rift either bears a grudge against the Jinbei Wang or is someone close to him. Based on my judgment, it is more likely to be the former. Otherwise, why would they attribute that poem to the adopted son? Now, consider this. If I proclaim that this poem was composed by that Lin Hao and further promote him while endowing him with celestial talent, how would you react if you were in that person's shoes? Upon hearing this, Kong Mingru comprehended the implications. After all, having one's creations appropriated by another, only to await further benefits, especially when that individual harbors animosity, is intolerable for any young man, let alone one capable of crafting such a poem. Seeing Kong Mingru's expression, Fang Xuanru realized he understood the plan and continued thus. Our task will be to protect our new seedling and subsequently attempt to bestow upon him the remaining 8/10 of celestial talent. Kong Mingru nodded in agreement. Indeed, it should be so. At this moment, the two reached a consensus in an instant. As for the challenges they would face in finding this person, they knew they would inevitably offend the Jinbei Wang. After all, they were assisting the adopted son in promoting the claim that he authored this poem while intending to grant him celestial talent. Should it later be revealed that another was the true author, the adopted son's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, what did it matter? Had he not been greedy in claiming another's work as his own, he would not find himself in this predicament now. Furthermore, they had made it abundantly clear to Lin how that he understood the consequences of lying before them. He had stated this himself. If any issues arose later, they could not be held accountable. After all, one who remains virtuous has nothing to fear from shadows, right? As long as one does not commit wrongs. Who could accuse them? But since he chose to act, he must face the consequences. As for the Jinbei Wang's potential retaliation, they did not concern themselves with such matters. In their hearts, the preservation of the Confucian way and the survival of practitioners amidst the encroaching darkness were of paramount importance. Other matters were not negotiable. At this moment, Kong Mingru again posed a question. But what if that individual cannot bear the entirety of the celestial talent? Indeed, at this moment, Kong Mingru was struck by this consideration. After all, while poetry may require talent, it can also be a serendipitous creation, perhaps arising from a particular environment or state of mind, leading to the spontaneous expression of a timeless masterpiece. What then should be done? Upon hearing this question, Fang Xuanru fell silent, fully aware of the implications. After taking a deep breath, he remarked that it could only be said that this calamity was destined for him, an unavoidable fate. At that moment, a palpable silence enveloped the two. In the distance, at the edge of the life-restricting zone, Lin Haotian and his companions observed the departure of the two esteemed scholars, their faces betraying no semblance of joy, but rather a grave expression. This was particularly true for Lin Hao, who felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Previously, he could not refuse the invitation to participate in the poetry convention, especially since he had impressed them with his ability to compose verses like Tingzia, Shui, Rinbi Yu Shijun. To subsequently decline the opportunity that could elevate his reputation seemed utterly contradictory. Should they discover his pretense, his reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished, and rumors could easily circulate among those opposed to him within the Lin family and the Qingchi Holy Land, jeopardizing his chances at acquiring core inheritance. Chapter 52 depicts Lin Tian as merely a tool for their value extraction. Lin Hao stepped forward and addressed Lin Haotian, asking what he should do next. Yes, at that moment, he was flustered. Although he had read some books, it was primarily to cultivate his demeanor. Now, to spontaneously compose a poem was an insurmountable task. Even if he could manage it, it would result in nothing more than cliches. Upon hearing his words, Lin Haotian also felt a pang of distress. Despite having achieved his objectives and elevated his adopted son's reputation, the sudden mention of the poetry convention caught him off guard. However, surrendering the opportunity was not an option, as it would mean relinquishing the infusion of celestial talent. Such a notion was preposterous. It represented one of the purest forms of special spiritual energy in the world. The legends surrounding its myriad mysteries were incessantly shared. It was said that the sage of Confucianism established the Confucian cultivation system through this celestial talent. Whether this was true remains uncertain, as the era was too distant. Nevertheless, it is well recognized that this celestial talent significantly enhances one's constitution and comprehension. After all, Fang Xuanru and Kong Mingru were the best testimonies to this, especially Fang Xuanru, who, devoid of any resources or innate gifts, had remarkably advanced his cultivation to the pinnacle of the first rank, on the verge of transcending to a higher realm, breaking the millennium-long absence of Ascension. At this moment, he had forged an entirely new path in Confucianism. It is essential to note that those who choose to cultivate Confucianism are often those lacking innate talent and resources. Compelled to make this choice, particularly those outside the aristocracy, for whom it is nearly the only option. After all, anyone with even a modicum of talent would not opt for the slowest and most arduous path of cultivation. While it is true that one could achieve enlightenment in a single day and make rapid progress, accomplishing such a feat is immensely challenging. The true essence of Confucian cultivation lies in enduring prolonged hardships. Yet, Fang Xuanru had emerged from the ranks of ordinary Confucian practitioners, spending merely 50 years to elevate himself from a mere ninth-rank cultivator to his current status. The celestial talent played a pivotal role in enhancing his aptitude and enlightenment. This underscores the formidable potential of celestial talent in improving one's innate abilities. When Fang Xuanru proposed to imbue Lin Hao with celestial talent, his eyes sparkled with fervor. However, the subsequent condition he presented, poetry, caused him to frown. Indeed, he required Lin Hao to produce a poem akin to the one on the cliff. "Father, what should I do now?" Lin Hao inquired once more, his brow furrowing deeper. Yet the next moment a thought struck him. They could enlist Lin Tian as assistants in composing the poem. After all, it was evident that Lin Tian possessed some talent in this regard. If he could help Lin Hao craft a poem, Lin Hao would be able to gracefully accept the infusion of celestial talent. This would undoubtedly elevate his aptitude and improve his ranking on the talented individuals list. Without hesitation, Lin Haotian shared his thoughts with Lin Hao. Upon hearing this plan, Lin Hao's eyes lit up as it mirrored his earlier thoughts, albeit he had been uncertain about how to articulate it. Now that Lin Haotian had proposed it, it was perfectly aligned with his desires. His eyes glinted with greed, for the celestial talent would immensely enhance his capabilities. However, to maintain his facade, he could not agree outright. "Father, that is not possible. Mother would never approve. After all, it belongs to my brother. I've already taken one poem from him. I cannot take another. If Mother finds out, she will surely be furious." With that, Lin Hao's expression dimmed, and he fell silent, as if chastised. Despite his verbal refusal, he never mentioned Lin Tian's opinion or whether he would agree. Instead, he emphasized Bai Linyue's feelings. In his eyes, as long as Bai Linyue consented, the matter would surely come to fruition, for he perceived that if Lin Tian sought anyone's approval within the Lin family, it would undoubtedly be that of Bai Linyue, his mother. Thus, if they could persuade Bai Linyue to allow Lin Tian to undertake this task, she would surely acquiesce. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Haotian chuckled. "Ah, so that is your concern. Rest assured, I will persuade your mother. You need not worry about anything else." With that, Lin Haotian strode towards Bai Linyue, who was gazing vacantly at the verses inscribed on the cliff. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, observing this scene from the corner of his eye, felt a surge of joy within. He realized that Lin Haotian's words implied that the matter was already settled. After all, from the moment Bai Linyue had agreed to let him take Lin Tian's poem, he understood that she did not truly care for Lin Tian. Thus, he chuckled to himself. However, just as Lin Hao reveled in his fantasies of acquiring celestial talent, a furious roar echoed from a distance. "Impossible. I will not agree to that. That is Tian's possession." It was Bai Linyue's outburst. Previously, she had been staring blankly at the lines of poetry on the cliff, and now the tears she had previously suppressed surged forth anew. In this moment, she deeply regretted her earlier decision to allow Lin Hao to take that poem. In particular, upon hearing that this poem could channel the essence of heaven and earth into her, the regret in her heart reached its zenith. She was acutely aware that, at this moment, after having promised to allow Lin Tian to pass on his skills to her adopted son, she had committed another act that Lin Tian would find unforgivable. She could scarcely bear to imagine the rage Lin Tian would feel upon discovering this news. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Haotian approached her and spoke of Lin Tian assisting Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue instinctively rejected the idea. Lin Haotian, taken aback by his wife's reaction, did not expect such a response, but maintained his composure and continued, "Madam, this is a crucial moment for Hao to receive the essence of heaven and earth. If it requires some sacrifice from Lin Tian to enable this, so be it. As a member of the Lin family and the son of the king of Jianbei, he should be prepared to make such sacrifices the moment he returned to the Lin household. This matter is not up for his whims." At this moment, as those words registered with Bai Linyue, she trembled. With disbelief in her eyes, she gazed at her husband, who spoke those words with such nonchalance. She could hardly fathom that her husband could utter such sentiments. Why did it seem that Lin Tian had become a mere tool for them to extract value from? Especially when she witnessed him speak so matter-of-factly. Why? How did it come to this? Was he not my child? What had led to this state of affairs? In the instant Lin Haotian articulated those thoughts, she almost found them to be reasonable. Had it not been for the image of a bloodied figure that suddenly invaded her mind at the last moment, she might have even acquiesced to his words. Fear. At that moment, a wave of terror threatened to engulf her. For she could hardly imagine what would have transpired had Lin Tian not resisted when she proposed the transmission of skills. What horrifying actions might she have taken afterward? Chapter 53. I just want my child to come back. Is that so difficult for you? Yet now, observing her husband's dazed expression, Lin Haotian assumed that his wife was merely contemplating. In the past, such moments had often indicated her eventual concession. Instinctively, Lin Haotian pressed on, Madam, that ungrateful Lin Tian, though lacking talent and cultivation, has crafted these 4 lines of poetry, indicating some aptitude in this regard. After he assists Hauer in acquiring this opportunity to receive the essence of heaven and earth, I will overlook past grievances and welcome him back to the Lin family. Of course, this is contingent upon his willingness. At this moment, Bai Linyue could no longer contain her emotions and interrupted Lin Haotian with a furious outburst. Lin Haotian, enough. Why do you still not understand that Tianer has never owed us anything? Instead, it is we who have perpetually been in his debt. He has gained nothing from us. And yet you continue to demand from him, as if it is your right. Do you truly lack a heart? He has severed ties with you, and you still fail to see your own faults. I tell you, he is my child. He is the child I carried for 10 months and brought into this world. He is not a mere tool for your insatiable demands. From now on, you shall not take anything from him that belongs to my child. In that moment, tears streamed down Bai Linyue's face as she screamed in despair. Lin Haotian, upon hearing her words, was visibly moved. Yet instinctively he responded, Madam, what is the matter with you? Did that ungrateful child say something to you? Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue was filled with disbelief. She could not comprehend why her words elicited no realization from him, why he continued to cast blame upon Lin Tian. In that moment, she grasped Lin Tian's feelings upon returning to the Lin family and finally understood why her child had resolutely severed ties that day. Despair, an endless abyss of despair. In this household, he felt as if he were trapped in a cage. At this moment, she instinctively raised her hand towards Lin Haotian's face, but halted midair. For she recognized that Lin Haotian was not the sole architect of this calamity. Had she not played a part? No, she had not merely participated. She could be seen as the principal architect of these events. Each time they made demands, each time Lin Tian hesitated, it was her. Her words had repeatedly coerced Lin Tian into submission. It was she, this unworthy mother, who had abused her child's trust and reliance upon her. Whether it was the promise made years ago to not abandon him in the snow, the assurances given during the transmission of skills, or the prior agreement to pass on the poem capable of channeling the essence of heaven and earth to the adopted son, at what point had she not been involved? At what moment had she not played a crucial role? It was she who had pushed Lin Tian step by step into the abyss. In that moment, her hand, frozen in the air, trembled once more. She recalled her father's words. You no longer deserve to be his mother. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Witnessing this, Lin Haotian was at a loss for words. Madam, please be silent. Lin Haotian, I merely wish to have my child back. Is that too much to ask of you? Why? Why did you not bring him back when you had the chance? Why was he chased and forced to leap off the cliff? Why did you impose those meaningless trials? Why can you not learn to repent? Why must you make me lose my child? Tell me, is it so difficult for you to bow your head just once? Now he has gone, and he will never return. I will never see him again. Is this the outcome you desire? In that moment, Bai Linyue's emotions shattered completely, for she knew that her father had undoubtedly arrived at this place. It was even possible that Lin Tian's absence was due to her father taking him away. It was at this moment that she realized she might never see her child again, and the mistake she had made could never be rectified. Her child would carry his resentment towards her throughout his life. She would not have the opportunity to resolve the misunderstandings. At this moment, she could almost envision Lin Tian's disappointment upon learning that the verse she had penned was usurped by Lin Hao. How profound would that disappointment be? In that moment, Bai Linyue's despair deepened, and her tears fell incessantly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Haotian stood frozen in place. Lin Tian has left. He will not return. What was happening? Although he did not grasp the events that had transpired, he had witnessed Lin Tian's departure at the last moment through his black armored troops. The individual in question has merely departed from this locale through the spatial rift. Why then is it asserted that Lin Tian can never be seen again? Madam, what are you saying? Wasn't that rascal Lin Tian also someone who left this place through a spatial rift? Why do you claim he will not return? At this moment, Bai Linyue, overwhelmed by her emotions, found her tears seemingly halted upon hearing these words. Subsequently, she gazed at Lin Haotian with disbelief and asked, "What did you say?" In that instant, Lin Haotian promptly produced a recording stone from the black armored army, which captured the moment Lin Tian entered the spatial passage. However, the image depicted only the fleeting silhouette of Lin Tian during the final second of his entry. Yet, even that mere shadow was sufficient for Bai Linyue to ascertain that the person was indeed Lin Tian. At that moment, her emotions surged with excitement, for she realized that her child had not yet been taken away by his father. There was still hope for her to find him. She had a chance to reclaim him. Where has he gone? Where's my child now? Bai Linyue instinctively directed her query towards Lin Haotian. In that moment, Lin Haotian, who had initially felt joy at witnessing his wife's emotional revival, was rendered speechless by her question. Madam, I only know that Lin Tian entered a relatively stable spatial rift. As for where that rift leads, I am a loss. What? Chapter 54. Why does the aura emanating from this array seem somewhat familiar? What do you mean by you don't know? Bai Linyue's gaze once again transformed into one of agitation, clearly believing that her husband was deceiving her. She even suspected that the previous recording stone was utilized to mislead her. At that moment, her trust in Lin Haotian had plummeted to an all-time low. After all, how could a mere first-grade cultivator be incapable of discerning the path of a spatial rift? Faced with his wife's skeptical gaze, Lin Haotian felt a twinge of guilt. However, it was merely a fear of causing her further heartache. Regarding the spatial rift, he truly had no knowledge of its destination. The method of its formation was far too ancient for him to detect. At this instant, even the elder sage, observing from above, furrowed his brow, as he too was unaware of Lin Tian's whereabouts. Father, what should we do now? Tianer's presence has vanished from my senses, which indicates he has crossed beyond the borders of the northern realm. Otherwise, we would still be able to sense him. Upon hearing Bai Linyue's words, the elder sage chose to disregard her and continued to probe the exit of the spatial passage. Yet, mere moments later, he abandoned his efforts. This transmission array's established spatial passage is too vast. I cannot detect Lin Tian's current location. This is unacceptable. I must protect my grandson. Yet I cannot even ascertain his whereabouts. Just then, a magnificent flying vessel appeared within the view of the crowd, shrouded in layers of translucent silk. Among the onlookers, they could vaguely discern a graceful figure aboard the vessel. Due to the vessel's high rank and its overloading operation, it surged into the defensive perimeter of the black armored army almost instantaneously. Naturally, the black armored army responded with remarkable speed, launching an assault to intercept the swiftly moving vessel mid-flight. Lin Haotian and the others turned their attention to the suddenly intruding vessel. However, before anyone could react, Duan Hongling, still aboard the vessel, became aware of her surroundings. She had been so preoccupied with sensing Lin Tian's aura that she had neglected to notice the changes in her environment. Jinbei Heijia Jun? Duan Hongling immediately recognized the origin of the individuals present. Who are you? Why have you intruded here? Lin Haotian promptly addressed Duan Hongling from the vessel. At that moment, his aura radiated with the unmistakable might of the Jinbei King. In the next moment, Duan Hongling gracefully disembarked from the vessel. As she emerged, the lower-tier cultivators who had been encircled outside were instantly captivated, their excitement palpable. For she was stunning, exquisitely beautiful. In that moment, Duan Hongling appeared as though she were the favored child of the heavens, every facet of her being seemingly sculpted to perfection by divine hands. Only the word stunning could encapsulate their feelings in her presence. Before such beauty, ordinary individuals would feel a sense of inferiority devoid of any base thoughts. Even Lin Haotian found himself momentarily entranced by her allure. However, he was not an ordinary person. He had been hailed as the most dazzling prodigy across the 3,000 states since childhood. His pride and demeanor were thus markedly different. At that moment, his gaze swept over Duan Hongling, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "Ha! Only a woman of such caliber is worthy of a figure like me." Naturally, he cannot appear overly eager. After all, it was evident that she hailed from an extraordinary background, and such eagerness would only repel her. To win the heart of such a beauty, one must employ some finesse. First, he needed to maintain his composure, projecting an air of indifference to attract her attention. Duan Hongling, in turn, also noted Lin Haotian's presence. After all, Lin Tian's aura was the most pronounced in this vicinity. She instinctively believed he was Lin Tian. Naturally, she was soon disillusioned, a hint of disdain evident in her eyes as she recalled the trace of greed she had observed in his gaze. At that moment, the cold voice of the Jinbei king rang out once more. "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming here?" Clearly, among those captivated by her beauty, Lin Haotian was not included. Upon hearing the voice of the Jinbei king, Duan Hongling respectfully bowed. "I am Duan Hongling, the Saintess of the Bulao Mountain." Saintess of Bulao Mountain? Lin Haotian was well aware of the formidable sacred ground in the northern realm. "Since you are the Saintess of Bulao Mountain, what brings you to this place, and why did you forcibly breach the domain of my Jinbei army?" "I have come here to find someone, and my intrusion was purely accidental," Duan Hongling replied. "Find someone?" The Jinbei king's expression turned curious, laced with skepticism. After all, who would come to the edge of a life-threatening zone seeking someone? Duan Hongling, recognizing the uncertainty and doubt in his eyes, quickly clarified. "No, Jinbei king, you misunderstand. I'm not lying." As she spoke, she produced a compass and explained, "I followed the aura emanating from this compass, and my arrival here was merely a misunderstanding." Upon observing the compass in her hand, Lin Haotian's gaze sharpened. "The Emperor Tool of Bulao Mountain, the Tianming Pan? No, this must be a replica." As Lin Haotian examined it further, he discerned the aura upon the Tianming Pan. It seemed that she had indeed traced the aura to this location. In that moment, Lin Haotian began to believe the words she had spoken. Subsequently, with a mere wave of his hand, the surrounding He Jia army was dismissed. If he had come to seek someone, then he might as well do as he pleases. Although he held the esteemed title of a regional governor, this was not his own Wang Fu of Jinbei, and he would not lower himself to threaten the holy maiden of a revered sanctuary. Having said that, Lin Haotian returned to Bai Linyue's side. However, soon after, Duan Hongling followed them down. Upon noticing the approaching figures, Lin Haotian furrowed his brows, for at that moment, it seemed as though they were threatening the safety of his family. He eyed the newcomers with caution, yet soon he sensed the familiar aura from the Tianming Pan. Initially, he had overlooked it due to its faintness, but now, as the Tianming Pan rotated, that essence felt oddly recognizable. Chapter 55. Is this true? Are you deceiving me? Lin Hao's terror. Meanwhile, Bai Linyue also detected that aura and immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Wait. That aura. Who are you searching for?" Earlier, she had overheard the conversation between Lin Haotian and the other party and knew they were looking for someone. Upon hearing this, Duan Hongling turned her gaze to Bai Linyue. Instinctively, she blurted out a name. "I am searching for someone named Lin Tian. Have you seen him?" Her words were laced with urgency, because, while tracking the aura with her Tianming Pan, it had inexplicably vanished upon reaching this location. Coincidentally, these individuals were here, and she had already sensed Lin Tian's survival through the Tianming Pan prior to arriving. This indicated that those present must know or have seen Lin Tian. As soon as the name was uttered, Bai Linyue trembled involuntarily. "You are looking for Lin Tian? That Lin Tian? Is this him?" As she spoke, Bai Linyue produced a bounty notice that Elder Huang had given her. Upon observing the likeness of the individual depicted, Duan Hongling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she affirmed, "Yes, that is indeed him. Has the princess seen him?" Observing the exhilaration in her eyes, Lin Haotian cast her a puzzled glance and inquired, "What is your connection with him? Why are you searching for him?" Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue and Lin Hao exchanged bewildered glances, for Duan Hongling's reaction had seemed rather unusual. Duan Hongling was momentarily taken aback by the question. In the next instant, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. "He is my brother, and I am his sister. I have come to bring him back to the Holy Land." Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable anger surged within Lin Hao. His resentment towards Lin Tian escalated further, as he recognized that her previous expression revealed a connection far deeper than she had initially portrayed, especially with that hint of shyness on her face. It was evident that this stunning woman shared a bond with Lin Tian that surpassed his expectations. At that moment, Bai Linyue suddenly interjected, "No, you cannot take him away." Upon hearing Duan Hongling's intention to bring Lin Tian back to the holy land of Bulao Mountain, her instinctive rejection surfaced. Duan Hongling, confused, replied, "What do you mean, princess? Why can't I take him?" Clearly, her earlier display of excitement had left Duan Hongling perplexed. Lin Haotian, recognizing the presence of numerous onlookers, intervened to halt their conversation. He understood that his wife's emotional state had yet to recover from her previous breakdown. If she continued, the identity of Lin Tian as his son might inadvertently be revealed, which was not something he wished for. He certainly did not want others to learn that his biological son was deemed a waste, especially as he had just been laying down the groundwork for his adoptive son. Revealing such information now would jeopardize Lin Hao's aspirations to secure the support of the Lin family and the Qingchi Holy Land. Indeed, we have encountered Lin Tian before, but he is no longer here. Therefore, you cannot take him away. Upon hearing this, Duan Hongling's eyes filled with confusion. Lin Gage is not here. Then where has he gone? She eagerly pressed. Although she had previously sensed Lin Tian's survival through the Tianming Pan, witnessing it with her own eyes was an entirely different experience. Lin Haotian, observing her current expression, had no hesitation in tossing her a piece of Luing stone. This is the last image of him before he departed from his place. As for where he has gone, we do not know. In that moment, Lin Haotian recounted the events as they had transpired. After sharing, he glanced at the Tianming Pan in her possession. Indeed, at that moment, he could not ascertain Lin Tian's whereabouts. Yet perhaps she, possessing the Tianming Pan, could. Receiving the Luing stone and viewing its contents, Duan Hongling's brow furrowed slightly. Why is he so gravely injured? Upon witnessing the scene, she immediately recognized that Lin Tian had sustained injuries. Bai Linyue's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Although she was aware of Lin Tian's injuries from the Lin Manor's Grand Hall, hearing it again prompted a surge of worry within her. However, as she observed the image within the Luing stone once more, her body trembled again. No, this isn't right. Though the image portrayed only a fleeting moment, she could discern that Lin Tian's injuries were far more severe than those previously sustained. The vivid crimson wounds were evidently fresh. What is happening? Why does Lin Tian bear such newly inflicted wounds? In that instant, she turned her gaze towards her adoptive son, Lin Hao. Lin Hao, catching her eye, felt a wave of panic wash over him instinctively. The next moment, Bai Linyue approached him directly. "Hao, you mentioned that when you encountered Tian, you let him vent his anger to bring him back to the Lin family. Is that true? Are you deceiving me?" Boom. At that moment, it felt as though a thunderclap had struck Lin Hao's mind. The panic within him amplified exponentially. He could not comprehend why she would pose such a question. After all, he had seen the brief moment captured in the Luing stone. He had believed that, given Lin Tian's standing in Bai Linyue's eyes, they would not scrutinize the details so closely. However, he now realized that Bai Linyue had indeed discerned something. Under this sudden pressure, he found himself momentarily frozen. The unfamiliar intensity in Bai Linyue's gaze was unlike anything he had encountered before. Most importantly, not long ago, he had used the excuse of being injured by Lin Tian to seize the poem capable of earning him renown and infusing him with the essence of heaven and earth. If she were to discover that it had all been a ruse orchestrated by him, he could scarcely imagine how shattered his image would become in her eyes. It was crucial to remember that standing behind Bai Linyue were the vast resources of the entire Qingchi Holy Land, one of the three mightiest sanctuaries in Zhongzhou. The Lin family and the Jinbei Wangfu are vastly inferior by comparison. He aspires to reach the pinnacle of the mortal realm in the future, and he cannot achieve that without the support of this sacred land. Moreover, to speak of the time when he took the initiative to strike Lin Tian, inflicting grave injuries upon him, he must ensure that Lin Tian remains oblivious to this fact. In Chapter 56, rather than squandering his efforts on Lin Tian, he finds himself unable to reconcile with Bai Linyue's current state of mind. He could even risk losing all resources and support from the Qingchi sacred land. In the next moment, tears streamed down Lin Hao's face as he said, "Mother, what are you talking about? I cannot understand you. Has my brother been hurt?" At this point, Lin Hao's eyes widened as if a realization dawned upon him. He then directly inquired, "Mother, are you referring to the injuries my brother sustained?" No, that has nothing to do with me. When I saw my brother escape the life-restricted zone through a spatial rift, he already bore those scars. This is entirely unrelated to me. At that moment, as Lin Hao spoke, his face turned pale, and his expression became one of fear, his tears suggesting he had been wronged. Upon hearing these words, Bai Linyue was momentarily stunned. It struck her that she had never inquired how Lin Tian had emerged from that life-restricted zone. A spatial rift? In that instant, she seemed to comprehend everything. Could it be that Lin Tian had the ability to tear open a spatial rift to leave? It turned out that this rift was indeed a spatial passage. After realizing this, she understood that in her moment of agitation, she had unjustly doubted Lin Hao. The next moment, gazing at Lin Hao's tear-streaked face, her emotions shifted to urgency. No, Hao, I'm not doubting you. I was merely too emotional. It is my fault. I apologize. Bai Linyue gently caressed Lin Hao's face, continuously offering comfort. Observing this scene, Lin Hao could not help but smirk internally, realizing that as long as he found a plausible excuse and shed a few tears, the other party would undoubtedly believe him without question. After all, in Bai Linyue's heart, Lin Tian was not of paramount importance, and she wouldn't delve into the truth of his words. Anyone who looked closely could discern whether the injuries were sustained in a spatial rift or from a beating. However, he knew she would not investigate further. Despite Bai Linyue's guilt towards Lin Tian, it could not alter the fact that he was deemed a failure. He had become the irreplaceable entity. Who else could inherit the three major superpowers in the future? Was it the useless Lin Tian? Even if his previous actions were exposed, Bai Linyue and others would merely provide him with some reprimands, for their son was a failure. And allowing Lin Tian to inherit the three superpowers would be akin to courting disaster. The next moment, as Lin Hao observed that Bai Linyue was sufficiently comforted, he smirked again, knowing that this was his opportunity to gain more benefits. He then reassured Bai Linyue, "It's all right, mother. I know you are merely concerned about my brother. I bear no resentment." He forced a smile, which only deepened Bai Linyue's guilt. She quickly replied, "However, this time it was my mistake. I should not have doubted you." As she spoke, she retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom. Upon seeing the pendant, Lin Hao's eyes brightened, for he recognized it as the inheritance jade pendant of the Qingchi sacred land. With this item, he could access the core inheritance of the Qingchi sacred land. Of course, this pendant was currently divided into 3 parts, and only one portion was present. However, it represented his qualification to utilize one of the core inheritances, the Dao Yun Golden Body Pool. Holding the jade pendant, Bai Linyue hesitated momentarily, as she had intended to use it to win back Lin Tian's favor. After all, possessing this item would equate to gaining her approval. She believed that presenting this pendant would surely bring her child back to her. Yet, the moment she decided to give it to Lin Tian, she had tacitly acknowledged it as his possession. She had previously stated that she would not allow anyone else to take anything from her child. Now, as she brought forth the pendant, she found herself in a dilemma, torn between her promise and her obligation to her adoptive son. After considering it for only a moment, she decided to hand over the pendant, for she knew there were many ways to win Lin Tian back. She could always compensate him later. Ultimately, the crux of the matter was her understanding of Lin Tian's talent. Even if he acquired this item, it would merely serve as a symbol of status. He would be incapable of utilizing its true potential. Thus, it would be far more prudent to invest this resource in her adoptive son as cultivation and enhancement of strength. Upon receiving the jade pendant from Bai Linyue, Lin Hao's heart swelled with joy. Meanwhile, from a distance, Lin Haotian observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. He had long been persuading his wife to give this item to their adoptive son, Lin Hao, but she had been hesitant. Now, it seemed his desires were finally coming to fruition. With this jade pendant in hand, Lin Hao's ranking on the genius list might exceed the top 10. He could even contend for the first position. Just at that moment, unnoticed by anyone until now, Duan Hongling, controlling the destiny plate, unleashed a dazzling brilliance. As this light emerged, intricate patterns of symbols appeared in her eyes. Recognizing the location, Duan Hongling immediately identified where they were. Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue turned their gaze towards her as well. They quickly discerned that the destiny plate was utilizing Lin Tian's aura to operate, deducing that Duan Hongling was attempting to pinpoint Lin Tian's current location. In the next moment, the symbol patterns transformed into an image, revealing a celestial mountain enveloped in ethereal mist. Upon witnessing this vision, everyone recognized the location among the 3,000 states, Yinmen's. At this moment, Lin Hao also glanced over, and his eyes lit up, for that place was where the Bai Linyue Academy was situated, the very location where he would soon receive the great scholar's impartation of the world's essence. Indeed, this was a divine stroke of fortune. Chapter 57 marks what could be her last opportunity to reclaim Lin Tian in this lifetime. Previously, she had been troubled about how to find Lin Tian to assist her in composing poetry. Now, it seemed fortuitously effortless, for he was right there. However, he has never relinquished his desire to obtain the natural talents of heaven and earth. Is it a jest? Those talents can significantly enhance one's aptitude. How could he possibly give up? Even though at this moment, Bai Linyue disagrees, what does it matter? A current refusal does not signify a future one. After all, this is merely a matter of shedding a few tears for him. If worst comes to worst, he could simply have Lin Haotian approach her directly and command her to assist him. He believes he has thoroughly discerned the worthlessness of Lin Tian. All it would take is for Lin Haotian to speak a few words in favor of her, or even offer a mere compliment, and she might readily agree to help. He is convinced that Lin Tian would be unable to refuse. For someone like Lin Tian, who craves love so desperately, this is practically the greatest boon. At this moment, Lin Hao clutches the jade pendant he has just acquired, his eyes ablaze with fervor. For in this instant, he realizes he has not only secured one of the core inheritances of the Qingchi sacred land, augmenting his strength immensely, but he also anticipates receiving the natural talents of a great scholar, which will elevate his renown. Soon, he will etch his name upon the list of prodigies. Ultimately, he will completely acquire the core inheritances of both the Qingchi sacred land and the Lin family. His future appears exceedingly bright. He even wonders if he is the destined child of this realm. And at this moment, he merely needs to persuade Bai Linyue. This poses no challenge for him at all. Above in the sky, Bai Linyue watches the scene below, and the veins on his forehead suddenly bulge. Almost instinctively, he exclaims in anger, "Has my sister gone mad? How could she give that jade pendant to that adopted son? Has she forgotten that she promised to give it to Tian heir?" In his fury, Bai Linyue nearly reveals the conspiracy he had with his sister. Yes, upon their departure from the sacred land, Bai Linyue ultimately felt pity for his sister. He secretly contacted her and agreed to stall the old sacred lord to buy her time to retrieve Lin Tian. It was at that moment that this promise was made. Yet now, she has so carelessly given away the very jade pendant that was meant to seal that promise. But at this moment, upon hearing this, the old sacred lord regards his eldest son with a strange gaze, filled with a chilling ferocity. The next moment, Bai Linyue realizes he has inadvertently let slip the truth. He dares not look at his father. Meanwhile, the old sacred lord pays little heed to him, instead directing his gaze toward Bai Linyue below. His eyes are filled with disappointment, as he knows of the conspiracy between Bai Linyue and Bai Linyue to deceive him. After all, he is a being who has lived for countless years. How could he be oblivious to such petty schemes? Yet he still chooses to play along with their charade, for Bai Linyue is his daughter, and Lin Tian is his grandson. Should his daughter manage to reclaim her grandson and earn Lin Tian's forgiveness, he would naturally refrain from interference. However, it seems he has overestimated the situation. This now appears nearly impossible, for he understands his daughter all too well and knows precisely what she was thinking when she relinquished that jade pendant. She simply believes that Lin Tian cannot possibly sever ties with him at this moment, and that she has numerous methods to retrieve him. Thus, she so easily gave away that pendant. Yet, what she fails to realize is that this is the last opportunity in her life to reclaim Lin Tian. If she misses it, she shall never have the chance to bring her grandson back. No, in fact, one could argue that the moment Lin Tian entered that spatial rift, her final opportunity was already lost. For he knows the extraordinary potential of his grandson, whom Bai Linyue and others deride as worthless. Perhaps in Bai Linyue's eyes, he merely sees a supreme bone manifesting in Lin Tian. However, he perceives far more, not to mention just the very eyes of his grandson. If he is not mistaken, they are undoubtedly twin pupils. That is a constitution renowned as an undefeated myth, especially since those twin pupils are not of the ordinary kind, but rather a fusion of two. They are the ancient twin pupils, the combination of supreme bone and ancient twin pupils. Such an astonishingly prodigious talent existing within one individual. It is evident how extraordinarily gifted he truly is. Thus, his grandson is undoubtedly a prodigy, one capable of rivaling the first generation and those ancient anomalies. Such prodigies will never bow their heads. Their talents neither permit nor require them to submit to anyone. At this moment, Lin Tian's departure is akin to a dragon plunging into the sea. The next time they meet will be when he is transformed into a true dragon. By then, his gaze will be fixed solely upon soaring through the heavens and traversing the endless galaxies. There will be no time left to concern himself with these people. Taking a deep breath, the old man's face reveals a profound sense of melancholy, a feeling he has seldom experienced in his life. The last time was for his wife, now it is for his grandson. At this moment, Bai Linyue finally comprehends that his and his sister's plan has been exposed. He approaches the old sacred lord without a hint of embarrassment or hesitation, and he feels no awkwardness over their scheme being unveiled. After all, this is his father. What does it matter if his little tricks have been uncovered? The next moment, Bai Linyue addresses his father. Father, are we truly going to allow this adopted son to utilize that jade pendant? It originally belonged to Tian heir, and now it has been given to an outsider. Only Tian heir's talents can make perfect use of it. This damned adopted son is utterly unworthy. Upon hearing his eldest son's words, the old sacred lord can only respond with resignation. What else can you do? We only have the right to use those core inheritances. We cannot interfere with the thoughts of the guardians. And those individuals only recognize that jade pendant. But fine, it is merely some peripheral items. Giving them away is inconsequential. As long as I still possess the 2 jade pendants in my hands and have not given them away. After hearing this, Bai Linyue reluctantly falls silent. The next moment, the old sacred lord departs. Watching him leave, Bai Linyue knows precisely where his father is headed. After all, they have just learned of Lin Tian's current location. He follows closely behind, but at that moment, he warns the elder Huang behind him. Remember today's events. You must not speak of this to anyone. Act as though we have never met. Upon hearing this, Elder Huang quickly bows and agrees. Only after the two of them have completely vanished from this space does Elder Huang finally straighten his posture. Yet, as he gazes into the distance, his eyes glisten with tears, for he knows that from this moment onward, the young master he has watched grow will never again be bullied. He is no longer the orphan who is at the mercy of others, unwanted and alone. Huang Lao also took out a piece of Luiying stone from his bosom. This was the same stone he had brandished when he saw Lin Hao attempting to harm Lin Tian. Chapter 58. Lin Hao, upon his emergence into the world, crafted a poem that could summon the talents of heaven and earth. At this moment, far beyond the borders of Zhongzhou, Lin Tian crawled out from the spatial rift, his body drenched in blood. However, at this instant, all his injuries had fully healed upon stepping out of the rift, other than the tattered garments adorning him. There was not a trace left of his previous wounds. This remarkable recuperative ability was a terrifying gift bestowed upon him by the awakening of his Dao, Hua Zhizan Gu. As he surveyed the place before him, Lin Tian felt a sense of bewilderment. Clearly, for someone who had never ventured beyond Tian Nanchang in 2 lifetimes, this place was entirely unfamiliar to him. System, where have you brought me? Is this still the northern region? Beep. The current location of the host is at the confluence of Zhongzhou and the northern region, Yunmen's. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Yunmen's? Indeed, although he had never been there, he was well acquainted with its reputation. This place was renowned for its unparalleled beauty and pleasures of the world, often hailed as the dreamland of the 3,000 states and a paradise on earth. Even during his past life, while being confined in the Lin Manor by Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue, he had heard tales of this place. He then lifted his gaze and beheld, not far ahead, an area shrouded in vibrant clouds and mist, appearing almost otherworldly. Beside it flowed the renowned Yunyan River, celebrated as the most beautiful river in the 3,000 states. In that moment, the ethereal scenery resembled a grand vessel sailing upon the water. How amusing it was that, in his previous life, Lin Haotian and others had confined him to the accursed Lin Manor to shield their identities from being exposed and to avoid any negative influence on his adopted son. Little did he expect that in this lifetime, he would first emerge into the long-desired dreamland of the 3,000 states. Thus, he resolved to make this place the first stepping stone toward his own fame. Yes, this lifetime was not merely a rebirth, but also a transcendence, bearing the weight of a system. If he could not emerge as the strongest in this world, then what purpose would his existence serve? More importantly, he was eager to witness the expressions of Lin Haotian and Lin Hao when they realized he had surpassed them. Naturally, that wretched adopted son had already secured a place on his list of vengeance. After all, whether it was through curses or previous attempts on his life, he had to repay those grievances in full. However, he would not allow that individual to die easily. That would be far too simple and boring. He desired to strike when his opponent was at their most desperate, when all their pride had been shattered, before delivering the final blow. As for Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue, he was curious to see their expressions when their proud adopted son was scorned by all. One of the most brilliant geniuses of the 3,000 states. He could hardly wait for that moment. Of course, the prerequisite was to elevate his own cultivation swiftly. After all, only with increased strength could his plans come to fruition. Therefore, his immediate task was to gather emotional points. Gazing at the towering city gates of Yunmen's before him, Lin Tian stepped forward. The scenery shifted before his eyes, and he was soon astonished by the city's bustling splendor. This city was even larger than he had imagined, filled with an array of buildings and stalls selling wares that he had never encountered before. Yet, he quickly lost interest in these things. At this moment, he was focused on where he could most swiftly acquire emotional points. In the next instant, he found himself within a merchant guild. Currently, he possessed not even a fragment of a spirit stone, making it impossible for him to undertake any endeavors. Fortunately, he had previously gathered some herbs in the Jiang feudi, which he could now exchange for spirit stones. After selling a few ordinary millennium herbs, Lin Tian exited the guild. During this time, he confirmed through the system that no one was tracking him, allowing him to proceed confidently toward a location bustling with people. He casually entered a seemingly upscale tavern. After ordering a few dishes, Lin Tian handed several spirit stones to the nearby waiter. The waiter gasped in astonishment, and his demeanor swiftly transformed into one of obsequiousness. The pride he once held as a native of Yunmen's, looking down upon outsiders, evaporated in an instant. Observing the change in the waiter's expression, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and remarked, "I quite enjoy your current fawning expression. Maintain it. Oh yes. Please, ask me anything, and I shall answer without reservation." Raising his cup, Lin Tian inquired, "Are there usually this many people here?" At that moment, gazing at the throngs of people around him, Lin Tian found it peculiar. Although he had never been to Yunmen's, the street was nearly overflowing with people, which seemed rather unusual. Moreover, he noted that the vast majority appeared to be outsiders, all adorned in luxurious attire, suggesting their distinguished statuses. Upon hearing his question, the waiter quickly surmised what Lin Tian was curious about. "You must have just entered the city today, so you might not be familiar with the current happenings in Yunmen's. Recently, there are significant events unfolding here. The root of these events traces back to the sudden appearance of the northern region's prince of Jinbei, Lin Hao." Listening intently, Lin Tian maintained his composure, revealing no change in expression. He had already deduced that Lin Hao had inexplicably usurped the recognition of his poem. He also understood that this was undoubtedly sanctioned by Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue. Otherwise, Lin Hao alone would not have been capable of accomplishing such a feat. He was not surprised by this revelation, as he had anticipated that the couple would engage in such unscrupulous actions. In Lin Tian's mind, they had always been such individuals. However, it was impossible for him to claim that he was not angered at this moment. Yet, he had no immediate means of retaliation. After all, Lin Hao now had those two esteemed scholars as witnesses, and their endorsement posed a significant challenge for him to prove his own worth. As Lin Tian pondered how to bring Lin Hao, who had risen to prominence through his own poetry, crashing down, a nearby child spoke up again. In order to nurture this newly emerged Confucian Dao genius from the 3,000 prefectures, the two esteemed scholars have decided to bestow upon him the essence of heaven and earth in 3 days. Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression softened slightly. Previously, he had been indifferent to the theft of a mere poem, for he possessed plenty of verses of that caliber. However, now that it was suggested he could gain further benefits from his own poem, his interest was piqued. Naturally, he was not overly anxious. After all, he did not believe that the two scholars would simply bestow the essence of heaven and earth upon that adopted son based solely on a single poem. Such a notion seemed frivolous, for that essence was the purest spiritual energy in existence, akin to a treasure for Confucian Tao practitioners. How could they hastily decide its rightful owner? Pray tell me, how will this essence be imparted? Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly replied, "Ah, esteemed guest, you have asked the right person. I was present when the two scholars announced this matter. They understand that the essence of heaven and earth cannot be imparted to just one individual, and given its extraordinary significance to Confucian Tao practitioners, it cannot simply be handed over to anyone. Thus, they have established 4 poetry halls in the 4 cardinal directions. It is said that within each of these halls, the two scholars have sealed 20% of the essence of heaven and earth. Anyone in the world may compose their poetry within these halls, and those whose works are recognized by the essence may leave their names inscribed and undergo the baptism of this essence. However, this is merely a small portion of the essence. Those who ascend to the top of the talent ranking shall, after 3 days, receive the essence alongside the heir of the king of Northtown. That is where the true benefits lie. At this moment, aside from the North Hall, which was deserted, the other 3 halls were teeming with people. Each individual present sought to leave their name in the poetry halls, eager to contend for the essence of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded. No wonder so many had come to Yunmen's. It was all for this? Poetry halls? In that instant, a scheme began to take shape in Lin Tian's mind. A plan to bring Lin Hao to ruin, wishing to step on my back to make a name for yourself? Huh. Allow me to teach you that the higher you rise, the harder you fall. After all, what was stolen would always remain stolen. It cannot withstand scrutiny. I eagerly anticipate the expressions of Lin Haotian and Lin Hao when the time comes. The more Lin Tian contemplated, the more his smile radiated with pride and satisfaction. The child beside him felt a chill run down his spine, despite the warmth of that smile. At that moment, Duan Hongling, clad in a red gown, stood before the city gates of Yunmen's. Her face was veiled with a light gauze, yet wherever she passed, she drew the gaze of countless onlookers. A few elegantly dressed youths, clearly of noble lineage, approached her, one stepping forward boldly. I am Gu Tianyi, a direct descendant of the Gu family from the 3,000 prefectures. May I inquire your name, fair maiden? I assume you have come for the poetry hall as well? Might I have the honor of accompanying you? At that moment, the youth exuded confidence, his handsome visage adorned with a natural arrogance. His status granted him such pride. Unfortunately, Duan Hongling, holding the destiny plate, paid him no heed as she followed its guidance and proceeded into Yunmen's, leaving behind a lingering fragrance that stirred the imagination. Gu Tianyi, enraptured by the residual scent and the departing silhouette of Duan Hongling, found himself momentarily entranced. His companions, who had accompanied him, approached and said, "Second young master, how could that woman dare to disregard you? Does she not know you are the second scion of the illustrious Gu family, one of the 5 great families of the 3,000 prefectures?" One of them made a lewd expression, but Gu Tianyi, his face darkening with anger, retorted, "Fool! What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? How dare you tarnish my reputation here?" He swiftly smacked the head of the one who spoke. "Humph! Never let such matters be mentioned again." The person struck nodded submissively, though a glint of resentment flickered in his eyes, as if to say, "What are you pretending for? Haven't you done such things before?" As he glanced at Duan Hongling, he felt a pang of regret, for he had hoped that once this young master achieved his aims, they might benefit as well. Alas, it was a pity to let such a beauty slip away. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, who had been following Duan Hongling, witnessed the entire scene unfold. He clearly discerned the lascivious intent in the eyes of the speaker. Yet, he dared not voice a word. Had he not heard Gu Tianyi's boast about the Gu family? In the 3,000 prefectures, only the Gu family remained, renowned as one of the 5 great families. What joke! How could he dare to offend such a person? He even hesitated to relay the conversation he had overheard to Duan Hongling. Lowering his head, he hastened into Yunmen's. Once inside, his previously evasive gaze became venomous as he fixed his eyes on a particular direction, the path Duan Hongling had taken. Damn country bumpkin. This time, I shall make you aware that some things are beyond the reach of someone like you. Chapter 60. I remain low-key. Merely a bunch of rustic chickens and tiles. With that, Lin Tian wore an unprecedented air of arrogance, as if he possessed an innate superiority over Lin Tian. The country bumpkin. He strode confidently toward the direction Duan Hongling had departed. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, having left the tavern, made his way toward the East Hall. one of the 4 major poetry halls closest to him. At this moment, he wore a mask, the Wanhuan mask, an item capable of altering both form and appearance at will. It was one of the 2 items he had received from the novice gift pack after joining the system, alongside the Zhan Xian flying dagger, both of equal rank. Currently, he was dressed in a simple scholar's robe, carrying only a folding umbrella, perfectly embodying the image of a destitute scholar. Naturally, he had his reasons for this. First, his current cultivation was too lacking, and he needed a guise to ensure his safety while fully embodying the concept of a tree standing out in the forest. Secondly, this was part of his plan for when the Lin family arrived here. Soon, Lin Tian arrived before the East Poetry Hall. Is this the extent of your abilities as Confucian and Taoist scholars? How can you pride yourselves on being learned individuals when not one of you even ranks among the top 100 on the talent list? This is an utter disgrace to the very notion of being a scholar. Do you truly believe you deserve such a title? If I were in your position, I would have humbly left this place by now. I cannot fathom why you still have the audacity to remain here. Indeed, aside from those 2 esteemed scholars, you Confucian disciples are nothing but empty vessels, mere drunks and gluttons. If Confucianism and Taoism were to be handed down by you, it would surely perish in your hands. As these words echoed, a group of celestial cultivators regarded the Confucian scholars with disdainful laughter. After all, in the eyes of these celestial practitioners, these self-righteous scholars, devoid of any background or talent, were deserving of nothing but contempt and aversion, especially those from prominent families, who were affronted by these Confucianists daring to tarnish their reputation, claiming they merely exploited the common cultivators who joined them. This was the utmost slander. It was an absolute defamation. They were clearly training these individuals to cultivate resilience. How could these wretched scholars so brazenly vilify the noble families? This was utterly unconscionable. Thus, throughout history, the celestial families, representing their own interests, have stood in stark opposition to the Confucianists, who claim to speak for the countless impoverished. Whenever the celestial families have the opportunity to demean these Confucian scholars, they seize it without hesitation. In that moment, the Confucian scholars, attired in their robes, felt their faces flush with anger upon hearing such remarks. Yet they could not help but lower their heads, for they were clearly in the wrong. There was indeed not a single Confucian practitioner listed among the top talents. Therefore, faced with such humiliation, they could only endure in silence. At this moment, Lin Tian stepped into the crowd. Observing the names on the talent list, he furrowed his brow. After all, they were still scholars, yet not a single one had made the list. He then quietly approached a plump scholar. "Greetings, my friend. I am Dong E. Tian. May I ask your name?" The plump scholar, who had been looking down, turned to Lin Tian with a hint of a smile upon noticing his own scholarly robe. "I am Dong Fong Pang Pang. Just call me Dong Fong." "Oh, Pang Pang. What is the reason for your lack of representation on the talent list? This is unexpected, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Dong Fong Pang Pang cast a wistful glance at Lin Tian. At that moment, he wished to retort that he was not merely fat. He was robust. No, he was sturdy. But perhaps wishing to express his frustrations, he continued, "I presume you are not one of the scholars from the East District, which is why you ask such questions. The scholars from our East District pursue the path of literature founded by the great scholar Fong. Hence we are not adept at poetry. Since Fong established this path, all the young scholars have been diligently studying literature, and only a few excel in poetry. Those who are skilled in poetry are currently competing in other poetry halls, which explains the current situation. Those despicable celestial cultivators dare to exploit this loophole to humiliate us." Sighing, Dong Fong Pang Pang seemed to realize he was merely venting his frustrations. He chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Lin Tian understood the situation. How fortuitous! Such a setting provided an excellent opportunity for him to elevate his own standing. Suddenly, amidst the mocking laughter of the celestial cultivators, a voice rang out. "Be silent. You are merely a group of clowns with some minor accomplishments in poetry. Yet you dare to bark here?" As this voice resonated, the crowd fell silent. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, which carved out a space in the throng. Dong Fong Pang Pang's imposing figure emerged before everyone. Dong Fong Pang Pang? At this moment, he felt a jolt of fear as he faced the numerous strong cultivators, particularly the fierce gazes of the celestial disciples from noble families. His heart raced. and beads of cold sweat trickled down. What the heck? My legs are trembling. Almost instinctively, he stepped aside to allow Lin Tian, who had just spoken, to come into view. Was it you who spoke? The leader of the mocking celestial cultivators on the platform glared at Lin Tian with a dark expression. Lin Tian unfurled his folding fan, the phrase low profile clearly visible to all. Indeed, it was I. Ding. Sense the anger of Chun Tian Lu. Emotional points 200. Ding. Sense the anger of Triple X. Clarity points 187. Ding. Sense the anger of Triple X. Clarity points 123. Ding. Sense the anger of Triple X. Clarity points 110. Ding. Sense the anger of Triple X. Clarity points 180. Hearing the series of notifications from the system, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. What did you mean by that remark? At this moment, Chun Tian Lu, standing at the center of the platform, spoke with a grim tone, tinged with anger. What do you mean? It is quite literally what I said. You are merely a pack of clowns who, having achieved minor success, dare to flaunt yourselves here. Buzz. As Lin Tian's words left his lips, many around him began to release their oppressive auras. The overwhelming force rendered the atmosphere heavy and eerie. The simultaneous pressure from so many celestial cultivators almost suffocated everyone present. Dongfang Pang Pang, who had been watching this unfold, was left dumbfounded. How can one person possess such power? How dare he speak so audaciously in this setting? Are you looking for death? At that moment, a celestial cultivator from a noble family could no longer contain his anger and shouted at Lin Tian, preparing to strike. Chun Tian Lu recognized the individual. He was someone who had made a name for himself on the talent list, ranking among the top 10. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Chun Tian Lu halted the impending attack. Wait, do not act rashly. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Chun Tian Lu with confusion, but he paid them no mind. Instead, he gazed at Lin Tian with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Haha, as a Confucian practitioner, you resort to such despicable tactics to deny us our rightful place among the talented? In this moment, a group of celestial cultivators swiftly realized the gravity of the situation. Within the confines of Yunmen's, private duels were strictly prohibited. Any violation would result in permanent expulsion from Yunmen's, rendering one incapable of ever re-entering. Presently, the assembly had come to gain the infusion of the heavenly essence. If barred from entering Yunmen's, how could they possibly receive this vital energy? At that moment, the expressions of the crowd directed towards Lin Tian shifted, revealing a newfound vigilance. How infuriating! These scholars, who consistently professed virtues such as benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, now resorted to such despicable tactics, attempting to disqualify us. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, upon hearing these words, was momentarily bewildered. What? He was utterly oblivious to the implications of their statements. After all, he was merely aware that private duels were forbidden in Yunmen's, which was why he had come to this place to accumulate emotional points. What? You fear retribution afterwards? Ridiculous. At this moment, it was Dong Tian who was inciting animosity. What does that have to do with me, Lin Tian? Once I remove my mask, who will recognize me? Yet, what was happening now? Following Chun Tianliu's remarks, Lin Tian's emotional points plummeted drastically. What nonsense is this? He had come here not only to compose poetry and fulfill his plan, but also to accumulate emotional points. Otherwise, he could have simply recited a poem and left, instead of engaging in this futile dialogue. Now, you dare to tell me that you intend to halt my emotional points? Absolutely not. In the next moment, Lin Tian cast a disdainful glance at the celestial cultivators atop the platform. With a hint of mockery, he remarked, "Alas, how unfortunate. I was merely stating the truth, and you mistakenly believe I am trying to provoke you? How utterly laughable. Yet considering your narrow perspective, it is not surprising that you interpret my words as provocation. After all, the poetry you deem as trash in my eyes must surely seem like exquisite masterpieces to you." Upon utterance of these words, silence enveloped the venue once more, while the celestial cultivators before him wore expressions of dark fury. Ding, sensing Chun Tianliu's anger, emotional points 200. Ding, sensing Triple X's anger, emotional points 180. Ding, sensing Triple X's anger, emotional points 199. Ding, sensing Triple X's anger, emotional points 139. Hearing the system's notifications once again, Lin Tian felt a surge of satisfaction. How outrageous. What did you just say? Qingchi Liu was the first to lose his composure. This disheveled scholar dared to label their poetic compositions as trash. Where did he find such audacity? Had he not noticed that he currently ranked first on the talent leaderboard? A mere nobody dared to utter such arrogant words? At this moment, even though he recognized that the other was intentionally provoking him, Qingchi Liu could not suppress his emotions. After all, whether considering his status as a scion of a prestigious family or his ability to secure the top position on the talent leaderboard, he was not someone this lowly, seemingly impoverished insect could challenge. Under normal circumstances, he would have already executed this insolent individual for daring to offend him. However, he understood that he must refrain from violence at this juncture. After all, he was the current champion of the talent leaderboard. If all went as expected, he would most likely obtain a significant portion of the heavenly essence. He had no desire for any unforeseen complications in this matter. Yet in the next moment, he coldly addressed Lin Tian. According to your earlier statement, our poetry is merely garbage in your eyes. Surely, you must be capable of composing verses that far surpass ours. I am most curious to witness the masterpiece you claim to possess. Furthermore, you better be able to produce a poem that eclipses mine. Otherwise, given your earlier provocations, should I choose to act against you, I would be justified. In such a case, even if I were to end your life, I would face no repercussions. As Qingchi Liu spoke these chilling words, the surrounding scholars were momentarily taken aback. Previously, when mocked, they found solace in Lin Tian's willingness to speak up. After all, in their eyes, the poetry produced by these so-called celestial cultivators was merely mediocre. Though they may lack poetic prowess, their discerning judgment remained intact. Ultimately, those celestial cultivators' verses were nothing more than trivial achievements, yet they reveled in their arrogance. However, as these individuals were engrossed in the literary realm, they were woefully inadequate in crafting verses that could overshadow those of their opponents. Consequently, they had no option but to endure the incessant ridicule. Lin Tian's words had resonated deeply within them. But now, with Qingchi Liu's latest proclamation, the individual who dared to speak on their behalf seemed to be in peril. They could no longer remain passive observers. Chapter 62. Allow me to enlighten you, ignorant bumpkins, on what constitutes timeless poetry. In the next moment, the scholars stepped forward in unison, their collective righteous aura surging forth. Boom! Although these scholars could not compare in cultivation to the celestial prodigies, they possessed an abundance of zeal, bolstered by their sheer numbers. In the entirety of Dong Shilu, over 80% were adherents of Confucianism. At this moment, their righteous energy surged like a vast ocean. Qingchi Liu, do you truly believe that there are no defenders of Confucianism among us? One scholar with a square face and a stern demeanor boldly declared. At this moment, Lin Tian found himself engulfed in confusion. What were they doing? Clearly, he was perplexed by the current actions of these individuals. However, in the next instant, upon witnessing the commotion below, Qingchi Liu instinctively felt a pang of panic. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and remarked, "Zhao Zheng, what do you intend to do? I am speaking with that madman. This does not concern you." Hearing this, Zhao Zheng retorted coldly, Does it not concern you? Then tell me, is he not a scholar? Since he is a scholar, this matter is indeed my concern. If you intend to act against him, I shall intervene. Indeed, you celestial clans shall not bully the cultivators of Confucianism on our own territory. Yes, in other realms, we cannot control your family's rampages, but here lies the sacred ground of Bai Linyue Academy, the sanctuary of Confucian scholars. You shall not oppress us with your might. In that moment, the previously oppressed scholars seemed to have found an outlet for their pent-up frustrations, unleashing their grievances upon Qingchi Liu. At that moment, Qingchi Liu's forehead throbbed with veins bulging. He was acutely aware that these insufferable scholars were retaliating against their earlier grievances in this manner. Yet, he found himself powerless to counteract their actions. After all, it was impossible for him to confront such a multitude alone. Should he inadvertently provoke their collective wrath, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. Yet, how could he endure such humiliation? Who was he? A direct descendant of the Chun family, one of the 3,000 super clans of martial arts. From the moment of his birth, he had never endured such humiliation. Now, he found himself being scorned by a group of Confucian scholars. In the next instant, his gaze turned once more to Lin Tian at his side. Damn it, It was all this scoundrel's fault. Were it not for him, how could he possibly be in such a wretched state? Boom! At that moment, a formidable aura of celestial energy erupted from his body. He then addressed the crowd once more, exclaiming, "You rascals! You dare to call yourselves followers of Confucianism, practitioners of righteous virtue? How is it that just moments ago you claimed my words were nothing but rubbish? Does that not imply you believe you can compose better poetry? I merely wished for you to present your work. Am I mistaken in my words? Moreover, if you can indeed produce poetry that surpasses mine, I shall humbly accept my defeat. However, if you cannot back up your words, yet still choose to insult me as the young master of the Chun family, what is wrong with me seeking retribution? Do you truly believe my Chun family is so easily trifled with in your eyes?" Once Chun Tianliu finished speaking, all prior chatter in the hall abruptly ceased. After all, they recognized that by invoking the Chun family, the situation had escalated. If they continued to speak, the nature of the matter would change significantly. Initially, their grievances were merely personal, but now it had taken on a far more serious tone. Even Zhao Zheng, who had been the first to stand up, chose to remain silent. Yet, in the next moment, he still sought to step forward, observing the unfolding situation. Lin Tian's expression grew peculiar. He was determined not to let these individuals disrupt his plans. Stepping forward, he declared, "I am truly grateful to all my classmates for your previous support. To be honest, I am deeply moved, and I thank you once again. However, if my words have inadvertently brought misfortune upon you, it would weigh heavily upon my conscience. Furthermore, you have all been overly concerned, since I dare to speak so boldly. I possess the confidence to back it up. When I refer to your work as rubbish, it is simply that, rubbish. To surpass such works, I require no preparation. I can effortlessly pen verses that will overshadow them." Upon hearing these words, Chun Tianliu's expression twisted further into one of rage, especially when he heard Lin Tian repeatedly refer to rubbish. At this moment, it was clear that he was still concerned about the two portions of celestial talent. Otherwise, Lin Tian would have already been reduced to a pulp. Meanwhile, the Confucian scholars, upon hearing Lin Tian's audacity, were instantly struck dumb. The audacity of his words was staggering. They were acutely aware that Chun Tianliu had invoked the Chun family, clearly intent on confronting the matter head-on. Now, this individual was brazenly provoking him again. This was undoubtedly spiraling toward an irreversible conflict. No, given Chun Tianliu's expression, it was already a matter of life and death. At that moment, the rotund Dongfang seemed unable to look Chun Tianliu in the eye. He turned his gaze back to Lin Tian, realizing he had underestimated this person's audacity. This fellow truly dared to speak his mind. At that moment, Chun Tianliu shouted, "All right, you persist in your bravado. If you claim no preparation is necessary, then come. Compose a poem right here and now. Let me see what kind of poetry you can create." This was not a negotiation with Lin Tian, but rather an ultimatum. His eyes flashed with fury. If Lin Tian dared to refuse, he would undoubtedly resort to violence. Even if Lin Tian managed to compose a poem, he was resolved to eliminate the scoundrel who had dared to provoke him repeatedly. After all, what could this impoverished scholar possibly create? Setting aside his appearance, which he had never encountered before, it was evident that he possessed merely the 9th rank of cultivation. Such a feeble talent in cultivation. How could he possibly achieve anything noteworthy in the realm of poetry? At that moment, as Lin Tian regarded Chun Tianliu, he understood that the emotional tension had reached its zenith. After all, it was his first time receiving over 900 emotional points. If he continued to provoke further, it was likely that his opponent would indeed take action. Very well, let me show this group of simpletons what constitutes a timeless poem. Chapter 63. What? He has already struck a chord with the heavens with just that line. Dongfang Pang Pang, fetch me paper and brush. Lin Tian instructed the portly Dongfang Pang Pang beside him. It seemed he had some notoriety among the Confucian scholars, or perhaps it was simply because his physique fit the moniker Pang Pang. Consequently, many who recognized him or were puzzled turned their attention toward Dongfang Pang Pang's position. Dongfang Pang Pang, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, particularly the venomous stare from Chun Tianliu, he felt as though he were under scrutiny. In his heart, he fervently questioned Lin Tian, cursing, "What is going on? Are we even familiar? Why do I seem like his accomplice?" Nevertheless, recognizing the gravity of the situation, Dongfang Pang Pang dutifully produced the paper and brush he had at hand. With so many fellow scholars observing, he could not allow Lin Tian to feel awkward. Yet more importantly, he had relished the moment when Lin Tian had lashed out at Qingchi Liu. For the sake of this remarkable individual, he decided to lend his materials, even if it meant later collecting his remains. Indeed, in that moment, Dongfang Pang realized Lin Tian's fate was all but sealed. After all, he had offended the young master of the Chun family, one of the 5 great families with a history spanning millennia. Regardless of the quality of Lin Tian's poetry, he would not escape unscathed. If Lin Tian managed to compose a poem that surpassed Qingchi Liu's, then Qingchi Liu would lose his claim to the celestial talent competition. He would disregard the rules of Yunmen's and strike at Lin Tian without hesitation. The only reason Qingchi Liu was currently holding back was that he still valued those 2 portions of celestial talent. But if he were to lose that qualification, he would not hesitate to take action. Conversely, if Lin Tian produced a poem that did not surpass Qingchi Liu's, there would be no further discussion. He would strike without mercy. After all, Lin Tian's incessant references to rubbish had utterly humiliated the young master of the Qin family. If he were to fail in composing a poem that could surpass Qingchi Liu's, he might not even leave behind a corpse. Alas, it can only be said that hubris invites calamity. If he had only shown a modicum of restraint, his fate would not have unfolded in this manner. Thus, Lin Tian was undoubtedly doomed. The paper and brush were swiftly procured. Lin Tian accepted them, contemplating briefly before a plan formed in his mind. In the next moment, Lin Tian directly flung the scroll in his hand skyward. A long scroll materialized before the eyes of the onlookers. Gazing upon this scroll, which seemed to lead to the boundless heavens, all attention was captivated. In the next moment, Lin Tian wielded his brush, and with a flash of lightning from the mountains, he invoked the technique San Qian Lei Dong. Instantly, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards the scroll. With a delicate motion of his brush, 3 grand characters appeared before the audience. Qing Yuan. The spectators were entranced. The first line emerged. In the east, the night blooms with 1,000 trees, and the stars fall like rain. At the instant this line was unveiled, it was as though a scene materialized before their very eyes. Wait, no. It was indeed the scene that appeared. Look, the celestial essence sealed within the poetry pavilion resonated with this verse. What? The moment the first line was uttered, the celestial essence began to acknowledge the resonance? What? As soon as he penned this line, the celestial essence resonated? Did this poem evoke an extraordinary phenomenon? As these voices echoed, the surrounding celestial essence began to sketch an incredibly magnificent and beautiful earthly paradise. Of course, this ethereal painting remained only a vague outline of the opulent world. The crowd understood that this was due to the poem not fully revealing itself. Nonetheless, the sight was enough to mesmerize everyone present. The beauty of the scene was nearly intoxicating. At that moment, 2 esteemed scholars, still in Bai Linyue Academy, also sensed this anomaly. In the next instant, without uttering a word, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they transformed into 2 streaks of light, speeding towards the Eastern Poetry Pavilion. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, a graceful figure in a flowing red dress arrived at the Eastern Poetry Pavilion. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she too was deeply captivated. As the verses continued to unfold, the jade pot glows, and a night of fish and dragons dances. Boom! In the next moment, the splendid world finally tore away all veils, revealing itself in its entirety to the audience. At this moment, silence reigned, as everyone was lost in the splendor, until the final line was delivered. In 1,000 searches, I turned back, and there he is amidst the dim lights. Boom! In an instant, those who were merely spectators of this extraordinary phenomenon felt as if they had stepped into this splendid realm. After experiencing this enchanting world, the crowd found themselves turning back inadvertently. They beheld reunions with long-lost family, a lifetime of love with their partners, and achievements that brought them renown across the land. They witnessed the aspirations of their youthful selves fulfilled at last. The crowd lingered in this vision, ecstatic and bewildered. In the next moment, the extraordinary scene dissipated, and everyone abruptly regained their senses. Almost instinctively, they glanced towards Lin Tian's previous location, especially Qingchi Liu, who had also awakened from the vision. Anger swiftly enveloped him. However, when he looked towards Lin Tian's position, it was already vacant. Only two elders remained, clutching the freshly pinned Qing Yuan. Where was Lin Tian's figure? Wait, two elders? At that moment, realization struck the crowd. By heaven, this poem had actually drawn the attention of two eminent scholars. Yet before the scholars could receive the customary greetings from the scholars below, Fang Chuanru exclaimed, "Who is this Dong Tian mentioned in the verses? Who called for Dong Tian?" His voice was laced with undeniable excitement. Unfortunately, no one in attendance could answer his inquiry. Noticing this, Fang Chuanru turned to Zhao Zhengdao. Zhao Zheng stepped forward. Chapter 64. From this point, we part ways. You shall tread your sunny path, while I traverse my narrow bridge. What? You say you have never encountered the poet? Fang Chuanru looked at Zhao Zheng with a hint of perplexity. Knowing Zhao Zheng possessed an exceptional memory, anyone he had met would surely leave an impression. Yet, Zhao Zheng claimed he had never seen this person. Could it be that this individual was not a scholar of Bai Linyue Academy? In response, Zhao Zheng replied, "Although I have not met the individual, he seems to be quite familiar with one of our students." He gestured towards Dong Fang Pang Pang. In the next moment, the two esteemed scholars turned their gazes towards Dong Fang Pang Pang. In a secluded alley, as a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, Lin Tian's figure emerged. Having utilized the technique of Lei Dan, this was the result of his profound realization after being pursued by the elder from Bulao Mountain. He understood his insignificance, and though his emotional state was insufficient for rapid enhancement of his strength, he dedicated himself to mastering his escape. Before arriving at the Eastern Poetry Pavilion, he expended all his emotional energy to fully evolve San Qian Lei Dong, striving for absolute improvement in his escape technique. The outcome did not disappoint. The system developed a new divine power based on San Qian Lei Dong, the very Lei Dan he had just employed. Unlike his flamboyant use of San Qian Lei Dong, this technique boasted unparalleled speed, akin to teleportation. He felt that even a first-tier expert would find it impossible to intercept him at that moment, and they would scarcely perceive his presence. Of course, this divine power had its flaws, namely, a cooldown period that prevented consecutive usage. However, it did not require the extensive nurturing time of the Xianjian Feidao. The cooldown was relatively short, and in this moment within Yunmeng Zhe, a single use was sufficient. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Tian stepped forward, having regained his original appearance. He was acutely aware that he had offended those so-called celestial families, rendering that face unusable moving forward. He glanced back at the waning celestial essence, still emanating faint glimmers of phenomena, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, he was pleased with the scene and spectacle he had just orchestrated. Not only had he amassed a significant amount of emotional energy, but he had also executed a flawless retreat without any trace of imperfection. However, at that moment, a formidable presence suddenly emerged behind him. Sensing this overwhelming aura that far surpassed his own, Lin Tian noticed that the space around him seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious array. Without hesitation, he entered a state of readiness. The supreme bone within his chest and the Xianjian Feidao sigil on his brow surged with energy. Should the opponent make a move, he would unleash all his hidden cards. Yet, had it not been for the fear that the aura emanating from these two artifacts might invite even greater trouble, particularly from the Xianjian Feidao, he would have unleashed their power without hesitation. Previously, he had not forgotten the moment when the elder from Bulao Mountain beheld this celestial artifact and directly pursued him into the life-forbidden zone. Wealth should not be flaunted, or he would have struck first at this very moment. However, the next instant, a feminine voice resonated. "Tian Gij, is that you?" Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Who? Who was she addressing? This was a location he had meticulously chosen, with hardly anyone around. Thus, it was merely him and the powerful woman behind him. Could it be that she was speaking to me? Not sensing any murderous intent from her, Lin Tian gradually turned around. Nonetheless, the swirling symbols within him continued to operate incessantly. The next moment, a figure clad in a red dress appeared before his eyes. Gazing upon the veiled woman, Lin Tian's immediate reaction was sheer beauty, undeniably beautiful. Even without seeing her face, he could discern from her demeanor and figure that this woman was undoubtedly stunning. However, he was not the type to be captivated by every woman he encountered. Had the celestial maiden mistaken him for someone else? "I am." But before he could finish his sentence, Duan Hongling promptly removed her veil. Instantly, an exquisitely beautiful face revealed itself to Lin Tian. Following this, Duan Hongling excitedly exclaimed, "Tian Gij, it is I, your Linyue," as she moved to embrace Lin Tian. A surge of intense, murderous intent erupted from him. The symbols on his forehead flickered ominously. Sensing this aura, Duan Hongling halted her advance. At that moment, she observed Lin Tian's gaze filled with vigilance and indifference, causing her heart to tremble. Tears seemed to well up in her eyes. Yet in the next instant, she recalled something. Due to her unique constitution and cultivation methods, her appearance had drastically changed from what it once was. It was entirely reasonable for Tian Gij not to recognize her. She quickly explained, No, Tian Gij is truly me. I am Duan Hongling. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's previously wary expression softened slightly as a long-buried name resurfaced in his mind, accompanied by fragmented memories. He recalled a time in the disciple area of Bulao Mountain, where two frail figures supported one another in the mud, as if he were revisiting a memory. However, he snapped back to reality almost instantly. He scrutinized her features closely. Although her current appearance was remarkably different, he could still vaguely discern traces of her past self. It must be said that the allure of a first love holds an unparalleled power over a man. At that moment, beautiful memories surged forth, and a vision of a girl seemed to materialize in his mind. Lin Tian's gaze shifted, filled with a fleeting mixture of emotions, but it soon morphed into profound disdain. Indeed, the first love could haunt a man, yet that was merely a remnant of the past Lin Tian. It had no bearing on him now. Moreover, could this tarnished vision of his first love still be considered as such? In that instant, Lin Tian had unmistakably recognized the person before him. He then addressed her with a cold demeanor. "Esteemed Saintess, I have already departed from Bulao Mountain, severing all ties. Since that day, I have made no effort to intrude upon your life. Why must you relentlessly pursue me? Have you come here merely to humiliate me once more?" Upon hearing these words and witnessing the detachment and disdain in Lin Tian's eyes, Duan Hongling trembled, tears streaming down her face. "No, that is not it, Tian Gij. I did not come to humiliate you. I never intended to. That day, I can explain. Linyue is here to clarify everything." At that moment, upon realizing Lin Tian's disdain for her, Duan Hongling felt as though her heart was ensnared by thorny vines, suffering from a profound sense of despair. She desperately wished to clarify every misunderstanding, having endured for far too long. "Tian Gij, back then enough, Saintess. I have already stated that I have left Bulao Mountain and have no desire to be entangled with you further. As for the past, I wish to forget it entirely. I have no interest in your games with your male companions. Let us part ways. You follow your own path, and I shall tread mine without interference." Chapter 65. Once a mere commoner, and now? What more do you wish to say? After uttering these words, Lin Tian's disdain deepened. At that moment, he regarded her as nothing more than a repugnant piece of refuse. The weight of his words and his contemptuous gaze struck Duan Hongling like a thunderbolt, causing her to tremble even more. Upon hearing the phrase "part ways," her complexion paled almost instantaneously. "No, this cannot be. I will not allow it." At that moment, Duan Hongling instinctively cried out. She had toiled day and night to return to Lin Tian's side, and now that she finally had the qualifications to do so, how could she bear to part from him? "No, I refuse to be separated from you. Tian Gij, you must hear my explanation." Yet the next moment, she once again confronted the disgust and disdain in his eyes. In that instant, she seemed to recall something. No, Tian Gij, you have misunderstood. I do not have any male companions. Those are all misunderstandings. How could I allow any man to touch me aside from you? I can explain it all." At that moment, an unprecedented sense of panic surged within Duan Hongling. Even fear. Yes, fear. Facing Lin Tian, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She was not afraid of him ignoring or hating her. She could endure that, for it would at least prove that Lin Tian still cared. But now, she sensed that he had ceased to care. He was utterly indifferent to her explanations. In this moment, she panicked. The only reason for his indifference could be that she had long since lost her place in his heart. Yet, she could only cling to the hope that this was merely an expression of Tian Gij's anger. Yes, this is undoubtedly Tian Gij being upset. If only she could explain, if only she could clarify matters, then everything could return to how it once was. At that moment, Lin Tian's patience had been nearly exhausted. Previously, he had been suppressing his urge to lash out at her. Engaging in conflict with her seemed unnecessary, but upon hearing her recent words, a surge of anger arose within him. What do you mean by wanting me to hear your explanation? The commanding tone instantly reminded him of the way Bai Linyue spoke to him in his previous life after he agreed to transmit power. At this moment, his aversion towards Duan Hongling reached its zenith. Yet the next moment, he restrained his voice and said, Saintess Duan, I have made it abundantly clear that I am indifferent to your so-called explanations. All I desire now is to leave this place. If you release this formation, we can part ways amicably, shall we? Upon hearing these words, a fleeting shadow of unease crossed Duan Hongling's heart. She realized that Tian Ge was indeed angry. No, that cannot be. You must allow me to explain, she hurriedly replied. Tian Ge, please listen to me. After I entered the inner sect, hearing those words again, reminiscent of Bai Linyue's from his past life, Lin Tian's fury erupted uncontrollably. Enough, Duan Hongling. I have stated clearly that I have no interest in your so-called explanations. Was my previous statement not sufficiently clear? Do you still perceive me as a mere clay-footed fool at your mercy? A surge of intricate runes erupted from Lin Tian's body. The supreme bone within him and the blade of the celestial slayer at his brow trembled violently. At this moment, Lin Tian was confident that at this distance, upon activating his transformation, he could wield the celestial slayer once more. Regardless of whether his opponent was at the 4th or 3rd rank, he was certain he could severely injure or even slay them. His earlier concession was merely to avoid revealing his aura and attracting unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, Duan Hongling's complexion drained of color, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. And no, Tian Ge, I never thought that. I only wish to explain myself. Lin Tian showed no intention of engaging with her. He thought that if his lightning escape were ready, he would have left without a second thought. Rather than waste time in conversation, Tian Ge, as she attempted to continue, Lin Tian's irritation became palpable. Perhaps if she were a stranger, he would not be so impatient. However, as Duan Hongling, he had no desire to entertain her further. The sight of her evoked memories of her humiliating him aboard the Saintess's flying boat, and the term clay-footed fool resonated painfully in his mind. Indeed, he had been branded as such ever since that moment in the Bu Lao Mountain's sacred ground. The moment that label was uttered, it became synonymous with him, especially coupled with the rumors of his desire to ascend through the status of a servant disciple to win the Saintess's favor. He could perhaps forget Duan Hongling as a person, but he could never erase the humiliation associated with her. Thus, every word she uttered in his presence filled him with overwhelming disdain. I have had enough. What is it? As a saintess of Bu Lao Mountain, do you derive pleasure from tormenting me? Very well. I would like to hear what further humiliation you intend to bestow upon me. Last time it was clay-footed fool. What title do you wish to bestow upon me now to further tarnish my name throughout Yunmengze? At that moment, Duan Hongling's face lost all color. Her panic unprecedented. Tears welled in her eyes like a flood, impossible to contain. She understood the weight of his words. Her careless remark had turned her Tian Ge into a figure of ridicule within the sacred ground. How could she not know? Yet at that time, after meeting Lin Tian, she had thought it was merely an unintentional comment, meant to display her attitude towards him. She had not considered the ramifications. After that encounter, the image of Lin Tian's desolate figure haunted her thoughts. In a state of agitation, she had retreated into seclusion for cultivation. By the time she emerged, the term clay-footed fool had already become synonymous with Lin Tian's disgrace. When she learned of this, her heart nearly shattered. Had it not been for her master being present to stabilize her emotions, her desire for enlightenment would have crumbled. In that moment, her face mirrored her current pallor. Devoid of color, she longed to rush to Lin Tian and explain everything, but she understood that she must not seek him out, lest all her efforts go to waste. In that moment, she realized the unimaginable disaster she had inflicted upon her Tian Ge. She could not bear to contemplate the depths of his suffering and the injustice he had endured. Yet, she knew that through persistent cultivation, she could return to his side. She had erred, and she would compensate 100-fold. However, hearing his words again caused her to lose all color once more, her expression transforming into one of sheer terror. She knew she could not explain the circumstances. At this moment, she understood that Duan Hongling might very well wish to end her own life. Did she dare to claim ignorance? No, The words had escaped her lips. To claim she did not know would be futile. Tian would never believe her. He might even think she had orchestrated this humiliation to torment him. Even if she were to declare that she had been in seclusion, he would not accept it, for she had no proof. At this moment, she felt utterly helpless, her heart racing with panic. She understood that if she did not clarify this misunderstanding, Tian would harbor animosity towards her, and they would become adversaries from then on. No, she could not allow that to happen. She longed to return to Tian's side. How could she become his enemy? Yet, she also recognized her inability to explain. As she gazed into Lin Tian's increasingly frigid eyes, her body trembled in fear, and tears streamed down her face. No, that is not true. I had no idea this would happen. I was in seclusion at that time. I did not realize my careless words would cause you such pain. It was my fault. Tian, if you are angry, you may strike me. I will not retaliate. In that moment, Duan Hongling chose to reveal the entire truth. She understood that if she remained silent now, Lin Tian would only harbor greater resentment towards her. She could not deceive her Tian. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, upon hearing her words, showed no reaction, merely uttering a cold laugh before dismissing her entirely. His gaze grew even colder. Witnessing this, Duan Hongling felt a chill in her heart, knowing that Lin Tian would not accept her explanation. Tian, I speak only the truth. Enough. Lin Tian interrupted her coldly before she could finish. Whether what you say is true or not is of no consequence to me and holds no significance. I only know that I will forever remember this humiliation. At this moment, Duan Hongling found herself confronted with the most undesirable scene she could imagine. Her body trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was utterly indifferent to her state. He surveyed the peculiar formation surrounding him, an enigmatic array that enveloped him. You may consider this a declaration of war, and you are free to strike at me at this very moment. But should you decide to do so, be prepared for a catastrophic end. Lin Tian's gaze was frigid as he spoke, revealing his desire to sever all communication with her. Upon hearing these words, Duan Hongling immediately retorted, "No, that cannot be. How could I ever raise a hand against you, Tian? No, I do not wish to be your enemy. Brother Tian, I was wrong. Please do not treat me this way. I understand. I know you must be angry right now. It's all right." Hongling acknowledges her mistakes and will make amends. "I accept any punishment. You can do anything to me. But please, Brother Tian, do not leave me again." In that moment, it was evident that Duan Hongling wished to say more. However, upon witnessing Lin Tian's icy glare, she realized that he was genuinely furious. Her emotions spiraled into panic. "No, Brother Tian, please do not be angry. I will deactivate the formation right away." As she spoke, Duan Hongling hurriedly dismantled the spatial barrier surrounding them. Yet, she still sought to make a final stand. Before she could utter another word, a voice filled with concern pierced through the air. "Hongling, where have you been? I suddenly sensed your absence and was terrified." At that moment, Ling Tian, adorned in a resplendent white robe, rushed over. Upon hearing his voice, a surge of anger and dissatisfaction surged within Duan Hongling. However, the next instant, she cast a fearful glance at Lin Tian. He too had noticed Ling Tian's approach, recognizing him instantly. After all, this man had stood mockingly on the same vessel as Duan Hongling when she had humiliated Lin Tian. As Ling Tian drew closer, his extravagant attire starkly contrasted with Lin Tian's modest scholar's robe, creating a visual reminiscent of a noble young man confronting a beggar. It appeared that Duan Hongling had also sensed this disparity, coupled with Lin Tian's earlier remark about her having a male companion. She comprehended that all men were particularly sensitive to such matters. With the misunderstandings still unresolved, how could she allow her brother Tian to be misled again? "Brother Tian, it is not as you think." Unfortunately, her words remained unspoken as Lin Tian swiftly activated his recently cooled lightning escape technique, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Duan Hongling's expression froze in shock, soon replaced by a torrent of confusion and terror. Just moments ago, she had distinctly perceived not only the coldness in Lin Tian's gaze, but also a hint of disdain. Now, as she observed Lin Tian's disappearance, Ling Tian's expression transformed into one of smug satisfaction and mockery. Internally, he reveled in his shrewd decision to gamble on this situation. He had spotted the disdain in Lin Tian's eyes and felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. However, in the next moment, he wiped the smile from his face and feigned a compassionate expression toward Duan Hongling, saying, "Hong," but before he could finish, fear swept over him as he sensed a murderous intent emanating from Duan Hongling, a chilling wave of lethal intent. In an instant, Duan Hongling's icy gaze shifted towards Lin Tian, who instinctively began to tremble, acutely aware that she intended to kill him. This was no jest. It was a palpable threat devoid of warmth. Cold sweat poured down Lin Tian's body as he instinctively sought to defend himself. But in the next moment, a powerful force seized his neck and body, lifting him into the air. "Did you think you were clever just now?" Duan Hongling's voice resonated with chilling intensity. At that instant, Lin Tian's heart quaked. A wave of unending fear washed over him, the fear of death. He desperately struggled to speak. But in the face of Duan Hongling's overwhelming strength, his efforts proved futile. Suspended in midair, he could barely muster the slightest tremor. A bone-chilling realization enveloped him, and he recognized how foolish his previous actions had been. If given a second chance, he would never dare to approach again. Duan Hongling, gazing at the terrified Lin Tian before her, remained unmoved. As she had previously stated, she had only kept him by her side as a shield for her future with her brother Tian. All the harm that might be directed at her once she was seen with him would be deflected onto him instead. As for whether this was too cruel, she had never considered such a question. Indeed, she could not afford to entertain such thoughts about anyone outside of her brother Tian, for she simply did not care. Moreover, the resources she had bestowed upon Lin Tian, did he truly believe they were given freely? Who would offer resources without reason? Did he think he possessed such an irresistible charm? Having received those resources, he was obliged to contribute. After all, without her, he wouldn't even have been able to enter the inner sect, let alone become a core disciple. Yet, she had never anticipated that the dog she had raised for her brother Tian would dare to bare its fangs at him, even disregarding her prior warnings. Now, such a fool no longer deserved to serve as her brother Tian's shield. As this thought crystallized in her mind, the murderous intent in Duan Hongling's eyes reached its zenith. In the next moment, a long sword materialized in her hand. Sensing this lethal aura, Lin Tian's will to survive surged to its peak, and he concentrated all his strength in that instant. His mouth, temporarily freed, exclaimed, "Wait, Holy Maiden, I realize I erred. I can explain to Lord Lin Tian. You cannot kill me now. If you do, Lord Lin Tian will surely think you acted out of shame and anger to cover up the truth." Bound in midair, Lin Tian expended every ounce of his strength to utter these words. Upon hearing them, Duan Hongling's sword, poised to strike, hesitated, especially upon hearing the last sentence. Her expression grew grave. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Perhaps there was some truth to his words. After all, she could already sense Lin Tian's disdain for her. If she allowed him to misunderstand further, the long sword vanished from her grasp, and in that instant, the power that had bound Lin Tian dissipated. Thud! Lin Tian fell to the ground, his body battered and bruised, even his splendid robe stained crimson. In the past, at such a moment, Duan Hongling would have generously offered him healing elixirs. However, she never anticipated that her unintentional benevolence would lead to misunderstandings, giving rise to absurd thoughts that should never have emerged. In the next moment, Duan Hongling's gaze turned icy. She did not spare him another glance, and simply turned to leave. In her heart, the man sprawled on the ground had already been marked for elimination. Allowing him to live was merely to give him a chance to explain the misunderstanding before her brother, Tian Ge. After that, he would hold no further value. Lin Tian, lying on the ground, watched a retreating figure in a red dress, his eyes filled with anguish. He could hardly believe that his actions today had led to his loss of favor in Duan Hongling's eyes. To him, every injury he suffered followed by her provision of elixirs signified her care, her affection, an intimate bond between them. Yet, he never imagined that his recent actions would strip him of this vital privilege. With this advantageous weapon now lost, how could he sow discord between Duan Hongling and that peasant in the future? Damn it! At that moment, Lin Tian cursed his own foolishness. Even now, he clung to that unrealistic notion in his heart. However, a flicker of terror crossed his eyes, for he now understood the significant place that peasant held in her heart. He recalled how he had secretly bribed the lowly disciples to give special attention to that peasant, allowing his name to circulate throughout the sacred grounds. He knew he could never let her discover this. Otherwise, he might truly face dire consequences. In his mind, he replayed her earlier gaze laden with murderous intent. Yet, he was not devoid of means. Not long ago, he had encountered a remarkable individual at an inn, Gu Dao Yi, the most outstanding member of the ancient Gu clan's younger generation. He was the one who had intended to pressure the entire sacred realm to marry Duan Hongling and the very reason for Lin Tian's current presence. With this person around, he would certainly not perish. After all, that peasant was nothing more than an ant easily crushed before Gu Dao Yi. In the distance, Lin Tian emerged from the space of Lei Dan, shaking his hand as if to rid himself of something filthy. He had not expected to encounter such two repugnant entities in this place. Naturally, he quickly dismissed these thoughts. Truth be told, in his heart, he had long forgotten such matters. In his previous life, he had endured much hardship, each day filled with humiliation. Who had the time to reminisce about a white moonlight? And especially not one as distasteful as that. At this moment, Lin Tian could only feel revulsion toward her. Based on his recollections, upon learning of her physique and the required cultivation methods, both in his past life and now, with awakened memories, he found everything about it exceedingly repulsive. Even if it were merely a rumor, the influence of his past memories rendered such disgust an inescapable instinctive reaction. Therefore, the truth of the matter became irrelevant. Chapter 68. Time to elevate one's cultivation. Changing his appearance once again, he casually entered a tavern and reserved a room. Inside, Lin Tian sat on the bed, gazing at the system panel. At this moment, his emotional points had soared to over 100,000, nearing 11,000. He was pleased to see that in just a few hours, he had accumulated such a remarkable number of emotional points. He had plans for these points. First, this vast amount was certainly sufficient to awaken his ancient double pupils. However, at this moment, he found no need for them. After all, he could wait until 3 days later to awaken them using the essence of heaven and earth. There was no need to squander emotional points here, especially with that father-son duo present. Wouldn't it be more amusing to awaken then? The best use of these emotional points now was to elevate his cultivation. Yes, he had finally escaped the threats posed by Lin Haotian and others, and had amassed enough emotional points to enhance his cultivation. Of course, he could cultivate on his own, especially after the threat of the Duan Maigu had been lifted. However, he saw no necessity for that. With a system at his disposal, why would he train manually? System, begin formulating a plan for cultivation enhancement. Ding, formulating in progress. Ding, formulation complete. Plan 1. The host can directly use emotional points to enhance cultivation. The system guarantees excellence. Each major realm requires only 100,000 emotional points for elevation. Plan 2. The host may utilize system-created auxiliary cultivation items, such as elixirs, gathering arrays, etc. Lin Tian disregarded Plan 1 and focused on Plan 2. Elixirs? That seemed feasible and was indeed his best option at present. After all, he had obtained a plethora of herbs in the Jiyang feudi. System, with my current stock of herbs and emotional points, how many auxiliary elixirs can I concoct? Ding. Calculating. Ding. Based on the host's current condition, the system will calculate relevant types of cultivation elixirs. Ding. Based on the host's current needs, the system will produce Tian Ling Dan. Given the host's current herb reserves and emotional point balance, the host can refine up to 10 Tian Ling Dan. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. 10? Did that mean the system required nearly 10,000 emotional points to refine a single elixir? How exorbitant! Nevertheless, he did not hesitate much. After all, the enhancement of his power was what he sought at this moment. As for emotional points, with so many people around, did he lack for that? However, at this moment, he opted not to go all in, but instead requested the system to refine one elixir first to observe its effects. Ding! Tian Ling Dan has been successfully refined. As the system's voice faded, a crystal-clear elixir adorned with intricate patterns appeared in Lin Tian's hand. This was a flawless elixir, and it bore patterns. Gazing at the elixir in his hand, Lin Tian's expression turned astonished. Although he had never engaged in the profession of alchemy, he possessed some understanding of the basic classifications of elixirs. First, elixirs were ranked from 9 to 1, with each rank further divided into 4 quality levels: ordinary, fine, perfect, and flawless. The higher the rank and quality of the elixir, the more challenging it became to refine. Each rank of elixir, due to varying quality, also saw an increase in difficulty with each quality upgrade. The effectiveness and pricing differ by at least tenfold. He had encountered numerous perfect-grade elixirs. After all, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue had spared no effort in nurturing Lin Tian, providing him exclusively with perfect-grade elixirs. However, this was the first time he had come across a flawless-grade elixir, not to mention the Danwen, which appeared irrespective of the elixir's quality or grade, relying solely on luck. Indeed, he was unaware of how the elixir with Danwen would manifest. Perhaps it would simply be more aesthetically pleasing? Never mind, he thought, as the elixir entered his abdomen. In the next moment, Lin Tian had yet to refine it when this Tianling Dan spontaneously transformed into an exceptionally pure force. Sensing this, Lin Tian wasted no time and began to absorb the power immediately. In mere moments, powerful warm currents surged throughout his entire being. Then, with a thunderous roar, Lin Tian's long-stagnant 9th grade early cultivation soared to the 9th grade late stage. He was even just a step away from the 8th grade. What a potent elixir. Just one had nearly propelled him across an entire realm. After concluding his cultivation, Lin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. He knew full well that this remarkable effect was due to the elixir's quality, combined with the millennium-old herbs he had used. Most importantly, he felt no discomfort or impurities within his body. This indicated that the elixirs he consumed to enhance himself had no adverse effects whatsoever. Indeed, how splendid it was to possess a flawless elixir. Without hesitation, Lin Tian instructed the system to continue refining the remaining 9 elixirs. In a brief moment, 9 more elixirs appeared in Lin Tian's hands, and his emotional points stood at over 9,000. He picked up one of the elixirs and swallowed it. In the next instant, his cultivation level rapidly ascended, from early 8th grade to mid-8th grade, then late 8th grade, and finally early 7th grade. As he felt the swift enhancement of power within his body, Lin Tian experienced an unparalleled sense of euphoria. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had quietly elapsed. By the time he absorbed the last elixir, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 5th grade. With the formidable power coursing through him, Lin Tian waved his hand to acclimate himself before rising. It was astonishing that just 10 elixirs could elevate him to such a realm. No wonder it is said that cultivation relies on resources. Look, with resources at his disposal, he had achieved in a single day what others could only accomplish after years of arduous effort. However, Lin Tian quickly regained his composure after a moment of excitement. After all, 5th grade was merely considered a moderate existence in this world. He could not afford to be overly proud. Moreover, he realized that the 10 elixirs he had consumed had nearly depleted the herbs he had acquired in the Jiang feudi, unless he could re-enter the Jiang feudi. Achieving such a terrifying enhancement again would likely be improbable. At that moment, the streets outside were filled with raucous sounds. Lin Tian turned to look out the window. The sky had darkened, and the full moon, resembling a jade plate, hung above. A full moon? If he were on Blue Star, this would be a day suited for family reunions, wouldn't it? Yet, he felt no connection to this festival. After all, he was an orphan on Blue Star, with no family. As for his situation in this world, it was better left unmentioned regarding Lin Haotian and his associates. Indeed, he found himself completely disconnected from such familial celebrations. Lin Tian casually closed the window before turning away, but in that instant, a long-buried memory fragment suddenly surfaced in his mind. Then, a voice that felt extraordinarily familiar resonated from the depths of his memory. "Child, do not tire yourself." At this moment, Lin Tian stood in a daze, and the scenery around him transformed. An elderly woman and a farmer were helping him with his burdens, gently wiping the sweat from his brow. The surroundings shifted, and he seemed to return to that quaint village homestead. Countless beautiful memories flooded his mind, and an unprecedented warmth coursed through his heart, causing 2 crystalline tears to cascade down his cheeks. In the darkness, Lin Tian touched his damp cheeks, realizing at this moment that he had been blinded by the resentment of favoritism from Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue, having forgotten his once beloved family. The farmers who had adopted him. No, they were his true parents, the ones who had nurtured him to adulthood. Reflecting on it now, it seemed he had not returned home since leaving for the Bulao Mountain. A wave of desolation washed over him. Indeed, after entering the Bulao Mountain, He had been relegated to menial tasks and forbidden from leaving the sacred grounds. Returning to Lin's family meant being confined and treated as a mere vessel for passing on knowledge. He truly had never gone back. At this moment, he recalled his mother's greatest wish while she was alive, to have the entire family dine at the finest restaurant in Tianyi City on this day. Such a simple yet profound desire, and even with this small wish, he had failed to fulfill it for her before her death. He wiped away the traces of tears on his face and opened the window once more. "Mother, I cannot take you to the finest restaurant in Tianyi City right now, but I promise I will one day. For now, I will take you to the best restaurant in Yunmen's." In that instant, Lin Tian vanished from the room. Minjiao Tower, renowned as the finest place in all of Yunmen's to appreciate the moon on the first day of the lunar month, was said to bring the distant Tian mountain moon within arm's reach, hence its name. Furthermore, it was one of the 4 great poetry towers established by 2 eminent scholars. Given the presence of the full moon and the Minjiao Tower, this place could only be described as a sea of humanity. At this moment, the Poetry Tower had decreed that only those who could leave their names on the talent list of the Southern Poetry Tower would gain entry into the Minjiao Tower. Upon witnessing this rule, a crowd erupted with discontent. Why must we prove ourselves? Are we not worthy of entering the Minjiao Tower? Indeed, shouts of outrage echoed from below. Meanwhile, the celestial cultivators seated within the Minjiao Tower observed the scene with amused expressions, their lips curling into cold smirks as they seemed utterly unconcerned by the uproar below. They leisurely sipped their tea, occasionally offering a comment or two. At this moment, the Minjiao Tower was filled exclusively with the offspring of celestial families, with not a single Confucian disciple in sight. It is not to say that there are no scholars of Confucianism and Taoism who can make their names known on the talent rankings. However, these scholars are not only few in number, but also rank quite low. Thus, at this moment, they have not entered the Minjiao building. After all, their classmates are currently outside, voicing their discontent. How could they possibly go in? If they were to enter, they would likely face collective ostracism from their peers. At this moment, Lin Tian gazed upon the group of celestial cultivators from noble families above, then glanced back at the talent rankings displayed in the south building. A smile crept upon his lips. It seems these celestial families have come well prepared. It was understandable that the cultivators could dominate the rankings in the west building, as there was truly no one there who could compose poetry. However, the situation in the south building mirrored that of the west, which struck him as peculiar. This location, being the closest to Bai Linyue Academy, should theoretically host the most talented students. Yet, the rankings are still dominated by those from the celestial families, indicating their thorough preparation for this occasion. Just then, a voice resonated from the Minjiao building. "What do you mean by unfair? Where lies the unfairness? Is it merely a request to be remembered on the talent rankings? Is that truly so difficult? Do you not claim to be scholars? Is this not your area of expertise? Why then must you create such a ruckus?" Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming familiarity. He looked up and was taken aback. Is that Shun Tianliu? What brings him here?" The group of Confucian scholars, upon hearing those words, fell into a deep silence. Clearly, this statement had struck at the very core of their pride. Yet, within them brewed a sense of frustration and indignation. After all, who in the world was unaware that the Confucians were currently engaged in the pursuit of literary excellence? How could this person dare to silence them with such remarks? Yet, they could not retaliate directly, for to admit their inability to compose poetry would be akin to tarnishing their own reputation as scholars. Just when they felt most stifled, another familiar voice rang out. "Nonsense. When have we ever claimed that ascending the talent rankings is difficult? Our insistence on fairness is simply a plea for the ordinary individuals. After all, it is not challenging for us to reach the top of the rankings. But what about the common people? Today is a day for family reunions. Who would not want to enjoy the moon and converse with their loved ones? Yet you engage in such despicable behavior, earning our disdain as scholars." Lin Tian looked again and recognized another familiar face. Dongfang Pang Pang? How has this person gained such audacity? Were they not trembling in fear before? No. It seems he has acquired 2 formidable auras. Is it the presence of 2 great scholars? Has this rotund individual formed connections with the eminent scholars? Upon hearing those words, Shun Tianliu's expression shifted, and he instinctively prepared to retort. However, before he could speak, the Confucian scholars below interjected. "Indeed, We are merely advocating for the countless ordinary individuals around us. Yet we are misunderstood by your narrow-minded cohort. Alas, in the eyes of those who can only think of themselves, our every action appears selfish. The group of Confucian scholars at this moment unleashed their pent-up grievances upon Qingchi Sanctuary above, as if seeking to repay the indignities they had suffered. Of course, they were aware that Dongfang Pangpang had somewhat muddied the waters. But what did that matter? They had just been insulted. Would they let this opportunity for retaliation slip away? Although they may not be the equals of the celestial cultivators in combat, when it came to verbal exchanges, could their literary prowess truly be inferior? As the chorus of sarcastic remarks and pointed accusations continued from the Confucians below, Qingchi Sanctuary felt an unprecedented sense of frustration and anger. At that moment, he shouted down, "Enough! Do you think I'm easy to bully?" With a thunderous presence, he unleashed an aura of authority. Yet, the Confucian scholars remained unfazed, for they knew that within the Yunmen Marsh, should he dare to act, he would be promptly expelled. With so many of them present, why would they fear his retaliation? Seeing this, Dongfang Pangpang could not help but smirk as he recognized Qingchi Sanctuary. "Oh, is that not young Master Chen? What troubles you? Are you flustered? Have you not yet recovered from the humiliation dealt by my classmates in poetry yesterday? Or have you perhaps devised a poem to defeat my brother Dong by now?" Lin Tian, hearing this, was filled with confusion. Brothers? Who? When did I become allies with him? At that moment, Qingchi Sanctuary's forehead throbbed with rage, for he was reminded of a lifelong humiliation. Not only had that scoundrel insulted him, but he had also escaped unscathed. Most importantly, due to that scoundrel's poem, he had lost his chance to ascend to the ranks of the gifted. "You wretch! You seek death!" Qingchi Sanctuary, filled with fury, was about to leap down to slay that insufferable fat man. He recalled that this rotund individual was associated with that scoundrel. Had it not been for the attention of two great scholars on that day, he would have long since eliminated that pest to vent his frustrations. How dare he act so brazenly before him? Yet, just as he prepared to jump, he was restrained by the others. Should a commotion arise, it would spiral beyond their control. In the brief moment of restraint, Qingchi Sanctuary realized the folly of his impulsiveness. If he were to leap down, the group of Confucian scholars might well retaliate and overpower him. However, as he looked upon that round face, he found it impossible to swallow his indignation. After a moment of contemplation, a cold smile crept upon his lips. He addressed Dongfang Pangpang once more. "Ah, truly a scholar. Your verbal prowess is commendable. Yet, I wonder how much genuine substance lies beneath that facade." Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Let us make a proposition. Since you claim to advocate for the ordinary people, I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourselves. See that talent ranking? If you can reach the pinnacle, I shall not only allow you to enter the Minjiayu building today, but I will also cover all expenses. How about it? This opportunity should be a simple task for you, esteemed scholars, should it not? As long as you all manage to achieve this, it is indeed a genuine endeavor to advocate for the interests of all. And surely those of you who aspire for the common good would not refuse, would you?" After uttering these words, the crowd that had originally stood alongside the Confucian scholar turned their gazes towards the chubby scholar, Dongfang Pangpang, who immediately sensed something amiss. This was akin to placing them on a pyre. At this moment, if they were to refuse, the image of these Confucian scholars in the eyes of the people would undoubtedly collapse. They might even be branded as hypocrites. However, if they consented, they would not be able to attain the pinnacle of the talent ranking. Consequently, their reputation as Confucian scholars would also suffer damage. It was evident that the situation had shifted too rapidly for Dongfang Pangpang to process. They must agree. How could they let such a splendid opportunity slip away? This was Minjiayu. Typically, they would only dare to gaze upon it from afar. Yet now someone was willing to pay their way. What was there to hesitate about? Indeed, they should promptly accede. Are you not practitioners of Confucianism, claiming to have read countless volumes? This should be a trivial task for you, no? Suddenly, voices from the crowd surged, igniting a rhythm of excitement. Strangely, as time passed, more and more people gathered at this place. Meanwhile, at the highest point, Qingchi Sanctuary wore a cold smile as he observed Dongfang Pangpang below. Indeed, all of these individuals were part of his scheme, including the dissemination of information to attract more people. After all, This would not only diminish the wretched reputation of Confucianism, but also serve as retribution for the humiliation he endured yesterday. At this moment, as the crowd swelled, Dongfang Pangpang's complexion grew increasingly pale. Chun Tianliu could discern the expression on his face and smirked coldly, saying, "What is the matter? Why are you hesitating to respond? Are you Confucians afraid? Or can you not produce poetry superior to that on the talent ranking? It seems that you scholars merely engage in self-praise. Who would have thought that you, who pride yourselves on scholarship, would be so feeble in your own domain? You can't even compete with us, practitioners of the immortal path. It appears that Confucianism is truly in decline. Since that is the case, it would be wise for you to retreat and spare yourselves further embarrassment." Hearing these words, the expressions of the Confucian scholars shifted once more, particularly Dongfang Pangpang, whose face drained of color. At this moment, he realized that refusal was no longer an option. After all, agreeing would at least salvage some of their reputation. Wait, however, before he could finish his thought, a voice resonated from above. Merely a cacophony of vile words, daring to boast before us, the Confucian scholars? This voice captured the attention of nearly everyone present. The crowd looked up to see a scholar standing at the peak of Minjiao Lu, hands clasped behind him. Illuminated by moonlight, standing tall against the wind, he exuded an effortless elegance, akin to an immortal. "Who are you?" Chun Tianliu's eyes narrowed, his tone icy. For at that moment, seeing the individual before him, especially the tone of the speaker, he was reminded of the scoundrel who had humiliated him yesterday. Hearing the words, Lin Tian chuckled lightly. "I am but a humble student of Confucianism, Lin Tian." Indeed, at this moment, he chose to reveal his true self. This was part of his plan, as he needed to be present when the essence of talent from heaven and earth was bestowed upon him. Moreover, his current strength afforded him the confidence to be visible to the crowd. Chapter 71. That timeless masterpiece. Do you think it's a cabbage? Lin Tian? Upon hearing the name Lin Tian, Chun Tianliu frantically searched his mind for any related information. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Thus, the other party was not among those Confucian scholars who posed a threat to them. An obscure nobody? What do you intend to achieve with your earlier remarks? What do I intend? I simply wish to enlighten you fools about your own worth. Do not delude yourselves into thinking that a couple of elegantly packaged verses entitles you to arrogance before us, the Confucians. In my eyes, such verses are no more than dung smeared on walls, utterly tarnishing the talent ranking. Such rubbish is an affront to the eyes of the onlookers. You scoundrel, what did you just say? At this moment, the gathered practitioners of the immortal path were enraged. After all, those who could ascend the building were all featured on the talent ranking. This individual dared to declare their works as dung. Ding! Hearing the melodious notifications in his ears, Lin Tian felt immense satisfaction. At this moment, Dongfang Pangpang, upon hearing these words and gazing at Lin Tian high above, felt a spark of realization. The tone of voice, the attitude of disdain, could it be? In the next instant, Dongfang Pangpang activated his ability to perceive the righteous aura, and upon sensing Lin Tian's aura, he immediately recognized him. It was undoubtedly him. Without further hesitation, he shouted towards Chun Tianliu atop Minjiao Lu. Very well. In that case, I shall accede to your request. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the essence of our Confucianism and prove what it truly means to be a scholar. Having uttered these words, Dongfang Pangpang bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Brother Lin Tian, these people believe that our Confucianism is devoid of merit. I implore you to vindicate our honor. Let these blind fools witness what constitutes a genuine masterpiece. Upon hearing this, even Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Wait a minute. I thought you had something to offer. Yet it seems you still require my assistance. Most crucially, you jumped the gun on that declaration. After saying this, all eyes turned towards Lin Tian, who stood atop Minjiao Lu, visibly less enthusiastic at that moment. Lin Tian silently cursed under his breath, but Chun Tianliu, upon hearing the words, squinted slightly. He then redirected his gaze towards Lin Tian. After hearing Dongfang Pangpang's words, he began to doubt Lin Tian's identity. After all, he was familiar with this chubby scholar, who held Lin Tian in such high regard. This reminded him of the scoundrel who had humiliated him yesterday, yet managed to retreat unscathed. However, upon observing Lin Tian's cultivation level, he immediately dismissed this thought. After all, the individual who had previously faced him was merely an insignificant being of a 9th rank, while this Lin Tian was a peak 5th rank. It was implausible for someone to leap 4 major realms in such a short span of time, was it? What kind of genius would that require? Moreover, even if this Lin Tian were indeed that individual, could a poem simply be conjured at will? Did he truly consider himself a poet immortal, capable of spontaneously composing timeless works? Yet at that moment, he certainly could not let go of the opportunity to belittle the individual present. Hey, a timeless masterpiece? Excellent. Since you have made such a claim, I presume you are fully prepared. A masterpiece indeed. How fortunate I am to witness such a renowned work today. Even if it requires a slight expenditure on my part, what does it matter? Upon uttering these words, a throng of onlookers below, still bewildered by the circumstances, suddenly heard the announcement of a transcendent creation. What? This group of scholars dares to present poetry worthy of immortality? What? They boldly proclaim their intention to unveil a timeless piece. What? This assembly of scholars is poised to craft a work of eternal significance on the spot. At that moment, upon receiving the signal from Qingchi Liu, those he had strategically placed among the crowd began to set the rhythm. The news of the impending masterpiece spread through Yunmen's with frenetic speed. After all, this was the sacred ground for scholars and students across the realm. Influenced by this atmosphere, the attendees nurtured an ardent yearning for literature. Furthermore, just yesterday, a legendary piece, Qingyuan, had graced the world. Unfortunately, the crowd had been too distant from Dongsher Lu to witness the celestial phenomena that accompanied its unveiling. Yet, in less than a single day, storytellers had disseminated this event throughout all of Yunmen's. Many, upon hearing the news, lamented their missed opportunity, lamenting that such an extraordinary spectacle might only occur once in a lifetime. And now, to hear of yet another immortal poem, the entire Yunmen's erupted in fervor. Almost the entirety of the city surged toward Nansher Lu the moment they learned of this revelation. At this instant, as he gazed at the dense throng behind him, Dongfang Pangpang's expression shifted dramatically. Evidently, his earlier casual remark had transformed into a dagger aimed at his own heart. After all, these individuals were drawn here in pursuit of an immortal masterpiece. Should anything go awry amidst such a multitude, the reputation of their Confucian path could very well shatter. It is crucial to note that this is indeed the very stronghold of their Confucian doctrine, the most pivotal location. If their teachings were to suffer a blow here, the ramifications would be beyond his imagination. Gulp! In that moment, Dongfang Pangpang's face turned as pale as death, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Conversely, Qingchi Liu atop Minjiao Lu was filled with excitement. He had not anticipated that a mere casual move would yield such profound impact. At this moment, nearly half of Yunmen's had gathered here. If he could deal a significant blow to the reputation of the Confucian path here, it would equate to uprooting its very foundation. Ha ha ha. At this moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. The anger and resentment from the previous day dissipated in an instant. As for the possibility of failure, what a jest. An immortal masterpiece? Do you think it akin to cabbage? Chapter 72. Young Master Chun, are you prepared to pay? In the next moment, Chun Tenu turned his gaze once more to Lin Tian above and spoke directly. Esteemed sir, the stage is set. You wouldn't consider leaving this place or feigning that you are not a scholar to deceive us, would you? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Pangpang looked at Lin Tian once more. Damn, this is blocking all paths of retreat. At this moment, indeed, Dongfang Pangpang had contemplated sending a message to Lin Tian, urging him to depart first. Of course, this might tarnish Lin Tian's reputation. Yet, with proper handling, it would merely serve as a trivial topic of conversation. However, should Lin Tian truly attempt to compose a poem, it would lead to an irreparable downfall. But at this moment, a laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha ha. Leave? Why would I leave? Do you think crafting a transcendent piece is a challenge for me? Ha 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 ha. Naturally, I can empathize with your current sentiments. After all, for mediocre talents like yourselves, even a single line of poetry requires extensive contemplation. Ultimately, you may only produce something as foul and rigid as a stone in a cesspool. In your minds, a timeless work seems so distant, something you could never aspire to behold. but who granted you the authority to judge my worth by the standards of your mediocre lineage? Do you presume that I, a scholar of the Confucian path, am similarly inept as you? Boom! As these words resounded, an expression of profound fury manifested on the faces of the eminent families and celestial cultivators within Minjiu Lu. Their extreme ire was palpable, their expressions nearly contorting in rage. Ding! A series of notifications sounded. Lin Tian's lips curled into a smirk. In the meantime, the celestial cultivators of the renowned families fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere growing ominously tense. Were it not for the presence of Chun Tianliu, the scion of a millennia-old family, they would have undoubtedly charged forward to demonstrate the consequences of daring to insult them. Ha ha ha! Good, good. Even now, you dare to speak with such bravado. Surely, you possess the confidence and strength to back it up. However, I hope your prowess is as formidable as your words. Otherwise, you shall learn the dire consequences of offending us esteemed families. At this moment, the confidence and arrogance of young Master Chun were vividly displayed. Meanwhile, Dongfang Pangpang, upon hearing Lin Tian's words, nearly fainted from fright. After all, those words not only tied him to the Confucian path, but also completely sealed off any avenue of retreat, leaving no room for redemption. It's over. In that instant, a cry of despair echoed within Dongfang Pangpang's heart. On the rooftop, Lin Tian observed that emotions had been sufficiently stirred. He then waved his sleeve nonchalantly. Hee. Very well. Today, I shall demonstrate to you so-called geniuses among these families the insignificance and absurdity of your claimed talents in my presence. Ha ha, behold. Witnessing my poetic creation will be the pinnacle of glory in your lives. Today, under the radiant full moon, I shall compose a poem inspired by this moonlit night. In the next moment, Lin Tian gathered his spiritual energy and began to conjure words in the air. Boom! As Lin Tian's spiritual energy surged, a line of poetry materialized before the eyes of the crowd. They raised their heads to behold. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the azure sky. Boom! Upon the writing of this line, the celestial energy sealed within Nansher Lu erupted with fervor, resonating as if in harmony. At this sight, the entire assembly erupted in excitement. Although they had previously witnessed others evoke a resonance with celestial energy, they had never encountered such a profound reaction. Yet, Lin Tian paid no heed to their astonishment. His hand continued to write, and soon another line of poetry emerged. I long to ride the winds back home, yet fear the jade towers and palaces, for the heights are too cold to endure. Buzz. As this line fell, the celestial energy seemed to reach a point of equilibrium, the earlier tumult dissipating. However, the next moment, a gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd. An extraordinary phenomenon. Half a verse had transformed into a wondrous spectacle. Boom! At this moment, all eyes in the crowd shifted from the poem to the sky. Above, the heavens were filled with extraordinary phenomena birthed from the essence of the universe. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Yet, Lin Tian's writing speed intensified dramatically, until the final moment, the sentiments of human joy and sorrow, the waxing and waning of the moon, and the ancient difficulty of completeness were expressed. May we all be together for a long time, sharing the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. As these lines were uttered, the atmosphere quaked anew. The scholars of Confucianism and Taoism collectively inhaled sharply. This line is truly worthy of immortality, a timeless masterpiece. Boom! With the completion of this verse, the celestial phenomena shifted once again, enveloping all present in an immense cosmic tapestry. The crowd became utterly absorbed in the profound impact and imagery of the poem. In that moment, an elderly scholar of Confucianism and Taoism erupted with an overwhelming aura. Boom! In the next instant, a mere ninth-tier practitioner astonishingly broke through 3 significant realms. Boom, boom, boom. Countless surges of righteous energy erupted forth. His cultivation level ascended to the 6th tier in an instant. Observing this, those nearby exclaimed, "This is enlightenment." He comprehended the Tao through this poem, but it didn't end there. As the elder's elevation concluded, waves of righteous energy flickered around him once more. Boom, boom, boom. In the briefest of moments, over 30 scholars attained enlightenment. Yet this was not the end. The chain reaction continued. The righteous energy spread as if contagious. The scholars resembled lights ignited in the darkness, each flickering their brilliance. At this moment, a single poem inspired 100 scholars to attain enlightenment, astonishing everyone anew. However, without the support of the cosmic essence, their enlightenment was fleeting. Meanwhile, Dongfang Pangbang also regained his composure. He then turned to Chen Tianliu atop Minjiao Tower and said, "He, can you now see the strength of our scholars, gentlemen? Young Master Chen, are you ready to settle the bill? After all, the expenses at Minjiao Tower are not trivial. And there are quite a few of us." Chapter 73. She is simply beyond redemption. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliu's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, he recalled the wager he had previously mentioned, but there were nearly 1,000 people present. What a joke. He instinctively wanted to refute, but the next moment, he remembered that only a few had heard him propose the bet. He doubted that these individuals would dare stand against him and the Chun family behind him. However, before he could speak, a recording stone suddenly appeared on the ground. Click! The recording stone activated, revealing the scene where Chen Tianliu had made the wager. This was naturally the recording stone of Dongfang Pangbang, who had chosen to record it to prevent any underhanded dealings against him. Even though two towering figures of Confucianism and Taoism were present, allowing him to act so audaciously, he was still merely flesh and blood. Should someone decide to harm his delicate form, he needed to be prepared, didn't he? After all, this recording stone could connect to the two great figures of Confucianism and Taoism. At the moment the images were released, everyone present heard Chen Tianliu's wager. Subsequently, the newer arrivals turned their gazes toward Chen Tianliu atop Minjiao Tower, their eyes filled with a desire to benefit from the establishment. Chen Tianliu naturally sensed the longing in those gazes. Almost immediately, he wanted to protest, but before he could utter a word, Dongfang Pangbang spoke up loudly. "Everyone, do not rush. Surely you heard the contents of the wager from the recording stone. One by one, don't worry, there's a place for all of you. After all, do you know who made that promise in the recording? It is none other than the young master of the Chun family, a descendant of the ancient and powerful families of the 3,000 prefectures. He has always been a man of his word, never one to shy away from expenses. Therefore, line up for Minjiao Tower one at a time." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliu's eyes widened in shock. Yet, he understood that he had no choice but to swallow his pride. To refuse would tarnish the reputation and prestige of the Chen family. Furthermore, upon returning to his clan, he would face even graver consequences. Meanwhile, in the sky, Fang Chuanru and Kong Mingru, having witnessed the scene through Dongfang Pangbang's recording stone, promptly arrived at the location. They had clearly observed the previous events. The two exchanged glances. It must be him. He is likely the one who composed the poem on the cliff. After all, he carries the residual aura of the cosmic essence. At this moment, Fang Chuanru remarked. Kong Mingru nodded in agreement, having perceived the same. "What do you think? Should we go down to meet him?" "No need. Since he has come here to compose poetry, it is undoubtedly for the poetry gathering. We will meet him eventually. If we go down now, it would only create unnecessary trouble and attention for him. Moreover, there are others capable of creating timeless works as well. If we descend now, it may cause dissatisfaction among them. Let things unfold naturally." After hearing this, Kong Mingru nodded. In the next moment, the two vanished from sight. Across from them, two other figures in the sky were also observing the scene below. Indeed, they were the old Holy Master and Bai Lin. The two had recently arrived at Yumen's, and they had just witnessed Lin Tian's poetic moment. At this instant, their expressions were filled with immense pride, especially Bai Lin, who, had it not been for his father's presence, would have already proclaimed everything happening here to the world. Damn it, a single person has produced two timeless masterpieces. Who else could it be? After this, who would dare say that the Qingchi Holy Land only produces brutes? As he looked at his nephew below, satisfaction filled his eyes. Previously, he had harbored doubts about whether Lin Tian was truly his sister's biological son, given how she treated him almost like an outsider. But now, it was evident that he was undoubtedly connected to the Bai family. Especially upon seeing his arrogant demeanor, it was 100% confirmation of his lineage. He was a spitting image of both him and his father. It cannot be said that they were merely similar. They were identical. At this moment, as he gazed at Lin Tian, he discovered that his nephew seemed to possess only virtues, devoid of any faults. "What? You say he is too arrogant? Isn't that a flaw? What a joke. Youthful exuberance. Shouldn't youth indulge in arrogance? Should they wait until old age to be bold? Besides, look at his father. Still full of bravado at several thousand years old. What could possibly be wrong? Wasn't he still unrivaled in the world, pressing down on his contemporaries, leaving them gasping for breath? Thus, in conclusion, arrogance is not a flaw. It is a virtue. Moreover, this is a person who has produced 2 timeless poems. Who has ever seen such a feat? Who could achieve such remarkable feats? What is wrong with being a bit reckless? Yet, in the next moment, he discerned that his father's emotions seemed rather peculiar. There was an unmistakable hint of sorrow and anger. What could be the reason behind this? Why was his father not sharing in the joy and excitement that he should have felt upon witnessing the recent events? As he turned his gaze towards the direction where the old Saint Lord was looking, everything became clear. Below, on the Minjiu building, Lin Tian sat alone before a table laden with sumptuous delicacies. Strangely, there were also 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls beside him, evidently prepared for someone else. Before he could fathom the situation, Lin Tian poured 2 cups of wine onto the ground. Observing this, Bai Linyue's eyes filled with confusion. After all, he knew that Lin Tian's actions were a tribute to the relatives of the deceased. Deceased relatives? Did not Lin Tian's family remain intact? Moreover, to perform such a gesture on this festive occasion implied that the loss was of someone extremely close. In that moment, Bai Linyue was reminded of the farming couple who had raised Lin Tian, the only deceased family members he could think of. This thought struck him like a blow, for he realized that he was supposed to be Lin Tian's kin. On a day that should have been one of unity, they were relegated to the sidelines. Watching Lin Tian reunite with a departed stranger over a meal, for the old Saint Lord, who valued familial bonds above all, this was indeed troubling. Yet at that moment, Bai Linyue found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the old Saint Lord, veins bulging on his forehead, exclaimed, "What on earth are Bai Linyue and that fool doing? Why have they not yet arrived? Do they not realize that Tian'er is here?" Hearing this, Bai Linyue was momentarily stunned. After all, upon arriving at this place, he had spoken with his sister Bai Linyue regarding their current whereabouts. The result had left him dumbfounded. She had informed him that she was still at the Lin residence in Tianyi City, enjoying the full moon festival dinner with Lin Haotian and her adopted son. They would only set off for this place after finishing their meal. At this moment, Bai Linyue relayed her words, but upon hearing them, the old Saint Lord's expression turned dark in a way Bai Linyue had never witnessed before. Finally, the old Saint Lord muttered in a hushed tone, "She is beyond redemption." Chapter 74. A new poem, The Shock of the Old Saint Lord and Bai Linyue. At this moment, Lin Tian gazed at the delectable dishes before him. Despite their enticing aroma, he merely looked on without appetite. He was unsure whether this change stemmed from his elevated cultivation or the turmoil within his heart. Suddenly, he picked up a wine jug nearby. This wine, known as Reincarnation, was crafted from various celestial materials and the essence of magical beasts, unique to the Minjiu building, and reputed to be the finest in Yunmen. Even those of the highest cultivation would find themselves intoxicated after a single sip. Lin Tian lingered at the dining table for only a moment before departing, for there were merely 2 empty bowls, symbols of his 2 closest kin who were no longer present. He recalled that he had left the mementos of his loved ones in the Lin residence. Indeed, on his first day back at the Lin residence, he had thought it would be his home, but alas, he was expelled the very next day, with only the relics left by his farming parents to carry with him. He remembered hiding those items in that room, and since then, he had never had the opportunity to retrieve them. It appeared he would have to visit the Lin residence once again. Holding the Reincarnation in his hand, Lin Tian exited the Minjiu building. Naturally, his appearance had already transformed, rendering Qiangchi Liu and the others oblivious to his current whereabouts. Unbeknownst to him, a rotund figure had chosen to follow him upon witnessing his departure, the stone of recording in hand, flickering as if capturing something. Lin Tian casually sought out a secluded corner, gazing at the night sky. He downed the wine in one gulp. But perhaps due to the potency of the drink or the fact that it was his first time consuming alcohol in his body, his cheeks flushed slightly and his head began to spin after just one jug. Was he truly intoxicated? Lin Tian marveled at this. He was at the pinnacle of the 5th rank. How could a single jug induce such a state? Indeed, Reincarnation lived up to its reputation. Accompanied by the gentle breeze and the sensation of inebriation, he found the moment rather pleasant. In the next instant, Lin Tian retrieved another jug of Xiren Zy from his storage space. Yes, he had another jug. No, to be precise, he had several more. Was it a joke? With Chun Tianliu treating, it would be an affront to himself to take less. Had it not been for the remaining jugs of Xiren Zy, he would have certainly taken hundreds. With a breeze at his back, Lin Tian chose not to gulp it down this time. Instead, he began to savor it sip by sip. Indeed, the wine was delightful, albeit exceedingly easy to intoxicate. Gradually, Lin Tian's consciousness became foggy and disordered. At that moment, he began to stagger through the city. Almost everyone in the city was heading towards the Minjiayu building. After all, there was a banquet taking place. Thus, Lin Tian found the streets astonishingly empty. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at a square. The square featured a leaderboard, and upon seeing this scene, Lin Tian felt a sense of déjà vu. At that moment, he was nearly drunk and could not recall where this place was. Moreover, he noticed an elder and a middle-aged man standing in the square, both regarding Lin Tian with expressions of concern and compassion, as though they were elders observing their younger kin. Indeed, the two were Bai Linyue and the old Saint Lord. The old Saint Lord, witnessing Lin Tian stumbling alone in a drunken stupor, felt a pang of sorrow. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by Lin Tian's inebriation, he descended to meet him. Lin Tian? Who were these two? Why were they gazing at him in such a manner? Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, or some other reason. But Lin Tian instinctively felt a sense of familiarity towards them. Who are you? He asked instinctively. Ah, young friend, we are merely travelers passing through Yunmen's. We heard of a grand event and came to witness it, but did not anticipate the city to be so desolate. Might you enlighten us? Lin Tian replied, Oh, you are here for the festivities? You have come to the wrong place. The liveliest scene should be at the Nanan building. However, you may be too late. It is already packed to the brim. As he spoke, Lin Tian, perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, recounted all the happenings at Nanchi Tower. He even urged the two to join him in drinking. Upon hearing his words, the old Saint Lord displayed a face of astonishment. What? A remarkable literary masterpiece has indeed emerged. Alas, it is truly regrettable that I could not witness the birth of such a timeless work at the earliest moment. A significant loss in one's life. The old sage, lamenting, lifted a jug of Qingchi Sanctuary and began to drink. Yes, it is indeed unfortunate that we did not witness that grand spectacle. Bai Linyue, nearby, echoed his sentiments while also indulging in his drink. However, these words reached Lin Tian's ears, prompting a surge of intoxication within him. In the next moment, he seized a jug of wine and rose to proclaim, Regrettable? What is regrettable? Hick, is it not just a work of genius? Such things are not difficult to create. Hick, just wait and see. With that, Lin Tian glanced towards the rankings displayed in the square, recalling what this was. Was this not the talent ranking? He had stumbled upon this place by chance. Yet, in his drunken state, he paid little heed to it. Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue's eyes lit up. After all, he had witnessed Lin Tian's extraordinary talent in this regard. Twice he had seen him create works of timeless beauty. You shall compose poetry, Bai Linyue exclaimed, his tone tinged with excitement. Previous encounters had allowed him only to observe from afar. He had yet to truly experience the moment. The old sage, too, felt a stir of interest. Of course, Lin Tian declared, immediately channeling his spiritual energy. In an instant, a line of verses materialized before them. Do you not see the waters of the yellow river flowing from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never returning? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall lamenting white hair, morning like black silk, evening turning to snow? Boom! At that moment, the very essence of heaven and earth trembled. The two onlookers were momentarily stunned, for they had witnessed this scene before, and each time, it had heralded the arrival of a timeless masterpiece. Could it be that this time would be no different? But before they could react, another verse appeared before them. In life, one must indulge while in delight. Let not the golden goblet face the moon empty. Heaven bestowed my talents for a purpose. A fortune lost will surely return. Hiss! With just this line, both the old sage and Bai Linyue recognized that it would undoubtedly be another masterpiece. A veritable work of timeless beauty. As this verse fell, a rumble resonated, and an extraordinary phenomenon appeared above them. Yet the verses continued to flow, butchering sheep and slaughtering cattle for merriment. One must drink 300 cups in one go. Masterson, Dan Xiaosheng, raise your glasses, let not the cup cease, I sing a song for you. Please lend me your ear. The sound of bells and drums and lavish feasts are not worth cherishing. I only wish to remain drunken and never awaken. In the next moment, Lin Tian drained the jug of Qingchi and Zy in one gulp. Bang! He effortlessly tossed aside the exquisite wine jug. His spiritual energy erupted in the arena. Since ancient times, sages have remained solitary. Only the drinkers leave their names, gazing at the words in the sky. The old sage and Bai Linyue stood frozen in place. Hiss! At this moment, Bai Linyue felt an urge to shout with joy. He then followed Lin Tian's example and drank deeply from his cup. But in the next instant, the old sage shot him a warning glance. What nonsense! How can this uncouth fool disrupt my good grandson's poetry? Do you not see him composing? At such a time, the state of mind is paramount. What if this boorish man interrupted his grandson's poetic endeavor? Meanwhile, Lin Tian paid no mind to the commotion behind him. The verses continued to soar. Once, the king Chun feasted in Pinglu, 10,000 cups of wine filled with mirth and jest. Why does the host speak of lacking funds? Simply procure more to drink with you. 5 flower horses and cloaks worth 1,000 gold. Call upon the children to exchange for fine wine, to dispel eternal sorrows together. Observing the poetic lines before them, the old sage and Bai Linyue stood utterly dumbfounded. What grandeur! At that moment, they finally beheld Lin Tian's magnificence as he crafted a work of timeless beauty. Boom! As the final line of verse fell, the sky had already manifested extraordinary phenomena. Chapter 74. This is the greatest compensation for Lin Tian. The phenomenon created here quickly captured the attention of the denizens of Yunmin's. Observing the magnificent spectacle once more, those still seated within Minjiu Tower were rendered speechless. Is this yet another manifestation of the essence of heaven and earth? Could another masterpiece be born? In a single day? 2 pieces? No, this is not merely within a day. This has transpired in less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. At this moment, the plump figure of Dongfang, holding the recording stone, was also rendered dumbfounded. A timeless masterpiece? Another one? This was already the second. Oh no, this must be the third. This person, with every stroke, begets a work of timeless beauty? Goodness, who is this individual? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of the sage of Confucianism? Meanwhile, across from the recording stone, Fang Xuanru and Kong Mingru exchanged silent glances, each tugging at their beards in contemplation. The events unfolding were simply too astonishing for them to articulate. 3. A full 3 masterpieces. Could this child truly be the chosen one of our Confucian path? Soon enough, the faces of the 2 elders blossomed into hearty laughter, particularly Fang Xuanru, who realized that with Lin Tian present, his earlier ambition to forge a new path for Confucianism had already achieved more than half success. The Confucian path shall flourish. The Confucian path shall flourish. The 2 venerable figures of Confucianism laughed heartily. At the West Poetry Tower, as Lin Tian completed his final stroke, the entire phenomenon solidified into form. An immensely grand tapestry unfolded before the old sage and Bai Linyue. Yet at that moment, Lin Tian suddenly collapsed. Witnessing this, the old sage rushed forward to catch him securely. In that instant, concern filled the old sage's eyes. He then glanced at the celestial verse in the sky. Heaven bestowed my talents for a purpose. A fortune lost will surely return. He understood that perhaps this line was what he yearned for most. 20 years of enduring humiliation. Being bullied, looked down upon, and scorned by irresponsible parents. Now, having risen to power, he would ensure that those foolish individuals witness how the one they scorned emerges into prominence. Observing this scene, the old sage's eyes, filled with concern, revealed a profound satisfaction. Good, a man of ambition. 20 years of hardship have not dulled your edges. This is indeed the grandson of Bai Qinju. Subsequently, the 3 departed from the West Poetry Tower, leaving behind only the shimmering verses. As time passed, more and more individuals arrived at the scene, gazing upon the poem displayed above. Naturally, they could not see the poet himself. The following morning, Lin Tian awoke in an unfamiliar bed, and he sprang up abruptly. Yet, the surroundings were empty. How do you end up here? Lin Tian instinctively inquired. He recalled drinking the night before, then seeing 2 individuals, and he had composed a poem. Hadn't he? Yet, he paid little attention to these details. In the next moment, Lin Tian vanished using the thunder escape technique. His cultivation now allowed him to employ this technique multiple times. Subsequently, he executed the thunder escape nearly a dozen times, altering his appearance with each use. Only after confirming his safety with the system did he cease. He then sought out the largest tavern in Yunmen's and settled in. In the system, a sum of 10,000 emotional points was spent to arrange a magical formation in his room. At this moment, anyone harboring hostility in the vicinity would be sensed immediately. He then fell back down, clearly still recovering from the effects of the previous night's indulgence. Unbeknownst to him, the poem he composed last night, Shui Diao Gutu, was being fervently disseminated. While other classic poems were also circulating, none matched the speed of this particular work. Firstly, it was created in the presence of numerous witnesses. Secondly, the timing coincided perfectly with the full moon festival, and the complete poem was thematically appropriate. Thirdly, Chun Liu had invited the entire city to dine at Minjiayu Tower today, inadvertently fueling interest in the poem. After all, everyone was curious about how much Chun Liu had spent that night. Most importantly, someone had recorded the poem's creation on a recording stone, which was now being sold continuously. This was the most complete documentation of a masterpiece's creation, resulting in an unimaginable momentum for its dissemination. At this moment, aboard a black warship, Bai Linyue gazed at the recording stone in her hand. She had watched these images countless times, yet it never felt sufficient. A smile of unprecedented pride blossomed on her face, a mother's pride in her child's accomplishments. Such a smile had previously been reserved solely for Lin Hao. Yet now, this smile could very well be the first time Bai Linyue had expressed such joy for Lin Tian across 2 lifetimes. Standing beside her, Lin Haotian and Lin Hao wore peculiar expressions, each lost in their own thoughts, particularly Lin Hao, whose face remained unchanged but whose eyes brimmed with growing resentment. After all, he had noticed the gaze of pride Bai Linyue had directed towards Lin Tian. Previously, her smile had been a privilege exclusive to him, now stolen by a mere commoner. This was utterly infuriating. He could not comprehend why Bai Linyue continued to care for that good-for-nothing, despite his departure from the Lin household. Was that waste truly so significant? Meanwhile, Bai Linyue was oblivious to the changes in the 2 men beside her. Her expression suddenly darkened, even becoming frantic as she recalled their earlier decision to give the poem from the cliff to her adopted son. In that moment, a wave of panic washed over her, akin to being engulfed in ice. She realized that she could no longer explain the situation to Lin Tian, nor could she reclaim the poem at this point. It was too late. The poem was authored by Lin Hao and had already spread across nearly half of the Sankinzhou. If she were to reveal that the poem was actually Lin Tian's work, her adopted son's reputation would be at stake. The thought of Lin Tian's furious, questioning gaze from that time deepened her fear, causing her heart to ache as if being sliced by a knife. She regretted her earlier decision profoundly. She had not even received Lin Tian's forgiveness, yet had rashly given his work to her adopted son. An inexplicable sense of panic seemed poised to engulf her entirely. Yet, in the next moment, she clutched the recording stone tightly, as if seeking solace. Then, feeling uneasy, she retrieved Lin Tian's servant disciple token. With both items firmly in her grasp, Bai Linyue felt a slight alleviation of her inner turmoil. Yes, it would be all right. She could make amends. She could compensate her Tianer in other ways. From that moment on, she vowed to give him anything he desired, as long as she could make it right. Everything will be fine. In that instant, Bai Linyue repeatedly reassured herself. However, she failed to realize that this so-called compensation was merely her usual behavior towards Lin Hao. Yet she insisted on believing it to be the greatest recompense for Lin Tian. Chapter 75. That rascal truly believes we owe him something. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous sounds, Lin Tian was jolted awake. Approaching the window, he overheard the commotion outside. Hey, have you heard? The North King is coming to our Yunmen's. And he bringing the North King's heir, who has been in seclusion for over a decade. What? The North King? And the North King's heir? At this moment, some individuals uninterested in the affairs of the cultivation world began to murmur. Although the news of Lin Hao's arrival in Yunmen's to receive the infusion of heavenly energy had spread, the simple folk of Yunmen's were more intrigued by the recent classic poems than the noble family's gossip. Thus, the dissemination of this news was rather limited. Oh, is that all? ISNT, that old news? Why are you all so excited? A person well-versed in these matters spoke up, and soon more voices joined in, eager to hear. They recounted the events, including Lin Hao's impactful verse that stirred the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the two esteemed scholars who personally traveled to attend. They even organized a poetry conference to promote him, with the 4 poetry towers prepared for the occasion. What? The 4 poetry towers were all set up to promote one person? Many in the crowd expressed their astonishment. After all, over the past few days, those 4 towers had garnered the attention of countless powerful factions, all for the sake of elevating a single individual. Not just that. I've heard the heir is not only exceptionally talented, but also possesses extraordinary literary skills. Have you heard of those 3 recent classic poems? Though there are 4 towers, why have only 3 poems emerged? And why is there no classic poem from the North Tower? The crowd began to question, puzzled. Oh, special? Well, that is somewhat accurate. The North Tower indeed holds something special, because it houses the poem written by Lin Hao at the moment of his emergence. It was said that this poem encapsulated the North King's heir's state of mind, harmonizing with the timing and environment to create a work that transcended the realm of classic masterpieces. Thus, even if the 3 classic poems were to be revealed to the world, they would have to avoid overshadowing it. I even heard that no one dared to challenge the North Tower. Moreover, there was only that one poem on the talent rankings. What? One poem occupies an entire ranking. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Such a claim was indeed unimaginable, living up to the title of the North King's heir. Meanwhile, upon hearing these remarks from below, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Finally, the moment had arrived. The wait has truly been excruciating. At this moment, Lin Tian evidently began to anticipate tomorrow's poetry competition. However, just at that instant, a resonant hum echoed through the room as the formation he had set up began to ripple. Someone intended to lay hands on him. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized within Lin Tian's chamber. The Black Armored Army? Upon seeing the trio, Lin Tian immediately recognized their origins. Yet, he felt no trace of panic, for his enhanced strength bestowed upon him an unwavering confidence. Moreover, the 3 individuals seemed to harbor no malicious intent towards him. In the next moment, one of the black armored soldiers stood upright, producing a letter from his hand and declaring, "Young Master Lin Tian, this is a letter from the prince. He commands you to meet him immediately upon receiving this missive." Despite addressing him as young master, the tone bore no respect, even hinting at condescension. Lin Tian took the letter without a glance, and in the next instant, it spontaneously ignited into flames. He regarded the black armored soldier with a smirk, stating, "If Lin Haotian wishes to see me, let him come find me himself." "You expect me to meet him?" "Absolutely not." Casually tossing the ashes of the burnt letter at the soldier's face, Lin Tian reiterated, "Now, leave." A flicker of danger flashed in the soldier's eyes, yet the next moment, he vanished from sight. Bang! Lin Haotian, upon overhearing the conversation among the 3 black armored soldiers, slammed his palm onto the table. What? That scoundrel actually said that. The trio fell silent. Scoundrel. Utterly outrageous. Does he think he can act with impunity after being absent for a mere few days? As Lin Haotian's fury surged, veins throbbed on his forehead, and a palpable pressure radiated from him. Notably, Lin Hao stepped forward, unusually soft-spoken. "Father, please do not be angry. It seems brother is upset upon discovering we took his poem without his consent. He must be venting his frustration and does not truly mean it." Lin Hao understood that to gain the most from the poetry competition, he needed Lin Tian's assistance. Thus he felt compelled to speak on his behalf. Meanwhile, Bai Linyue, hearing his words, felt her eyes redden with guilt. She added, "Indeed, we have wronged Tian. His anger is entirely justified. If we desire his help for Hao, we should have approached him personally." Thus, in that moment, Bai Linyue acquiesced to the plan of enlisting Lin Tian's support for Lin Hao in the poetry competition. The rationale behind this was clear. During the previous full moon festival, Lin Haotian and Lin Hao had persistently pressured her, and previously, Lin Hao's wish for Lin Tian to pass on his skills during his birthday had not been fulfilled. Bai Linyue felt obliged to compensate Lin Hao with another wish. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent, neither rejecting nor agreeing, only stating she would assist. If Lin Tian refused, they would not force the matter. However, Lin Haotian's anger reignited. Had he not harmed Hao first, would we have resorted to using his poem for Hao? That scoundrel truly believes we owe him something. In that moment, Lin Haotian spoke with palpable indignation. Yet, realizing he could not oppose his adoptive son after expressing such sentiments, he begrudgingly decided to proceed as well. Chapter 77. Enough. Lin Haotian, be silent. As Lin Haotian and his companions made their way, they soon arrived at the tavern where Lin Tian resided. However, under the meticulous sweep of the black armored soldiers, the establishment now stood deserted. Moments later, Lin Haotian and the others boldly took their seats in the most conspicuous area of the tavern. Then, with a surge of imposing pressure, he announced his presence, akin to signaling Lin Tian that he had arrived. After all, he had previously sent someone to summon Lin Tian. He had no intention of extending a second invitation. The fact that he had not yet stormed in to seize Lin Tian was already a concession to the perceived waste. Yet, as the pressure lingered, considerable time elapsed without Lin Tian descending. His anger intensified at this moment. Earlier, as he traversed the path, his wife had consoled him, urging him to restrain his temper for Hauer's sake. But what was that scoundrel doing? He had clearly released his aura. Yet Lin Tian still did not hurriedly descend to meet him. Was this a ploy to intimidate him? Truly, a rustic who had grown up in the muck, utterly devoid of decorum. Such a person, even in his presence, was merely a source of embarrassment for the king of Baikan. Nevertheless, for the sake of his adoptive son, he chose to endure. Just as he was about to unleash another wave of pressure, footsteps echoed from the stairs. At last he had arrived, merely a talentless rustic, daring to challenge him after just 2 days of absence. Upon returning to the Lin residence, he would ensure Lin Tian received a proper education. At that moment, Bai Linyue and Lin Hao also turned their gazes towards the sound. However, Lin Hao deliberately poured tea for Bai Linyue, seeking to capture her and Lin Haotian's attention. This was crucial, as only then would they notice his lavish attire, which highlighted his refined demeanor and noble aura. This step was pivotal, especially for Bai Linyue. Though she had only spent a few days with Lin Tian, her guilt had already led her to embellish his image in her mind. Yet in her heart, Lin Tian was merely a rustic. What transformation could he possibly undergo? When they met, any disappointment would surely be palpable. Yet, that guilt remained undeniably present. If, at this moment, his extravagant appearance contrasted sharply with Lin Tian's, he could not only solidify his standing in Bai Linyue's esteem, but also unconsciously shift her guilt onto himself. This was a pattern he had discerned. From a moment Bai Linyue brought Lin Tian back to the Lin residence, he had utilized this tactic with remarkable success, effectively seizing the guilt she felt towards Lin Tian. And now it will be no different. That wretched rustic truly believes he can seize an opportunity for a comeback. As the sound drew closer, Lin Hao's expression became increasingly composed and dignified, as if he sought to present his most admirable self to Bai Linyue. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Tian appeared. Lin Hao's pupils dilated in shock, terror flickering in his eyes. For in that instant, Lin Tian, clad in a pristine and elegant daorist robe, was devoid of his former muddy appearance. Notably, his complexion was fair and flawless, his features strikingly refined and handsome. The inherent meekness and timidity had vanished entirely. A serene calmness replaced the tumultuous emotions within him. The moment he laid eyes on the other person, his mind automatically conjured terms such as young master from a prestigious family, noble scion, and gentleman. Particularly striking was the innate nobility radiating from him, a stark contrast to the cultivated demeanor that Lin Tian possessed. In that instant, the other was akin to genuine gold. Even if cast into a mire and enveloped in sludge, he would remain pure gold. Meanwhile, Lin Tian resembled a piece of yellow clay, extravagantly packaged, yet ultimately nothing more than a lump of mud. A surge of anger and resentment swelled within Lin Hao's eyes. How could this scoundrel transform into such a being? On what grounds did he deserve such a metamorphosis? As Bai Linyue gazed upon Lin Tian, she found herself momentarily entranced. At that moment, he embodied the perfect image of the child she had once held dear. She couldn't help but ponder. Had he appeared thus when she had brought him back to the Lin estate, would her feelings towards him have differed? Lin Tian, meanwhile, noticed the change in her gaze but paid it no mind, unconcerned with the underlying reasons. Indeed, he was unaware of the transformation he had undergone. After all, he did not habitually scrutinize his reflection. Had he looked in the mirror at that moment, he would have been astonished by his own metamorphosis, a result of awakening the supreme bone and the subsequent enhancement of his cultivation. The supreme bone, epitomizing the ultimate path, was synonymous with perfection. Thus, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation, his appearance and aura radically altered. Yet, upon glancing at Lin Haotian's darkened face, it was evident that Lin Haotian was indifferent to Lin Tian's current changes. In fact, he seemed to care little for Lin Tian as a person. Naturally, Lin Tian had no intention of offering him any cordiality. He coldly remarked, "May I inquire as to why the King of the North has brought his family to seek me?" Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, before she could respond, Lin Haotian erupted angrily. "Nonsense! Is this how you speak to your father and mother? Enough! You have caused enough trouble. Return with me this instant." As he finished speaking, he stood to leave. However, Lin Tian coldly retorted, "May I ask the King of the North with whom he is conversing? Is it with me? I believe you are mistaken. A mere peasant like myself has no relation to you. Why should I return with you?" At this, Lin Haotian trembled with rage. "You insolent fool! Enough!" Lin Haotian silence. Bai Linyue interjected, her voice laced with anger. In Chapter 78, she reassured, "Tian heir, rest assured. This time your mother will certainly keep her word." After uttering these words, Bai Linyue looked at Lin Tian with reddened eyes, tears streaming down. Tian heir. Observing her current state, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. He interrupted her, saying, "Princess of the Southern Kingdom, please be mindful of your status. I have clearly stated the nature of our relationship. No matter how humble my origins, I cannot be addressed as your highness." Bai Linyue trembled at his words, her tears flowing even more profusely. "No, that is not true. Tian heir, how can you say such things? You are my child, my own flesh and blood. Please, do not be angry. It is your mother's fault. It is all my fault. Do not remain upset. Return with your mother, and I will make it up to you. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Everything that Hao heir has, I will give to you." Her voice quivered with desperation as she pleaded. Yet, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with disdain. "Ah, the princess of the Southern Kingdom truly possesses a knack for jest," he replied with a cold laugh. "However, I must inquire, as a dignified princess, do you not feel the slightest bit of shame as you utter these words? Or do you believe that a mere unrefined peasant like me should be grateful for your fleeting words of comfort?" Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue's heart quaked. She recalled the promises she had made when she abandoned him at the age of 3. In that moment, she felt as though her heart had been ruthlessly pierced. As she gazed upon Lin Tian, she found herself unable to meet his eyes, a sense of dread creeping in. The promises she had made to her own child now felt like mere empty words. Fear enveloped her, a fear of losing something precious. "No, this time it is different. I assure you, mother will keep her word." Lin Tian's voice remained calm, yet his words cut deeply. "Oh, so the princess acknowledges that her previous promises were empty? I had thought you regarded yourself as a person of integrity." At that moment, Bai Linyue felt as though she had been thrust into an ice chamber. Experiencing a heart-wrenching pain, had she truly become so unworthy in her child's eyes? Tears welled in her eyes as she implored, "Tian heir, it is your mother's fault. All my fault. I will change. I promise to change. Please, grant me another chance, just one more." In her voice lay a desperate plea. Stripped of the regal poise she once held as the princess of the Southern Kingdom, all that remained was a mother yearning to regain her child's trust. Yet, the only response she received was a derisive chuckle. Lin Tian could not contain his laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Haotian, angered by Lin Tian's demeanor, shouted, "What do you intend to do? Your mother speaks to you in such a manner, and you still wish for more?" At that moment, Lin Haotian was genuinely furious. He had been aware of his wife's repeated failures to uphold her promises to Lin Tian, which had stirred a twinge of guilt within him. Yet, witnessing Lin Tian's audacity to laugh at such a moment was utterly intolerable. "Do you mean to say that I am expected to accept her words with delight?" Lin Tian retorted, his tone incredulous. Lin Haotian perceived Lin Tian's words as sarcasm, reigniting his fury. "Insolent fool, what are you saying? She is your mother. Do you not feel any remorse for speaking to her in such a manner?" "Remorse?" Lin Tian scoffed. "Are you suggesting that I should feel guilty for her current words? Do you truly believe I can be trifled with? Was it I who compelled her to make promises? Was it I who caused her to break them? One should only make promises that they can keep. Do you not understand this simple truth? Or has no one ever taught you? To whom is this display intended? To instill guilt in me? Who is she anyway? Does she deserve this?" In that moment, Lin Tian's demeanor lost all its previous gentleness, becoming instead remarkably frigid. Although he was not yet a match for Lin Haotian, he knew that if he wished to leave, no one could impede him. With a sudden surge, Lin Haotian's presence erupted fiercely. "You scoundrel! You! Lin Haotian, be silent!" Bai Linyue abruptly rose to halt Lin Haotian's impending actions. In the next instant, she turned to Lin Tian, her eyes welling with tears. She was acutely aware of the enormity of her debt to him, and at that moment, she knew forgiveness from him was utterly unattainable. Yet, the pang of heartache within her could not be concealed. She longed to embrace him, recalling that since she abandoned him alone in the snow at the tender age of 3, she had not held him even once. "Tianer," as she took a single step forward, Lin Tian retreated 2 steps, his expression shifting to one of wariness and alertness. Bai Linyue recognized this as the reaction of one facing danger. A sharp pain surged through her once more, yet the despair within her was far more lethal. For a mother to wish to embrace her own child, only to be perceived as a threat, was the utmost blow to her heart. At that moment, Bai Linyue felt as if the world were spinning, her fingertips turning pale. She could not dare to step forward again. Gazing at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with tears, yet her resolve unwavering, she declared, "Tianer, fear not. Mother acknowledges her faults. This time, I shall certainly keep my word." Seeing her current state, Lin Tian found it utterly laughable. The emotions in his gaze were clear to both Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue. In that instant, Lin Haotian's fury flared once more. "Scoundrel! What do you intend to do? Your mother has spoken thus. Do you truly believe she will go back on her word?" Listening to their words, Lin Tian felt his patience waning, particularly regarding Bai Linyue. He could not fathom what pretense she was maintaining. In the next moment, his gaze turned icy. "Very well. Let me show you just how flimsy your so-called promise truly is." Chapter 79. Lin Tian. "Then let it be my conduit." At this moment, Lin Tian sneered. "Ha, splendid. This is what you proposed. Now, I desire one thing. Surely, you shall not refuse, as you have just uttered those very words." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Bai Linyue's eyes. "Good, good. Whatever it is that you wish for, Tianer, mother will provide. I shall not renege on my word." Bai Linyue seemed fearful that Lin Tian might retract his request, hastily affirming her promise. "Rest assured, you can certainly deliver," Lin Tian replied coldly. Yet at that moment, Lin Hao, who had maintained a sullen expression, involuntarily shuddered, fear bubbling within him. In the next instant, Lin Tian pointed directly at him. "I want you to stab him in the chest with all your might. Not too difficult, is it? Surely you can accomplish this?" Lin Hao's countenance turned ashen, and Bai Linyue trembled at his words. Without hesitation, she cried out no. However, she immediately recognized that her refusal had come too swiftly. She quickly added, "No, it's not as you think, Tianer. Mother cannot harm her children, and at present, I am at the 2nd rank of cultivation. A strike like that would kill Hauer. You are all my children. How could I ever harm you?" Bai Linyue spoke with profound anguish, genuinely experiencing an unbearable torment. She had not anticipated that the conflict and estrangement between her biological child and her adopted son had escalated to such an extent. It had reached a point of irreconcilable severity. She understood that all of this stemmed from her favoritism, and her regret and remorse soared to unprecedented heights. At that moment, she even loathed herself for not paying more attention to Lin Tian back then. Even a little more concern could have altered their current predicament. He had endured so much suffering outside. Why had she treated him so poorly? However, a laugh drew her back to reality. Hearing that laughter, Bai Linyue's face went pale. She hurriedly attempted to clarify, "No, Tianer, this is not mother reneging on her word. It is simply that I cannot do anything to harm you. Choose another. As long as you change it, mother will certainly agree." Seeing Lin Tian's gaze grow increasingly repugnant, Bai Linyue's voice now bore an undertone of pleading. She was genuinely terrified that Lin Tian might turn and leave at any moment. She could not fathom why, but she felt that this was her last opportunity to reconcile with him. Should he turn away now, she would have no chance of reclaiming her child. In the next moment, Lin Tian responded, "Very well, that can be arranged." This response astonished not only Bai Linyue, but even Lin Haotian beside her. Given Lin Tian's current attitude towards them, they had expected him to turn away or at least mock them coldly. Yet, he had agreed to their request. "Good. As long as you do not harm us, mother will certainly acquiesce." Lin Tian disregarded her entirely, having just reiterated that statement moments before. He continued, "Then let Lin Hao serve as my conduit, allowing him to become my tool for transmission. How about that? Surely, this cannot be deemed harm, can it? After all, you previously insisted that I undertake such a task. I presume this request would not be harmful to you, right? When Lin Hao proposed this condition, you agreed without hesitation. As long as you can fulfill it, I will return to the Lin family with you. How's that sound? It should not be too daunting, should it? Lin Tian's tone remained calm, yet his eyes were filled with scorn. Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue's body stiffened, trembling in fear. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. She understood that no matter what she said, it would be wrong. To agree? No. This transmission would undoubtedly destroy her adopted son, Lin Hao. She cannot possibly do that. To refuse? No. That would imply she recognized that transmission constituted harm, yet had previously agreed to allow Lin Tian to perform it on her son. Would that not directly contradict her earlier assertion that she would not harm them? In that moment, she did not need Lin Tian to speak. She felt utterly ridiculous. Her face grew paler, her body trembling, and in the next instant, she collapsed. Seeing this, Lin Haotian rushed to catch her. Observing his wife's ghastly pallor, he erupted in anger. Scoundrel! What are you trying to achieve? Is this the outcome you desired? Are you satisfied seeing your mother in such a state? Yet in the next moment, Lin Tian burst into laughter. Ha! Satisfied? What is there to be satisfied about? Is this not what you promised to compensate me for? What now? At this moment, I merely express a profoundly reasonable request. What fault lies with me? A profoundly reasonable request? Do you dare to assert that? Lin Haotian's words faltered, caught midway, and unable to proceed. Yet at this juncture, Lin Tian spoke once more. You all know. It turns out you are aware how utterly foolish and absurd this request is. I had thought in your eyes this request was merely an inconsequential matter. It seems you also recognize it as a form of harm. At this moment, Lin Tian's gaze turned icy. Meanwhile, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Particularly Bai Linyue, whose complexion grew increasingly pale, her expression morphing into one of struggle and anguish. However, Lin Haotian, consumed by anger, paid no heed to such sentiments and blurted out without a moment's thought. You wretched thing, that is merely because Howard desires the essence of your bloodline. He has never sought your life. Do you think he harbors any malice? Is that not a coincidence? I too only desire his innate talents and have never contemplated taking his life. What malevolence could I possess? Furthermore, do you not incessantly speak of family contributions? What of him enjoying the abundant resources of the Lin family? Should it not be time for him to offer his service? Moreover, once I acquire his talents, possessing the purest bloodline, would that not be fortuitous? Is this not what those forces behind you yearn to witness? Does this not constitute a boon for all factions? Why then do you hesitate? What is it? Are you not always placing family interests at the forefront? Why now do you refuse? Following this barrage of words, Lin Haotian found himself frozen in place once more. Simultaneously, Lin Hao's complexion turned deathly pale, for he understood that Lin Tian's words could very well become reality. If the elders of the Lin family were to learn of this matter, they might indeed resort to the absurdity of allowing Lin Tian to pass on their teachings. After all, in their eyes, bloodlines and heritage supersede all else. What is it? No words now. Do you not wish to speak? Yet why did you initially acquiesce to Lin Hao's request? The two fell into a heavy silence. Was it a reluctance to speak? You have already acted. Yet you are too cowardly to voice it? Very well. Allow me to articulate it for you. In your eyes, I am nothing but a waste. A piece of refuse. A being unworthy of the stage. I am merely a mud-stained wretch, growing in the mire. How could I compare to your esteemed foster son? My death would mean nothing. Who would care? I am but a superfluous entity. My only remaining value lies in this bloodline. To utilize this last vestige of worth, naturally, you would be inclined. Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue immediately broke free from Lin Haotian, hastily rising to speak. No, that is not it. It is not like this, Tianer. Let me explain. In that moment, Bai Linyue instinctively stood to clarify, yet found herself utterly incapable of doing so. Do you not wish to explain? Why now are words failing you? Have you yet to recognize the kind of person you truly are? Utterly hypocritical. Upon finishing, Lin Tian's gaze turned profoundly indifferent. Confronted with such cold detachment, Bai Linyue felt as if something had irrevocably vanished from her heart. A sense of utter loss spread within her. in her flustered state. Bai Linyue sought to preserve Lin Tian, yet alas, with just a single step forward, Lin Tian's icy and wary gaze halted her in her tracks. In that moment, her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, tears streamed down her face, and a tremor of fear laced her voice. Tenor, no, it is not as you think. Just return. As long as you come back, Mother will change. Mother will never treat you that way again. I only wish to bring you home. Ha ha ha. Home? What home? Do you dare call a place where one does not even possess a room home? Bai Linyue's gaze trembled anew. No, there's a room. Mother will provide it for you. If you wish to reside there, Mother can arrange it. As long as you desire it, I will. Do you believe I lack for your 1 or 2 rooms now? Enough. Who are you performing this pretense for? You are tired of acting, yet I am weary of watching. Moreover, I suspect your visit here has an ulterior motive, does it not? After all, you wish for me to return because you see the benefits to be extracted from me, do you not? What is it? Do you wish for me to do something for your sake? Hee, let me guess, I have merely penned a few poems in recent days. And you even stooped to visit me, this mud-stained wretch. Hee, you must want me to compose verses for your precious foster son, so that he may gain greater advantages at the poetry competition. Is that not so? Upon uttering this, Lin Tian's disdain was no longer concealed. It must be said, you truly embody the essence of greed and self-interest. What is it? You took one of my poems, and now seek more? At this juncture, Lin Tian's tone turned chillingly frigid. He addressed Bai Linyue, saying, Is this what you call compensation? Indeed, in your eyes, should I assist your precious foster son, it would be regarded as a glorious deed, would it not? Yet I have now declined. What means do you intend to employ to make me relent? Will you resort to coercion, or do you have some enticing promise to offer? Hearing this, Bai Linyue's emotions flared in response. No, that is not it. Mother has never intended to force you into doing anything against your will. Should you be unwilling, Mother would never compel you. Such words are easier said than done. After all, once you capture me again, even if I resist, what can it avail me? Just as you so easily seized my poem. Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue trembled violently, for in that moment, she realized she had lost all trust as a mother should have for her child. Her words held no credibility in Lin Tian's eyes. Yet in the next instant, Lin Haotian seemed to find a crack in Lin Tian's arguments. He retorted furiously, Humph! You wretched thing! How dare you utter such words? Had you not harmed Hauer, how could we seek to appease him with you? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao shuddered, a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossing his features. I harmed him? Lin Tian replied dismissively. Indeed, that day, Hauer wished for you to return to the Lin family, hence proposed that you vent your frustrations. Yet you, in your recklessness, took the opportunity to harm him. So what now? Do you intend to deny it? He knew that uttering those words at this moment was utterly meaningless. After all, he had once been but in 9th grade, while Lin Hao was a 5th grade. The absurdity of claiming he could injure Lin Hao was believed by these people, particularly Lin Haotian, who had fought on the borders for years without a hint of doubt. What significance did his words hold now? Lin Haotian, with his 1st grade cultivation, and Bai Linyue, a 2nd grade, should have realized the impossibility of the situation if they had merely used their minds. Yet, they had chosen to believe without question, since they were willing to deceive themselves. Why should he subject himself to further torment? Moreover, even if he exposed the truth, what would change? At most, he would witness Lin Hao shedding a few tears to dismiss the matter, a sight he had no desire to behold. However, this did not imply he would simply swallow his pride. After all, those who had stolen from him would inevitably pay the price. With Lin Tian's cold laugh echoing through the air, the atmosphere seemed to fall into a peculiar silence. Lin Hao, sensing this unsettling ambience, became anxious. He was acutely aware that he had exploited this self-directed excuse to gain far too much. Not only that poem, but also the qualification to receive the infusion of Tianxi's talent, and even the jade pendant from Bai Linyue. At this moment, he could not afford to expose himself. The consequences would be unimaginable. The development of the situation had already exceeded his original expectations. Most importantly, Lin Tian's previous suggestion for him to pass on his skills had genuinely instilled a sense of danger within him. Thus, he could not allow the conversation to continue any longer. Seizing the moment, while Bai Linyue and Lin Haotian were momentarily stunned, Lin Hao shouted furiously, You fool! I respected you as the child of my parents, which is why I tolerated you. I never imagined you would treat them this way. Do you truly consider them your punching bags? You even dare to request that I pass on my skills to you, a demand no mother could agree to. If you have grievances, direct them at me. With that, Lin Hao rushed out, his eyes aflame with rage, ready to fight. In that instant, he intended to cripple Lin Tian. Of course, within his script, this would be a result of his anger, leading to an unfortunate outcome, leaving Lin Tian severely injured and rendered useless, subsequently taken back to the Lin residence for healing. Only in this way could he truly retain control over everything. Once Lin Tian was reduced to a genuine waste, Bai Linyue and Lin Haotian would no longer harbor any illusions about him. At that point, a powerless Lin Tian would be at his mercy. An overwhelming force gathered in Lin Hao's hands, and, as he felt that power, Bai Linyue's expression turned to one of terror. She could not imagine the devastation Lin Hao's punch would inflict upon Lin Tian. No, but by the time she reacted, Lin Hao had already charged forward, standing before Lin Tian. With a glint of greed and excitement in his eyes, he prepared to strike. However, in the next moment, a tremendous force erupted from Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian seized Lin Hao's hand, and as Lin Hao felt his grip tighten, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Not only him, but even Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue appeared equally incredulous. But before he could voice his disbelief, Lin Tian forcefully hurled Lin Hao away, his form transforming into a streak of lightning. Lin Hao had not yet touched the ground when Lin Tian was already before him. Boom! Another powerful blow struck Lin Hao's chest, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Looking down at the pit where Lin Hao lay, Lin Tian scoffed, Useless. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's initial disbelief quickly morphed into fury. He stared at Lin Tian, scarcely able to believe that the once malleable waste dared to call him useless. Unaware of his own folly, Lin Hao was certain that his momentary negligence did not mean this waste could be his opponent. Lin Hao, having received the finest cultivation resources and guidance since childhood, quickly regained his footing from the pit, adopting a combat stance. In the next moment, his eyes glowed red as he charged at Lin Tian with renewed determination, vowing to utterly cripple him. As Lin Hao rushed towards Lin Tian, the latter's form shimmered with lightning, vanishing from sight, causing Lin Hao to lunge at empty air. Lin Tian reappeared behind him, and as Lin Hao turned in anger, he was met with a resounding slap that sent him flying. Bang! Lin Hao crashed against the wall. Lin Tian, with a cold, disdainful gaze, uttered, Useless. Hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes turned menacingly fierce. However, this time, his fury was genuine, resembling a raging bull. Observing Lin Hao's state, Lin Tian smirked inwardly, realizing he was just as foolish as in his previous life. In the next moment, Lin Hao charged once more, but Lin Tian dodged with ease, delivering another slap to Lin Hao's face. As Lin Hao fell to the ground, Lin Tian reiterated, Useless. Each time Lin Hao was called a waste, his anger surged, yet his fury proved ineffective. He could not even brush against the hem of Lin Tian's garment. At this moment, both Lin Tian and Lin Hao stood on equal ground, yet Lin Tian's body had been transformed by the Dao Transformation Supreme Bone. Even without any cultivation, his physical strength alone could crush Lin Hao. Not to mention, with his mastery of the lightning escape technique, Lin Tian was far superior. Each of Lin Hao's furious charges failed to connect, met only with slaps and the derisive remark of useless. This cycle continued, and soon enough, at a certain point, Lin Hao's anger surged so intensely that he coughed up blood and fainted from the exertion. Lin Tian chuckled, Hower. Chapter 81. Lin Hao. Everything you have done is utterly in vain. Observing the two rush to support Lin Hao, Lin Tian smirked coldly. He did not linger, swiftly using the lightning escape to return to his chamber. At this moment, in a black carriage, after receiving treatment, Lin Hao finally regained consciousness, his face pale as he gazed at Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue. Hower. At this moment, Bai Linyue stepped forward with a face full of concern. Yet, in the next instant, 2 tears welled up in Lin Hao's eyes. Father, I'm sorry, I lost just now. The tears at the corners of Lin Hao's eyes were undeniably genuine. It was a heartfelt expression. However, he did not feel defeated merely because he lost to Lin Tian, that muddy-legged boy. Rather, he was engulfed by fear. Yes, fear. After all, he had been following Lin Haotian since childhood. Thus, he understood how deeply the latter valued matters of victory and defeat in the heart of the king of Zhenbei. To put it simply, it was reality. Indeed, reality. Otherwise, why would the other party choose to abandon Lin Tian upon witnessing his abysmally poor talent? After all, he was his own flesh and blood. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of the high expectations placed upon him by the other party. Yet, now he had lost to Lin Tian, who was considered a waste by Lin Haotian. At this moment, in the eyes of the latter, was he not even more of a failure than that Lin Tian? But in the next moment, Lin Haotian's voice softened immensely as he said, "Howard, it's all right. Your health is the most important thing now. Do not dwell too much on these trivial matters. Yes, Howard, do not concern yourself with such things. Tell me, is there any discomfort in your body?" Bai Linyue added, gently, with concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. However, joy quickly blossomed in his heart. From these two statements alone, he could deduce that Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue were utterly unconcerned about his recent failure. It seemed that even in defeat, his standing in their hearts remained steadfast and unshaken. "Ha! Lin Tian, do you see this? Even if you have fortuitously triumphed over me this time, what of it? Do you truly believe you can shake my family's position?" Indeed, at this moment, he attributed his defeat to Lin Tian's good fortune. After all, he had been provoked by the latter and had been unable to unleash his full power. The entire encounter had been a battle fought with brute force, without even employing his formidable treasures. Naturally, at that time, he thought it unthinkable to waste excess spiritual energy on such a waste. Thus, he had barely tapped into 30% of his strength. In a fit of rage, he had even fainted, resulting in the current predicament. Otherwise, how could a mere waste possibly defeat him? In the minds of Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue, their thoughts mirrored this sentiment. They believed that Lin Hao had even deliberately allowed Lin Tian to win. Perhaps even the scene of him fainting from anger had been an intentional act. After all, how could their nurtured prodigy possibly lose to Lin Tian? And in such a foolish manner? It was inconceivable that he had genuinely fainted from anger. What a joke. Their cultivated individual was so fragile. Yet at this moment, Lin Hao, lying in bed, seemed to recall something. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he turned to Bai Linyue and said, "Mother, regarding what brother said about passing on his skills, if it could truly bring him back, Howard, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Lin Haotian interjected immediately upon hearing Lin Hao's words. Bai Linyue, too, appeared anxious as she said, "Howard, you cannot be so reckless. You are my child. How could I allow you to do such things?" "But brother," Lin Hao's tears continued to flow, revealing a visage of grievance. Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue's body stiffened and her gaze dimmed. At this moment, she was well aware of what her adopted son wished to convey. After all, the root of all this turmoil stemmed from Lin Hao's earlier suggestion about passing on skills. But could this matter solely be blamed on her adopted son? If they had not consented, Bai Linyue's face turned pale in an instant. Yet she spoke to Lin Hao before her, "Howard, this matter is not your fault. It is my mistake. I failed to consider Tian'er's feelings, which led him to." As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. However, upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt an immense joy in his heart, for he understood that he had successfully redirected the source of this animosity. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the suggestion to pass on skills had been his own. If he did not clarify this, even if Bai Linyue claimed to be unconcerned, she would inevitably harbor resentment towards him. What folly! Bai Linyue had ties to Qingchi Holy Land. If he allowed her to develop resentment, would he not risk a decrease in resources in the future? He could never allow such a situation to arise. But now it was different. At this moment, he had successfully dismantled the bomb that could have exploded at any moment. Yet the next moment, with his eyes still red, he said, "But what about brother? He seems to still be angry. If he refuses to return." Upon hearing this, Bai Linyue's face paled once more. "No, that won't happen. Tian'er will return. He is only angry right now. He will surely come back." This statement seemed to be an explanation to Lin Hao, but also a form of self-comfort. Of course, at this moment, Lin Hao was no longer concerned with her words. After all, he had managed to dissipate matters that could cause him trouble. At this moment, he felt at ease. Yet the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. For at that instant, he saw Bai Linyue take out a life token. Upon seeing that jade pendant, Lin Hao's gaze trembled, and a flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. He recognized that it was Lin Tian's life token. Moreover, it also served as the medium for his use of the Gu technique. It was at this moment that he recalled this greatest hidden danger. If his secret were to be discovered, everything he had done would be exposed. After all, he had suppressed Lin Tian's talent and then proposed the idea of passing on skills. Even a fool could discern the inconsistency in this. Not to mention that the Gu technique was an absolute taboo throughout the 3,000 prefectures. Anyone who came into contact with it would face the hostility and eradication of all beings in the 3,000 prefectures. Yet for some reason, Bai Linyue seemed particularly attached to this life token. She had repeatedly expressed her desire for it, but the other party had always refused. She even kept it on her person. At this moment, he could not possibly retrieve it. However, he could not afford to give up. After all, this was the greatest threat to him. Mother. But he had not finished speaking when Bai Linyue had already left the carriage, clutching the life token. Seeing the sorrowful expression on his wife's face, Lin Haotian immediately pursued her. Howard, you should rest well in the carriage for now. You still need to explain your talent at the poetry conference tomorrow. Hearing Lin Haotian's words, Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, while he did not have Lin Tian's assistance in composing poetry at this moment, he could still occupy one of the 4 major poetry towers, the North Tower, based on Lin Tian's previous poem on the cliff. Thus, he still retained ownership of 20% of the celestial talent. Well then, although 20% falls short of my expectations, is still an unavoidable circumstance. After all, I already possess 20% of the celestial talent within me. If I were to acquire an additional 20% of the celestial essence, then within my own being, I would possess 40% of this vital energy. That would be nearly sufficient. At this moment, Lin Hao found himself alone in the carriage, gazing out the window, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Did you see that, Lin Tian? All your efforts are utterly futile. No matter how much you strive, it merely serves to adorn my own achievements. Given your feeble character, you will likely hesitate and falter. The following morning, over 50% of the populace in Yunmins had gathered at a singular location, Bai Linyue Academy. Before them stood an imposing staircase, which all those wishing to enter Bai Linyue Academy must ascend. This staircase is known as Iku, said to have been established by the sage of Confucianism as the initial trial of endurance and perseverance in learning. Anyone traversing this staircase, be they mortal or cultivator, must do so on foot. At the summit of Bai Linyue Academy, a vast plaza had been constructed. In each of the 4 cardinal directions stood a towering pillar, each adorned with 100 steps beneath it. Clearly, this was the designated area for the infusion of celestial essence. Lin Hao, already present in the plaza, had a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. However, it was not yet time for the infusion of celestial essence. His purpose in this location was to engage in other matters. Indeed, those who arrived at this place included not only those eligible for the infusion of celestial essence, but also a multitude of prodigies. Yes, these were the geniuses from the 3,000 states, all drawn here for the celestial essence. Naturally, these prodigies possessed their own identities and statuses, making it implausible for them to compete with ordinary individuals for the 4 poetic pavilions. Such behavior would be beneath them, yet they could not forsake the precious celestial essence, which is why they congregated here for the final infusion. Soon, a poetry competition would take place at this location. The competition would be for the steps leading to the infusion, while the highest position would remain unattainable, reserved for those whose talents could produce a timeless masterpiece. Although these individuals were hailed as geniuses, it was solely in the realm of cultivation that they excelled, transcending the mundane. As for poetry, they were far from extraordinary, much less capable of creating a work of lasting significance. Thus, Lin Hao had no reason to worry about his 20% of celestial essence being seized. This assurance stemmed from Lin Haotian's discussions with the 2 esteemed scholars. Initially, they had intended to bestow 80% of the essence upon Lin Hao, hence the establishment of the 4 poetic pavilions. This was a precautionary measure in case Lin Tian chose not to assist, leaving Lin Hao unable to gather the full 80% of celestial essence. At the very least, he would still have the opportunity to absorb 20%. Indeed, while the celestial essence was currently sealed by the 2 scholars, the unique spiritual energy of the heavens and earth could only be absorbed once it was summoned forth. Otherwise, it would remain inaccessible. Once the essence manifested, the 2 scholars would guide its infusion into a person's body. Should the essence escape their grasp before being infused, it would dissipate without a trace. The method of summoning the celestial essence was through the creation of poetry, as the presence of poetry would naturally attract this vital energy. Thus, the 4 poetic pavilions were established. After all, poetry often requires a touch of divine inspiration. Lin Haotian contemplated that if Lin Hao failed to produce verses capable of gathering substantial essence, it would result in a waste of the scholar's efforts. The scholars were initially inclined to refuse, given their disdain for those who deceive and mislead. However, they realized that if the individual capable of composing poetry on the precipice could not gather sufficient essence, the poems within the 4 pavilions could at least mitigate the loss of celestial essence. Releasing their own essence was far from a simple task. Forging a new path was not something to be accomplished overnight. They sought to use this opportunity to enhance the qualifications of their group of scholars. Lin Hao gazed eagerly at the 4 pillars before him. Although he already possessed 20% of essence within him, he could not yet utilize it, thus remaining unaware of its extraordinary qualities. However, he knew that he would soon experience its sensations. Observing his adopted son, Lin Haotian remarked with a smile, "However, do not rush. You will inevitably attain this essence. There is no need for haste. For now, focus on befriending those other prodigies. After all, they are your peers. In the future, during the prodigy rankings and beyond, you will have ample opportunities for interaction. It is prudent to familiarize yourself with them now." Upon hearing these words, Lin Hao nodded. "Father, I understand." He then proceeded towards the assembly of celestial prodigies. Witnessing his composed demeanor, Lin Haotian nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he was proud of his well-trained son, who displayed such poise. Had Lin Tian been present, his timid nature would have surely caused him to cower. Outside the plaza, Lin Tian gazed upon the grand expanse before him, particularly the colossal stone pillars. As he drew nearer, he could sense the dense celestial essence contained within these pillars. It seemed these were the very instruments the scholars used to seal the essence. The day has finally arrived. I eagerly anticipate the expressions of Lin Haotian and the others. Stepping forward, he entered Bai Linyue Academy. Upon his arrival, nearly everyone present turned their gaze towards him. Ever since his poetic performance at Minjiu Tower, he had garnered considerable fame. At this moment, regardless of whether they were Confucian or celestial cultivators, even ordinary spectators recognized Lin Tian instantly. After all, far too many witnesses had observed his poetic prowess on that day. Subsequently, some even crafted commemorative stones depicting his performance for sale. Thus, his visage had become widely known. In this moment, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue were also drawn to the commotion. Bai Linyue's eyes shimmered with emotion, clearly eager to rush forward and acknowledge Lin Tian. However, Lin Haotian held her hand firmly. Bai Linyue, looking at her husband with concern, replied, "My dear, it is not the time to confront that scoundrel. It would surely affect Howard. Do you not recall the promise you made to me? I assured you that I would allow Lin Tian to return to the Lin family to meet with the elders, but you must refrain from acknowledging that scoundrel today." Indeed, in order to prevent any adverse effects on his wife, Lin Haotian made a promise to Bai Linyue last night. Following the poetry conference, he intends to relay Lin Tian's information back to the elders of the Lin family and his father. After all, witnessing the battle between Lin Tian and Lin Hao last night revealed that Lin Tian is not as inept as he had previously presumed. Of course, he is merely of slight use, not worthy of his attention. However, the upcoming baptism of celestial talents might grant Lin Tian some utility. Even if he ultimately remains inferior to Lin Hao, at the very least, nurturing him could provide assistance to Lin Hao in certain matters, potentially turning Lin Tian into a capable subordinate in the future. At this moment, Lin Haotian's thoughts of cultivating his own son merely to serve as an aide surpassed the rationale of an ordinary individual. If the elders of the Lin family were to learn of this notion, or if the current observers in the heavens, including the venerable Saint Lord and Bai Linyue, were to discover it, he might face severe repercussions. His wife, Bai Linyue, upon hearing such thoughts, might even sever ties with him in that instant. After all, Lin Haotian had assured her last night that he would gain the elders' acknowledgement of Lin Tian, thereby securing resources and heritage for the Lin family. Bai Linyue is acutely aware that returning Lin Tian to their fold is now impossible, as she has lost all maternal authority over him. She understands that what her child desires most is their recognition. Thus, she resolves to have everyone acknowledge him. Given enough time, the resentment in his heart may dissipate, allowing him to return to her side. Yet, gazing at Lin Tian from a distance fills her with worry. She does not wish for any misunderstandings to arise. If she does not approach him now, will he think she is indifferent? Will he believe that her behavior yesterday was mere theatrics? However, will he perceive her current aloofness as intentional neglect? If he grows angry again, it would cause Bai Linyue great distress. Listening to his wife's concerns, Lin Haotian remains unfazed. Although Lin Tian possesses some value, he does not merit such concern from him. He reassures her, stating that they can simply explain their actions later, trusting that Lin Tian will understand. In this moment, Bai Linyue looks back and forth between Lin Hao and Lin Tian, ultimately choosing silence. Seeing his wife in this state, Lin Haotian breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, Lin Hao, surrounded by a throng of talented individuals, directs his gaze towards Lin Tian, his eyes igniting with anger. Noticing the shift in his emotions, a nearby genius inquires, "Lin, brother, do you harbor a grudge against this person? Why do you regard him with such hostility?" The speaker, Huang Fuju, a prince from a powerful dynasty, is the first to engage Lin Hao, sharing a mutual understanding. Their rapport quickly resembles that of long-standing friends. Upon noticing Lin Hao's fury, Huang Fuju promptly asks, a grudge? Is he even worthy? He is but a worthless fool, unqualified to be my opponent. Upon hearing this, Huang Fuju comprehends the situation. As a prince with the potential to contend for the throne, his discernment is keen. It is evident that Lin Hao not only bears animosity, but also resentment towards Lin Tian. However, Lin Hao is unable to act against him. As a formidable contender for the throne, Huang Fuju recognizes the necessity of aligning with influential figures like Lin Hao. Yet, those in attendance are beyond his reach, leaving only Lin Hao accessible to him. Indeed, among these prodigies there exists a hierarchy. It is not solely determined by innate talent or status, as all are talented in their own right. Unless they are monstrous anomalies, how much variance can exist among their gifts? Therefore, the determining factor of their status lies in their backgrounds. The stronger one's background, the higher one's standing. A powerful background signifies access to resources, opportunities, and the potential for future achievements. Logically, Lin Hao, with the backing of the Lin family's Northern King Mansion and the formidable Qingchi Sacred Land, should be among the most illustrious talents. Yet, it is puzzling why he has not ventured to where the true prodigies reside, but rather ended up in this place. Nonetheless, these are not matters for him to ponder at present. He simply needs to know that he should cultivate a good relationship with Lin Hao. As for Lin Tian, he is merely a tool to curry favor with Lin Hao. Huang Fuju is familiar with Lin Tian, having witnessed the poetic stone left behind during the poetry recitation. Indeed, Lin Tian is a person of talent, yet he is bereft of any substantial background, rumored to have risen from a mere servant disciple. Tales suggest that he aspired to ascend the social ladder, but was ultimately labeled a mudleg. Such a worthless individual is destined for limited prospects, rendering his value incomparable to Lin Hao's. In the next moment, he whispers to Lin Hao, "Would you consider dealing with this mudleg?" As he gestures with a hand across his throat, Lin Hao's eyes flicker with intrigue. He realizes that his hopes of having Lin Tian transmit his skills are now futile. Thus, he contemplates acquiring the divine bone within Lin Tian through other means, with the swiftest method being to eliminate him. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he dismisses this thought. Bai Linyue's concern for Lin Tian is presently too intense. Should she discover anything amiss, the consequences would be dire. Observing Lin Hao's evident temptation yet subsequent refusal, Huang Fuju understands. He then suggests, "How about we strip him of his dignity instead?" Hearing this, Lin Hao becomes intrigued. "What do you mean?" Huang Fuju leans in closer, quietly explaining, "In the sacred land, you were referred to as mud leg by all of us." As Huang Fuju elaborates, Lin Hao's eyes grow increasingly bright, culminating in a resounding, "Excellent." Below, as Lin Tian enters the scene, a throng of scholars encircles him. Indeed, Lin Tian's poem had not only astonished them, but also provided a sense of vindication when their scholarly path was belittled by the likes of Chen Tianliu and other aristocratic offspring. The biting critiques of Chen Tianliu's verses resonate with all present, and Lin Tian has since earned the title of poetic immortal. Now, as the crowd chants his name and lavishes him with compliments, Lin Tian basks in their admiration, feeling greatly gratified, with an increasing number of admirers gathering. The spot where Lin Tian stands becomes the focal point of the entire square. At this moment, Lin Tian, who descended from the heavens, stood boldly before the grand spectacle. Unperturbed and even eloquent in his discourse, Bai Linyue gazed at him with a sense of satisfaction, for in her eyes, she once again perceived the pride and honor reminiscent of her mother. Conversely, Lin Haotian observed with a peculiar expression, as he had always regarded Lin Tian as devoid of talent, and his character equally lacking. Yet, what was this spirited youth before him, raising his hand with such confidence? Lin Haotian's gaze became somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, at a distance, had also witnessed this scene, noting the glances exchanged between Bai Linyue and Lin Haotian. His expression darkened considerably, especially upon seeing the look in Bai Linyue's eyes, which filled him with immense rage. After all, she had only ever directed such a gaze towards him. Now, for the second time, she had bestowed such an expression upon this mud-legged boy. It instilled in him a sense of something that was rightfully his being snatched away. He then shot a venomous glare at Lin Tian, cursing the wretched boy for his transformation. Why could he not remain the humble, worthless figure he once was, relegated to the dust? What right did he have to bask in such glory? Unbeknownst to him, his teeth ground together audibly, but in the next moment his eyes darkened again, and a cold smile crept across his lips. At that moment, on a raised platform within the square, a magical formation isolated this space from the outside world. They could observe the happenings beyond, yet the external realm could not interfere with this place in the slightest. This was a privilege reserved for true prodigies, and those present were nothing short of exceptional in both talent and lineage. It was worth mentioning that Lin Hao had previously visited this place, only to be oblivious to its existence due to his inadequate talent. The protective barrier was established by two esteemed scholars, and entry was straightforward. One simply needed to perceive its presence. However, whether one could discern it depended on the strength of their innate gifts. Clearly, Lin Hao lacked the qualification to enter. Lin Haotian also recognized the existence of this place, but, given his current status, he deemed it beneath him to concern himself with matters meant for the younger generation. As for why Lin Hao had not entered before, he had his reasons. After all, it was only the first time he had appeared before the public, and it was understandable that he might be unaware of certain things. In any case, under the scrutiny of the prodigious lens, he would not need Lin Hao's explanations. He would effortlessly concoct justifications for himself. Within a magical formation, the crowd was naturally drawn to the commotion created by Lin Tian below. Among the spectators, a woman clad in a red dress trembled upon seeing Lin Tian, a flicker of unusual brilliance flashing in her eyes, though it was quickly suppressed. At that moment, a distinguished man seated at the main table also took note of the fleeting expression on Duan Hongling's face. With a smile, he inquired, Hongling, what captivates your gaze? Do you perchance know the individual below? Upon hearing this, Duan Hongling's brow furrowed, and she replied, Dao Yishangzi. It seems we are not yet acquainted enough to address one another so casually. I would appreciate it if you could refrain from using my name, as I would prefer to avoid any misunderstandings regarding our relationship. Upon hearing this, Gu Dao was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. The surrounding audience fell into a hushed silence, the atmosphere growing icy. However, Gu Dao quickly regained his composure and smiled. Indeed, I was remiss. I hope the Shengnu Hongling can forgive my oversight. Duan Hongling's gaze shifted slightly, as if she wished for him to amend his address once more. But upon contemplating his status and the power behind him, she ultimately chose to remain silent. As the crowd gathered, Lin Tian was invited to take a seat among the scholars. Just as they sought his insights on poetry, a figure suddenly emerged, calling out, Hey, are you Lin Tian, the servant disciple from Bulao Mountain Holy Land? At this proclamation, the assembly turned to the source of the voice. A man clad in the attire of a certain sect stood before them, holding a wine jug and appearing visibly intoxicated. Lin Tian immediately recognized the outfit's origin, but chose to remain silent, intrigued by the man's brazen attempt to draw everyone's attention. As the drunken man noticed the crowd's focus on him, a smirk crept across his lips. He staggered forward, exclaiming, Lin Tian, do you remember me? I'm Wang Hu, the one who entered the Holy Land alongside you as a servant disciple. Fortune smiled upon me. I left the servant-disciple area much earlier than you. It's been ages since we last met. And to see you now, creating such a remarkable legacy, truly, you have transformed beyond recognition. Had it not been for someone mentioning your origins from Lao Mountain Holy Land, I might not have recognized you. Reflecting on our past, you were once labeled as a mud-legged boy by us all. Who would have thought you would now be hailed as a poetry sage? Ah, how fate plays its tricks. But tell me, is this sage title a result of your earlier attempts to curry favor with the powerful? After all, you sought to ingratiate yourself with the holy maidens back then, only to be scolded as a mud-legged boy. Ha ha ha. Now, you must share your secrets with me. We are from the same holy land. You cannot keep your methods to yourself. Rest assured, I will not disclose anything to anyone. Though his words mimicked the banter of old friends reuniting, they were deliberately amplified, as if he feared others would miss them. What followed was a shocking revelation. The surrounding scholars were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the implications of the man's statements. However, amidst the crowd, some began to piece together the narrative, and whispers of gossip quickly spread. Before long, a multitude of individuals clad in the attire of Lao Mountain disciples appeared, further fueling the rumors that Lin Tian, in his ignorance of rank, had approached a sect maiden with frivolous words, attempting to ingratiate himself. Fortunately, the maiden, being kind-hearted, did not chastise him too harshly. Yet, Lin Tian, emboldened by the encounter, continued to disregard warnings, relentlessly pursuing his base desires. Various versions of this tale proliferated, each more outrageous than the last. A shameless, aspiring individual, devoid of a sense of propriety and consumed by lofty fantasies, gradually began to materialize in the hearts of the multitude. Upon hearing the words of the disciples from Lao Shan, Lin Haotian's countenance darkened immediately. With a resounding bang, he instinctively slammed his hand down upon the table before him and exclaimed furiously, "Absurd! Utterly absurd! How could I have given birth to such a shameless and ambitious fool? Not only is his talent lacking, but his character is also utterly corrupt. To be exposed in front of so many is tantamount to bringing shame upon the illustrious Wang of Zhenbei." Beside him, Bai Linyue wore a look of utter bewilderment, and instinctively began to comfort her husband. "Do not be angry just yet. Perhaps there are other reasons behind Tunner's actions." Indeed, at that moment, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue did not immediately seek the truth of the matter, but rather chose to believe the rumors based on their preconceived notions of Lin Tian. What other reasons could there be? This ungrateful wretch has always been one to take shortcuts. What other rationale could justify such behavior? He merely desires to indulge in daydreams and cling to others. This wretched fool. Why can he not be more sensible like Hauer and achieve something worthy of my approval? Thankfully, no one here knows that this fool is my son. Otherwise, my reputation as the Wang of Zhenbei would be utterly tarnished. Truly, he is nothing more than a simpleton who brings me nothing but disgrace. At that moment, Lin Tian caught a glimpse of Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue's reactions from the corner of his eye, and a cold, triumphant smile spread across his face. Within the confines of the formation, when Duan Hongling heard these rumors, her face, concealed beneath her veil, turned pale as a ghost. Especially upon seeing Lin Tian, the focal point of the gossip, her heart ached more intensely. So, this is what has transpired? Has Qingchi Tian been treated in such a manner since that day? Her body trembled slightly, and tears began to well in her eyes. For she understood that what she witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg of Lin Tian's humiliating existence. After all, it had been a full 8 years since she uttered that phrase about Mudleg. At this moment, merely some rumors had the power to diminish Lin Tian so profoundly. One could only imagine the injustices and bullying he had endured over those 8 years. Yet, she knew she could not descend and clarify matters. Should Gu Dei learn of anything, Lin Tian would indeed be in grave danger. As she gazed at the disciples of Lao Shan who were spreading the rumors, she clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips piercing into her flesh, causing droplets of blood to seep out. Her gaze turned icy and dangerous. Gu Dei, observing her distress, inquired, "Hongling Shen, what is troubling you? Are you unwell?" With this question, all eyes turned towards her flowing red gown, particularly those of the male geniuses. Ever since Duan Hongling entered the formation, the men present had been captivated by her radiant presence. Even though her face was veiled, Her figure and aura revealed her to be an unparalleled beauty, already renowned as the most beautiful woman in the northern region. Earlier, Gu Dei had shown interest in her as well, which deterred them from being overly brazen or even daring to meet her gaze. However, upon hearing his question, they instinctively looked towards Duan Hongling. At that moment, she quivered but quickly suppressed her emotions. Yet before she could speak again, a man interjected, "Wait. Those disciples belong to the sacred land of Bulaoshan, do they not? Is that not the very sacred land where Shen Hongling resides? I recall that. To this day, there's only one Shen in that sacred land. Could it be that the Shen mentioned in the rumors is none other than Hongling Shen herself?" Hearing this, Gu Dei recalled the backgrounds of those disciples, and his expression darkened ominously. He had long regarded Duan Hongling as his possession, while Lin Tian, a mere servant disciple, dared to lay his filthy hands upon what belongs to him. He was courting death, of course, even if he suspected the rumors to be false. What did that matter? After all, it was merely the life of a servant disciple. If he were to perish, so be it. Thus Gu Dei coldly declared, "Let him die." In that moment, upon hearing those words, Duan Hongling's expression shifted dramatically, and she almost instinctively cried out for him to stop. Yet, just as she opened her mouth, a surge of celestial energy rippled through the air. The onlookers looked up to see Lin Tian gathering his spiritual power at his fingertips, seemingly composing poetry. As his fingers danced, the first line emerged. "Atop my ink wash basin, flowers bloom, leaving faint traces of ink." With merely the appearance of this line, the sealed celestial energy began to resonate. In the next instant, Lin Tian's fingers glided swiftly once more. "Do not seek admiration for beauty. Instead, let the pure essence fill the universe." With a thunderous roar, the celestial energy erupted. The lines of poetry, previously suspended in the air, now harmonized with the celestial energy, radiating a soft golden glow. Chapter 86. If Lin Tian were to be replaced by Lin Hao, Bai Linyue would have taken action against Huang Pu. With the recognition of the celestial energy, the crowd, who had been engrossed in discussion, was momentarily stunned. Clearly, everything had transpired far too quickly. By the time they regained their composure, a poem infused with celestial energy had already manifested in the square. Staring at the poem that drew forth such celestial power, the crowd stood in awe. Meanwhile, Dongfang Pangpang, who had just arrived, quickly realized that this was his golden opportunity to connect with the poetic immortal. He turned to the disciple who had spread the rumors and furiously declared, "How dare you conspire to slander our Ru Dao poetry immortal? What are your intentions?" This voice instantly roused the astonished crowd, particularly the Confucian scholars. Once awakened, their faces reflected their indignation. After all, the poem had garnered the recognition of celestial energy, which was birthed from the Tao of Heaven. This indicated that the poem was indeed acknowledged by the heavens. The Tao of Heaven is impartial. Thus, the poem stands as an absolute truth. To malign and defame a person of such noble character is the greatest insult imaginable. You are truly acting with excessive arrogance. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of righteous energy erupted. The entire square transformed into an ocean of extraordinary talents. Those who had previously donned the attire of the Bu, Lao Mountain Holy Land, were immediately pushed to the center of the crowd. Faced with the fierce gazes of the scholars, those who had spread the rumors shrank back in terror, particularly the individual who had first approached Lin Tian. At this moment, the rosy hue of intoxication had completely vanished from his face, replaced by a pallor of fear. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Naturally, the scholars discerned this change without difficulty, their anger intensifying. The drunken facade he had previously exhibited was evidently an act to support his earlier words. In that instant, one scholar noticed among the crowd an individual adorned with a unique jade pendant at his waist. He recognized that pendant. It was exclusive to the royal guards of the Huang Jinshin Chao, a treasure unique to their dynasty. They were indeed individuals of the Huang Jinshin Chao. The scholar exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd of scholars immediately turned their attention towards that individual. As scholars, their extensive reading had endowed them with exceptional insight. After the revelation from the earlier individual, several recognized the jade pendant immediately. The scholars then turned their gazes upward towards the area where the talented individuals were gathered. At that moment, Huang Puju, adorned in golden accessories, was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that these individuals would so swiftly direct their accusations towards him. Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue also looked on. They had witnessed the previous events and understood that Lin Tian's poem was a testament to his innocence. Upon hearing the claim of the individual belonging to the Huang Jinshinchao, Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue turned their gaze towards Huang Puju. However, they then observed Lin Hao standing beside him. How could Hao be standing with this person? Bai Linyue questioned, her anger momentarily giving way to confusion. Indeed, at that moment, she realized that this person from the Huang Jinshinchao had the audacity to publicly slander Lin Tian, thereby challenging her limits. Yet, upon seeing her adopted son, her expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. Lin Haotian shared a similar sentiment. But now, under the scrutinizing gaze of all present, Huang Puju sensed the gravity of the situation. The next moment, his expression changed as he directed his gaze towards the crowd. It seemed as though those individuals had received some signal, and they began to shout angrily, boldly, "How dare you impersonate members of the Huang Jinshinchao? You deserve to die. Bring these individuals to me. I shall see who dares to masquerade as a member of our dynasty." He even attempted to take matters into his own hands. Yet in the next moment, the expressions of those below darkened, and they collapsed, their auras extinguished. Black smoke emanated from their bodies as they vanished into ashes. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, all present were taken aback. Huang Puju's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Naturally, the scholars understood that this incident was undoubtedly connected to him, though they lacked concrete evidence. Ignoring the scholars' accusatory looks, Huang Puju was unconcerned, believing they dared not act against him without proof. After witnessing the swift disappearance of those individuals, he wore an expression of righteous indignation and strode away confidently. In the aftermath, the scholars could only seethe with anger, feeling utterly powerless. However, Lin Tian watched Huang Puju's retreating figure with an enigmatic smile. On a high platform, Lin Haotian also displayed no inclination to pursue the matter further. After all, Lin Tian was not currently recognized as the son of the Zhenbei Wang. He had no reason to confront him at this moment. Moreover, considering Lin Tian's ineptitude, he was not worth the effort. Bai Linyue, despite her lingering anger, also refrained from taking further action. At that moment, she instinctively recognized her limits. After all, she had no evidence to prove that Huang Puju was responsible for the events that had transpired. Furthermore, she had previously assured her husband that she would refrain from any involvement with Lin Tian that day. As a mother, she maintained her rationality despite her child's humiliation. However, had it been Lin Hao in Lin Tian's place, she would have acted against Huang Puju without hesitation. No evidence, no action? What a ridiculous notion. Bai Linyue stood supported by the entire Qingchi Holy Land. Even if she had to slay a prince of the dynasty, so be it. In this moment, he was acutely aware of the identity of the author of that poem. In the skies above, the old saint's face turned ashen. His cultivation of millennia nearly cracked at this moment. He had devoted his life to his children, providing them with every opportunity and the best education. He was immensely proud of Bai Linyue and Bai Linyue, especially Bai Linyue, whom he deemed perfect in every aspect, her character resembling that of his late wife. Had he not witnessed this scene, he would have never believed that the person below was his daughter. In the face of his child's humiliation, she exhibited no reaction, instead calculating the pros and cons of the situation. This ignited an unnamed fury and sorrow within him. In the next moment, this invincible sword immortal, who had dominated for millennia, found himself shedding 2 cold tears. A wave of guilt surged from the depths of his heart. He felt he had failed to uphold the trust his wife had placed in him at the end of her life, and he was deeply ashamed of his grandson. He dared not contemplate the life his grandson had endured over the years, nor the despair he must have faced to sever ties with his biological parents. At this moment, the old sword immortal clenched his hands tightly, then released them, only to grasp them once more. After several cycles, his hands had turned pale from his grip. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped this formidable being. The one who once looked down upon all life now felt a stark vulnerability. His gaze became hollow as the once indomitable spirit within him seemed to dissipate entirely. Observing his father's transformation, Bai Linyue felt a tremor in his heart. This was his father's heart tribulation. At this moment, no one could assist him. Only he could overcome it, for it was the only path forward. A heart tribulation is not a heart demon. The solution is simple. It is merely a moment of self-reflection during one's personal cultivation. At that instant, one may experience profound doubts about a particular matter. In such times, if one can find peace of mind, the turmoil can be resolved. However, if one remains troubled, the journey of self-cultivation may cease to progress in this lifetime. This moment, for his father, the once easily accessible realm of immortality now loomed like an insurmountable chasm. His gaze shifted downward to Bai Linyue, where a flicker of indignation flashed in his eyes, tinged with resentment for her lack of ambition. He was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what thoughts occupied Bai Linyue's mind at this moment. Could it be that the foolishness of Lin Haotian could truly sway others? Below, the ground trembled as 4 stone pillars quivered, and intricate patterns emerged upon their surfaces, capturing the attention of all present. Even the 2 esteemed scholars who had remained within the academy took notice. The surge of talent had stirred. In an instant, the 2 scholars vanished from their previous positions and materialized in the square. Upon their arrival, they quickly discerned the nature of the disturbance. The talents contained within the 4 stone pillars had been in a state of equilibrium, but Lin Tian's recent poem had disrupted this balance. Naturally, the 2 scholars promptly quelled the ensuing chaos, yet their expressions soon betrayed a hint of confusion. With the equilibrium shattered, the subsequent infusion of talent could present unforeseen complications. Their original plan had been to allow the talents to flow in a predetermined manner, from the highest to the lowest, facilitating a regulated absorption process. Only after the upper tiers had absorbed could the lower tiers partake. However, the flow of talent had now been disrupted, leaving the absorption to the whims of individuals. Regrettably, they could no longer rearrange the formation, as the management of talent had slipped beyond their control. The 2 scholars promptly conveyed this information to all present. Upon hearing this news, the crowd's expressions varied widely, some exuding joy while others displayed sorrow. Those of lower rank on the talent list rejoiced, for they were no longer relegated to mere leftovers. Conversely, those who had previously held higher ranks lamented their lost privileges. This discord inevitably sparked heated debates, predominantly among the disgruntled elite. These individuals, hailing from powerful families, combined their voices, making their discontent impossible to ignore even by the 2 esteemed scholars. Meanwhile, Lin Tian wore a faint smile, for the situation aligned perfectly with his own plans. Although the circumstances had unfolded differently than he had envisioned, he remained unperturbed, as the outcome remained the same. At this moment, Lin Tian addressed the 2 scholars directly, saying, Elder Kong, if a resolution proves elusive, I may have a proposition." With this utterance, a hush fell over the assembly, and all eyes turned toward Lin Tian. The 2 esteemed scholars, recognizing him as the speaker, expressed immediate interest. "What proposition do you suggest? If there are disagreements regarding the allocation of talent, why not let the poems we compose determine the outcome? By harnessing the ability of poetry to absorb the talent of heaven and earth, we can allow it to choose the amount to be absorbed. Thus, the extent of absorption would depend on the poetry itself rather than the individuals. Wouldn't this elegantly resolve the current dilemma? Ultimately, the amount one can absorb hinges entirely on the quality of their poetry." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 2 scholars brightened with intrigue. However, at that moment, Lin Hao's countenance paled. He was acutely aware of the true authorship of the poem in question. If that poem were to absorb the talent of heaven and earth and subsequently channel it back to Lin Tian, his hard-won reputation would be utterly destroyed. Chapter 88. What difficulty lies in this? Let everyone participate. No. At this moment, Lin Haotian on the high platform suddenly voiced his opposition. His dissenting words immediately captured the attention of all present. The 2 scholars exchanged glances and inquired, "King of the North, what objection do you raise? Determining the allocation of heavenly talent through verses recognized by heaven is a fair decision. Why do you oppose it?" Elder Fong spoke with a near coldness, as he had risen from humble beginnings to achieve his current stature through sheer righteousness. Thus, he harbored deep disdain for the King of the North's attempt to appropriate Lin Tian's poetry. While he could not express this sentiment outright, he would not tolerate any further actions taken in favor of Lin Hao. As the crowd absorbed Elder Fong's words, they began to comprehend the implications of Lin Tian's suggestion. allowing their poetry to absorb the talent of heaven and earth. In this light, the assembly had no objections. Given the disruption of the formation, this solution seemed the most acceptable. Moreover, the poems they had crafted were already recognized and ranked by the talents of heaven. Allowing the poetry to choose would ensure that each individual received their rightful share. Yet the crowd's gaze soon shifted back to Lin Haotian, their expressions tinged with curiosity. After all, his son, Lin Hao, had crafted a piece of enduring significance. Logically, regardless of any changes to the situation, Lin Hao should still secure the greatest benefit. As there were only 4 such pieces in existence, no matter how the circumstances evolved, could they truly undermine the status of that poem? Suddenly, under the scrutiny of the assembly, Lin Haotian appeared momentarily taken aback. It was evident that upon hearing Lin Tian's words, he had immediately recalled the poem that his adopted son, Lin Hao, had illicitly obtained. If the poetry were to choose how to absorb the talents of heaven and earth, all accumulated talent would flow directly into the creator's being. At that point, Lin Hao's theft would be laid bare. The news of his son's authorship had already spread throughout the 3,000 prefectures. Should this truth come to light, Lin Hao would be utterly disgraced. How could he allow this to transpire? Thus, upon hearing Lin Tian's suggestion, he instinctively interjected. Yet, confronted by the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lin Haotian found himself at a loss for words. Eventually, he appeared to have an epiphany and spoke to the 2 scholars. It is simply a matter of fairness. Fairness? They replied, bewildered. How is it unfair? The choice lies with the talents of heaven itself. Where is the injustice? Elder Kong, standing nearby, interjected with a hint of displeasure in his tone. At this moment, Lin Haotian was oblivious to the underlying meaning and continued. That is naturally, because if we were to proceed, as you suggest, would it not imply that only those currently listed on the Qingchi Bang can participate? What are the others? Upon hearing this, the 2 esteemed scholars were momentarily taken aback. It dawned on them that with the disruption of the formation controlling the world's Qingchi, only those already on the list could engage. Yet, they had initially planned for the individuals on the list to be tentative selections. Today was meant to be the decisive moment for determining those worthy of receiving the Qingchi baptism. In other words, there was originally to be a poetry contest today to ascertain the true candidates for this honor. However, with the formation malfunctioning, the Qingchi could not be summoned, thus preventing the contest from taking place. The 2 scholars then glanced toward a nearby formation where the prodigies from the Good Ao were situated. These individuals had come with the intention of participating in the final poetry conference, representing the attitudes of their respective factions. Should they fail to provide a reasonable explanation today, the powers behind these prodigies would undoubtedly seek justice from the Bai Linyue tomorrow. Even at this moment, both scholars fell into silence. Observing the scene, Lin Hao felt a weight lift from his heart. Clearly, if this issue remained unresolved, the conference could not possibly continue. He then turned his gaze to Lin Tian, and their eyes met. Lin Hao's expression transformed into one of utter provocation and disdain, as if he were watching a comical monkey perform. Nevertheless, Lin Tian merely responded with a cold smile, a gesture that sent chills down Lin Hao's spine, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Without further regard for Lin Hao, Lin Tian addressed the 2 scholars once more. What difficulty is there? Let all of them participate. His voice immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Fang Chuanru opened his mouth, about to utter the words, "Do not act recklessly," but paused. After a brief contemplation, his eyes brightened again. Are you suggesting you would be willing to guide the Qingchi for the masses? To guide the Qingchi means to use one's poetry as a medium to gather the world's essence without absorbing it. This way, the Qingchi can converge in the realm without dissipating. Employing this method would allow the poetry conference to proceed, perhaps even more splendidly, as a considerable amount of Qingchi would gather here. As long as one could compose a poem, one would inevitably receive the Qingchi baptism to some extent. Upon hearing the term guide the Qingchi, both those on the Qingchi Bang and the other prodigies were momentarily stunned before erupting in joy. After all, this was undoubtedly a boon for them. Do you truly wish to guide the Qingchi? Fang Chuanru inquired once more. Although this would benefit everyone else, it placed Lin Tian alone in a position of risk and potential loss. Guiding the Qingchi entails maintaining its concentration, and should even a trace dissipate, it would result in a genuine loss for Lin Tian, who sought to absorb the essence himself. The others merely wished to receive the baptism of Qingchi, while Lin Tian and Lin Hao aimed to directly absorb it. This was indeed a scheme devised by Lin Tian to counter Lin Hao. At this moment, the poetry composed by those around could only endure the baptism of Qingchi. To absorb the essence into their bodies was utterly impossible. Only timeless masterpieces could endure the Qingchi and allow it to attach to one's being. Otherwise, once the essence entered, it would simply dissipate. The Qingchi of the world could only be possessed by those of true talent. Yet this was not what Feng Xuanru hoped to see. He believed that while Lin Tian guiding the Qingchi would benefit many, he still desired Lin Tian to obtain all the Qingchi for himself. After all, compared to enhancing the capabilities of the masses, it would be of greater assistance for Lin Tian to pave a new path for Ru Dao, enabling more individuals to survive the impending chaos from the dark races. Upon hearing Feng Xuanru's words, Lin Tian clasped his hands in a deep bow and declared, "Senior Feng, as scholars, we must dare to take the lead for the world and bear responsibility, striving to act in accordance with our conscience. Therefore, I am willing to guide the Qingchi for the multitude." His voice, though not loud, resonated with sincerity and emotion, penetrating the ears of all present. At his declaration, the audience was deeply moved, whether they were surrounding scholars or prodigies on the high platform or within the formation. They then turned their gaze to the poem above Lin Tian's head. "Do not seek praise for beauty. Let pure essence fill the universe." At that moment, the crowd understood why he could compose such verses. The poem was a succinct encapsulation of his life. Within the formation, Duan Hongling pressed her lips together, realizing that her elder brother remained the same as he had always been, the boy who had once saved her amidst adversity. He was still the hero in her heart. Even the two esteemed scholars were moved by his words, astonished that such a righteous youth still existed in the world. They felt blessed that such a young man had chosen their Ru Dao. Truly, heaven had not forsaken them. In stark contrast to the emotional reactions of the crowd, Lin Haotian and his companions were visibly perturbed, especially Lin Hao, whose face had turned pale as he realized he could not prevent this from happening. Most critically, the image Lin Tian was establishing in the eyes of the spectators posed a significant threat. Should his theft of Lin Tian's verses be exposed, he would likely become a pariah, his reputation utterly tarnished. No, he must find a way to break the impasse. Otherwise, his name would be irrevocably ruined today. As he gazed at Lin Tian, a surge of anger and resentment ignited within him. Damn peasant, has he lost his mind? He intends to ruin me. How dare this waste act so boldly? Does he not wish to return to the Lin family, nor to earn the recognition of Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue? Indeed, he could no longer deny that this was Lin Tian's scheme aimed at undermining him. It was an attempt to destroy his reputation, thereby causing Lin Haotian and Bai Linyue to lose faith in him and jeopardizing his chances of attaining the core inheritance of the Lin family and the Qingchi sacred land. Cursed fool, had I known, I should have taken the decisive action to eliminate the other party on the very day they returned to Lin Fu. This way, I would not have to confront the predicament I face today. Yet in the next moment, his eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency as he scanned his surroundings. He understood that he must swiftly devise a solution to break the impasse. After all, he could not allow his reputation to be tarnished in such a manner. Upon sighting the 4 stone pillars that sealed the essence of heaven and earth, Lin Hao's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. 4 pillars for individuals. Aha, I have it. Naturally, at this moment, he could not voice this thought aloud. He immediately conveyed his thoughts to the nearby Huang Puju. The expression on Huang Puju's face shifted continuously, evidently deep in contemplation. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Stepping forward, he remarked, "Indeed, Brother Lin Tian possesses extraordinary resolve. I am truly impressed. However, at this juncture, if it is merely your consent, it seems insufficient to ensure that we all receive the cleansing of essence, does it not? After all, Brother Lin Tian, you currently only command the essence of 1 pillar. Making such assertions somewhat strained. Am I to presume that you— forgive me, I should not doubt your character." Upon uttering these words, Huang Puju seemed to realize his misstep and shamefully retreated. With Huang Puju's comments, the atmosphere in the vicinity was abruptly shattered. Even though they had previously considered Huang Puju's words to be thoughtless, the truth of his statement remained. At this moment, Lin Tian indeed only wielded the essence of a single pillar. Yet here he stood, boldly proclaiming such lofty ideals, which could be interpreted as pressuring the other three to make the same choice as he. This bore an air of coercion. Nonetheless, it was not that they were overly concerned. After all, should this matter come to fruition, it would undoubtedly benefit them. However, the image of integrity that the other party had established was now compromised by such actions. Hypocrite. At this moment, a single term resonated in the hearts of all present. The grandiose image Lin Tian had previously constructed began to crumble in the minds of the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hao was exceedingly pleased, casting a defiant gaze at Lin Tian. Ah, Lin Tian, do you truly believe that everything lies within your control? You wish to ruin my reputation through such tactics? I am aware that there are individuals you cannot provoke. If you desire to see my downfall, then I shall ensure you experience the taste of being reviled by all. Yet, in the next instant, the gleam of triumph in Lin Hao's eyes vanished. He had caught sight of the smile curling at the corner of Lin Tian's lips. What was happening? Could Lin Tian possibly have a chance to turn the tables? In the following moment, Lin Tian surveyed everyone present and softly stated, "Gentlemen, I believe there has been a slight misunderstanding regarding my previous statements. When I mentioned my willingness to summon the spirit, it did not merely signify one person's agreement. My consent reflects that all three pillars shall collectively endorse the summoning.